Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The meal soon ended, and Suzy rushed back to the Su Corporation to handle matters related to the contracts. Ye Guan couldn't be with her because he had to be with Mu Wanyu. Fortunately, Suzy didn't mind it. While Mu Wanyu was washing dishes, Suzy pulled Ye Guan aside. She looked at him and whispered, "Do you know why Wanyu wants to take you to the graduation party?" Ye Guan shook his head. Suzy smiled and explained, "She wants you to be her shield." Ye Guan asked, "Shield?" Suzy nodded and said, "Wanyu has many admirers at school. Many guys will definitely confess to her because it would be their last chance to confess. You'll surely attract everyone's jealousy by going with her to the party. Does that mean I'll be targeted by others?" Ye Guan asked. "Of course." Suzy chuckled and added, "Some will ask what you do, where you've made your fortune, and so on. To make matters worse, some will target you directly, opposing you at every turn. It's a cliché in many popular books." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and asked, "In books, right? It's even worse in reality." Suzy smiled faintly and explained, "I'm sure everyone will show themselves off at that party, and they're all going to look down on each other. If you're doing well, they'll flatter you, if not, they'll ignore you or worse, they'll treat you as a springboard. In any case, you should be mentally prepared." "Got it." Ye Guan nodded. Suzy handed Ye Guan an ATM card and explained, "Take this. Don't reject me. Use it when you need it, and the PIN code is my birthday." "When is your birthday?" Ye Guan asked. Suzy blinked and replied, "The day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Okay." Suzy smiled softly and muttered, "We have a custom of giving the birthday celebrant gifts on their birthday, but I don't really need gifts. You don't have to give me anything." "Really?" Ye Guan was speechless. "Miss." Secretary Xiaoshui's voice echoed outside. "The directors are waiting for you. It looks like I have to go now." Suzy looked at Ye Guan and said, "See you later." Suzy turned and walked away. Mu Wanyu walked over to Ye Guan and stared at him. "What did Suzy say to you?" "She said her birthday is on the day after tomorrow," Ye Guan replied with a smile. "Ah, yes." Mu Wanyu smiled and added, "Suzy has many pursuers, you know. I'm here to inherit the family business." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. "Family business?" Mu Wanyu looked baffled, but a look of comprehension soon suffused her face as she exclaimed, "Ah, I know. You're here to inherit the Milky Way." "Yes, that's right." Ye Guan replied. Mu Wanyu giggled before saying, "Wait for me here, I'm going to change clothes." Ye Guan nodded. "All right." Mu Wanyu then returned to her room. Ye Guan walked up to the window and opened his palm, revealing a chopstick. He had gathered enough profound energy to unleash at least 3 sword moves from the low-quality spirit stones he had obtained recently. Unfortunately, he still couldn't use the true tree and the divine tree of nature inside of him, as the seal was just too strong. Unfortunately, Ye Guan wasn't exactly sure of his current strength, as he had never really encountered people who could be considered powerful so far. Of course, it didn't really matter to Ye Guan. The stronger one was, the stronger the seal would be on them. In other words, there was no way Ye Guan would stumble upon a cultivator 10 realms above him. Could it be a seal his father and his aunt had jointly placed on the blue planet? It was a thought that came to mind when Ye Guan recalled that there were only a few people capable of suppressing him, his plain-skirt aunt, his father, the true god, and the great deist brush master. The latter was being suppressed by Ye Guan's plain-skirt aunt, so there was no way he was the culprit behind the seal on the entire blue planet. How about the true god? There was a chance that the seal belonged to her, but Ye Guan felt that the seal had more likely come from his father. How come Ye Guan reached that conclusion? He hadn't deduced it, it was more like his instinct was telling him that the seal had come from his father. Just then, the door to Mu Wanyu's room opened and out came Mu Wanyu. Ye Guan's eyes lit up when he saw Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu was wearing a modest light purple dress that showed her snow-white collarbone and arms. Her long dress didn't cover her legs, which were as white as snow. Overall, Ye Guan thought that Mu Wanyu was exceptionally beautiful. Suzy's style screamed coldness and lethality, while Mu Wanyu's style screamed delicateness and grace. She exuded an air of tenderness and shyness hidden beneath her facade of elegance. Mu Wanyu blushed upon sensing Ye Guan's gaze. "Do I look great?" she asked, and she clenched her fists unconsciously. Ye Guan smiled and said, "I've read thousands of books, yet I can't find words to describe your beauty. At first, I thought I simply hadn't read enough books, but I was mistaken. I've just realized that there simply are no words to describe your beauty." Mu Wanyu was stupefied, and her cheeks became even redder as she rolled her eyes at Ye Guan. "Surely you exaggerate," she muttered, but she was extremely pleased. "I think I'm going to back out," Ye Guan said with a sigh. Mu Wanyu was astonished. "Why? You're so beautiful. Won't I become your pursuer's public enemy #1 if I were to go there with you?" Ye Guan replied. "Oh, are you scared?" Mu Wanyu teased. "I'm not afraid," Ye Guan exclaimed and then chuckled. "I'm not afraid of anyone other than my father and grandfather. I'm afraid of my aunt as well." You're afraid of them? Why? Mu Wanyu blinked and asked, are they very fierce? Not really. It's more like they're too strong for me to beat, Ye Guan replied. Oh, so they're strong? Mu Wanyu asked with a smile. Extremely. Ye Guan nodded grimly and said, they're extremely strong. Who would win if you were to fight them? Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan hesitated. He wanted to be shameless, but he remembered that his father and aunt were also in the Milky Way, so he replied, the fathers are kind, and the sons are loyal in our family. We never fight with each other, and we get along exceptionally well. Mu Wanyu smiled. She wanted to ask more questions, but Ye Guan said, let's go. Okay. Mu Wanyu nodded. The two went downstairs and found Secretary Xiao Shui waiting for them. Xiao Shui smiled and explained, Mr. Yat, Miss So has told us to escort you two. How thoughtful of her. Ye Guan nodded and said, okay, thank you. Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu got into the car, and the secretary got into the driver's seat. Mu Wanyu looked out of the window, sounding a bit reluctant as she said, I guess we'll really leave this city soon. Are you looking forward to going to Yanjing? Ye Guan asked. Mu Wanyu turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, what about you? Ye Guan nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Mu Wanyu smiled and asked, why? The person I'm looking for might be in Yanjing, replied Ye Guan. Mu Wanyu asked, the boundless master. Ye Guan shook his head and replied, a woman. Mu Wanyu frowned slightly. A woman. Ye Guan nodded and turned to look out of the window. He had no idea how Sisha, Saru, Ji Xian, and Qian Qian were doing. He wasn't worried about their safety. After all, the Milky Way was his territory. The truth sounds like a lie, and the lies sound like the truth when you speak. I'm struggling to tell whether you're lying or not, Mu Wanyu grumbled. My life here has been the most peaceful life I've ever had, Ye Guan smiled. My life before I came here had been extremely exhausting. It was either I was in the middle of a fight or I was about to fight someone. It feels really great how I no longer have to ignite my fleshly body and soul just to survive. Hearing that, Mu Wanyu grabbed Ye Guan's hand, feeling guilty. Ye Guan wouldn't have such delusions if she hadn't accidentally hit him with her car. I think you should no longer think about the hardships you've experienced in the past. If you like it here, then stay here and live well. People should always be looking forward to their future, Mu Wanyu said. All right. Ye Guan smiled. He was already here, so Ye Guan decided to make the best out of his situation here. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and asked, where do I buy weapons here? By weapons, I mean like a sword. Do you want to play with a sword? Asked Mu Wanyu. Ye Guan nodded. The chopsticks were working so far, but he still preferred a sword. He was a swordsman, after all. Moreover, swords were cooler than chopsticks. I'll bring you to buy one after this party, Mu Wanyu said. Ye Guan smiled. Okay. They soon arrived at Canaan Academy. Canaan Academy was the best university in Bayun City, and it produced many talents every year. The graduates of Canaan Academy all went on to achieve great success in their careers, so Canaan Academy had a huge influence in Bayun City. Most importantly, the Milky Way Academy only accepts students from Canaan University throughout the entire Qianzhou region of Huaxia, and the Milky Way Academy was the dream academy of all students in Huaxia. The pair alighted, and Mu Wanyu led Ye Guan into the school. If today were an ordinary day, Ye Guan wouldn't have been allowed entry, but today was graduation day, so he was allowed entry into the school. As expected, they attracted many eyes as soon as they entered the school grounds. The men's gazes were on Mu Wanyu, while the women's gazes were on Ye Guan, which wasn't strange, as Ye Guan was still pretty impressive in the looks department. Mu Wanyu sensed the women's gazes, and she grabbed Ye Guan's hand, surprising Ye Guan. Mu Wanyu blushed slightly and explained, there's a custom in Milky Way about how a student should hold the hand of their partner in the graduation ceremony and party. Ye Guan had no idea what to say to that. Just then, a young woman shouted, Wanyu. The young woman looked to be the same age as Mu Wanyu. She was wearing a dress as well and had her hair up in a ponytail. She was beautiful, and she exuded a heroic aura that contrasted Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu smiled upon seeing the young woman. Jur walked up to Mu Wanyu, and her gaze fell on Ye Guan. Is he the handsome guy you mentioned? She asked. Mu Wanyu looked at Ye Guan and smiled. Yes, handsome, right. Jur examined Ye Guan from top to bottom and chuckled. Yes, he's handsome. Ye Guan smiled lightly and greeted, hello, Miss Jur, it's nice to meet you. Hello. Jur greeted, it's nice to meet you, too. Jur then looked at Mu Wanyu and said, I think quite a few men will back off once they see that you're with him. Mu Wanyu glanced at Ye Guan and blushed slightly. Let's go and take some photos. Jur exclaimed and dragged the two somewhere. Quite a few people had gathered on the school grounds. They laughed and chattered with each other while sitting on the grass. Wait for me here. I'll go and take some pictures with her, Mu Wanyu said. We can have dinner afterward. Sure, Ye Guan replied with a smile. Mu Wanyu nodded and walked up to Jur. She positioned herself in the middle, and it wasn't strange, as she was considered the class belle. Mu Wanyu looked extremely happy, and she was all smiles as she talked with Jur standing next to her. Occasionally, she would glance at Ye Guan, but she would quickly look away with a blush on her cheeks whenever Ye Guan met her gaze. Soon, the photo session was over. Mu Wanyu walked up to Ye Guan and smiled. Let's go have dinner, she said. Ye Guan nodded, but a young man suddenly approached Mu Wanyu with a bouquet of flowers in hand. The young man stared at Mu Wanyu with a gaze full of affection and said, Wanyu, I like. Mu Wanyu grabbed Ye Guan's hand and said, Su Bin, I have a boyfriend. Everyone's eyes landed on them. The young man, Su Bin, shook his head and said, Wanyu, I know that he's not really your boyfriend. You just brought him here as a shield. Hearing that, Mu Wanyu turned and kissed Ye Guan on the cheek. Her face was incredibly red as she stepped backward and dared not to meet Ye Guan's gaze. Whoa! The crowd gasped at the same time. Ye Guan was stunned as well. He didn't expect that Mu Wanyu would kiss him. Did she just take advantage of me? Su Bin's face turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but Ye Guan held Mu Wanyu's hand and said with a smile, let's go. Oh okay. Mu Wanyu nodded. Ye Guan pulled Mu Wanyu away, but a chopstick silently fell on the grass. Su Bin glared sinisterly at Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu's departing figures. Ye Guan suddenly turned to look at Su Bin. Su Bin was stunned, but he then smirked menacingly with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Swoosh! The chopstick on the grass abruptly flew up and pierced Su Bin's chin. Blood splattered everywhere, and the abrupt turn of events terrified everyone. However, Ye Guan remained calm as he pulled Mu Wanyu away. There was no way he would ever do something as stupid as letting go of someone he knew would attack him later. Ye Guan still preferred to eliminate all possible dangers before they could threaten his life. If he had let Su Bin go, Su Bin would have found a way to harm him or Mu Wanyu. Ye Guan would have no choice but to wallow in regret if that were to happen, and Ye Guan was well aware of that, which was why he would never allow it to happen. Su Bin's sudden death caused panic and chaos. Although Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu were already more than 10 meters away, some people still looked at Ye Guan. In the crowd, only Ye Guan had a motive for murder. Of course, there was no evidence. Mu Wanyu held Ye Guan's hand tightly without saying a word. Ye Guan smiled and asked, why are you so quiet? Mu Wanyu looked at Ye Guan and asked, did you kill him? Ye Guan nodded. Mu Wanyu had already guessed it, but hearing Ye Guan admit it still made Mu Wanyu tremble involuntarily. Why? Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan calmly said, to eliminate a possible danger. Mu Wanyu's voice trembled as she said, did you kill him because he liked me? Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. I had already rejected him? Why did you kill him? Why did you kill an innocent person? Ye Guan pondered briefly before sighing. He let go of Mu Wanyu's hand and said, Miss Mu, I truly appreciate your care toward me all this while, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. Ye Guan turned around and left without any explanation. Of course, it wasn't like Ye Guan didn't want to explain. Mu Wanyu had directly criticized him instead of asking him for the reason behind his decisive action. Ye Guan knew that an explanation would be useless, so he decided to leave. Mu Wanyu stood by herself in a daze, and there was a sense of profound loss in her heart. Ye Guan got into the secretary's car, and the car drove away. Ye Guan looked out the window, feeling complicated. Mu Wanyu's reaction wasn't strange in his eyes. After all, they belonged to two different worlds. The way they handled things was markedly different from each other. Kindness to enemies was ruthless to oneself. This was a universal law in Ye Guan's world. Mu Wanyu soon recovered from her daze and ran out of the school grounds, but Ye Guan was missing. Mu Wanyu stared blankly into space as panic slowly filled her heart. Just then, a woman and a middle-aged man walked up to Mu Wanyu from behind. The woman was dressed in a tight-fitting uniform, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her face was cold, and her appearance was no less stunning than Mu Wanyu's appearance, but her temperament was completely different from Mu Wanyu's. The woman exuded a cold aura capable of intimidating anyone. The middle-aged man was tall and muscular, and he looked intimidating. He gave off the impression that he was capable of knocking out a tiger with a single punch. The middle-aged man stared at Mu Wanyu before taking out an identification card. Miss Mu, we're from the Dragon Group, and we would like to talk to you. Mu Wanyu seemed confused. Soon, Mu Wanyu found herself in a room inside the academy. The woman sat down in front of Mu Wanyu and placed a smartphone in front of the latter. Whose phone is that? Mu Wanyu asked. The cold woman remained silent. The middle-aged man explained, Miss Mu, that's Su Bin's phone. Mu Wanyu frowned. Su Bin's. We looked into his phone and found that he made a call about an hour ago, the middle-aged man said. He picked up the smartphone, and soon Su Bin's voice echoed from the phone. You guys should just wait outside. If that woman doesn't accept my confession, I'll force myself on her tonight and wipe away that prideful demeanor of hers. Mu Wanyu was shocked. The middle-aged man looked at Mu Wanyu and asked, Miss Mu, Su Bin's killer is that young man who came with you today, right? Mu Wanyu shook her head, but her hands trembled ever so slightly. Before the middle-aged man could ask more questions, the cold woman took out a tablet and presented it to Mu Wanyu. A video was playing on the tablet, and it depicted Mu Wanyu, Jur, and Ye Guan. It wasn't strange that the cold woman had this recording, as the school grounds were riddled with surveillance cameras. The cold woman stared at Mu Wanyu and said, when Su Bin expressed his love to you, this young man showed no intentions to kill. However, he intentionally dropped a chopstick. When he pulled you away, he turned around to stare at Su Bin. Now, look at this, look at Su Bin's face here. Mu Wanyu stared at Su Bin's face in the video. The cold woman continued. Su Bin's eyes were full of killing intent here. The cold woman put the tablet away and stood up. Miss Mu, it has become clear to us that you don't know his true identity and strength, but I can tell you that he's extremely dangerous. He also knows to eliminate all possible dangers. Mu Wanyu trembled uncontrollably as she looked up at the cold woman. The cold woman asked, "What's wrong?" His answer was the same as yours. Mu Wanyu's voice trembled as she explained, "I asked him why he did it, and he told me that he did it to eliminate all possible dangers." The cold woman frowned slightly and asked, "How did you respond?" Mu Wanyu shook her head as tears welled up in her eyes. The cold woman stared at Mu Wanyu and shook her head. "You two are not from the same world." She then stood up and turned to leave with the middle-aged man. However, she seemed to have recalled something as she stopped and stared at the ring on Mu Wanyu's finger. "That ring," she muttered. Mu Wanyu lowered her head, and she looked like she had lost her soul as she muttered blankly, "He gave it to me." The cold woman stared intently at Mu Wanyu and said, "The ring on your hand is a legendary interspatial ring, and it's extremely precious. Hide it. In fact, you shouldn't wear it because you'll only bring trouble upon yourself by doing so." With that, she finally left with the middle-aged man. Mu Wanyu looked down at the ring on her finger and started crying. The middle-aged man looked at the cold woman and asked, "Should we go after him?" The cold woman's name was Xiao Xiao, and she shook her head, saying, "He's extremely dangerous, and we have no idea of his identity. It's going to be too dangerous for us to chase after him. Stay here, I'll go and meet him openly." "Didn't you just say that he's dangerous?" asked the middle-aged man. "He's dangerous, but he's not the type of person to kill randomly," Xiao Xiao calmly replied. "If Su Bin hadn't shown him killing intent, he would have lived. Anyway, I'll go ahead and meet him." Xiao Xiao left without waiting for the middle-aged man's reply. Xiao Shui glanced at Ye Guan through the rearview mirror and asked, "Mr. Ye, are we heading back to Purple County?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No, where are we going?" Xiao Shui asked. Ye Guan thought about it before replying, "Let's go to Yanjing." Yanjing? Xiao Shui was so stunned that she accidentally stepped harder on the accelerator and almost collided with the car in front of her. She quickly slowed down and said, "Mr. Ye, we can't take this car to Yanjing." Ye Guan was confused. "Why not?" Xiao Shui replied, "There's not enough gas." "Not enough gas?" Ye Guan asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Shui had no idea what to say. Mr. Ye looked perfectly fine, but he would sometimes say the weirdest things. Of course, Xiao Shui wasn't really surprised, as she was aware of how it hadn't been that long since Ye Guan had been involved in an accident. Xiao Shui patiently explained and finally understood the identity of gas. Gas was like spiritual energy. Cultivators needed spiritual energy as sustenance, while cars needed gas. Xiao Shui then said, "Mr. Ye, Yanjing is very far from here, and we'll need to take a flight to get there. Moreover, you don't have an identification card. You have to resolve that issue first before anything else." "Okay." Ye Guan nodded. He was a bit reluctant, but he had no choice but to compromise. After all, there was truly no other way but to wait. It wasn't like could hop onto his sword and fly to Yanjing. "Wait, fly on my sword?" Ye Guan's eyes widened, and he asked, "Miss, where can I buy a sword here?" Xiao Shui glanced at Ye Guan through the rearview mirror and asked, "Mr. Ye, do you want to buy a sword?" Ye Guan nodded. "Give me a moment," Xiao Shui said and looked up something on her smartphone. "Found it," she exclaimed. Ye Guan smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Xiao Shui replied. Xiao Shui brought Ye Guan to a manor. Ye Guan looked up at the manor named 10,000 Swords Manor and saw two colossal swords standing upright at the entrance of the manor. Xiao Shui decided to wait outside for Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked into the manor, and an old man greeted him. The old man appeared to be in his twilight years, but he seemed as spirited as a middle-aged man. He stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "I'm here to buy a sword," Ye Guan said. The old man looked at him and asked, "You're here to buy a sword?" Ye Guan nodded. The old man shook his head and replied, "The swords here aren't for sale." Ye Guan was stunned. The old man smiled. "The swords here are a part of my personal collection, and I'm not selling them." "I see," Ye Guan said and turned around to leave. The old man called out, "Wait." Ye Guan turned to look at the old man. The old man asked, "Are you familiar with swords?" "I wouldn't say that." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "But I do know how to wield one." The old man grew excited. "You know how to wield a sword?" Ye Guan nodded. "Can you show me?" the old man asked. Ye Guan stared deeply at the old man and replied, "Of course." The old man was about to fetch a sword when a woman walked out from the inner courtyard. She was dressed in a white gown, and her face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of clear and bright eyes. Ye Guan was surprised to see her because her attire closely resembled what women wore in the Guanxian universe. The woman was holding two swords, and she walked slowly to the old man. The old man picked up one sword, and the woman approached Ye Guan, holding the other sword. She looked at Ye Guan, and her rosy lips slightly parted to say, "Please." Ye Guan smiled faintly. "Thank you." He reached out to take the sword from the woman. Once his hand gripped the hilt, he closed his eyes. "I'm finally holding a sword again?" A surge of fury suddenly welled in Ye Guan's heart. He was furious that he was being suppressed in his own territory. It was a complete and utter humiliation. What if he simply accepted the fact that the culprit was stronger than him? "No." Ye Guan suddenly looked up. "Regardless of your identity, I'm going to kill you today." He roared and slashed out with the sword in his hand. A terrifying sword intent took to the sky, and it seemed capable of tearing apart both heaven and earth. On a lakeside somewhere, a man in white suddenly came to a halt. He looked up and sensed an overwhelming battle intent targeted toward him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his face instantly darkened upon hearing Ye Guan's declaration. How dare you say that you'll kill your own father? You unfilial son. He waved his hand, and the lady in a plain skirt smiled next to him. Let me help you, she said and waved her hand as well. Two mysterious torrents of energy plummeted toward the 10,000 Swords Manor and struck Ye Guan's sword intent. Crackle! A crisp noise akin to shattering glass echoed as Ye Guan's sword intent collapsed upon making contact with the domineering torrents of energy. Ye Guan's eyes glazed over, and he looked as if he had been struck by a hammer as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! So there are two of them, Ye Guan muttered before losing consciousness. The old man and the woman stared in disbelief at Ye Guan. The woman's eyes were wide open. Sword intent? It was her first time witnessing such a terrifying sword intent. The young man's sword intent was so strong it seemed capable of destroying the world. Who is he? The woman's heart welled up with tumultuous emotions. The old man's expression was grave as he said, what a dreadful sword intent. I reckon that even the ancestors of the Shushan sword sect don't have such a terrifying sword intent. The woman nodded, her gaze was fixed on Ye Guan, and her eyes were filled with a mixture of astonishment and perplexity. Did he suffer a backlash? I don't know, the old man said with a shake of his head. He then turned to the woman and asked, what should we do next, miss? The woman stared quietly at Ye Guan for a moment before saying, first of all, let's attend to his injuries. The old man nodded, and the two helped Ye Guan to a quiet courtyard. The woman hesitated briefly while staring at the young man on the mat. She extended two fingers and held them horizontally in front of the young man's nose. Moments later, she sighed in relief the young man was still breathing. The old man's expression remained serious as he said, I didn't expect that I'd encounter a master here. Perhaps the sword of the Xianyuan clan will accept him. The woman remained quiet. The old man was about to say something, but Ye Guan's eyes abruptly shot wide open. He flinched upon seeing the old man and the woman, but he quickly looked around. Am I in the 10,000 Swords Manor? He asked. The woman nodded. Yes, you are? Ye Guan attempted to sit up but was astonished to find his entire body emitting waves of pain and numbness. He felt like he had just finished an extremely exhausting workout. Ye Guan's face darkened. He was on the verge of shattering the seal in him, but someone else appeared to suppress him. In other words, there were two culprits behind the seal on the entire planet. Ye Guan felt wronged. Still, he could only sigh to himself and admit that he was too weak to fight the two culprits. If he were to remain weak forever, would that mean he would be suppressed indefinitely? Ye Guan closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. He did not want to give up. Just then, the old man asked, may I know your name? Ye Guan snapped back to reality and replied, my name is Ye Guan. Yeah. The old man and the woman exchanged glances. The Ye clan wasn't one of the four major clans of Yanjing. Ye Guan wanted to get up, but his legs were too weak to support his weight. Ye Guan sighed once more and realized that he had narrowly avoided death. The assailants had held back against him. Otherwise, he would have died earlier. The woman suddenly produced a small pill and handed it to Ye Guan. Mr. Ye. Ye Guan examined the pill and asked, what is that? It's an energy recovery pill. As its name states, it restores your energy, the woman replied. Ye Guan cupped his fist to express his gratitude before taking away the pill and consuming it. The pill instantly melted into a thin layer of spiritual energy inside his body. Miss, did that pill contain spiritual energy? Ye Guan asked. The woman nodded. Ye Guan's expression changed slightly. Spiritual energy was scarce here, so the pill he had just consumed had to be extremely precious. Miss, that pill must have been precious, Ye Guan said while staring at the woman. That pill was just a tiny gesture of appreciation on my end, you don't have to worry about it, the woman replied with a shake of her head. I'll remember this favor, Ye Guan replied with a smile. The woman didn't reply, but the old man seemed delighted. A pill in exchange for a master's elite was nothing. Ye Guan recovered quickly after absorbing the energy recovery pill. He stood up and glanced outside, noting the darkening sky. I'm leaving, Ye Guan said and turned around to leave. Mr. Ye, the woman called out and said, you said earlier that you came here to buy a sword. Do you still want a sword? Yes. Ye Guan nodded. The woman nodded and opened her palm. A magical scene happened afterward as a sword materialized slowly over her palm. The sword was 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. It emitted a cold air, and the cold gleam on its blade was enough to send a shiver down the spine of those staring at it. The woman extended the sword over to Ye Guan and said, this sword's name is Yungzio, and this sword is my gift to you, please accept it. The old man looked at the woman. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he decided to refrain from doing so in the end. Ye Guan stared at the sword. He opened his palm, and the sword flew toward his hand with just a thought on his end. The woman's pupils constricted at the sight, and the old man was visibly astonished. Inspecting the sword, Ye Guan could see that it was way inferior to the Qingshan sword and the Path sword. Of course, a sword of this caliber had to be a treasured sword in Huaxia. Ye Guan stared at the woman and asked, is this your personal sword? The woman nodded. Ye Guan frowned. Why do you want to give this to me? I believe the sword suits you better than me, the woman replied calmly. Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before he smiled. What's your name? My name is Xianyuan Ling, the woman replied. Ye Guan nodded, and his gaze landed on Xianyuan Ling's ring. Does that ring have a space inside of it to store objects? Yes, it does, Xianyuan Ling replied. Can you hand it over to me? Ye Guan asked. Xianyuan took off the ring on her hand and handed it over to Ye Guan. He was stunned upon seeing that the ring truly had a space inside of it, but the space inside of it was just a few cubic meters, which was exceptionally small when it came to storage rings. He also had to use a bit more spiritual energy to open it compared to storage rings. Looking at Xianyuan, Ye Guan asked, "Can you give it to me?" Xianyuan nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan laughed heartily and said, "Give me a paper and a pen." The old man was puzzled upon hearing that, but Xianyuan bowed deeply toward Ye Guan and exclaimed, "Many thanks, senior." The old man snapped back to reality at Xianyuan words. He turned around and left to fetch a piece of paper and a pen. Ye Guan picked up the pen and started writing. Xianyuan eyes brightened upon seeing the words Ye Guan had written on the piece of paper. Ye Guan's strokes were vigorous and powerful, each stroke was like a sword, and the pen appeared to carry his domineering sword intent. Soon, Ye Guan finished writing. He put down the pen and turned to Xianyuan before saying, "Miss Ling, the mnemonics for a cultivation method and a sword art is written on this piece of paper. However, everything still depends on your fate." Xianyuan bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Many thanks, senior." Ye Guan smiled and corrected her. "Just call me Ye Guan, I'm not that old, anyway." Xianyuan hesitated briefly before saying, alright. Farewell." Ye Guan said and turned around to leave. Xianyuan stared at Ye Guan's departing figure and muttered, "Yeah, Guan." Ye Guan turned. Xianyuan explained, "Can you leave me your contact information?" "Contact information?" Ye Guan pondered briefly over what she meant before saying, "Sure." He took out the phone Suzy had bought for him and handed it over to Xianyuan. "Do it yourself," he said. Xianyuan glanced at Ye Guan before taking the phone. Xianyuan swiftly navigated to the contacts section of the phone and was stunned to see that there was only one name in Ye Guan's contact list, Suzy. Xianyuan glanced at Ye Guan before entering her own number in Ye Guan's contact list and returning the phone. Ye Guan put the phone away and smiled. "I'll see you later if fate permits it." With that, Ye Guan finally left. When Ye Guan disappeared from their line of sight, the old man turned to Xianyuan and asked, "Miss, why did you not ask him to become your mentor? That was a rare opportunity, and you may have missed it." "Why would I?" Xianyuan calmly asked, "Isn't it better for us to be friends?" The old man had no idea what to say. Xianyuan closed her eyes slowly and muttered, "Suzy, the Su Corporation? Right, isn't the day after tomorrow her birthday? I remember that Sumyu had sent us an invitation to her birthday." The old man nodded, "Yes, but you declined." "Tell them that I'll be there," Xianyuan said. The old man nodded. "All right." Xianyuan turned around and started walking away with a trembling heart while holding a piece of paper. The mnemonics of the sword art and cultivation method Ye Guan had written earlier were on the piece of paper. A glance was enough for Xianyuan to determine that Ye Guan had written a priceless cultivation method and sword art. Xianyuan felt as though her heart was about to burst out of her chest. The Xianyuan clan's rise was nigh. Ye Guan saw that Xiao Shui was still waiting for him in the car. He hurriedly got into the car, and Xiao Shui immediately asked, "Mr. Ye, are we going back to Purple County?" Ye Guan thought for a moment and shook his head. "No." Xiao Shui asked, "Where are we going, then?" "Just find me a place to stay," Ye Guan replied. Xiao Shui glanced at Ye Guan through the rearview mirror and said, "I'll arrange a room for you, Mr. Ye. I believe in you." Ye Guan nodded. Xiao Shui nodded lightly and said, "Thank you." The car drove off and disappeared into the night. Soon, Xiao Shui's brows were furrowed. "Someone is following us, right?" Ye Guan asked. Xiao Shui nodded without saying anything. "Stop the car," Ye Guan said. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment before asking, "Should I inform?" "No need." Ye Guan interrupted with a smile, "Just pull over." "Okay." Xiao Shui could only nod and pull over. Ye Guan glanced at Xiao Shui and said, "Wait for me, it won't take long." Xiao Shui cast a confused gaze upon Ye Guan. Ye Guan stood on the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. They were in a secluded area with sparse traffic and few pedestrians. Just then, a car pulled over not too far away from Ye Guan, and a middle-aged man alighted from the car. The middle-aged man was none other than Miwa from the Future Clan, and as usual, he was carrying a broadsword on his back. Miwa stopped a few meters away from Ye Guan and asked, "Were you waiting for me?" Instead of replying, Ye Guan opened his palm, and a sword shot out like lightning from his palm. Miwa's eyes constricted. He reached out for his broadsword, but the sword had already pierced his forehead. Blood spilled on the ground as Miwa's head cracked open from the forehead. Miwa's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? It didn't make sense for him to die just like this. Ye Guan walked up to Miwa and searched the latter's corpse. Ye Guan found a few dollars and an ATM card, but he found no spirit stones. Ye Guan cast a disappointed gaze at Miwa and asked, "How come you're so poor?" He then stood up and started walking away. "Wait." Ye Guan stopped upon recalling something and asked, "How much did the Li family pay you?" "How do you?" Miwa unconsciously blurted out, and he stopped mid-sentence upon realizing that Ye Guan had just fished out a crucial piece of information out of him. Ye Guan didn't respond and continued walking away. Miwa slowly fell to the ground. He refused to close his eyes and greet death, as he was dissatisfied by how he had perished. It was unfair. He had yet to even pull out his broadsword. Miwa recalled something and took out his phone to send a final text message. "Ye Guan killed me. Avenge me." Mu's text instantly reached the phones of the members of the future clan. Ye Guan got into the car and said, "Let's go to the Li family." Xiao Shue's voice was trembling as she asked, "The Li family? What are we doing there?" "Damage control," Ye Guan replied calmly, "so we have to move quickly." Xiao Shue looked puzzled and confused. She was just about to ask him a question, but Ye Guan pushed open the door and stepped outside. He stood on the roadside, seemingly waiting for someone. Soon, a woman dressed in a tight-fitting uniform walked up to him. The woman was none other than Xiao Xiao of the Dragon Group. Ye Guan stared at Xiao Xiao and bent his knees slightly to make a move when Xiao Xiao said, "I'm not from the Li family." Ye Guan stood up straight at Xiao Xiao's remark. Xiao Xiao stared at Ye Guan with an extremely wary look. She saw Ye Guan kill Mu in the blink of an eye. Yes, Ye Guan instantly killed a powerful 6th stage elite of the Yeoguang realm. Ye Guan looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Why are you here?" Xiao Xiao spoke in a deep voice, "I'm here because of Su Bin." Su Bin? Ye Guan frowned. Xiao Xiao explained, "Mr. Ye, you have violated the laws of Huaxia." Ye Guan stared at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Is it because I killed Su Bin?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "I violated the law because I killed a bad guy." Ye Guan chuckled. "He was a bad guy, and you didn't do anything wrong in my eyes," Xiao Xiao replied. "Are you trying to buy time for your reinforcements to come?" asked Ye Guan. Xiao Xiao's pupils constricted. She stepped back several times and cast a wary gaze upon Ye Guan. Ye Guan said, "Miss, there's no killing intent in your eyes. In other words, you don't want to kill me, you simply want to capture me. Forgive my bluntness, but you're not strong enough to capture me. Let your friends leave, or else they'll sacrifice themselves in vain." Having said that, Ye Guan turned and started walking away. "Wait!" Xiao Xiao shouted. Ye Guan pivoted, meeting Xiao Xiao's gaze. Xiao Xiao took a moment to compose herself before saying, "Mr. Ye, the laws of Huaxia must be followed, and murder is illegal here, so I must arrest you, even though Su Bin deserved to die." Ye Guan stared intently at Xiao Xiao. Undeterred, Xiao Xiao said, "Mr. Ye, my apologies, but I must do my duty." Swoosh! A sword appeared a few centimeters away from Xiao Xiao's forehead before she could even make a move. Xiao Xiao froze and dared not to move. Her gaze was unwittingly transfixed on Ye Guan. "Miss, if I want to give you the chance to leave, are you going to take it?" Ye Guan asked. Xiao Xiao bowed and acknowledged the difference in their strength. "Thank you for sparing my life, Mr. Ye," she said and departed without a moment's hesitation. Ye Guan found himself bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He couldn't quite believe that Xiao Xiao had come here to try and capture him when he had simply killed a villain. Ye Guan sighed helplessly and returned to the car. Ye Guan had just entered the car when his phone rang. He answered the call, and Suziai's voice echoed from the speakers. "Don't act hastily. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Ye Guan cast a glance at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shue's expression was grim as she explained, "Mr. Ye, considering the gravity of the matter, I felt compelled to inform Miss." Ye Guan nodded. "I don't blame you." Xiao Shui instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Shortly afterward, a car pulled up next to the car where Ye Guan was seated. Suziai alighted from the other car and joined Ye Guan. She stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Did the Li family send someone to eliminate you?" Ye Guan nodded. Suziai's face immediately became a bit cold. "I'm going to the Li family," Ye Guan announced. "Are you sure about that?" Suziai asked. Ye Guan nodded and explained, "I prefer to settle scores as soon as possible." "I'll go with you," Suziai suggested. Ye Guan's expression flickered in hesitation, but Suziai insisted, "I'll go with you." Suziai stared at Ye Guan with a steadfast gaze. "All right." Ye Guan agreed with a faint smile. The engine hummed as the car drove off. Soon, they arrived at the Li residence. A dozen Li family guards rushed toward the car, but before any words could be exchanged, Ye Guan opened his comm. With a swish, a sword darted out and swiftly incapacitated the bodyguards. Suziai was visibly taken aback. She glanced at Ye Guan but refrained from commenting. "Let's go," Ye Guan said. They entered the Li residence and reached the main hall. Li Mingbo was seated in the main hall, and when he saw Ye Guan, he opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. A sword had pierced his forehead, and Li Mingbo died with his eyes wide open. He didn't even get to speak, not to mention explain. Ye Guan turned around and pulled Suziai away with him. Someone like Li Mingbo didn't deserve to talk to him. Ye Guan and Suziai strolled along a secluded path outside the Li residence rather than immediately returning to the car. "You can ask me anything," Ye Guan said from out of nowhere. Suziai's inquisitive gaze landed on Ye Guan. "Are you sure?" Ye Guan nodded. Silence descended upon the two, but Suziai shattered it with a chuckle. "I think I'm not going to ask you any questions about yourself." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Why's that?" Suziai smiled gently and responded, "You're a good person in my eyes, and you've been kind to me." "Have I really been kind to you?" Ye Guan asked. "Yes." Suziai nodded. "You've been very kind to me." Ye Guan chortled, and the duo continued their stroll into the distance. For Ye Guan, the serene ambience was a welcome contrast, and Ye Guan felt like he had truly understood what it meant to live. His daily life in the Guanxian universe revolved around either cultivation or fighting, and he wasn't really living back there. He was simply trying to survive. His arrival here seemed to have vanquished his worries, and he felt like he had become nothing but an ordinary person. He couldn't help but wonder if his life would have been better if his father had left him behind in Milky Way. Suziai examined Ye Guan with curiosity in her eyes. Ye Guan exuded an air of kindness, but he could seamlessly transition into an intimidating figure, especially in front of his enemies. His treatment of others was the exact reflection of how they were treating him. After a while, Suziai asked, Xiao Shui mentioned that you want to visit Yanjing. Ye Guan nodded. Did you and Wanyo have a disagreement today? Suziai asked while staring deeply at Ye Guan, curious about his reply. Ye Guan fell into contemplation, and he shook his head gently in the end. A light smile hung on his lips as he said, it wasn't really a disagreement. I'm not sure how to put it. Let's just say that we're not from the same world. We handle things differently, so. Ye Guan shook his head again and smiled wryly. Let's talk about something else. By the way, the day after tomorrow is your birthday, right? Suziai's eyes lit up as she nodded and asked, yes, you're going, right? Ye Guan chuckled and said, I'll definitely be there. Hehe. Suziai grinned and beamed with joy. Just then, Ye Guan brought up another topic. How did the business talk with Miss Gu go? It went swimmingly. Suziai smiled. We're going to Yanjing together after my birthday. You're going with them? Ye Guan asked. Yes, of course. Suziai nodded. If you don't want to go with them, we can go just by ourselves. We can just go together, Ye Guan replied. Sure, why not? Suziai replied with a smile. Just like that, the two continued their stroll. Suziai suddenly came to a halt upon realizing something. Wait, she exclaimed. Ye Guan was puzzled. Suziai took out a small box and handed it to Ye Guan. Open it. It's my gift to you? Ye Guan opened the box and was astonished. What is this thing? It's a razor. Suziai grinned. What's a razor? Ye Guan was confused. It was his first time hearing the word. Suziai chuckled and stroked Ye Guan's chin. You've grown a beard, she said. Ye Guan fell silent. The seal on his cultivation base and fleshly body had transformed him into an ordinary person who would get hungry, get sick, and die. Of course, it also involved growing a beard. He was a growing young man, after all. Suziai's remark made Ye Guan realize that he had truly become an ordinary person. Ye Guan sighed to himself. He felt like the people who had sealed him had some grudge against him. Could it really be his father? Ye Guan quickly dismissed the notion, deeming it highly improbable. After all, how could a father harbor ill intentions towards his own son? Ye Guan was convinced that the culprits were that great Daoist brushmaster and one of his lackeys. Suziai pulled Ye Guan to a nearby stone bench and made him take a seat. She took out the razor from the box and said, Stay still, I'll help you. Suziai got to work, and the two got closer and closer to each other, creating a pinkish atmosphere. Their breaths intermingled, and the tension made Suziai nervous as well as her hand started trembling. I can do it myself, Ye Guan said upon sensing her nervousness. Suziai glanced at him and said, I'm sure you've forgotten how to do this. Otherwise, you would have done it by yourself long ago. Anyway, don't move and don't speak. I might accidentally hurt you if you do. Ye Guan smiled. All right. Suziai's movements were fine and measured, so it took her quite a while to finish the job. Suziai took out a tissue and cleaned Ye Guan's chin. Your skin is even better than a woman's skin. Suziai pointed out. One day, I'll teach you how to make your skin look this good, Ye Guan said with a smile. Suziai's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Yep. Ye Guan nodded. Absolutely. Just then, Suziai bent over and gave Ye Guan a gentle kiss on the forehead. She had moved as fast as lightning that Ye Guan couldn't react at all. When he realized it, Suziai had already taken a few steps backward. Suziai blinked with her cheeks slightly flushed, and she hurriedly explained, that was a wholesome kiss. It's a custom in Huaxia, and you give it to someone you really are thankful for. It doesn't have any other meaning. Miss Ye Guan started. However, Xiao Shui suddenly appeared in the distance. Xiao Shui approached Suziai with a smartphone in hand and said, Miss, the old master is calling. Xiao Shui handed the phone over to Suziai. Suziai answered the call and had a brief conversation with her grandfather. Turning to Ye Guan, she said, there are some matters in the corporation that require my attention, and I have to go to Yanjing to handle them personally. You're going to Yanjing with me, right? How about staying in our ancestral home? I think I'll pass on visiting your family. Ye Guan chuckled and smiled wryly. It feels a bit awkward to go to your ancestral home just like that. Is that so? Where are you going to stay? Suziai asked. Purple County. Ye Guan shook his head and turned to Xiao Shui. Miss Xiao told me that she had arranged a room for me, he said. Suziai hesitated upon hearing that, but she eventually nodded. All right. Suziai turned around to leave. Wait. Ye Guan exclaimed. He held up the razor and smiled. Thanks for the gift. Suziai frowned and said firmly, You're welcome. That was my last thank you, Ye Guan said playfully. Next time, there won't be any thanks. Suziai chuckled and smiled sweetly before waving her hand at Ye Guan and leaving. Ye Guan soon left with Xiao Shui. Mu Wanyu sat in a daze on the sofa in the living room of her shared apartment in Purple County. She didn't participate in the graduation party after Ye Guan's departure and had been waiting for him to return since early in the afternoon. It was already late in the evening, but Ye Guan was still missing. Tears suddenly rolled down Mu Wanyu's face. She looked down at the ring on her hand in a daze, looking as if she had lost her soul. Mu Wanyu was well aware that one had to hold firmly on to certain people or one would lose them forever. With Xiao Shui's help, Ye Guan settled into a hotel. Ye Guan sat down cross-legged on the bed and began circulating the universe beholdment skill. He was absorbing spiritual energy from his surroundings, but the spiritual energy was extremely scarce. If it weren't for the universe beholdment skill, he wouldn't have been able to absorb any spiritual energy at all. Strangely, he discovered that he couldn't use the profound energy that he had accumulated inside of him but could use the newly converted profound energy he had gathered from the scarce spiritual energy of Huaxia. A peculiar realization dawned upon him. He was starting to get convinced that the seal was the work of his father. Was this his father's plan for him to make a breakthrough? Ye Guan looked out the window. A bright moon hung in the night sky, casting an otherworldly glow. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes. In the past, his cultivation methods involved meditation and combat, with no other forms of practice. However, his time in Huaxia had made him realize that life itself could be a form of cultivation. His life had been too fast-paced. His life here was exponentially slower than his life in the Guanxian universe. Now, he enjoyed having breakfast. He liked to go shopping, and he liked money. The Milky Way was great. Ye Guan smiled. Waves of sword intent emanated from him, passing through the window and drifting toward the sky. However, a mysterious force suppressed his sword intent once more. Ye Guan, however, remained unperturbed. He looked up and chuckled. Damn you, I really want to see just how long you can keep unsealing me. Boom! Suddenly, the same mysterious force struck Ye Guan. He keeled over and collapsed to the ground. Fuck! Ye Guan cursed before losing consciousness. Suziai and Sumyu sat facing each other in the Su residence. Sumyu looked at Suziai with a grave look. Li Mingbo is dead. Suziai nodded calmly. I know. Sumyu asked, did he do it? Suziai nodded once again. Sumyu went silent. Suziai looked at Sumyu and asked, Grandpa, are you worried? Sumyu's expression was complex. I am worried about you. Suziai was puzzled. Sumyu sighed softly. Child, he is not an ordinary person. Yes, Suziai nodded and said, I know. He must be a martial artist, perhaps even a legendary cultivator. Sumyu muttered. Suziai was silent, but her hands slowly balled into fists. Sumyu wanted to say more, but Suziai smiled and said, Grandpa, don't worry. After a brief silence, Sumyu sighed and replied, well, he's not a bad person. He has a good heart, and he treats you sincerely. He is a blessing to our family. Sumyu's years of experience told him that Suziai and Ye Guan weren't from the same world. Ye Guan was a ruthless character capable of killing those daring enough to show even the tiniest trace of killing intent toward him. Suziai smiled and said, Grandpa, he's very kind. He has always reassured me, and his intentions toward me are pure. Suziai recalled the time when she purposely got drunk. Back then, she thought he would take advantage of her, and she had even braced herself for it. However, Ye Guan didn't take advantage of her. I don't think I should take off the clothes of a woman I'm not ready to take care of for her entire life. Ye Guan's words were still vivid in Suziai's mind, and his words on that fateful night had left an indelible mark on her heart. Sumyu smiled at Suziai's words and said, anyway, the two of you should handle your own matters. I will not interfere whatsoever. Okay. Suziai nodded. Just then, Sumyu's expression turned serious. An esteemed guest will visit us on your birthday. An esteemed guest? Suziai asked, sounding curious. Sumyu nodded and explained, yes, she's Miss Xianyuan Ling from the Xianyuan clan in Yanjing. I sent her an invitation without expecting anything. I also haven't heard a reply from her for her until today. She said that she's coming to your birthday party. The Xianyuan clan? Suziai's expression became serious. They were one of the 4 major clans in Yanjing. Their willingness to come was undoubtedly a great honor for the Su clan one. There must be a reason behind her reply. I mean, she hasn't replied for the longest time until now, right? Suziai asked. That's right, Sumyu said with a nod. We are unaware of the reason, but she has decided to give us a lot of face by coming to your birthday party. We should treat her well when the time comes. Suziai nodded. Of course. Sumyu hesitated for a moment before saying, the Wang clan is coming as well. Oh, Suziai acknowledged nonchalantly. Sumyu smiled bitterly without saying anything. The two decided to talk a bit more, and Suziai eventually left the hall. Back in her room, she couldn't quite sleep as she lay on her bed. She took out her phone and sent a text message to Ye Guan, are you awake? Suziai received no response, but Suziai decided to wait. 10 minutes later, there was still no response. Suziai held her phone tightly, waiting patiently for a reply. However, Ye Guan still hadn't replied even after 30 minutes, and Suziai was starting to feel concerned. After a brief hesitation, Suziai dialed Suziai's number, but the automated reply told her that the phone was unattended. A sudden sense of unease gripped her heart, and she jumped up the bed. Xiao Shui, let's go to the hotel, she cried out into her phone. The door to Ye Guan's room was flung open, and Suziai rushed in. Suziai turned pale upon seeing Ye Guan on the ground. She ran over to him and asked with a trembling voice, what happened to you? She reached for her phone to call an ambulance, but Ye Guan opened his eyes and muttered, and nothing. Suziai let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ye Guan was awake. What happened to you? She asked. Ye Guan smiled bitterly and said, I got beaten up. Suziai was stunned. Beaten up? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Suziai asked, who did it? Ye Guan sighed. I'm not sure as well. In reality, he had cursed at the mysterious assailants to test out something. Now, Ye Guan was convinced that one of the mysterious assailants was his father. Ye Guan knew that he had to be more careful with his words in the future. Who gave you such a severe beating? Suziai was angry. This is too much. You can't even move. It's my fault. Ye Guan quickly grabbed Suziai's hand and said, really? Suziai's face blushed slightly, and she replied, I'll take you to the hospital. Ye Guan shook his head and said, no need, I just need some rest. Suziai nodded slightly. I'll stay with you. Ye Guan agreed. Okay. Ye Guan closed his eyes to recuperate while in Suziai's embrace. Suziai had found Ye Guan devoid of his upper clothing, revealing a scar on his chest. Suziai was struck by an epiphany upon seeing the scar. The shape and the size of the scar allowed Suziai to deduce that it had to have been the scar from the bullet Ye Guan had taken for Suziai. Suziai stroked the scar gently and asked with a trembling voice, it must have been painful when you got shot. Ye Guan opened his eyes and saw that tears had welled up in Suziai's eyes. Ye Guan smiled lightly and said, that was nothing compared to my life before. Suziai stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, have you been suffering back then? Ye Guan chuckled and smiled wryly. I had to ignite my fleshly body and soul just to survive. Suziai didn't exactly understand what Ye Guan was talking about, but she could sense that Ye Guan wasn't lying. Realizing that, she unconsciously hugged Ye Guan even tighter. Ye Guan turned to look out of the window. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky. Yanjing? Ye Guan closed his eyes and wondered if he could meet his father and his plain-skirt aunt in Yanjing. After a while, Ye Guan drifted off to sleep in Suziai's arms. Just then, Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared. Suziai's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, who are you? Ignoring Suziai, Xiao Xiao looked at Ye Guan and gasped, he's injured. Suziai turned Ye Guan away from Xiao Xiao and glared at the latter. Her hand wrapped discreetly around a gun inside her bag. Sumyu had provided Suziai with a gun after the recent attempt on her life. However, Xiao Xiao continued to ignore Suziai and stared intently at Ye Guan. She had arrived here quickly, as she had been secretly tailing Ye Guan. She considered Ye Guan an extremely dangerous individual, and the higher UPS of the Dragon Group were still investigating Ye Guan's background. Ye Guan seemed injured, and Xiao Xiao realized that the best time to capture him would be now. Should I capture him or not? Xiao Xiao grappled with her internal dilemma as she kept a wary eye on Ye Guan. Despite her reservations and wariness toward Ye Guan, she knew that this might be the best chance to apprehend him. On the sidelines, Suziai remained on high alert. Xiao Xiao took out a small white jade bottle and placed it in front of Suziai. This will treat his injuries. Give it to him. Suziai was stunned. Xiao Xiao glanced at Ye Guan and declared, I harbor no ill intentions toward him. In the end, Xiao Xiao decided to let Ye Guan go. Her intuition was telling her that Ye Guan was a cultivator. If her intuition were right, the Dragon Group wouldn't be able to handle him. A cultivator could only be dealt with using diplomatic methods. Moreover, Ye Guan seemed reasonable. If she took advantage of his vulnerability but failed to subdue him, both she and the Dragon Group would have to face the consequences of angering a cultivator. It was crucial for people in her line of work to remain observant at all times. They had to be able to make sound judgments when necessary and make more friends than enemies. Suziai picked up the white jade bottle but remained cautious. Xiao Xiao glanced at Suziai and said, Miss So, he's my boyfriend, Suziai said after a brief hesitation. Boyfriend? Xiao Xiao was surprised, and her expression turned oddly complex. Suziai noticed that and frowned. What? Do you not like it? Xiao Xiao did a double take at Suziai and opened her palm. A golden card fell in front of Suziai. That card contains my contact information, Miss Se, Xiao Xiao explained. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. With that, Xiao Xiao turned around and left. Suziai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ye Guan suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the door. If Xiao Xiao had made a move, it would have been her final mistake. Outside the door, a middle-aged man blocked Xiao Xiao's path. His face was clouded with dissatisfaction as he asked, why did you give up? Xiao Xiao remained silent for a moment before saying, he's a cultivator. The middle-aged man froze. Xiao Xiao shook her head slightly and added, we martial artists cannot contend with cultivators. If we can't beat them, we can just make allies out of them. The middle-aged man stayed silent. As he was a part of the Dragon Group, he was well aware of a cultivator's strength. One So clan from now on? In the tranquil room, Suziai's eyes softened when she saw Ye Guan wake up. She quickly embraced him and asked tenderly, are you okay? Ye Guan shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the white jade bottle in Suziai's hand. She was still somewhat hesitant, but Ye Guan smiled reassuringly and said, let me have a look. Suziai nodded and opened the white jade bottle, revealing 2 pills inside. Ye Guan examined its contents, and Ye Guan smelled one. It's fine. Suziai quickly took out a pill and fed it to Ye Guan. The pill lacked spiritual energy, but it was still pretty effective. Ye Guan stood up slowly with Suziai's support, and he ambled to the edge of the bed. With a sigh, he sat down on the mattress. He decided not to challenge the seal again unless necessary. The recent attempt had left him quite miserable. Seemingly recalling something, Ye Guan turned to look at Suziai beside him. You should go back, he said with a gentle smile. Suziai shook her head and said, I won't feel at ease just leaving you here. Ye Guan reassured her. I'm fine now. Your birthday is coming soon, and we're going to Yanjing immediately afterward. I'm sure you must be busy handling your affairs. Despite that, Suzy shook her head and insisted on staying. Oh, you want to stay here that badly? Ye Guan teased. Do you want to sleep with me? Suzy's face was instantly red. However, a mischievous spark ignited in her heart, and she suddenly looked up at Ye Guan with a grin. Sure. Ye Guan was astonished. Observing Ye Guan's reaction, Suzy playfully scolded, you are a thief at heart, but you lack the courage to commit the act. Saying that, she walked up to the sofa and lied down there. Let's sleep. Oh okay. Ye Guan nodded and closed his eyes. He soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Suzy found herself lying in bed. A sudden realization shocked her awake, and she turned to find Ye Guan lying on the sofa. Just in time, Ye Guan opened his eyes and smiled. You're awake. Yes, Suzy replied with a nod. Ye Guan chuckled and said, let's go have some breakfast. Suzy smiled warmly and agreed. Sure. After freshening up, the two left the room. Following a satisfying breakfast, they parted ways, as Suzy had many things to attend to. Left all alone at the hotel entrance, Ye Guan seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma. Suzy's birthday was tomorrow. What gift should I give her? A thought jumped to his head, and Ye Guan suddenly said, come out. As his words fell, a woman emerged from the side. She was Xiao Xiao, but today, she wasn't wearing her uniform. Instead, she wore a tight-fitting sweater dress that accentuated her curves, making her radiate a captivating allure. Ye Guan looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, you're still following me? Xiao Xiao fixed her gaze on Ye Guan and explained, I want to talk to you. Sure. Ye Guan nodded and said, let's talk while walking. I also have something to ask you. Silence enveloped the two as they walked down the street. Ye Guan broke the silence. Ask away. Xiao Xiao looked at Ye Guan and asked, can I ask anything? Ye Guan nodded. I can't guarantee that I'll answer. After a brief silence, Xiao Xiao asked, are you a cultivator? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xiao Xiao's expression turned grim. He really is a cultivator? Suppressing the shock in her heart, Xiao Xiao asked again, why are you here? I'm here to inherit the family business. Ye Guan revealed. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Ye Guan glanced at her and asked, you're from the Dragon Group? Xiao Xiao nodded. Is the Dragon Group a kind of law enforcement here? Ye Guan asked. Yes, Xiao Xiao affirmed. Have you ever considered cultivating? Ye Guan asked. Startled, Xiao Xiao hesitated before asking, is that a possibility? Ye Guan assured her with a nod. It is. Xiao Xiao sounded serious as she asked, what are your conditions? I want you to help me handle matters I'd rather avoid, Ye Guan replied. Xiao Xiao agreed without hesitation. All right. You're law enforcement, right? Ye Guan asked, are you not worried that I might engage in illegal activities? Xiao Xiao maintained a steady gaze as she replied, we can't stop you even if you violate the law. Nonetheless, I believe that you won't choose that path. Ye Guan grinned. And why is that? Xiao Xiao replied, you killed Su Bin because he wanted to harm you and kidnap Miss Mu. The same goes for Miwa and Li Mingbo, they all wanted to kill you first. You've never initiated harm without provocation. In other words, you won't attack unless provoked. Did the person behind Su Bin make another move on Miss Mu? Ye Guan asked. Reassuringly, Xiao Xiao replied, rest assured, we've taken care of it. Ye Guan acknowledged, thank you. Xiao Xiao asked, do you want me to bow for you to become my master? Ye Guan declined. That's not necessary. Xiao Xiao blinked and asked, if I learn from you, can I eventually master the art of flying? Like soaring across the skies? Ye Guan chuckled and said, you can. Excitement flickered in Xiao Xiao's eyes as she exclaimed, nice. Ye Guan looked around and said in a low voice, this place lacks spiritual energy, so it'll be challenging for you to cultivate here. Regardless, let's not start running when you still don't know how to walk. Let's start with the basics and make sure your foundation is solid before doing anything else. Eager to learn, Xiao Xiao nodded immediately. I'll follow your guidance. Ye Guan asked, do you have pen and paper? Give me a moment, Xiao Xiao said. She turned and disappeared right before Ye Guan. It turned out her ability was to go invisible, and she didn't have any other ability aside from them. In addition, her ultimate goal was still to fly. Soon, Xiao Xiao reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan picked up the pen and began writing. After a while, he handed the paper to Xiao Xiao and said, this is a simple cultivation method. Just follow the instructions. He had just written down the mnemonic for a common cultivation method, but he reckoned that the cultivation method was priceless here on Blue Planet. As expected, Xiao Xiao was incredibly grateful. Thank you. Ye Guan put away the pen and said, let me ask you a question. Xiao Xiao responded, go ahead. What gift should I give to a girl on her birthday? Ye Guan asked. Xiao Xiao blinked. A gift? Is it for Suzy? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and then said, under normal circumstances, the more expensive, the better. So items like jewelry and luxury items. However, Suzy is rich, and she's probably not fond of things like that. Ye Guan agreed. That's what I was thinking, too. Xiao Xiao suggested, you need to give her something unique. Ye Guan stared deeply at Xiao Xiao and asked, tell me more. What do you have? Xiao Xiao asked. What do I have? Ye Guan was stunned. Ye Guan didn't have even a single penny. Ye Guan smiled wryly and shook his head. Xiao Xiao saw Ye Guan's expression and hesitated before suggesting, how about you give her immortal treasures? Ye Guan shook his head. I don't have any of those. Xiao Xiao fell into thoughtful silence, mirroring the silence that had enveloped Ye Guan. Just then, Ye Guan came up with an idea, and he asked, "How far are we from Mount Fanjing?" Mount Fanjing? Xiao Xiao met Ye Guan's gaze as she replied, "It'll take us an hour." "Take me there," declared Ye Guan. The realization that he needed to borrow treasures from the great Daoist Brushmaster had dawned on him, thanks to Arya's mention of the abundance of treasures the great Daoist Brushmaster possessed. Right away, Xiao Xiao responded and made a quick phone call. A few moments later, a sports car pulled up beside them. Xiao Xiao gestured to the driver, who promptly exited the vehicle and left. "Let's go," Xiao Xiao said to Ye Guan. Ye Guan examined the car before commenting, "This car looks great. It is the latest model, worth around $100 million, Xiao Xiao said. Ye Guan nodded slightly before climbing into the car. Xiao Xiao stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow that had been released from a bow. "How fast is this car compared to a cultivator's flight?" Xiao Xiao asked. Ye Guan glanced at her and replied, "This car is thousands of times slower." Xiao Xiao blinked and muttered, "Never mind." Ye Guan closed his eyes. Mount Fanjing. Is the great Daoist Brushmaster really there? Regardless, there was only one way to find out. Xiao Xiao soon broke the silence with another question. "Who's stronger, you or Sun Wukong won?" Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Sun Wukong?" "Yes." Xiao Xiao nodded. "I'm talking about the Monkey King." Ye Guan didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Xiao Xiao and said, "Pay more attention to your driving. I don't mind dying, but dying in a car crash is just too embarrassing." "Oh." Xiao Xiao responded and went silent. She focused on driving, and the two arrived at the foot of Mount Fanjing in less than an hour. Named the Pure Land of the Brahma II, Mount Fanjing was massive, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. It was one of the famous scenic spots in Qianzhou. As always, the foot of Mount Fanjing was crowded and bustling with people. Xiao Xiao and Ye Guan worked their way up the mountain. Ye Guan looked up and could vaguely make out some temples built along the mountainside. They were nestled comfortably in a blanket of clouds. When they were halfway up, Ye Guan noticed a colossal reclining Buddha carved in the mountains. It was about a kilometer long and was a magnificent sight to behold. Xiao Xiao looked at the reclining Buddha and explained, "People from all corners of the world come to Mount Fanjing mostly to worship this Buddha. People have said that the mountain is the Buddha, and the Buddha is the mountain." Ye Guan nodded slightly. As they approached the main peak, Ye Guan turned around and saw the entire Baiyun city. It was a tiny dot in the distance. Of course, the scenery was breathtaking. Ye Guan smiled knowingly. The great Daoist Brushmaster really knows how to pick a place. Cultivation was inherently dull, but Ye Guan reckoned that cultivation wouldn't feel so dull and boring if one were to cultivate before such great scenery. Xiao Xiao led Ye Guan toward the two temples in the distance. Xiao Xiao pointed at one of them and said, "The most famous temples of Mount Fanjing are the Sakyamuni III Temple, and the Maitreya IV Temple on the Golden Valley. The two temples cover the entire Golden Valley, and they are at the summit of the mountain. The temples of Mount Fanjing are considered the highest temples in the world." The two soon arrived at the Sakyamuni Temple, where many worshippers were burning incense. Ye Guan and Xiao Xiao entered the main hall, and Ye Guan looked around but failed to see the great Daoist Brushmaster. "Is he not here?" Ye Guan frowned. However, Ye Guan flinched upon sensing something and he immediately turned to stare at the entrance. A man was holding a broom and sweeping the floor near the entrance. Ye Guan was stunned to see the man, and the man was also taken aback to see Ye Guan. Moments later, the man tossed the broom aside and placed his right hand behind his back. He straightened himself and lifted his chin slightly to appear mighty. Ye Guan hurriedly walked over to the man. He examined the man carefully, and his eyes widened in shock upon confirming that the man was indeed the great Daoist Brushmaster. "Why you re-sweeping the floor?" Ye Guan stammered. "No, I'm trying to comprehend the Dao," the man earnestly replied. "Sweeping the floor is also a form of cultivation. Of course, I'm sure you won't understand what I'm talking about." Just then, a chubby monk called out, "Do you not want to eat today? Why are you slacking off?" Ye Guan was at a loss for words. One Sun Wukong, also known as the Monkey King, is a character from the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West. This novel was written during the Ming Dynasty and is one of the four great classical novels of Chinese literature. He has become a cultural icon and is widely recognized in various adaptations, including films, television shows, and other media. Two represents a sacred and pure land associated with Brahma, and it is often used metaphorically in Buddhist terminology to describe a realm of enlightenment of spiritual purity. Used in this context, it signifies that Mount Fanjing is a sacred and pure place. 3. Also known as the Buddha. His teachings were the foundation of Buddhism. 4. Maitreya is known as the future Buddha. He is often depicted as a bodhisattva who progresses into Buddhahood after many lifetimes. The man's expression shifted instantly upon hearing the mention of food. "I'll finish up right away," he exclaimed and resumed sweeping the floor. The demands of the stomach took top priority. Ye Guan stared quietly at the man. The latter was in a worse state than himself, and it appeared that his cultivation had been suppressed as well. Ye Guan followed the man and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" The man interrupted. "I'm here to inherit the Milky Way," Ye Guan replied. "Oh," the man replied, sounding indifferent. Ye Guan suggested, "Can we talk?" "About what?" the man asked calmly. Ye Guan decided to get straight to the point. "Senior, can you help me restore my cultivation?" The man shot him a look, saying, "Young man, I'm struggling to keep myself together. Do you really think that I can do what you're asking?" Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, "Senior, were you planning something but ended up getting suppressed by my aunt?" The man went silent. Ye Guan was convinced that the great Daoist brush master had to have been planning something. Otherwise, his plain-skirt aunt wouldn't have suppressed him. "You didn't come here today just to chat with me, did you?" the man asked. "I'm here to see you, senior," Ye Guan replied. "Is that so?" the man sneered. "I'm touched." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. The man waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just get to the point." Ye Guan nodded and said, "I want to borrow some treasures from you." "I have no treasures," the man replied. "But Arya and Little White told me that you have a ton of treasures," Ye Guan said. The man's mouth twitched, and he muttered, "Damn it, those two. Senior, I just need 10 treasures. I'll definitely return them as well," Ye Guan said. The man cast a contemptuous gaze at Ye Guan and said impatiently, "You Ying family members have never returned anything you've borrowed, never." Ye Guan went silent and sighed. His father and grandfather's infamy had completely ruined the Ying family's reputation. Just then, the man pointed out, "Your swordsmanship has improved a lot." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, but there's a mysterious force suppressing me constantly. I even suspected that you're the culprit at one point. I've really been living a tough life these days," the man said with a sigh. Ye Guan was quiet. The great Daoist brush master's hardships had nothing to do with him. The man went silent and continued on sweeping the floor. "Senior, I want to consult you about something," Ye Guan said. "Sure," the man replied, "but I can't guarantee you that I'll answer. I'm sure you are familiar with the Eternal Sovereign. What do you think of him?" "He's nothing but a brainless fool," the man scoffed. Ye Guan asked, "Were there other civilizations before the Eternal Civilization?" The man set aside the broom and asked, "Do you know how old this blue planet is?" Ye Guan shook his head. He wasn't familiar with Blue Planet. The man looked at Ye Guan. "It's 4.5 billion years old. This blue planet is 4.5 billion years old, and the human civilization here has only been around for less than 7,000 years. Ye Guan frowned. The man continued. "The Milky Way has existed for 135 billion years. During those 135 billion years, more than 150 civilizations have emerged, and the human civilization on this blue planet is just one among them. As for the Guanxian universe and the true universe, I'm not very sure how long they've existed, but I believe they've existed for at least 1,000,000,000,000 years." The man said, "I once entered a space-time tunnel and tried to reverse the flow of time to try and take a glimpse of their history, but I failed." Ye Guan was astonished. "You failed?" "I encountered a mysterious force that stopped me from going further than 500 billion years in the past," the man said. "A mysterious force?" Ye Guan was curious. "What was it?" "Who knows?" The man shrugged and said, "It was my first time encountering it, but it left an indelible mark on me. It was quite unique." "It doesn't make sense," Ye Guan said with a deep voice. "How come that mysterious force still exists when it's so old?" "Yes, it truly doesn't make sense." The man nodded, "But some special existences have been finding ways to stay alive for such a long time." Ye Guan was stupefied. The man looked up and sighed. "The vastness of the universe is beyond human imagination. However, you can ask your aunt about it when the time comes. Your aunt is strong enough to reverse the flow of time and go back to the beginning of the universe. Your grandfather and your granduncle can do it. In fact, they're already doing it." Ye Guan was puzzled. "My grandfather and granduncle are going back in time." The man nodded. "Yes. No wonder." Ye Guan muttered. A thought jumped into his mind, and he asked again, "If we can trace the past, does that mean that people from the past can traverse through time to come to our present?" "You're right," the man said with a nod. "However, they can only reach our present." "What do you mean?" Ye Guan asked, sounding confused. "It's all because we're at the end of time," the man chuckled and said. "Beyond us lies the unknown, multifaceted future. It is difficult to explore the future and deduce it accurately. There are few individuals capable of doing that, but they've chosen not to do so." Ye Guan asked, "Who are those few individuals?" "Your father, grandfather, your granduncle, and your aunt." The man came to a screeching halt mid-sentence and cursed. "Fuck. Damn it, they're all this little bastard's relatives." Ye Guan froze in shock. The man stared at Ye Guan and continued. "The remaining two are the true God and myself." "Why haven't you done it?" asked Ye Guan. "Instead of answering that, I would like to ask you a question instead," the man replied and asked, "What do you think the people on this blue planet will do once they know when they'll die?" Ye Guan was stunned. What would happen if everyone knew when exactly they would die? Ye Guan couldn't say for sure when it came to other people, but one thing was for sure, there would definitely be chaos. Knowing the exact date of one's death would make everything seem meaningless. The value of human life lies in the uncertainty of their future. "Don't you think it'll become meaningless without that mystery?" the man asked. Ye Guan nodded slightly as he contemplated the great Daoist brush master's words. Eventually, he nodded and agreed. "Indeed," the man continued. "Moreover, attempting to forcibly peer into the future will disrupt the grand order, causing changes in the future. In simple terms, those who want to explore the future lack the ability to do so, but those capable of doing so aren't interested in doing so." Ye Guan nodded again. "I understand." Your mentality has undergone a remarkable change since you arrived here, the man praised. However, I must caution you that once your aunt and your father venture into shifting time and going into the past, you'll have to face everything by yourself. In other words, you should savor this moment. Ye Guan stared deeply at the great Daoist brushmaster and asked, Senior, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you. Is the great Dao a tangible existence, or is it? It's everywhere, the man replied. The great Dao is everywhere? Ye Guan fell deep into thought. Go ahead, the man said, savor the little time you have left. With that, the man turned around and started walking toward the horizon. Ye Guan hastily followed and said, Senior, can you lend me some of your treasures? No, the man replied firmly. Undeterred, Ye Guan asked, just 10 unranked divine items. Who do you think I am? The man angrily retorted, do you think I'm the boss of a wholesale business or something? You're actually asking me for 10 unranked divine items. Ye Guan offered, how about 5? The man shook his head. No, I'll lend you nothing. Ye Guan produced $1 and said, I'll buy them from you. The man froze. He stared deeply at Ye Guan but remained silent. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and admitted, it's not that much, but money should prove very useful to you at the moment, am I right? The man was silent, but Ye Guan was right. Given his current circumstances, leaving this place was out of the question, and he dared not risk it. If he stepped beyond the temple, a sword might drop down from the sky and kill him. The man paused. He looked at the dollar in Ye Guan's hand and finally said, give me a bit more. Ye Guan turned to Xiao Xiao and cast her a glance. She promptly took out some money and handed it over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan offered all the money to the man. The man accepted the money and said, I can only give you 1 item. The man seemed resigned. A few people knew that he was here, but all of them wouldn't give him any money. This place was suffocating, and the man truly wanted to leave this place. Ye Guan hesitated at the man's reply. Are you not satisfied with just 1? The man exclaimed, sounding frustrated. Ye Guan revealed an awkward smile and replied, no, 1 is good enough. The man shot Ye Guan a fierce look before asking, what kind of item do you want? After a brief pause, Ye Guan responded, something suitable for a girl. The man pondered for a moment and then opened his palm, presenting a colorful stone about the size of a thumb. The exceptionally beautiful stone radiated a dazzling array of colors. Curiosity piqued, Ye Guan asked, Senior, what is that? The man calmly explained, it's one of Huaxia's 10 divine artifacts, the Nuwa stone. It is capable of absorbing stellar energy. It'll protect the wearer from evil and preserve their beauty. The wearer will become healthy, and they'll live a longer life as well. What is its rank? Asked Ye Guan. The man frowned. Why are you making a fuss about its rank? Do you want it or not? I want it. Ye Guan hurriedly exclaimed. Ye Guan accepted the Nuwa stone, but then an idea came to his mind. Senior, can you turn this into a necklace for me? The man was furious. He was just about to snap when Ye Guan quickly added, I'll pay more. The man went silent and belatedly said, all right. The man took out a silver chain, and in the blink of an eye, a necklace was crafted. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up when she saw the necklace. It was just too beautiful. Ye Guan held the necklace very gingerly and asked, what is this, Senior? The man calmly replied, stellar chain, crafted with stellar energy. Similar to the Nuwa stone, it can automatically absorb stellar energy. The wearer will be under the constant protection of its stellar energy, and nothing in this world will be able to harm the wearer. Of course, the stellar chain is currently inactive, but once it has gathered enough stellar energy, it'll activate and become a powerful divine artifact in tandem with the Nuwa stone. Nice. Ye Guan exclaimed in satisfaction before putting it away. The necklace was both beautiful and practical, so it was perfect for Suzai. The man stared at Ye Guan and said, now, do me a favor. Ye Guan asked, what favor? The man earnestly said, your aunt has forbidden me from going past a certain area, and I want you to plead with your aunt to expand it. This place is too suffocating. I want to go out and have some fun, too. It's been so long since I've had a foot bath. Upon hearing the great Daoist brush master's words, Ye Guan felt a genuine sense of sympathy. He responded, once I reach Yanjing, I will tell aunt your request if I ever meet her. However, I cannot guarantee her that she will listen to me. A nod from the man conveyed his gratitude. Thank you. Ye Guan smiled faintly and said, I'm taking my leave now, Senior. The man nodded. Farewell. Ye Guan turned around to leave, but he recalled something and asked, is the true god on the blue planet? Yes, the man said, she's in Yanjing. Ye Guan went silent. The man explained, she's not interested in you. She's busy with her books. She'll leave once she's finished with her books. A puzzled crease formed on Ye Guan's forehead. Leave. The man nodded solemnly and replied, yes, she will leave entirely. Ye Guan mulled over his words. You should go, you don't have much time left, the man urged. The man pivoted on his heel and walked away. After a while, Ye Guan decided to leave with Xiao Xiao as well. The man stared at Ye Guan's departing figure in thoughtful silence. Eventually, he muttered to himself, the universe tribulation is coming, and those who can challenge the flow of time will soon make a move. If you can quell these forces and establish order in this vast expanse while treating everyone fairly, I will assist you. The man looked up with a gaze filled with helplessness. Those few were invincible, but they had already taken that step and had transcended gods to become gods themselves. Whatever was left of their humanity was reserved for only a select few people. It wasn't feasible to entrust the universe order to them, as they could take countless lives with just a single thought from their end. The man had been waiting for someone with a decent character to become invincible, just like them. Ye Guan's journey here would make it clear whether he could retain his humanity or not as he walked up the path of invincibility. The great Daoist Brushmaster wanted Ye Guan to preserve his humanity, but that woman insisted on letting him grow by himself. She wanted Ye Guan's trajectory in life to depend on Ye Guan himself. This was also the reason she had suppressed the great Daoist Brushmaster. Thankfully, Ye Guan's humanity was still intact. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have allowed him to come to the Milky Way. Upon entering the hall, the man turned in a particular direction. That woman with a habit of writing books had somehow retained half of her humanity. She was of great character as well. It was just a shame that she. The great Daoist Brushmaster sighed once more and then ambled toward the hall. After descending the mountain, Ye Guan and Xiao Xiao returned to the city. Along the way, Xiao Xiao asked, "Who was that?" Ye Guan smiled and explained, "Someone really incredible." A thoughtful silence enveloped Xiao Xiao. Ye Guan continued, "Get someone to send him some money every month." Xiao Xiao nodded and said, "I will handle it." Ye Guan nodded in acknowledgement. Even though the great Daoist Brushmaster hadn't done anything bad toward him, Ye Guan was still wary of him. After all, the fact that his plain-skirt aunt was suppressing him meant that he was most likely capable of doing just about anything he wished. Ye Guan turned to gaze out of the window, his expression unconsciously grew solemn. The conversation with the Grand Daoist Brushmaster had shed light on numerous things. The vast expanse was anything but simple. Even the great Daoist Brushmaster himself could only reverse the flow of time for a mere 500 billion years. Just what secrets were hidden at the beginning of the universe? Realizing that he was quite unfamiliar with the vast expanse, Ye Guan decided that he would ask his aunt questions once they met each other again. Ye Guan chose not to return to the hotel. He asked Xiao Xiao to guide him around in picking out a gift box. The Nuwa stone was exceptionally beautiful, but it had to be in a gift box for him to present it as a gift. Soon, Xiao Xiao led him to the largest mall. The massive mall offered an array of commodities. Xiao Xiao led the way into a gift shop, and a woman in a short skirt approached them with a welcoming smile as they entered. "Hello, may I assist you with anything?" Ye Guan responded, "I need a gift box." "What kind of gift box are you looking for, sir?" the woman asked. "It's for a necklace," replied Ye Guan. The woman grinned and gestured. "Sir, follow me." The woman led Ye Guan to a shelf showcasing a variety of exquisite gift boxes. After a brief survey, Ye Guan's eyes settled on a heart-shaped crystal box. It was clear, sparkling, and was perfect for his necklace. "This is the one," Ye Guan said. The woman nodded and said, "Certainly, allow me to wrap it for you." "Wait." A sudden cry rang through the shop, and Ye Guan turned to find a young woman in her 20s. The young woman had a slender figure, and her face was adorned with vibrant makeup. She exuded a certain charm that made her seem gentle, but her expression was anything but gentle as she glared at the saleswoman and said, "I want that box." The saleswoman said, "Miss, this gentleman has claimed it first." Undeterred, the woman locked eyes with Ye Guan and asked in a playful tone, "Can you give it to me?" "No." Ye Guan shook his head. He turned to the saleswoman and said, "Wrap it up for me, please." The saleswoman obliged and started wrapping up the necklace that Ye Guan had handed over to the saleswoman. "I'll pay double," the young woman offered. The saleswoman froze and started hesitating. Ye Guan turned to the young woman with a confused frown. The young woman cast a contemptuous gaze at Ye Guan and said, "Money rules." Before Ye Guan could respond, Xiao Xiao stepped forward. She whipped out her pistol and pressed it against the young woman's forehead. "Can you repeat that? Money rules? Is that what you just said?" Xiao Xiao said. A collective gasp filled the shop, and the saleswoman was terrified to see the gun. Ye Guan was caught off guard by Xiao Xiao's decisiveness. The young woman found herself unable to move out of fear upon suddenly getting held at gunpoint. Xiao Xiao glanced at the saleswoman and said, "Hurry up." All right." The saleswoman snapped back to reality and hurried toward the counter to continue her work. Xiao Xiao glared at the young woman and said sternly, "Having money does not make you superior, do you understand?" The young woman was as white as a sheet of paper. She was on the verge of tears as she trembled at where she stood. Soon, the saleswoman was done. She smiled nervously at Ye Guan. "Sir, here you go." Ye Guan asked, "How much?" The saleswoman stammered, Why you don't have to pay." Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. "I would be robbing you if I were to do that." The saleswoman was about to speak but Xiao Xiao handed her a few notes. The saleswoman hesitated briefly before eventually accepting the money. Ye Guan exchanged glances with Xiao Xiao and said, "Let's go." As they left, Xiao Xiao shot an icy glare at the young woman. "Don't get me wrong," Xiao Xiao glared coldly at the young woman and said, "I saved your life just now, do you understand?" Xiao Xiao turned around and left, leaving the dumbfounded young woman behind. The young woman slumped to the ground slowly, and she eventually pulled out her phone. She raised a trembling finger as she dialed a number. I am in Ginza Tower, as someone bullied me," she cried out. Ye Guan and Xiao Xiao exited the shopping mall. Ye Guan glanced at Xiao Xiao and asked, "Did you think I was going to kill her?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "I did not want to escalate the conflict." "I guess you can be pretty kind," Ye Guan said with a chuckle. Xiao Xiao hesitated and asked, "You're not mad, are you?" Ye Guan shook his head, "I'm not some homicidal maniac. I won't go around killing people for trivial matters. I reserve violence for situations where someone intends to kill me. Xiao Xiao smiled, just what I thought. As they were about to hop into the car, a convoy of vehicles suddenly rolled in from the distance and parked not far from them. In a flash, over 20 individuals alighted from the cars and formed a blockade in front of Ye Guan and Xiao Xiao. Ye Guan frowned. He turned to Xiao Xiao and saw her cold expression. They turned and found the same young woman from earlier. The young woman glared maliciously at the young woman and cursed, "You bitch. How dare you point a gun at me? Do you even know who I am? I'm from the esteemed Wang clan." Bang! The young woman's tirade was interrupted by a bullet. Xiao Xiao had whipped out her gun and decisively pulled the trigger. The young woman took a bullet to the knee, and she wailed in agony as she collapsed to the ground. The men surrounding Ye Guan were left dumbfounded by Xiao Xiao's audacious act in broad daylight. How ruthless! Xiao Xiao whipped around and fired several shots. The men were injured, but Xiao Xiao didn't kill them. A symphony of miserable shrieks pervaded the air. Xiao Xiao approached the young woman. She looked down at the latter with a sharp and piercing gaze. "What did you call me just now?" Xiao Xiao asked coldly. The young woman was terrified, and she stammered, "Why you?" Xiao Xiao stared into the young woman's face and demanded, "Apologize." The woman hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Xiao Xiao abruptly aimed her gun at the woman's forehead and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A grotesque noise echoed, and the woman crumpled to the ground. Xiao Xiao holstered her gun and coldly muttered, "Your apology means nothing to me." Xiao Xiao then turned around and returned to Ye Guan's side. "Let's go. Someone will sort this mess out later," she said. Ye Guan nodded, and they climbed into the car. As the engine hummed to life, Ye Guan cast a glance at Xiao Xiao and asked, "You can kill as casually as that?" Xiao Xiao calmly replied, "Under normal circumstances, no, but I can do it in certain situations." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Is it because someone is backing you up?" Xiao Xiao shot Ye Guan a quick glance and nodded. "I'm from Yanjing. I'm here for some training, and I've got someone who will handle something like that for me. In addition, what happened earlier was clearly self-defense." Acknowledging her explanation, Ye Guan nodded and said, "I get it. It was truly great to have a backer." Just then, Xiao Xiao asked, "How should I address you? Calling you young master or senior feels a bit awkward, and I think it'll be too disrespectful of me to call you using your name. How about," Ye Guan started. "How about I call you Big Brother?" Xiao Xiao suggested, interrupting Ye Guan. "Is that okay for you?" Ye Guan glanced at Xiao Xiao and said, "Whatever you like." Xiao Xiao nodded and beamed with a smile. The simple change in address seemed to have bridged the gap of unfamiliarity between them. She praised herself for having a knack for handling interpersonal dynamics. Xiao Xiao escorted Ye Guan back to the hotel and left. She seemed eager to start cultivating. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the bed in his hotel room. He started absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. His trip to Yanjing had many uncertainties, so he thought it would be good to stockpile some spiritual energy. Moreover, the hints from the great deist Brushmaster suggested that his plain-skirt aunt and his father might soon leave the Milky Way. Ye Guan decided to head to Yanjing immediately after Suzy Ai's birthday. Ye Guan originally wanted to absorb spiritual energy throughout the night without sleeping, but he eventually succumbed to his fatigue and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Ye Guan woke up as the first rays of sunlight pervaded the room. His phone soon rang, and Suzy Ai's voice echoed from the other end of the line, "Are you awake?" Ye Guan responded, "Yes." Suzy Ai said, "I told Xiao Shui to fetch you." "Got it," Ye Guan replied. "I'll be waiting for you," Suzy Ai said. "I'll definitely be there," Ye Guan replied before ending the call. Ye Guan got ready and went to the lobby to find Xiao Shui waiting for him at the entrance. "Mr. Ye," Xiao Shui greeted. Ye Guan nodded lightly and said, "Let's go." The two got into a car and started their journey to the Su residence. Looking at the gift box in his hand, a smile graced Ye Guan's lips. It was Suzy Ai's birthday, so the entire Su residence was bustling with energy. It was still early, but many distinguished people from all over Bayun City had already gathered here. Just then, a voice boomed from the entrance of the residence. "Miss Xianyuan Ling of the Xianyuan clan from Yanjing has graced us with her presence." Everyone went silent and stared with bated breaths at the entrance of the Su residence. The Xianyuan clan was one of the 4 major clans in Yanjing. The guests were shocked. What was the Xianyuan clan doing here? The Su clan one was doing well in Bayun City, but if they were in Yanjing, they wouldn't be worth even a fart. Therefore, no one expected to see the Xianyuan clan at Suzy Ai's birthday party. After the initial shock, many different thoughts popped up in the minds of the guests. The Su clan wasn't just an ordinary clan. Upon learning of Xianyuan Ling's arrival, Sumyu quickly led Suzy Ai to welcome her. Today, Xianyuan Ling was still dressed in a spotless white gown, and her face was partially covered with a veil, making it impossible to see her full appearance. An old man with white hair was standing behind Xianyuan Ling. Sumyu quickly gave a slight bow. "Welcome, Miss Ling." Sumyu had to be humble toward them. There was no way around it. The Su clan was vastly inferior to an ancient clan like the Xianyuan clan. It could be said that a single word from them was enough to determine the life and death of the entire Su clan. Xianyuan Ling politely said, "Uncle Su, there's no need for such formalities." "Uncle Su?" The crowd gasped. Xianyuan Ling had actually addressed Sumyu as Uncle Su. Just how deep were the waters of the Su clan? How many cards had they been hiding up their sleeves? Sumyu was in disbelief as well. Wasn't she being too polite? Xian Yuanling's gaze landed on Suziai, and she smiled. Are you Miss So? Suziai nodded. Yes. Xian Yuanling's smile deepened as she said, I heard that you're going to Yanjing soon. Once you get there, please visit our Xianyuan residence once you have time. Suziai was surprised, but she didn't think too much about it and replied, definitely. Xian Yuanling nodded before turning to the old man next to her. The old man took out a gift box and handed it over to Suziai. Miss So, this is a gift from my young miss, happy birthday. The old man opened the gift box, revealing a coral as red as blood. The coral wasn't big, about the same size as one's palm, but it emitted a very thick medicinal smell. The smell was so thick that even guests 10 meters away could still smell it. Everyone instantly felt refreshed upon smelling the coral. Isn't that 1,000-year-old blood coral? Someone exclaimed. 1,000-year-old blood coral. The crowd was flabbergasted. 100-year-old blood coral was already worth millions and was extremely rare, so there was no need to mention the value of 1,000-year-old blood coral. It was practically priceless. The Xianyuan clan truly lived up to their name as a major clan. They were actually capable of giving such a valuable item as a birthday gift. The thought of the clan's treasury alone made everyone feel a shiver down their spine. Suziai was shocked as well. She never thought that the Xianyuan clan would give her something so precious. The old man beside Xianyuanling smiled and said, Miss Suziai, smelling this item alone will delay the aging process and make you even more beautiful. Consuming it will cleanse your body and reconstruct both your muscles and marrow, making them seem brand new. A few distinguished guests were instantly moved by the remark. Clearly, blood corals were a dream item for martial artists. Miss Ling, this is too precious. Suziai muttered. Xian Yuanling smiled. I wish to give you this, so please do not reject it. Suziai hesitated for a moment and glanced at Sumyu. Sumyu glanced at Xian Yuanling and instantly realized that Xian Yuanling was trying to establish a connection between them. He was confused, but he felt that Xian Yuanling's actions wouldn't harm the Su clan, so he nodded. Suziai no longer hesitated and said, thank you. Suziai grabbed the gift and put it away. Miss Ling, please take a seat over here, Sumyu said and led Xian Yuanling to the main table, where the exceptionally distinguished guests were seated. Everyone at the table stood up, and they only sat down slowly after Xian Yuanling had taken her seat. However, everyone was too nervous to talk to Xian Yuanling. It couldn't be helped. The gap between them was just too massive. They found it impossible to greet someone of such high status. Gu Yunman glanced at Xian Yuanling, feeling extremely curious. How did the Xianyuan clan get to know the Su clan? Moreover, the Xianyuan clan was treating the Su clan with so much respect. Even in Yanjing, the Xianyuan clan rarely showed such courtesy to others. Gu Yunman had many burning questions in mind, while her auburn-haired niece didn't dare to speak anything. Xian Yuanling looked around, seemingly looking for something. Just then, a young man walked in. Suziai frowned upon seeing him while some people in the crowd chuckled. The young man was none other than Wang Yu from the Wang clan. Only a few people laughed, but everyone knew that Wang Yu was chasing after Suziai. The Wang clan was quite powerful in Baiyun City, and a marriage alliance between them, the Su clan and the Wang clan, meant the start of a dynasty. Hence, the people with vested interests in both clans were eager to see them get married. Today, Wang Yu was wearing a black tux. He looked decent, but his greasy appearance made everyone deduct a few points. Wang Yu walked up to Suziai. He took out an exquisite gift box and smiled. Suziai, happy birth. Wang Yu couldn't complete his sentence, as Suziai had run past him, stunning everyone. Wang Yu's expression stiffened, and he froze on the spot. Xian Yuanling stood up and stared at the door. A young man was standing by the door, and he was none other than Ye Guan. Gu Yunman saw Xian Yuanling's movement, and she couldn't help but cast a thoughtful gaze upon Ye Guan. Meanwhile, the auburn-haired young woman started trembling in fear upon seeing Ye Guan. Mu Wanyu stood up as well. There was no way she would miss Suziai's birthday, and she had come here early to do something else as well, aside from attending Suziai's birthday. Mu Wanyu stared nervously at Ye Guan. Everyone watched as Suziai ran to Ye Guan. You're here, Suziai said with a smile. Yes. Ye Guan nodded and smiled. I'm here. Ye Guan looked around and remarked, I didn't expect to see so many people here. Suziai looked slightly helpless as she muttered, I had no choice. Grandpa arranged all this. Well, it's all fine, Ye Guan replied with a smile. Wang Yu walked and was stunned to see Ye Guan. How come this guy was so handsome? However, Wang Yu's shock didn't last long. Lookism wasn't particularly prevalent in this world. Money and background were necessary for one to rise to the summit. Wang Yu disliked Ye Guan, but he chose to maintain his composure. Getting angry just because someone was more handsome than him was tantamount to inviting the crowd's dislike. Wang Yu stared affectionately at Suziai and showed the exquisite gift box in his hand. Suziai, happy birthday, he said with a smile. He opened the box without waiting for Suziai's response. The gift box contained a brick-shaped necklace adorned with a massive diamond almost the size of a pigeon egg. The diamond shone brightly in the sunlight. That's the pinnacle of the world, someone exclaimed. The pinnacle of the world? The crowd was beyond stupefied. The pinnacle of the world was known as one of the top 10 diamonds in Huaxia, and it had been auctioned for a high price of 12 billion Huaxian dollars. No one expected the pinnacle of the world to land in Wang Yu's hands. Even more astonishing was the fact that Wang Yu had just offered to give such a valuable diamond to Suziai. What a generous move. Suzy glanced at the diamond and shook her head. Wang Yu, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. The crowd was bewildered. Did Suzy just reject the pinnacle of the world? Wang Yu was stupefied. He truly didn't expect that Suzy would reject his gift. In his eyes, no woman could resist the pinnacle of the world. However, Suzy had actually decided to reject his gift. Wang Yu was truly at a loss for words. Suzy looked at Ye Guan and smiled. Have a seat. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Wang Yu suddenly shouted, wait. Ye Guan turned to Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled at Ye Guan and asked, how should I address you? Ye Guan replied, Ye Guan. Wang Yu looked at the paper bag in Ye Guan's hand and said, I'm really curious about just what exquisite gift Mr. Ye here has brought for Suzy's birthday. Can you give everyone here the honor of seeing your gift? Suzy frowned in displeasure at Wang Yu's attack on Ye Guan. Suzy was well aware of Ye Guan's financial status, but Suzy couldn't honestly care less about luxury items. I'm going to accept your gift no matter what it is, Suzy declared. Everyone's expression turned strange, and they cast curious gazes at Ye Guan. Just what was Ye Guan's background, and just how did he win over Miss Su's favor? Wang Yu's face turned ugly. Suzy's declaration had humiliated him. Ye Guan took out the gift box from the paper bag and handed it over to Suzy. Happy birthday, he exclaimed. Suzy smiled sweetly and said, thank you. She put the gift away without opening it. Clearly, she didn't want to give Wang Yu any chance to ridicule Ye Guan. However, Wang Yu didn't give up. He smiled and said, Suzy, why not open it and let everyone see just what it is? I'm curious about Mr. Ye's gift as well. I want to see what exactly it is that you rejected my pinnacle of the world for it. Everyone stared curiously at Suzy. Suzy's frown deepened. Suzy, Ye Guan suddenly said, since everyone wants to see it, then let them see it. Suzy hesitated upon hearing Ye Guan's remark, but she eventually decided to open the gift box, revealing a necklace with a stone emitting a dazzling array of colors. Wang Yu was stupefied, but he then cackled mockingly, is that it? Why is it so small? Ye Guan's gemstone was prettier, but it wasn't as big as Wang Yu's pinnacle of the world. Wang Yu even felt like it was an insult to compare his pinnacle of the world to Ye Guan's gemstone the size of a booger. Wang Yu wasn't alone, as quite a few people looked disappointed. However, Suzy was delighted. The necklace was beautiful, and most importantly, it had come from Ye Guan. Step, step, step. Xian Yuanling walked no. She ran over to Suzy. Xian Yuanling stared wide-eyed at the nuwa stone embedded in the necklace. That's. Xian Yuanling stammered. Ye Guan was taken aback by Xian Yuanling's reaction. Clearly, she had recognized the nuwa stone. Wang Yu turned to Xian Yuanling and snorted, it's a tiny stone. Is there a need to be so surprised? Look at the size of my stone. Wang Yu then took out his diamond and presented it to Xian Yuanling. Idiot. Xian Yuanling scolded, shut up. The abrupt scolding caught everyone off guard and rendered them speechless. One family and clan has been interchangeable all this while, and it's because the author has been using different words to refer to them and, for the sake of consistency, all family will now be clan aside from the Ying family, as the author has been pretty consistent with using for it. Everyone was in a stupor. Did she just scold him? The young miss of the Xian Yuan clan actually knew how to scold someone so harshly? Wang Yu was furious. He pointed at Xian Yuanling and grumbled, bitch, how dare you humiliate me? Do you not want to live anymore? He came late, so he had no idea about Xian Yuanling's identity. Everyone stared at Wang Yu as if he were pitiful, and everyone had the same thought Wang clan was doomed. The old man behind Xian Yuanling rushed out. Before Wang Yu could respond, the old man slammed his palm on Wang Yu's chest. Boom! Wang Yu was blasted a few meters away and crashed heavily to the ground. He coughed a mouthful of blood as he looked around in a daze. Did someone just hit me? The infuriated Wang Yu's face turned red in fury. He was about to speak when an old man rushed over from afar. The old man was none other than Wang Tian, the current clan leader of the Wang clan. Wang Tian walked up to Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu was thrilled to see Wang Tian, but before he could say anything, Wang Tian raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Smack! The sound was so crispy that it left Wang Yu in a daze. Wang Tian then turned around and walked up to Xian Yuanling. He bowed respectfully and said in a trembling voice, Miss Ling. In the end, he actually knelt down before Xian Yuanling. The Wang clan was quite powerful in Baiyun City, but it couldn't be compared to the Xian Yuan clan. In fact, it would be an insult to compare the mighty Xian Yuan clan to the Wang clan. Xian Yuanling's disbelieving gaze didn't leave the nuwa stone at all. She was too stunned to even do anything, but it couldn't be helped. After all, she was staring at one of Huaxia's 10 divine artifacts, the nuwa stone. The nuwa stone had been missing for over 1,000 years, so she hadn't expected to see it here, not to mention seeing it as a birthday gift. Xian Yuanling's expression turned grave as she looked at Ye Guan and stammered, "MMR, do you know what this thing is?" Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xian Yuanling's expression turned complicated. And you still decided to give it as a gift. Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze was on the nuwa stone. Even a child could see that the necklace in Suzy's hand was precious, as it had elicited such a strong reaction from the young miss of the Xian Yuan clan. Unfortunately, none of them could recognize the nuwa stone. Suzy glanced at Xian Yuanling, and then she looked down at the nuwa stone in her hand with a gaze full of curiosity. She could sense that the Nuwa stone was precious, but even if she hadn't received such a precious gift today, she would still appreciate any gift so long as it was Ye Guan's gift. However, the fact that Ye Guan had actually decided to give her something so precious made Suzy beam with a grin. She cast a gaze full of tenderness upon Ye Guan. "MMR ya," Xian Yuanling said. Ye Guan looked at Xian Yuanling. "My birthday is in 15 days, Xian Yuanling explained. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ye Guan was confused. Xian Yuanling stared intently at Ye Guan. "You must come to my birthday." Ye Guan's face darkened. Suzy frowned ever so slightly, and her gaze toward Xian Yuanling became wary. There was something off about Xian Yuanling. Hearing Xian Yuanling's words, everyone in the crowd looked at each other in shock, realizing that Xian Yuanling's attitude toward Ye Guan was quite unusual. The crowd was instantly curious about Ye Guan. Gu Yunman stared deeply at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's background seemed to be even more extraordinary than she had imagined. Just then, a tremor suddenly ran through Wang Tian, and his voice was trembling as he said, "Miss Ling." Xian Yuanling glanced at Wang Tian with a slight frown. Just as she was about to speak, she seemed to have recalled something and turned to Ye Guan. "Mr. Yat, does any bad blood exist between the Wang clan and you?" Ye Guan glanced at Wang Tian and Wang Yu. "Indeed, there is bad blood between us," Ye Guan said with a nod. Xian Yuanling nodded in response and turned to the old man. "By tomorrow, the Wang clan must disappear from Baiyun City." Wang Tian was instantly pallid, and he crumpled to the ground. The crowd full of distinguished guests showed complex expressions. A single sentence had just determined the death of an entire clan. This was the power of the Xianyuan clan. The Xianyuan clan didn't need to make a move. A myriad of forces would eliminate the Wang clan to curry favor with the Xianyuan clan, especially since the Wang clan wasn't exactly a wholesome clan. They had been engaging in illegal activities, so it wouldn't be that difficult to get rid of them by tomorrow. Sum Yu turned to Wang Tian and Wang Yu before waving his hand. "Take them away." Two men came forward and escorted both Wang Tian and Wang Yu away. Sum Yu smiled and turned to Ye Guan and Xian Yuanling. "Please, both of you, take a seat," he said. His gaze was mainly on Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling looked at Ye Guan. "Mr. Yat, please." Sum Yu's pupils abruptly constricted. Xian Yuanling's gesture enlightened him. Ye Guan was the reason Xian Yuanling had decided to attend Suzi's birthday party. Sum Yu was a bit surprised as he turned to Ye Guan. Who exactly was Ye Guan? How come the young miss of the Xianyuan clan was so respectful to him? "All right." Ye Guan nodded. He was actually quite hungry. They took their seats. Ye Guan sat by Xian Yuanling, but Suzy couldn't sit. She was today's main character and had many other things to do. The food was soon served, but no one dared to eat. Ye Guan looked around and asked curiously, "Why aren't you all eating?" They looked at Ye Guan without saying anything. It was absurd, but no one dared to eat before Ye Guan could eat. "Let's eat," Xian Yuanling declared. She picked up her chopsticks, but it was a bit difficult for her to eat, as she was wearing a veil, so she merely picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. The food in the Milky Way had more variety than in the Guanshan universe, and they tasted better as well. Ye Guan reckoned that the main reason behind the Guanshan universe's abysmal food culture was the fact that cultivators didn't need food to survive. The party was full of people looking to network and establish connections. Many cast frequent glances toward Ye Guan and Xian Yuanling, wanting to get acquainted with them, but they couldn't quite approach the two. Ye Guan remained focused on his food and was the only one genuinely enjoying the meal. On the opposite side, the auburn-haired girl next to Gu Yunman stared at Ye Guan with lingering fear in her eyes, clearly traumatized by the latter. Xian Yuanling's gaze was fixed on him. She was genuinely curious about Ye Guan. The fact that the Nuwa stone had appeared in Ye Guan's hands had piqued her interest. Moreover, Ye Guan was willing to take it out and give it to some Oni gesture she found remarkably generous. Xian Yuanling couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for Suzy. Suzy delivered a speech, and a massive birthday was soon wheeled in front of everyone. 3 candles were sticking out of the cake, and it was time for Suzy to make a wish. Suzy seemed to have recalled something and glanced at Ye Guan. She smiled sweetly upon seeing him engrossed in his meal. She closed her eyes and made a wish before opening her eyes once more and blowing out the candles. The crowd applauded. Suzy wanted to approach Ye Guan, but Sum Yu stopped her. "Suzy, today you need to get to know some people with me," Sum Yu explained. Xian Yuanling's presence had made everyone regard the Su clan in a brand new light. Suzy naturally had to take care of the distinguished guests here. While she didn't need to please others, just speaking a few words to each of them was considered giving them respect. At the dining table, Ye Guan was still focused on his meal, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Due to Xian Yuanling's presence, others hesitated to use their chopsticks and could only watch Ye Guan eat. Just then, Ye Guan picked up a lobster. He looked at it and became somewhat perplexed. "How do I eat this?" It was Ye Guan's first time seeing a lobster. Xian Yuanling noticed Ye Guan's perplexed gaze and asked, "Mr. Ye, have you never eaten lobster before?" Ye Guan nodded and admitted, "I've eaten dragon but not lobster." The people at the table inwardly chuckled. The young man surely knew how to jest, but none of them dared to make fun of Ye Guan due to Xian Yuanling's presence. Naturally, Xian Yuanling didn't take Ye Guan's words seriously. A dragon was a legendary existence, after all. Xian Yuanling picked up a lobster and peeled it before placing it on Ye Guan's plate. "Mr. Ye, try it," she said. Everyone at the table was stunned. Did Xian Yuanling just peel lobster for him? Goodness! Even Gu Yunman was stupefied. She thought Xian Yuanling was just being respectful toward Ye Guan, but it was clear that Gu Yunman had been mistaken all this while. Xian Yuanling was trying to please Ye Guan. Gu Yunman's heart was in turmoil. How was that possible? Ye Guan was also a bit surprised. He hesitated briefly before saying, Miss Xian Yuan, you're going a bit too far. I feel a bit embarrassed. Xian Yuanling smiled and explained, this is a trivial matter compared to the grace you have shown me. The cultivation method and sword art that Ye Guan had bestowed upon her could change the trajectory of her life and alter the fate of the entire Xian Yuan clan. She hadn't lied when she said that peeling a lobster for him was a trivial matter. We're friends, so you don't have to be so polite, Ye Guan said with a smile. Friends? Xian Yuanling's lips beneath the veil parted into a charming smile. Ye Guan took a bite of the lobster. He found it tender and delicious. He instantly fell in love with it. Xian Yuanling smiled upon seeing Ye Guan's expression and took the initiative to pick up another lobster for him. Everyone at the table watched as Xian Yuanling peeled lobsters for Ye Guan. Xian Yuanling didn't really care about what other people thought of her. In fact, she was ready to peel even 100,000 lobsters to repay Ye Guan's grace to her. Just then, a woman suddenly walked up to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned to see the woman, and he muttered, Miss Wanyu. Today, Mu Wanyu was dressed casually in a sportswear outfit, but her outfit couldn't hide her beauty at all. Obviously, a woman with a good figure would look charming wearing just about anything. Mu Wanyu trembled ever so slightly before asking, can we talk? Mu Wanyu knew that Ye Guan was coming today, so she had been waiting here since early in the morning. Sure. Ye Guan nodded and put down the lobster in his hand. He followed Mu Wanyu out toward a nearby garden. Xian Yuanling cast a curious gaze upon Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu in the distance. Ye Guan and Mu Wanyu walked slowly toward the garden. Ye Guan was quiet along the way. Mu Wanyu asked, are you still mad at me? Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Not really. Mu Wanyu stopped walking and looked at Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything. Ye Guan smiled. We live in two different worlds, so our perspectives and approaches to things are naturally different from each other. What I had done at the time was a bit extreme here, so it's not strange that you couldn't accept it. Mu Wanyu clenched her fists. She bit her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. Ye Guan sighed and said, Miss Wanyu, you're a good person, but we're not from the same world. What I mean is that our living environment is different. The world I live in does not allow me to be kind to my enemies. Against enemies, I have to be decisive, or there will be endless trouble. Mu Wanyu shook her head. You're still angry at me, she said. Ye Guan went silent. Mu Wanyu looked at him with tear-filled eyes and said, I know you're angry because I didn't trust you. If I had just asked you, I believe you would have explained things to me, but I immediately scolded you rather than doing that. Mu Wanyu started crying. Ye Guan took out a tissue and was about to help her wipe her tears away when his hand paused midway. After a moment, he placed the tissue in Mu Wanyu's hands and whispered, Miss Wanyu, we're not suitable for each other. I'm 100 times no, 1,000 times more ruthless than you can ever imagine. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. Left all alone, Mu Wanyu fell into a daze. She looked as though her soul had flown away as she stood rooted in place while tears streamed down her face. Sizai appeared in front of Ye Guan as soon as he returned to his seat. Wanna go for a walk? Sizai suggested. Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Sizai smiled slightly and wrapped her arm around Ye Guan's arm. The two started walking outside the Su residence. Beside Gu Yunman, the auburn-haired young woman whispered, and, he, seems to be a bit of a womanizer. What do you think of him? Is he handsome? Gu Yunman asked. The auburn-haired young woman nodded. Her first encounter with Ye Guan wasn't exactly pleasant, but she had to admit that Ye Guan was handsome. Gu Yunman made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan in the distance and muttered, his looks will bring him endless trouble. The auburn-haired young woman had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanling's gaze was full of curiosity as she stared at the departing pair. Ye Guan and Sizai left the Su residence and walked down the street outside. Today, Sizai was wearing a white dress that accentuated her figure. Her excellent figure combined with the dress created a silhouette capable of stirring the hearts of countless men. Yuan Wanyu, Sizai started. Ye Guan shook his head. She's been really sad these days, Sizai said. I've never seen her so sad before. Ye Guan remained silent. Sizai asked, are you really angry at her? After a moment of silence, Ye Guan sighed and replied, an explanation is meaningless. Anyway, we're going to Yanjing tomorrow, right? We're leaving tomorrow morning, Sizai nodded and said, I've made the necessary arrangements. Ye Guan nodded and looked up at the sky. Yanjing. My father and aunt must be in Yanjing. I must find them. Ye Guan reckoned that he would be able to find the people he had been looking for if he were to group up with his father and aunt. More importantly, he could ask his father to lift the restriction on his cultivation base. Ye Guan had never been worried about Sishu and Saijing. The true god was here, after all. You know Miss Xian Yuanling? Asked Sizai. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Sizai stared curiously at Ye Guan. When did you meet her? We met not too long ago. Ye Guan smiled and explained, she gave me a sword, and I gave her a cultivation method and a sword art. Oh. Sizai went silent. Did you like my gift? Ye Guan asked with a smile. Like. Sizai took out the Nuwa stone and grinned. I love it. This is something special, right? Xianyuan Ling looked like she wanted to take it away earlier, Suziai added. Ye Guan smiled and said, you should wear it. It's going to be beneficial to you. All right, I'll wear it, then. Suziai replied. The pair started talking about many different topics as they walked down the street. Ye Guan was really enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Actually, he had many realizations during his time here, and one of them was the meaning of life. People weren't born to cultivate and fight. The cultivators of the Guanshan universe would spend tens or even hundreds of years in secluded cultivation once they had decided to face a bottleneck. Most of the time, they would shatter their bottleneck and emerge from their secluded cultivation as an even stronger cultivator, but it wasn't like they hadn't paid any price to achieve such power. The price they had to pay was their humanity. An individual without humanity was frightening, and a great example of this was his plainskirt ant. His father had preserved the tiniest vestiges of humanity in his plainskirt ant by staying next to the latter. If it weren't for Ye Xian, the plainskirt lady would have lost her humanity long ago, and she would have long become a terrifying monster. Humanity. Ye Guan opened his hands, and a sword appeared. He had been walking down the invincible sword path, which meant he had been chasing after divinity itself. How could he chase after divinity when he still didn't have complete mastery over his humanity? Humanity is ephemeral? Ye Guan closed his eyes. He could feel it. He had always thought that he had already reached the ephemeral the ephemeral transcendence realm, but Ye Guan suddenly found everything laughable. He had never really pondered over the ephemerality of humanity until now, which meant that the biggest flaw of his sword Dao was the fact that he had never truly entered the ephemeral realm. It all made sense, as he had never sensed the divine realm despite reaching the so-called ephemeral transcendence realm. The sword in Ye Guan's let out a resonant hum and started trembling. Ye Guan looked up as the mysterious force appeared above him once again. Ye Guan was startled, and he quickly suppressed his sword intent. The mysterious force soon vanished. Ye Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Guan's sword intent was about to undergo a qualitative change, but Ye Guan had no choice but to suppress it. There was no way around it. He simply couldn't contend against the mysterious force. He had to bear with it for the time being. A great man could withstand any suffering for the sake of the greater good. Regardless, Ye Guan was curious. Just how powerful would he become once the restriction on him was lifted? Suziai seemed shaken. The latter's sword intent had startled her. Ye Guan smiled and explained, actually, I'm a swordsman. Swordsman? What kind? Like those swordsmen in dramas. Suziai blinked. Yep, you got it right. Ye Guan replied. Does that mean you can fly on your sword? Suziai asked. I can do it, but not for now, Ye Guan replied. For now. Suziai smiled and asked, so you can do it in the future? That's right. Ye Guan nodded. Can you bring me with you to fly on a sword when the time comes? Suziai asked. Sure, why not? Ye Guan replied with a chuckle. Suziai smiled slightly and wrapped her arm around Ye Guan's arm. Do you know that I like you? She muttered to herself. Ye Guan was right beside her, but she felt that he was far away. She didn't dare to confess because she was afraid of the negative consequences. However, she was also afraid that Ye Guan would suddenly leave without knowing her true feelings and how her feelings for him were quite intense. I want to tell you something. Suziai exclaimed. Ye Guan stared in astonishment at Suziai. Suziai blinked and said, Love tiger oil 1. Ye Guan was puzzled. Love tiger oil. Yup, love tiger oil, Suziai said with a grin. Ye Guan was confused. What does that mean? Suziai hugged Ye Guan's arm and grinned. It's a special greeting in the Milky Way. Ye Guan whispered, Love tiger oil. Suziai's grin became a charming smile as she stared at Ye Guan absent-mindedly muttering the phrase. Ye Guan and Suziai had inadvertently turned into a remote alleyway. Swoosh! A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of them. Suziai's expression changed instantly. Ye Guan grabbed Suziai's hand and smiled at her. The flustered Suziai instantly calmed down, and a sense of security wrapped around her heart, making her feel comfortable all over. Ye Guan stared at the middle-aged man in the distance and said, I'm curious. The Li family has already been destroyed, and as for the Wang clan, it's unlikely that they still have the will to send people against me. Which is exactly why I'm curious, just who sent you here? The middle-aged man chuckled and asked back, have you already forgotten what you just did? What did I do? Ye Guan asked with a frown. Oh, so you've already forgotten how you killed one of our people. The middle-aged man stared at Ye Guan and spat coldly. How courageous. Your people? Ye Guan asked, sounding puzzled. The middle-aged man didn't reply. He unsheathed the broadsword on his back and took half a step forward with his left foot before activating the latent energy inside of him. The broadsword started emitting a faint cold light. Ye Guan stared quietly at the middle-aged man. Sundering the heavens and splitting the earth, the middle-aged man roared with the broadsword in hand, but instead of swinging the broadsword toward Ye Guan, the middle-aged man pulled out a gun with his other hand, aimed it at Ye Guan and fired. Suziai's expression changed instantly. The world seemed to slow down as Suziai jumped in front of Ye Guan and shut her eyes. Bang! A gunshot echoed, startling Suziai. She opened her eyes and found the middle-aged man in the distance with a sword sticking out of his forehead. It turned out that when the middle-aged man's other hand was in the middle of pulling out a gun, Ye Guan's sword was already flying toward the middle-aged man's forehead. When the middle-aged man squeezed the trigger, Ye Guan's sword had already pierced his forehead, which disturbed the middle-aged man's aim. Ye Guan's sword was faster than a gun as long as his target was within 10 meters from him. What about beyond 10 meters? Ye Guan just had to imbue profound energy into his sword, and it would be faster than a gun. Ye Guan turned to Suzy and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that she was fine. Ye Guan pulled Suzy behind him and stared at the middle-aged man. My future clan will not let you go, the middle-aged man said in a raspy voice. The future clan? Ye Guan frowned, but he suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Yingqing. He ran over to the middle-aged man and said, Are you familiar with Yingqing? Ask her to meet me, and I will let her off. Let my master off. The middle-aged man glared sinisterly at Ye Guan. Master will not let you off? She'll kill every single member of your family. The middle-aged man writhed as he took his last breath. Ye Guan had no idea what to say, and so was Yingqing. 1 equals AI Lao, who you? It sounds like I love you when you say it? 2 The latent energy isn't specified? Ye Guan's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected that the middle-aged man was from the future clan and that he was Yingqing's subordinate. Ye Guan was familiar with Yingqing, as some unpleasant things had happened between them. Ye Guan could still remember how Qin Guan had dismissed Yingqing and sent her back to the Milky Way. Ye Guan couldn't quite believe that he had actually forgotten about Yingqing upon arriving here. Suzy walked up to Ye Guan and whispered, Do you know him? Ye Guan nodded. If he didn't lie, their leader should be someone I know. Suzy asked, The future clan. Ye Guan said, Yes. How about you ask Miss Ling? Suzy asked. Ye Guan's eyes lit up. Xianyuan Ling was from Yanjing, so she had to know about the future clan. With that in mind, Ye Guan said, Let's just hope that Miss Ling hasn't left yet. I'll go and ask. Suzy replied and took out her phone to call someone. Soon, Suzy put away her phone and looked at Ye Guan. She left, but I know where she usually stays. Is it the 10,000 Swords Manor? Ye Guan asked. Suzy nodded. Yes. Ye Guan said, Xiao Shui can take me there. I'll go with you. Suzy said. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, We're leaving tomorrow, so you probably have many things to settle today. Let me go to the manor to ask questions, and I'll come back to the Su residence once I'm done. We'll go to Yanjing together tomorrow. He's going to return to the Su residence? Suzy grinned. All right. Ye Guan was right. She truly had many things to handle. Okay, I'm going now, Ye Guan replied. He called Xiao Shui before sending Suzy back to the Su residence. Xiao Shui soon arrived to fetch Ye Guan and the two of them headed to the 10,000 Swords Manor. The white-haired old man greeted Ye Guan. Mr. Ye. Ye Guan nodded and asked, Is Miss Ling here? Yes, but she's currently taking a bath, the white-haired old man said. Mr. Ye, please wait in the guest hall for a moment. She'll be out soon. All right. Ye Guan nodded. The white-haired old man led Ye Guan to the guest hall. The guest hall was elegant, with many landscape paintings hanging on the wall. The few bookshelves contained ancient-looking books instead of modern ones. Eventually, Xianyuan Ling arrived at the guest hall. Xianyuan Ling wasn't wearing a long dress but a simple and plain robe, but the way her long hair cascaded behind her, along with her demeanor, made her look elegant overall. She was still wearing a veil, revealing only her eyes. Xianyuan Ling walked slowly to Ye Guan's side, sat down, and brewed tea for Ye Guan. Mr. Ye, I didn't expect you to come here, Xianyuan Ling said. Ye Guan smiled and explained, Miss Ling, I came here to ask a few questions. Do speak, then, Mr. Ye, replied Xianyuan Ling. Ye Guan's expression turned serious as he said, Miss Ling, are you familiar with the future clan? The future clan? Surprise flashed in Xianyuan Ling's eyes as she asked, Mr. Ye, are you perhaps acquainted with the future clan? Ye Guan nodded. Can you tell me more about it? Xianyuan Ling said, The future clan is one of the two biggest organizations in our Milky Way, and the other is the Milky Way clan. Below them are the four major clans, the Yang clan, the Qin clan, the Xianyuan clan, and the Qi clan. Xianyuan Ling made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, Mr. Ye, are you from within the Milky Way or from outside the Milky Way? Ye Guan replied, Outside the Milky Way. Xianyuan Ling's hand pouring tea trembled ever so slightly out of surprise. Miss Ling, are you from the Xianyuan clan that you just mentioned? Ye Guan asked. Xianyuan Ling nodded lightly. She then poured a cup of tea for Ye Guan and said, Mr. Ye, please. Ye Guan took a sip before asking, Can you contact the clan leader of the Milky Way clan? How about the clan leader of the future clan? Xianyuan Ling shook her head and explained, The headquarters of those two clans aren't on Blue Planet, but somewhere else in the Milky Way. I can't go there for now, and even if I got there somehow, it's impossible for me to contact their clan leaders. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I understand. Xianyuan Ling glanced at Ye Guan. Mr. Ye, are you familiar with those clan leaders? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xianyuan Ling fell silent. He did not respond and simply took a gentle sip of her tea. Ye Guan suddenly said, Miss Ling, there's one more thing I would like to ask for your help. Xianyuan Ling said, Please speak. Ye Guan smiled. I have a friend named Mu Wanyu. She's going to Yanjing as well, but she's going there by herself, which makes her an easy target for bullies. Can you take care of her for me? Xianyuan Ling glanced at Ye Guan and said, It's a small matter. Ye Guan said, Please don't tell her that I asked you to do this. Xianyuan Ling was puzzled. Why? Ye Guan smiled without explaining. Xianyuan Ling went silent as well. Ye Guan stood up and said, I'll see you again, Miss Ling. Mr. Ye, are you heading to Yanjing tomorrow? Asked Xianyuan Ling. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xianyuan Ling smiled. Then, we might see each other again soon. Ye Guan asked, are you also returning to Yanjing? Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes. Ye Guan smiled. See you in Yanjing then. Xian Yuanling said, Mr. Ye, please visit our Xian Yuan clan once you get there. Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Xian Yuanling stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I'm serious? Ye Guan was slightly surprised. All right, he said with a grin. Xian Yuanling's smile turned gentle as she said, I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Ye Guan cupped his fist and said, the same goes for me, I'll see you soon. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. Xian Yuanling stared at Ye Guan's departing figure and muttered, why do I have a feeling that you might be able to subdue the sword of our Xian Yuan clan? After a while, Xian Yuanling stood up to leave. However, she stopped in her tracks upon hearing the engine of a car. She turned around and found someone alighting from a car not too far away from the manor. It was another visitor, and the visitor was none other than Suzy Ai. Xian Yuanling was stunned to see Suzy Ai. Suzy Ai walked up to Xian Yuanling and smiled before asking, Miss Ling, can we talk? Of course. Xian Yuanling smiled and brought Suzy Ai to the guest hall. Suzy Ai sat across from Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling looked at the teacup in front of Suzy Ai and said, Mr. Ye has just left. Suzy Ai nodded. I know. Xian Yuanling looked at Suzy Ai and smiled. Miss Suzy Ai, do you have any questions for me? Suzy Ai nodded and took out the Nuwa stone that Ye Guan gave her. Miss Ling, I want to know what this thing is, she said. Xian Yuanling was silent. Suzy Ai earnestly urged, please tell me. Xian Yuanling asked, Mr. Ye did not tell you. No. Suzy Ai shook her head, he didn't say anything. Xian Yuanling stared deeply at Suzy Ai before whispering, he's really good to you. Suzy Ai clenched her hands slowly. Is it very precious? Xian Yuanling sighed, Miss Suzy Ai, your Su clan is worth around 50 billion, but even if there were 100 million Su clan, the necklace in your hand is still going to be more precious than all of them combined. Suzy Ai's eyes widened, and her jaw fell to the ground. She couldn't even grasp, not to mention believe in Xian Yuanling's words. The gem embedded in that necklace is called the Nuwa stone, and it's one of the 10 great artifactions of Huaxia. Its value is beyond your imagination, and it is a true divine item. It will preserve the beauty of the wearer and drastically increase their lifespan. In addition, it has a few special abilities as well. You're not a cultivator, but it's still going to protect you, and it's going to become even more formidable in the hands of a cultivator, said Non Yuanling. She shook her head and smiled bitterly before saying, in short, it's really precious. If it weren't for Mr. Ye, I would have snatched it away. Suzy Ai clenched her fists but remained silent. Honestly, I'm starting to envy you. He gave away such a precious item without any hesitation. Xian Yuanling muttered. She shook her head and added, he's too generous. Xian Yuanling was being sincere. When she saw Ye Guan give away the Nuwa stone, she truly felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Most importantly, Ye Guan was aware of the Nuwa stone's identity. He was truly ruthless in his pursuit of women. Suzy Ai put away the necklace and stood up. Miss Ling, thank you, she said. You're welcome. Xian Yuanling smiled and said, if you need anything once you're in Yanjing, feel free to contact me. She handed a golden calling card to Suzy Ai. My contact information is in there. Suzy Ai accepted the calling card and said, I'll see you in Yanjing, then, Miss Ling. Suzy Ai turned around and left. Xian Yuanling escorted her to the door and watched as Suzy Ai disappeared in her car. I need to make sure that he'll attend my birthday party, she muttered. Xiao Shuai led Ye Guan to his room in the Su residence. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the ground and started circulating the universe beholdment skill once again. So far, he had only gathered enough profound energy to unleash 5 strikes imbued with his sword energy. Ye Guan wasn't collecting spiritual energy from the air and converting it to profound energy for the sake of defending himself. He could control his sword with his mind, and it was enough to deal with ordinary people. He had decided to collect profound energy to one day tackle the Dao seal on him. He wanted to see just how powerful it was. Soon, it was midnight. The door to Ye Guan's room was pushed open by Suzy Ai. Ye Guan was stunned to see Suzy Ai, as she was wearing only a white nightgown. Her long hair was slightly damp. Clearly, she had just taken a bath. Suzy Ai smiled and exclaimed, I knew you were still awake. Ye Guan smiled lightly at Suzy Ai as the latter walked slowly up to him. Just then, Suzy Ai pulled down the collar of her nightgown. Wait! Ye Guan exclaimed, aren't we moving too fast? Suzy Ai frowned, but then she glared at Ye Guan in embarrassment. What are you talking about? I just wanted to show you the necklace. Ye Guan finally looked at Suzy Ai's neck and found that she had already put on the necklace. The Nuwa stone remained dazzling even in the dark, which made it clear that it was far more extraordinary than any gemstone out there. Sorry, I misunderstood. Ye Guan immediately said. He felt embarrassed and was convinced that his mad demon bloodline was the reason behind his impure thought just now. Mad demon bloodline. Suzy Ai looked at Ye Guan and smiled shyly. Is it pretty? Ye Guan nodded. Very pretty. This necklace must have been expensive, right? Suzy Ai asked. Not really. Ye Guan smiled and said, it's an ordinary necklace that looks just a bit better than the average necklace. Is that so? Suzy Ai asked and stared at Ye Guan for quite a while. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Suzy Ai tilted her head and kissed him. Ye Guan was stunned. Suzy Ai stepped backward and blinked. Her cheeks were flushed slightly as she explained, don't think too much about it. Here in the Milky Way, people sometimes kiss each other to express their gratitude. There's no other meaning behind it. Suziai then turned around and ran away. Left all alone, Ye Guan sat frozen on the ground. Kissing to express gratitude? Awesome? The next morning, sunlight pierced the window, filling the room with light and warmth. Ye Guan suddenly felt something tickling his nose. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a breathtaking face. Time to get up, Suziai grinned. Ye Guan smiled and stretched lazily. He had gotten a penchant for waking up late since he arrived here. He finally understood why his father had handed over his responsibilities to him so early. Freedom was great. It turned out Ye Xian knew how to enjoy life. Ye Guan wasn't wearing any clothes, so when he pulled his blanket away, Suziai blushed shyly and looked away. However, she still ended up taking a few sneaky glances. Ye Guan's body was in excellent shape. The power of his fleshly body and his cultivation base had been sealed, his bulging muscles still existed. His muscles no longer looked explosive but had become well-defined. Men liked women with good figures, and the same could be said for women. They also like men with good figures. After taking a few more glances, Suziai reluctantly handed over Ye Guan's clothes to Ye Guan. Thanks, Ye Guan said. You know I can wear my clothes myself, right? What? Suziai smiled and teased, afraid that I'll take advantage of you. Ye Guan chuckled. That's not what I meant. Suziai chuckled and went silent. She helped Ye Guan with his clothes. Soon, Ye Guan was all dressed up. Suziai adjusted his collar and looked at him, saying, You're really handsome. Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. Let's go have breakfast, Suziai said and dragged Ye Guan outside. The people in the Su residence greeted them respectfully. Even a fool could see the relationship between their young miss and Mr. Ye, so they would be dumber than a fool if they couldn't see it. Suziai brought Ye Guan to the dining room, where breakfast had already been prepared. Ye Guan didn't hesitate and started eating with gusto. Suziai suddenly said, Sister Gu and the others went ahead of us. Ye Guan looked at Suziai and asked, So, it's just going to be the two of us? Suziai smiled. Yes, that's fine, Ye Guan replied. Once you've found the person you've been looking for in Yanjing, are you? Suziai trailed off and stared nervously at Ye Guan. I'll leave when the time comes, said Ye Guan with a light chuckle. Oh. Suziai lowered her head unconsciously, and she instantly lost her appetite. Ye Guan looked at Suziai and asked, Are you interested in learning to cultivate? It's similar to what Xianyuan Ling has been doing. You are willing to teach me? Suziai asked. She knew that cultivation methods were incredibly precious beyond her imagination. An ordinary person could only learn a cultivation method by getting admitted into the Milky Way Academy or by getting born into a unique household like the Xianyuan clan. Of course, I'm willing to teach you, Ye Guan said. As long as you want to learn, I'll give you the best cultivation method out there. Why are you so nice to me? Suziai suddenly asked. Ye Guan was stunned. Why? Suziai repeated and stared intently at Ye Guan, hoping for an answer. Because you're a very nice person, Ye Guan replied. Suziai looked down without saying anything. The best thing that happened to me after coming to this place was meeting Wanyu and you, so I really want the two of you to live well, said Ye Guan with a serious look. Suziai looked up at Ye Guan and asked, Is that it? Are there no other reasons? Other reasons? Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, I just want you to live well. There are no other reasons. Suziai rolled her eyes at Ye Guan before silently lowering her head to eat. Why can't there be any other reasons? She muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's droning. What did you say? Ye Guan asked. Suziai quickly shook her head. Nothing. Ye Guan glanced at Suziai but didn't say anything. Soon, the two finished their meal and headed to the airport. Xiao Shui had prepared everything beforehand, so everything went swimmingly. Ye Guan and Suziai boarded the plane and sat next to each other. Ye Guan's interest was piqued as the plane took off. He found planes to be quite similar to the spaceships in the Guanxian universe. The only difference was that planes traveled at a much slower speed than spaceships. Ye Guan had always been curious as to why there were barely any cultivators on Blue Planet. Ye Guan believed that it couldn't possibly be the great Daoist Brush Master's fault. After all, Qin Guan and some other big shots were here. Regardless, cultivation remained an obscure concept in Blue Planet. Were they doing it on purpose? Ye Guan fell into deep thought. It was highly likely that Ye Guan's assumption was correct. Otherwise, the Milky Way clan would have settled here rather than somewhere in the Milky Way star field. Ye Guan looked out of the window and smiled. I think it's okay to let this blue planet stay like this. It's the last remaining peaceful planet throughout the vast expanse. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and said, I have to contact Miss Gu. Suziai asked, Are you going to look for that person selling books on a bridge? Ye Guan nodded. Suziai was curious. What kind of person are they? I don't know, but I have to meet her, Ye Guan replied. The true god? Ye Guan looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. Honestly, he was extremely curious about the true god. After all, she had been suppressing the true universe's universe tribulation for countless millennia at this point. Thinking of the universe tribulation, Ye Guan's expression became solemn. The sight he saw with Saruan that day was despair-inducing. It was just too terrifying. Are we going to the Boundless Club in Yanjing? Suziai asked. Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, We might have to go and take a look. Suziai said, You have to bring me with you when the time comes. Ye Guan was puzzled. Why? I'm afraid that you won't come out again once you go inside, Suziai replied with a smile. No, I think it's better if you stay outside, Ye Guan replied. Suziai's smile froze, and she asked, why? Ye Guan's expression turned grim as he said, you're so beautiful. If you go in, how can the women inside survive? Suziai was stunned, and she made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan before saying, you sure know how to sweet talk. I don't care. You have to bring me with you. Sure. Ye Guan smiled. Suziai nodded. Suziai started, but a violent tremor ran through the plane, interrupting her. Ye Guan frowned. Suziai got a bit nervous and held Ye Guan's hand tightly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing some turbulence, please return to your seats and fasten. Crackle. The announcement was interrupted by a lightning bolt that struck the left wing of the plane, causing it to sway violently as horrified shrieks instantly filled the plane. Suziai's face turned pale, and she held Ye Guan's hand tightly with eyes filled with fear. The incessant thunderous booms of lightning echoed outside the plane. Suziai turned to look at Ye Guan and trembled. Are we going to die? Ye Guan suddenly stood up and looked up. His eyes narrowed into slits as he muttered, how dare you act recklessly knowing that I'm here? Boom! A lightning bolt struck the right wing of the plane. Another violent tremor ran through the plane, and the piercing shrieks of the passengers instantly pervaded the cabin. Damn it! Ye Guan's face turned ugly. Open your eyes and stare at me, you damned heavenly Deo. Boom! A lightning bolt struck the plane once more, causing it to completely lose its balance. Ye Guan's expression froze. Damn it! It doesn't recognize me? Just then, Ye Guan felt someone hugging him tightly. He turned and found a pallid Suziai looking up at him. Ye Guan's face turned grim. Something's wrong? This is definitely not a coincidence. There had to be a reason behind the pinpoint accuracy of the lightning bolts. Could this be the result of heavenly tribulation? Could it be? Ye Guan looked around, and his gaze soon fell on a young woman. The young woman wearing a purple skirt seemed to be about 16 years old. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. The young woman looked up, and she froze upon meeting gaze with Ye Guan. Ye Guan frowned. Damn it! The young woman wasn't a human being but a demon one. There are demons on this blue planet? Ye Guan was shocked. Wait, what did she do? Ye Guan had no idea at all. Just then, the plane trembled violently as it went on a nosedive to the ground. At this rate, they would hit the ground in just a few seconds. The PLA. The air was thin, so Suziai's gaze was blurry as she looked up at Ye Guan. Dying with you seems quite alright. Actually, I have always wanted to tell you. I love. We're not going to die. Ye Guan roared, I'm not going to let you die. Ye Guan pressed his hands together, and a thunderous boom echoed as a horrifying sword intent burst out of him and enveloped the plane, forcing it to come to a standstill in midair. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone, and even the young woman in a purple skirt stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Unfortunately, their shock changed into horror once more as a mysterious power descended and struck Ye Guan. Boom! Ye Guan keeled over and almost collapsed. The mysterious force was so strong that it almost extinguished Ye Guan's sword intent. The plane continued to plummet. Ye Guan roared once and clenched his fists. His sword intent surged crazily, but it was no match for the mysterious force. Blood started to drip down Ye Guan's orifices, and his expression was distorted into a terrifying grimace. Suziai was horrified. Ye Guan looked up and shouted, Father, I can't accept this. You can give me hardships, but you must not hurt innocent people for my training. Ye Guan received no response, but the mysterious force boring down on him grew even stronger. The plane started plummeting once more. Ye Guan turned to Suziai and asked, if I became someone else, would you be afraid of me? Suziai quickly shook her head. Ah! Ye Guan let loose a piercing roar, spurring the mad demon bloodline inside of him into action. His mad demon bloodline dyed his sword intent crimson. Ye Guan turned to the sky and shouted, I can't accept this, Father. Kaboom! The crimson sword intent took to the sky. At the same time, the mad demon bloodline took over Ye Guan's mind. The sky outside the plane seemed to have been obscured by a red veil. Suziai watched in horror as Ye Guan's entire body was dyed crimson, making him look like a killing machine. One Yao? Ye Guan looked like he was drenched in his own blood, and his eyes were a terrifying bloodshot. Suziai was stunned and afraid, but her fear lasted only for a brief moment. Suziai's heart throbbed with pain upon seeing Ye Guan's distorted face. A powerful crimson sword intent forcefully stabilized the plane. The plane was still falling, but its descent had gotten a lot slower. However, the mysterious force was still suppressing Ye Guan's sword intent. Ye Guan was in a lot of pain, as he had decided to resist the mysterious force. Unfortunately, the mysterious force was just too formidable for him to resist. He had already activated the power of his bloodline, but his bloodline was flimsy before the formidable, mysterious force. Ye Guan clenched his hands tightly, trembling all over. His crimson sword intent surged crazily to resist the mysterious. He was left with no choice. He had to resist, or everyone here would die. It had to be known that the passengers weren't cultivators, so they would definitely die upon falling to such a great height. Suziai's heart was gripped with anxiety as she stared at Ye Guan's distorted face. She wanted to help, but she had no idea how she could do that and could only stand there helplessly. Meanwhile, the plane was about to crash. The plane had slowed down so much that it looked like the plane was attempting to land. Ye Guan clenched his hands and gnashed his teeth as he teetered on collapse. The plane finally landed on a small hill, and a tremor ran through Ye Guan. Crackle! The crimson sword intent finally shattered beneath the mysterious force. Boom! The plane exploded into fragments. Unbeknownst to Ye Guan, his sword intent and bloodline had undergone a qualitative change when the crimson sword intent shattered, but Ye Guan couldn't care less about these changes. Suziai quickly grabbed onto Ye Guan, and the two rolled down the small hill. Fortunately, the hill was barren, so the two rolled to the bottom without colliding with something. The intense pain coming from Suziai's back made her frown deeply, but she quickly sat up upon realizing something. Little Guan, she exclaimed upon seeing Ye Guan next to her. Ye Guan's eyes fluttered, and he slowly lost consciousness as the mad demon bloodline's power weakened gradually until it disappeared. Suziai was instantly afraid upon seeing Ye Guan lose consciousness. She placed her fingers beneath Ye Guan's nostrils to check if he was breathing, and she sighed in relief upon realizing that Ye Guan was still alive. Afterward, she immediately started sobbing. After a while, Suziai took out her phone but was horrified to find that there was no reception. What should I do? Suziai looked up at the summit of a nearby mountain. The summit was so far that they seemed to be a kilometer away from it. It was unrealistic for her to carry Ye Guan to that summit to ask for help, and there was also a fire on that summit. The survivors were fleeing for their lives, which meant Suziai and Ye Guan couldn't go there to ask for help. Suziai looked around and found that they were surrounded by thorny bushes, and there was a dense forest a few hundred meters away from them. The sky was getting dark, and a sense of hopelessness pervaded Suziai. Eventually, she forced herself to calm down. The small hill was barren with no shelter, so they had to leave and find shelter somewhere else. Suziai also reckoned that the place would become extremely dangerous at nightfall. To make matters worse, Ye Guan was seriously injured. Suziai had to find reception to ask for help. Suziai stared at Ye Guan on the ground. She gritted her teeth, tore off her sleeve, and wrapped her feet. Her high heels broke while they were sliding down the hill. After wrapping up her feet, she lifted Ye Guan and carried him on her back. Suziai's petite frame bent instantly beneath Ye Guan's weight, but Suziai gnashed her teeth and started walking away slowly. The thorny bushes and sharp rocks were digging into Suziai's skin, but Suziai gnashed her teeth and pressed on. Soon, Suziai entered the dense forest with Ye Guan. Suziai found a large tree with a huge canopy, and she placed Ye Guan gently against the huge tree. She looked down at her legs and found that they were covered in blood. Suziai bit her lips and ripped the hem of Ye Guan's clothes to wrap them around her feet. Suziai didn't use her own clothes, as she was wearing a sweater with only her bra inside, which meant that she would be exposing herself if she were to use her sweater instead of Ye Guan's clothes. Suziai took out her phone but was disheartened to find no signal. Suziai stared at the unconscious Ye Guan in front of her and stroked his cheek gently. "We're going to be fine," she said. Suziai rested for a while before carrying Ye Guan on her back toward the edge of the dense forest. Suziai's pace was incredibly slow, and it took her half an hour to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. The sky was getting darker and darker. Suziai knew that she had to pick up her pace. Ye Guan was still breathing, but she knew that he was severely injured. In other words, he had to receive medical attention as soon as possible. An hour later, Suziai finally carried Ye Guan out of the dense forest. However, she froze upon seeing the scenery before her. She was staring at a seemingly endless mountain range. Clearly, they were quite deep in the mountains. Suziai went pallid at the realization. She spotted a boulder not too far away and decided to carry Ye Guan over there. She laid him down gently and took out her phone, but her face instantly became unsightly. There was still no signal. Just then, she noticed something and looked down at her feet. Her injured feet were healing. Suziai was stunned, but she soon recalled something and lifted the Nuwa stone. The Nuwa stone was emitting a dazzling light. Suziai hurriedly placed the Nuwa stone on Ye Guan's chest. Soon, a stream of spiritual power floated out of the Nuwa stone and entered Ye Guan. "It's working?" Suziai was overjoyed. However, Ye Guan was still showing no signs of waking up. It was already late in the night, and there seemed to be a perpetual cold breeze from the nearby mountains. Suziai started to shiver. She leaned against the boulder and snuggled up to Ye Guan's arms. She gently wiped away the blood on Ye Guan's lips and whispered, "You'll be fine." All of a sudden, the surroundings became eerily quiet. It was pitch black, so Suziai couldn't see anything at all, and the primal fear of the unknown gripped her heart tightly, making her tremble incessantly. I am not scared," Suziai stammered while unconsciously squeezing Ye Guan's arm. Rustling noises abruptly echoed from the distant darkness, and Suziai's face changed drastically. Soon, a massive figure emerged from the darkness, seemingly attracted by the Nuwa stone's dazzling light. Suziai's face went beyond pallid upon seeing the massive figure. It was a tiger. However, the tiger's attention wasn't on Suziai nor Ye Guan but on the Nuwa stone. The spiritual energy that the Nuwa stone was emitting seemed to have attracted the tiger. Suziai's teeth chattered as she trembled incessantly before the towering tiger. However, she summoned the courage to stand up. She stood between Ye Guan and the tiger while staring firmly at the latter. Swoosh! The tiger pounced on Ye Guan. Suziai spread her arms open. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and the towering tiger was blasted at least 10 meters away with a hole in its forehead. Suziai was stunned. She turned to Ye Guan and saw that the latter's eyes were open. "You're awake." Suziai was so relieved and overjoyed that her question sounded more like a scream than a question. Ye Guan nodded and glanced at the Nuwa stone on his chest, feeling grateful that it was on his chest. If it weren't for the Nuwa stone, they wouldn't have survived the encounter with the tiger just now. Ye Guan took a good look at Suziai. There was blood on her face, and she looked deathly pale, but she was smiling. We survived, Ye Guan remarked with a smile. Yes, we survived, Suzy exclaimed, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Ye Guan asked, what's wrong? Suzy grabbed Ye Guan's hand and squeezed it strongly before shaking her head. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, are you not happy that we survived? No, I'm very happy, Suzy replied. So, what's Ye Guan started? Earlier, on the plane. Suzy interrupted. Was it painful? Ye Guan chuckled and replied, it's all water under the bridge. Suzy looked at him silently before hugging him. Ye Guan asked, can we contact anyone? Suzy shook her head and replied, there is no signal. Suzy then looked into the distance and said, but I think we can get a signal on the summit of that mountain over there. We should go there later at daybreak. Okay, Ye Guan said weakly with a nod. Suzy looked at Ye Guan. Are you tired? Ye Guan nodded. He was utterly exhausted. The mysterious power didn't hold back at all. He was in a horrible state, as his fleshly body wasn't as strong as before he visited the Milky Way. He had also forced himself to activate his bloodline, which made things worse. Go and rest, then, Suzy said. However, Ye Guan shook his head. He had to protect Suzy. Suzy had the Nuwa stone, but he was still worried about her. After all, the Nuwa stone had yet to recognize Suzy as its master, so she couldn't tap into the Nuwa stone's true power. Suzy stroked Ye Guan's face and said, you're tired, right? You should rest. I can't, Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, I'm scared that you might take advantage of me while I'm asleep. Is that so? Suzy asked, wait, can you even move right now? Ye Guan shook his head and was about to speak when Suzy leaned over and kissed him. Ye Guan was stunned. It was a gentle kiss. Suzy was afraid to hurt Ye Guan and could only do it gently. Suzy's face reddened, and even though it was pitch black, she still lowered her head upon sensing Ye Guan's gaze on her before hurriedly explaining, don't think too much about it. That kind of kiss was another wholesome kiss. I heard that people in the Milky Way often kiss each other as an interaction. Really? Ye Guan hesitated before saying, can we interact a bit more? Suzy froze and instantly went silent. Looking at the shy Suzy, Ye Guan could not help but shake his head with a smile. Naturally, he didn't believe her words at all. He wasn't a child, after all. Although he wasn't completely familiar with the Milky Way, he still had some common sense. Ye Guan tried to move, but he was utterly exhausted. He sighed to himself. His father was too ruthless to him to the extent that he was starting to wonder if he was actually a biological son. However, he soon realized that his bloodline and his sword intent had undergone a qualitative change. They had become even stronger, and incredibly, he couldn't grasp the depth of their improvement. Ye Guan was really looking forward to the day his cultivation was restored. A wave of exhaustion soon swept over Ye Guan, interrupting his many thoughts. The wave of fatigue made his eyes close ever so slowly. He bit on his tongue, and the intense pain woke him up. Suzy's heart ached as she said, if you're sleepy, just rest. I'll protect you. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I can't sleep. What if something happens while I'm asleep? Just talk to me. I'll do my best to stay awake. Ye Guan didn't dare to fall asleep. A wild beast was nothing much to fear. He was afraid of meeting that young woman on the plane. After all, there was a high chance that she was a demon. Suzy hugged Ye Guan tightly. She felt touched but frustrated at the same time as she said, you really should stop thinking about me for now. Sleep? You have to sleep. Ye Guan shook his head again and said, just keep talking to me. Suzy felt helpless at Ye Guan's insistence on staying awake. She could only agree to his request. To be frank, she was also afraid of letting Ye Guan sleep. What if he succumbed to his injuries while sleeping? Just then, Ye Guan's eyes fluttered. Suzy hurriedly said, what do you want to talk about? Ye Guan thought for a few moments before asking, do you still remember the first time we met? Suzy nodded and said with a smile, of course. Back then, I thought you were Mu Wanyu's boyfriend. Ye Guan smiled back and said, does the word boyfriend have the same meaning as the word husband here? No, Suzy replied, shaking her head. Ye Guan was confused. What does it mean, then? I suppose you can call it a phase, Suzy said and explained, if two people can continue to get along well with each other, then they may choose to get married and become husband and wife. Otherwise, they break up. Hence, a boyfriend is more than a friend but less than a husband. I still remember you asking me why I wasn't sleeping with Miss Mu. Suzy laughed and said, well, if people are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they can sleep with each other. Ye Guan blinked and asked, they can sleep with each other? Suzy nodded, yes, if both parties are willing. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He was once again convinced that the customs in this place were slightly different from that of the customs back in the Guanxian universe. Realizing that, Ye Guan felt slightly embarrassed. He had been referring to both Suzy and Mu Wanyu as his girlfriends, after all. It was all Mu Wanyu's fault, as she had told him that the word girlfriend meant having a girl as a friend. Regardless, Ye Guan had to admit that Huaxia's common language was profound and expansive. The two chattered for a while until a wave of fatigue struck Ye Guan once again. Suzy asked, do you want to sleep? Ye Guan wanted to bite on his own tongue again to wake himself up, but Suzy grabbed his hand and shoved it into her pocket. Ye Guan's mind went blank upon sensing the warmth of her thighs, and he no longer felt sleepy at all. Suzy's face reddened. She lowered her head shyly as she trembled ever so slightly. Ye Guan cleared his throat. Suzy, why you don't have to do this, Ye Guan stammered. Suzy was blushing intensely as she asked, do you still feel like sleeping? Ye Guan fell silent. He no longer had any issues staying awake, as his thoughts were too chaotic for him to sleep. Do you like it? Asked Suzy. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. It would be a lie if he were to say that he didn't like it, so he replied in a serious tone of voice, thank you, Suzy. You don't have to do this if you don't want to do so, though. Suzy shook her head and remarked, it's fine as long as it's you, and, please don't think that I'm the kind of woman who can do this with any random men out there. Why would I think that way? Ye Guan asked softly. Suzy cupped Ye Guan's face with both hands and said, on the plane, I really thought that we were going to die, but you know what? My fear disappeared when I stayed close to you. Do you know why? Why? Ye Guan asked. Suzy smiled. Because I was with you. Ye Guan fell silent while Suzy smiled slightly, no longer saying anything. Ye Guan was about to retract his hand, but Suzy grabbed his arm and said, keep it in my pocket, as it seems like it's keeping you awake. Ye Guan had to admit that tonight was bound to be a long night filled with happiness. He no longer felt sleepy. The two managed to stay awake until daybreak. Suzy was about to stand up when she felt something on her chest. She instantly blushed upon identifying what had collided with her chest. Ye Guan retracted his hand. Suzy tried to stand up, but she instantly keeled over. Ye Guan caught her just in time and saw that her legs were covered in blood. His heart immediately throbbed with pain upon recalling the great distance she had covered by herself while carrying him on her back. Ye Guan removed the necklace around his neck and put it around Suzy's neck. And no, it's better if you Suzy wanted to refuse, but... Ye Guan narrowed his eyes at her and said sternly, behave. Suzy instantly went silent. After a while, she nodded and replied, okay. Come on, hop on my back, Ye Guan said. Suzy obliged, and just like that, the two started walking toward their destination in the distance. Ye Guan felt much better after wearing the Nuwa stone overnight. Suzy wrapped her arms around Ye Guan's neck and stared at him with a smile. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's hands were holding Suzy's inner thighs. His intention had always been wholesome, but he still couldn't stop the weird thoughts from coming in, but it made complete sense. He was still a man, after all. Suzy stared deeply at Ye Guan and thought, he's great in all aspects, it's just that he seems completely uninterested in women. Is it my fault? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Suzy shook her head and blushed. Why do I sound like I want him to take advantage of me? Gosh, I'm weird. It took them the entire day, but they eventually reached the peak of their destination. Suzy whipped out her phone, and her expression quickly turned to that of excitement as she exclaimed, there's a signal here. Ye Guan smiled and asked, who are you calling? Miss Ling. Xianyuan Ling. Yes. We're not that far from Yanjing. The Xianyuan clan can definitely rescue us from here. All right, sounds great. Xianyuan Ling's voice soon echoed from the speakers of Suzy's phone. Xianyuan Ling asked, Miss So, is Mr. Ye doing okay? Yes, he's fine, Suzy replied. Okay, give us some time, Xianyuan Ling said, I'll be there soon. The call soon ended, and Suzy put away her phone before looking around. The mountain range before them seemed endless, and Suzy couldn't help but feel worried upon realizing that she had underestimated the mountain range where they were located. Ye Guan put her down gently on a rock and examined her legs. The bandages were soaked in her own blood. Ye Guan asked softly, it must be painful, isn't it? Suzy shook her head, but she didn't say anything. Suzy's haggard face made Ye Guan feel a tinge of pain in his chest. He hugged her gently and said softly, you should rest. Don't worry, I'm here. Suzy seemed hesitant. Eventually, she nodded and agreed. Okay. Suzy was completely exhausted, so she soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Ye Guan closed his eyes and started circulating the universe beholdment skill. His eyes lit up, and he was astonished upon realizing that the spiritual energy here was denser than normal. What's going on? Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. He looked around him and thought, is it because we're in the mountains? In the end, Ye Guan decided not to think too much about it and started absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. He didn't hold back at all, as he had exhausted every single particle of profound energy to resist that mysterious force back on the plane. 2 hours later, a helicopter finally appeared on the distant horizon. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly and stared at the approaching helicopter. The helicopter descended and hovered a few meters above them. A young woman jumped out of the helicopter, and she was none other than Xianyuan Ling. Mr. Yat, Miss Su. Xianyuan Ling shouted while running over to Ye Guan and Suzy. Suzy frowned and soon woke up. Ye Guan replied, Miss Xianyuan, thank you for rescuing us. Don't worry about it, Xianyuan Ling said with a smile. Mr. Yat, I want you to Suzy tightly. Xianyuan Ling then grabbed Ye Guan's shoulders and bent her knees before jumping into the air. The three of them reached the helicopter in the proverbial blink of an eye, but the brief scene still startled Suzy. They were so high up, after all. However, Ye Guan wasn't in the slightest alarmed. If it weren't for the mysterious force suppressing him, he would be able to fly out of the Milky Way with just a single thought on his end. Xianyuan Ling asked, Mr. Yat, were you guys on the plane that recently crashed around here? Ye Guan nodded. Did you save everyone? Xianyuan Ling asked after a brief hesitation. Ye Guan nodded again. Xianyuan Ling stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, Mr. Yat, pardon me for being so direct, but is your cultivation being suppressed? Ye Guan was startled, and he asked, how did you know? Xianyuan Ling fell silent. She had seen a glimpse of Ye Guan's terrifying sword intent, and she was convinced that it was strong enough to destroy the entire world. Back then, she thought Ye Guan had suffered a terrifying backlash from his sword intent, but it turned out that he was just being suppressed. I see, so that's how it is. He really is being suppressed, Xian Yuanling thought before replying, I guessed. A guess? Ye Guan nodded slightly. He then turned to Suzy in his arms and asked, how are you feeling? Suzy smiled and said weakly, I feel better. Ye Guan nodded and then turned to Xian Yuanling. Miss Ling, are you familiar with the heavenly Dao of this blue planet? Xian Yuanling replied, yes. How can I contact him? If you don't mind, can you tell me why you want to contact him? I want to tell him that he's fired. Xian Yuanling had no idea what to say. Firing the heavenly Dao? Xian Yuanling shook her head and smiled. Of course, she was not going to take him seriously. Clearly, he was just venting. An ordinary person wouldn't be familiar with the heavenly Dao. No, there was a high chance that they had never heard of it before, but Xian Yuanling from the Xian Yuan clan, and there was no way her clan wasn't aware of the heavenly Dao's existence. The blue planet also had a heavenly Dao, and the Milky Way clan had sent the heavenly Dao over to maintain the order of the planet and prevent any evil forces from disrupting the blue planet's development. Thus, Ye Guan's remark about firing the heavenly Dao sounded outright absurd to Xian Yuanling. There was only one way Ye Guan could fire the heavenly Dao, and it was becoming the clan leader of the Milky Way clan. Ye Guan didn't elaborate. His top priority at the moment was to help Suzy recover as soon as possible and teach her how to cultivate. Ye Guan was being targeted, but the same couldn't be said for Suzy. After about an hour, the helicopter finally landed. Xian Yuanling brought Ye Guan and Suzy to a luxurious room on the highest floor of a skyscraper. The room was huge, 800 square meters big, and it was decorated lavishly. The window also offered an overlooking view of half the city. We're in one of our Xian Yuan clan's buildings, and I usually stay in this room whenever I'm here in Yanjing, so don't worry. No one will disturb you here, Xian Yuanling explained. Ye Guan looked around. Indeed, the decors made the room give off a cozy air. Ye Guan gave an approving nod before carrying Suzy over to the bed and putting her down gently. Xian Yuanling walked over and examined Suzy's legs before saying, we should clean her wounds. I'll go fetch some water, Ye Guan replied. Then, he turned around and left. Soon, he returned with a big bowl of water. He removed the bandages and saw that Suzy's wounds had healed considerably due to the Nuwa stone, but the blood seeping out of her wounds still worried Ye Guan. Ye Guan gently wiped away the blood on Suzy's legs. Xian Yuanling stood by Ye Guan and was quietly staring at Suzy. Suzy was overjoyed, and she was grinning as Ye Guan cleaned her wounds. Once Ye Guan was done cleaning Suzy's wounds, he put a blanket over her and said, you should get some rest. I will, Suzy said, nodding slightly. Ye Guan stood up and turned around to leave the room. Xian Yuanling took out a pill and handed it over to Suzy, saying, Miss Su, this pill will help you recover. Suzy nodded. Thank you. You're welcome, Xian Yuanling replied before turning around and leaving. Ye Guan and Xian Yuanling eventually found themselves on the balcony. Ye Guan enjoyed the view of Yanjing City from the balcony before saying, Miss Ling, what do you need? I don't need anything, Xian Yuanling answered. Ye Guan turned to look at her. Xian Yuanling smiled and said, we're friends, aren't we? It's just a small favor between friends, so you don't have to worry about it. Miss Ling, to be honest with you, there is something that I need to trouble you with, so if there's anything you need, please let me know, and I'll. Mr. Ye, do you not think of me as your friend? That's not it. I just don't like to be indebted to others. What do you need me to do? There are two things I need your help with. First of all, I want you to find a certain pedestrian bridge in Yanjing. Secondly and lastly, I want to know the identity of the Boundless Club's owner and if there's a way to contact them. Xian Yuanling frowned and asked, the Boundless Club? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xian Yuanling was silent. Are you familiar with the Boundless Club? Asked Ye Guan. Yes, Xian Yuanling replied and explained, the owner of the Boundless Club is an extremely enigmatic individual, even my Xian Yuan clan haven't been able to uncover their identity. However, we're thinking that he's from the stars beyond. You're right, Ye Guan said, confirming her doubts, he's from the stars beyond. Mr. Ye, are you perhaps aware of his identity? Yes, but I can't contact him at the moment. Then we have no choice but to go to the headquarters of the Boundless Club. Can the members of the Xian Yuan clan enter that place? Yes, we can. I'll have to trouble you. Then. It's no trouble at all. What about the pedestrian bridge? Ye Guan asked. Mr. Ye, there's a myriad of pedestrian bridges in Yanjing. Do you have any information you can tell me to narrow things down? Have you ever read the book titled Seduced in the Sea of Desires? Xian Yuanling was stunned, and her face flushed instantly as she quickly shook her head. And no, she stammered. The look on Xian Yuanling's face made it painfully clear that she had read the book before. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly at the sight and explained, I'm looking for the author of that book, Miss Leg. In that case, I know where that pedestrian bridge is, Xian Yuanling said softly. Can you bring me there? We can only go there at night. At night, she only goes there at night. Yes. Okay, let's do that, then. Sishu and Saru had embarked on a journey to the Milky Way to find the true God. In other words, Ye Guan just had to find the true God, and he would find both Sishu and Saru. Sishu? Ye Guan sighed. She really is. I'll come back for you later. Then, Xian Yuanling said and suggested, you should go ahead and rest. Yeah, I should, Ye Guan replied. Xian Yuanling turned around to leave. Ye Guan walked out of the balcony and found that Suziai was already asleep. He tucked her in tightly before sitting cross-legged in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse. Time to cultivate? Ye Guan smiled. The spiritual energy in Yanjing was much denser than the spiritual energy in Baiyun City. It still couldn't compare to the spiritual energy density of the Guanshan universe, but it was several-fold denser than Baiyun City's spiritual energy density. Ye Guan had no idea how long Ye Xian would keep him suppressed, so Ye Guan ought to gather as much profound energy as he could while it was possible. After all, Yanjing wasn't exactly a safe place for him. In fact, one of his people had almost killed him yesterday. Ye Guan took a deep breath and circulated the universe beholdment skill. The spiritual energy in the air soon gathered and formed a vortex above him. A middle-aged man was standing silently in a certain part of the starry skies. 3 were standing behind him, a woman wearing daoist robes, a hunchbacked old man and a black-robed man. Every single one of them gave off a terrifying killing intent. This middle-aged man standing at the front was none other than the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign was staring at an expansive ruin. You spirit, are you really willing to hide in these ruins forever? He asked. Just then, a phantom appeared before the Eternal Sovereign. Eternal Sovereign, I don't know who that plain-skirt lady is or how strong she is, but I do know that true God is extremely powerful. Pardon me for being blunt, but I don't think that you can beat her at all. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled. The true God has decided to maintain the order that the great Daoist Brush Master has established, which means that any living beings beneath her will die one day. I'm curious, just how much longer do you have to live? The U-Spirit was quiet. The Eternal Sovereign stared at the U-Spirit and said, I'll deal with the true God and the plain-skirt lady. The U-Spirit remained silent. The Eternal Sovereign smiled and continued, do you not wish to be immortal? To live forever? We just have to kill the plain-skirt lady, and the vast expanse will be ours. The U-Spirit sighed and said, Eternal Sovereign, it hasn't been that long since you emerged from your seal. How come you're already thinking of such a thing? The Eternal Sovereign replied, I want to get back everything I lost. I've finally been released after so many years, so if I do not do something, what was the point of waiting for so many years? I won't be a part of this, the U-Spirit replied and left. He also wanted to overthrow the true God's established order. Who wouldn't want to live forever? However, he didn't trust the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign was just too unpredictable of an ally. The U-Spirit decided that it would be better for him to play safe. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes turned cold at the U-Spirit's departure. A cosmic spirit with no fighting spirit. Useless, the Eternal Sovereign spat coldly. Sovereign Zhang said, I've met quite a few cosmic spirits with the same attitude as him. I think that's the reason some great destiny sovereigns are stronger than them. The Eternal Sovereign nodded without saying anything. Sovereign Zhang asked, when are we heading to the Milky Way? The Eternal Sovereign closed his eyes and said, we still have somewhere to go, and it's the last place we will visit before going to the Milky Way. It has a great Dao origin, and the great Dao origin there will restore all my strength. The light in the eyes of the people behind the Eternal Sovereign turned fiery. The great Dao origin was the most precious source of energy in the vast expanse. The Eternal Sovereign turned around and stared at somewhere with a light smile. The plain-skirt lady only has 1 month to live at most. Let's go, we'll pick up the pace and let her die sooner rather than later, the Eternal Sovereign said before disappearing into thin air. The people behind him disappeared soon afterward and followed closely behind him. Ye Guan cultivated until nightfall, and he had managed enough profound energy to unleash 5 sword moves imbued with sword energy. He felt the urge to go against the mysterious force again, but he decided against it in the end. Ye Guan was convinced that he would just receive another beatdown if he were to do so. Just then, Ye Guan heard footsteps behind him. He turned and saw Suziai. Suziai sat down on the nearby sofa and enjoyed the night view of Yanjing City. After a while, Suziai turned to Ye Guan. You said before that you would teach me how to cultivate, she said, blinking. Yes, I did say that, Ye Guan replied. Is it hard? Suziai asked. Ye Guan shook his head. Nope, not at all. Ye Guan then put his finger on Suziai's forehead. A torrent of information inundated Suziai. Ye Guan soon retracted his finger and stared at Suziai. Suziai opened her eyes and asked, the universe beholdment skill. Ye Guan nodded and said, it's one of the best cultivation methods out there. It must be priceless, then, Suziai said. Not at all, Ye Guan said and smiled. It's only as valuable as the necklace you're wearing right now. Suziai looked down and muttered, you're always teasing me. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, I'm going to the pedestrian bridge to look for the author of that book I had mentioned to you long ago. Do you want to come with me? Suziai wanted to say yes, but she seemed to have recalled something and shook her head instead. I'm going to visit Sister Gu. I've been postponing many business-related affairs, and I can't afford to postpone them anymore. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Soon, Xian Yuanling walked into the room after knocking. Ye Guan got up and said, let's go. Wait. Suziai exclaimed just as Ye Guan was about to walk away. Ye Guan turned and saw Suziai walking up to him. Suziai fixed his collar and said softly, next time, don't leave without saying goodbye to me, okay? Ye Guan was silent for a little while before he said, okay, promise. I promise. Go on, then. Ye Guan nodded and left with Xian Yuanling. Left all alone, Suzy stared at the door for a long time before she shook her head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and Xianyuanling made a beeline for the pedestrian bridge where they could find the author of the book Seduced in the Sea of Desires. Yanjing was lively even at night. Lights illuminated the streets where many people were strolling, and laughter filled the air. There were many stores nearby, and they were all crowded with customers. Ye Guan felt a bit thrilled as he looked around and enjoyed the scenery. He had to admit that the blue planet was more vibrant than the Guanxian universe, where everyone's focus was on cultivation. A single instance of closed-door cultivation could last for hundreds of years, which meant his friends and family could pass away without his knowledge. Cultivating in the Guanxian universe was so dull that it gnawed away at one's humanity, drawing them closer to the divine. If Ye Guan hadn't come to the Milky Way, he would have lost touch with his humanity and thought of it as something abstract. He would have spent his whole life doing nothing but cultivating and fighting. Ye Guan's visit to the Milky Way made him realize that one couldn't live in such a manner. Ye Guan started smiling at the unexpected profit that he had gained over his visit here. Xianyuanling glanced sideways at him, curiosity filling her eyes. Ye Guan was truly a mystery in her eyes, and he was also from the stars beyond. Xianyuanling knew that the Milky Way was under the constant protection of the Milky Way clan. The majority of cultivators couldn't possibly enter the Milky Way, not to mention the blue planet. Who exactly is he? Xianyuanling shook her head and decided not to think about it. Of course, Xianyuanling didn't ask Ye Guan any questions as well. She believed it was important for people to respect the privacy of others. Just then, Ye Guan stopped at a stall. The stall vendor was frying 2 pieces of tofu in a golden brown color. The tofu was emitting a tempting fragrance, which made Ye Guan come to a halt. The stall vendor looked at Ye Guan and asked with a smile, "Want 2 pieces?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes. Coming right up." The stall vendor threw 2 pieces of tofu into the deep fryer. Xianyuanling made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan without saying anything. The tofu was done. The stall vendor placed them in a box and handed it over to Ye Guan. "Split them and put them in 2 boxes, please," Ye Guan said. Sure. The stall vendor obliged and handed 2 boxes of tofu over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan accepted them and passed one to Xianyuanling, saying, "Miss Ling, let's try them." Sure. Xianyuanling was still wearing a veil, so she found it a bit difficult to eat, but she decided to try some anyway. Ye Guan was about to pay, but Xianyuanling beat him to it. She paid the stall vendor before walking away. Ye Guan followed closely behind her and said, "This is pretty good." Xianyuanling's curiosity was piqued. "Mr. Ye, does this delicacy not exist in your hometown?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No." Xianyuanling went silent. Ye Guan smiled. "Thank you for the treat, Miss Ling. I'll surely repay the favor by treating you to some of our delicacies." Xianyuanling asked, "What kind of delicacies do you have over there?" "Dragon meat." Ye Guan replied. Xianyuanling blinked without saying a single word. Ye Guan knew that she didn't believe him, but he didn't bother to explain himself. It would have been strange if she had believed him right away. Many things here and there piqued Ye Guan's interest, but the 2 of them also attracted the interest of many people. Xianyuanling was especially eye-catching. As always, she was wearing a white dress and a veil. However, anyone could tell that she was a breathtaking beauty based on her eyes and figure. Furthermore, she was dressed in an ancient costume, which made her look just like a fairy in the eyes of everyone else. Vroom! Just then, revving motorcycles echoed behind them. Ye Guan turned and saw motorcycles rushing past him, leaving behind a trail of ear-piercing noises that elicited quite a few frowns from many people. Ye Guan retracted his gaze, and the 2 of them continued walking down the streets. The motorcycles in the distance turned around and stopped in front of them. There were 6 motorcycles and people. Every single one of the riders was dressed in an avant-garde style with colorful hair, which made them stand out. The young man standing at the front had a bowl-cut hairstyle and was wearing tight-fitting jeans. His arms were covered in tattoos, which made him appear brutish and intimidating. The young man stared at Xianyuanling and chuckled. "Want a ride, Miss Beautiful?" The young man behind him started shouting, clearly egging him on. Ye Guan glanced at them before turning to Xianyuanling. "Does this place not have any laws?" Ye Guan asked, sounding puzzled. Xianyuanling calmly replied, "This world is a dark place, and many terrifying things happen every day in places unknown to the majority of people." Ye Guan nodded. "I see." The young man's face darkened upon getting ignored. He walked up to Xianyuanling and looked down at her before saying, "Come on, Miss Beautiful. I'm talking to you, you know." Xianyuanling remained expressionless as a cacophony of footsteps abruptly echoed from the distance. Soon, more than 10 bodyguards rushed toward the young man. The young man's expression changed. He turned around to run away, but he froze upon finding himself staring at more than 10 gun barrels. His friends couldn't escape as well, and they were beyond pallid while trembling. The young man looked at Xianyuanling and started begging for mercy. Xianyuanling calmly said, "Send them to Abyss Prison. Make sure to let them have fun with 20 strong men." 20 strong men? Ye Guan stared at Xianyuanling. Xianyuanling's face reddened slightly beneath Ye Guan's gaze. The bodyguards promptly dragged the young men away. Xianyuanling finally looked at Ye Guan and asked, do you think that was too cruel of me?" Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and said, "Why would I think that way? Imagine what would have happened if they had messed with someone else instead of you. Those people are the scums of society, so you don't have to feel bad about them. The corners of Xian Yuanling's lips curled up into a smile. Okay. Ye Guan asked again, Miss Ling, how's your cultivation going? Xian Yuanling was excited to hear that, and she immediately replied, it's been great. I'm already at the peak of the 9th stage using the cultivation method that you gave me. At this rate, I'll soon become a master. No, it's just a matter of time before I become a master. Ye Guan asked, are masters strong? Yes. Xian Yuanling nodded and explained, once you become a master, you will be able to fly through the air and travel thousands of kilometers in a day. Apart from that, Xian Yuanling pointed at the building in front of them and said, this building is 5 or 6 stories high, but I will be able to take it down in one punch once I become a master. Ye Guan took a look at the building and nodded slightly, saying, that's indeed quite remarkable for this place. Xian Yuanling smiled and said, yes. According to our statistics, there are about 3,000 masters in the whole of Yanjing City, which has a population of millions. A master at my age is incredibly remarkable. Ye Guan smiled, not saying anything. Xian Yuanling smiled and asked, was my goal too low? Ye Guan thought for a long time before he said, Miss Ling, the spiritual energy density of this planet is extremely low, so you won't be able to unleash the full potential of the cultivation method that I taught you. You'll be able to reach new heights if you leave this planet and go somewhere else where the spiritual energy is dense. Xian Yuanling fell silent, seemingly pondering over Ye Guan's words. You should be able to get out of this planet, right? Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling nodded. I'm a guaranteed admission student. Ye Guan asked, guaranteed admission student? What is that? It means my admission to the Milky Way Academy is guaranteed. Once I'm admitted to the academy, I just have to pass a test, and I can go to the Milky Way clan afterward. I estimate that it'll take me just a year. Ye Guan nodded. I see. Do you want to go to the Milky Way clan too? Yes. So, you also want to become a student of the Milky Way Academy? Ye Guan shook his head. He had no interest in becoming a student. Ah, we're almost there, Xian Yuanling said. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and nodded slightly. Xian Yuanling asked with curiosity, young Lord Ye, is the person you're looking for from the stars beyond as well? Yes. Is she powerful? She's extremely powerful. Of course, the true god was extremely powerful. After all, even the great deist brush master couldn't beat her in battle. Xian Yuanling asked, compared to you, how strong is she? Ye Guan blinked and said, well, she's just slightly stronger than me. Xian Yuanling shook her head. No way, you're the strongest here, there can't be anyone stronger than you. Pfft. Ye Guan burst out laughing at the remark. That's it, Xian Yuanling said while pointing at a pedestrian bridge. Ye Guan turned and found the pedestrian bridge in question. It was hundreds of meters long, and there were quite a few people walking on it. Ye Guan took a deep breath. He was feeling rather nervous to meet the true god. What if she decided to use force against him? Even at his peak, Ye Guan was still too weak to fight the true god. Xian Yuanling said, let's go. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. They walked up the pedestrian bridge, and Ye Guan was surprised to see many stalls on both sides of the bridge. Some were selling toys, some were small ornaments, and some were even selling food. It seemed like every stall imaginable was on this pedestrian bridge. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the stalls, but he failed to find a stall selling books. She's not here. Xian Yuanling walked up to one of the stalls and asked the vendor, boss, where's the lady that sells books here? I think she didn't set up her stall today, the stall vendor replied. Xian Yuanling turned to Ye Guan. Ye Guan said, let's wait a bit longer. Okay. Xian Yuanling replied with a nod. After a while, Ye Guan walked over to a stall selling watermelons and tried a slice. Ye Guan was pleasantly surprised it was very sweet. The stall vendor examined him for a few seconds before exclaiming, the resemblance is uncanny. Ye Guan asked, the resemblance? You look like someone I saw here too long ago. Who? The stall vendor explained, a man and a woman came here to buy a watermelon. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and the man next to her was wearing a white robe. I think they were doing cosplay. Anyway, you look really similar to him. No, you're a bit more handsome than him. Ye Guan was taken aback to hear that. Father? Aunt? Did they ever come back again? Ye Guan hurriedly asked. The stall vendor shook his head. No, they never came back. Ye Guan wanted to ask more questions, but a delighted voice abruptly echoed. You're finally here, Sijhen. Sijhen? Ye Guan instantly froze. Ye Guan turned and found a young woman standing nearby. She was a light yellow long dress and was extremely beautiful. Her hair was long, and it fell past her shoulders. A purple belt was wrapped around her waist, accentuating her slender figure, and she was carrying 6 books. Ye Guan instantly realized that she was the true god, as her aura was pretty similar to Sero. Of course, Sero looked gentle on the outside but was cunning inside. Meanwhile, Sijhen's gentleness seemed real. She exuded elegance and grace, which made it hard for him to imagine that she was the invincible true god. Ye Guan was extremely surprised. He had always thought that the true god would have a cold and fearless aura, but she wasn't what Ye Guan had imagined at all. She wasn't giving off any sense of superiority at all, and the light smile on her face was akin to the spring breeze. Sijhen turned to Ye Guan. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Sijhen took the initiative and said, hi. Ye Guan was stunned. He hesitated for a while before asking, do you recognize me? Sijhen nodded. I do. Ye Guan looked at her and asked, how should I address you? Sijhen blinked and replied, you can call me Big Sister like the rest of them. Big Sister. Ye Guan was silent. It seemed that she already knew about what had happened between him and Sisho. Xianyuan Ling stared alternatingly between Ye Guan and Sichuan with eyes full of curiosity. Sichuan sat down on a stool and placed all her books neatly on the side. "You're here for me?" she asked. Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Sichuan smiled without saying a word. "Go ahead and talk to her," Xianyuan Ling chimed in. "If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to contact me, Mr. Ye." Xianyuan Ling pivoted on her heel and turned around to leave. Ye Guan walked up to Sichuan and asked, "Do you know that Sisho and Siro are here?" "Yes," Sichuan replied. "Where are they?" Sichuan merely smiled. After a few moments, she asked, "Is Sisho pregnant?" Ye Guan nodded. "We can let her child become the divine lord of the true universe," said Sichuan. "Doesn't the true universe belong to you? Her child is my child as well. There's no difference." Ye Guan was silent. I think there's a difference. The anti-pornography team is here." Someone shouted. Everyone on the pedestrian bridge immediately looked at Sichuan. Sichuan quickly grabbed her books and pulled Ye Guan's arm, exclaiming hurriedly, "Quick, let's go." Sichuan dragged Ye Guan for a while, and they only stopped when no one was chasing them anymore. Sichuan heaved a sigh of relief, and she looked extremely pretty with her cheeks flushed. Ye Guan examined her and asked, "Has your cultivation base been sealed as well?" "Yes," Sichuan replied. Ye Guan was quiet. "Wow, father is actually strong enough to seal the true god?" Sichuan smiled. "Come on, I'll treat you to a meal." Sichuan then brought Ye Guan to a stall serving meat skewers. They ordered quite a few skewers before taking a seat. Ye Guan looked at Sichuan without saying anything. Sichuan smiled and asked, "Are there flowers on my face? You're very different from what I thought." "Different? I thought you would be cold. Like Saijing. She's actually not that cold. You know, I would have looked for you eventually." "Why? You're my brother-in-law, so I'll have to meet you at least once. Do you know that I'm from the Guanxian universe?" "Yes. Our two universes have been at war for a very long time." The meat skewers were finally served. Sichuan picked up one of them and handed it to Ye Guan, saying, "Here you go." Ye Guan took it and thanked her with a nod. Sichuan bit into another skewer and said, "I'm going to make an analogy, don't overthink what I'm about to say. Okay, would you pay attention to two groups of ants fighting nearby?" Ye Guan's expression went stiff. Sichuan smiled lightly before eating with relish. Ye Guan understood what she was trying to say. Sichuan was basically saying that she was practically the same as Ye Guan's plain-skirt ant and Yingya. They had taken that crucial step and had shredded their humanity. Perhaps there was still some humanity left in them, but it would only appear in the face of a few select people. "She's just like plain-skirt ant and father?" Sichuan bit into a lamb skewer and said, "Actually, the real enemy of the true universe isn't the Guanxian universe and vice versa. The real enemy?" Ye Guan asked, "Is it the universe tribulation?" "The universe tribulation is just one of them." "One of them?" Ye Guan was stunned, and he asked, "We have other enemies." Sichuan nodded. "What are they?" Sichuan merely smiled. Ye Guan felt helpless and decided to change his question, asking, "I heard that you're suppressing the universe tribulation. Is it true?" Sichuan nodded. "Why are you here, then?" Ye Guan asked. "Don't worry, I'm going all out at suppressing the universe tribulation," Sichuan replied. Ye Guan looked at her in amazement and asked, "You mean that your strength is concentrated in suppressing the universe tribulation, but your true body is here?" Sichuan nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan was shocked. Sichuan was definitely much stronger than he thought. Just then, Sichuan picked up a sausage and passed it to him, saying, "Try it." Ye Guan took a bite of it and exclaimed, "It's good." Sichuan revealed a breathtaking smile and said, "The food here in Milky Way is pretty good, and I feel like I'll never get tired of them." "I think so, too." Ye Guan agreed. He was about to take another bite when he felt something behind him and turned to find a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze was sharp and full of killing intent. He was staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan frowned. Sichuan merely stared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man asked, "You're Ye Guan?" Ye Guan replied, "Yes." The middle-aged man looked him up and down before he said, "So you're the one who killed one of my future clan members?" "The future clan?" Ye Guan was stunned. "Is Yingqing the clan leader of the future clan?" "How impudent," the middle-aged man roared, unleashing his aura. "How dare you utter the name of my senior disciple's sister?" Ye Guan hurriedly said, "I'm familiar with your senior disciple's sister, tell her to come and meet me." "How brazen," the middle-aged man yelled, "how dare you ask my senior disciple's sister to come and meet you? Just how do you think you are?" The middle-aged man swung his fist, and a terrifying fist imprint flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyelid twitched. Damn, he's using a big move. He emptied his mind and pulled Sichuan behind him before thrusting his sword at the oncoming fist imprint. He used profound energy to attack, but his sword intent was immediately suppressed by a mysterious force. Clang! A dull thud rang out. Ye Guan and Sichuan staggered backward. However, the fist imprint had yet to disappear, and it collided with Ye Guan's sword. The middle-aged man was a master, and he took advantage of that opportunity to rush toward Ye Guan. He moved incredibly fast, leaving countless afterimages behind him. Astonished, Ye Guan turned and found Sichuan happily gnawing at the meat on the skewer in her hand. "Leave!" Ye Guan shouted. He charged at the middle-aged man once again, but his sword intent was instantly suppressed. "Fuck!" Ye Guan cursed. He had no intentions of trying to unseal his cultivation base, he just wanted to use a bit of his sword intent to fight. However, the mysterious force seemed ignorant of his plight and kept on suppressing his sword intent the moment it appeared. This is so frustrating. Ye Guan felt like he was going to go crazy. Clang! The middle-aged man's fist landed on Ye Guan's sword. Ye Guan's sword trembled violently, and the impact blasted Ye Guan away. Before he could stop, the middle-aged man charged at him again, aiming a punch toward his head. The terrifying force tore space apart, creating a deafening noise. Ye Guan's face darkened. He quickly stepped to the side, avoiding the punch by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword toward the middle-aged man's waist. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Xiantianqi." Boom! The middle-aged man's Xiantianqi surged and blocked Ye Guan's sword. To make matters worse, the technique that the middle-aged man had cast sent Ye Guan flying more than 10 meters away. Swoosh! Ye Guan's sword made a beeline for the middle-aged man, but the sword failed to penetrate the middle-aged man's Xiantianqi. If it weren't for the mysterious force's suppression, the middle-aged man would have perished at the beginning of the fight. It would be more accurate to say that Ye Guan's enemy was the mysterious force rather than the middle-aged man. Just then, the middle-aged man swung his fist and roared, "Break the heavens!" Boom! A golden fist imprint surged and rushed toward Ye Guan and Sichuan. Ye Guan's expression changed. Sichuan saw that and asked, "Are we finally going to run away?" "We have to run." Ye Guan hurriedly replied, "Yes, let's go." Ye Guan grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Where do you think you're going?" The middle-aged man roared and made a slapping motion toward them. The slap raised a strong wind that flew toward them like an arrow. Ye Guan immediately pushed Sichuan away and stepped forward. He thrust his sword at the oncoming wind, but his sword intent was suppressed once again. Fuck. Ye Guan cursed once more before he was blasted tens of meters away. Blood trickled down his lips as he stood up after rolling on the ground. Ye Guan cast a frustrated gaze at the sky. He was so frustrated that he felt like cursing to vent his anger, but he decided not to do so after a moment of hesitation. Ye Guan was afraid of eating more knuckle sandwiches from above. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and turned to Sichuan. "Why are you still here?" Sichuan blinked and asked, "Do you need any help?" Ye Guan was shocked. "You're not under any suppression." Instead of answering, Sichuan whipped out a powerful weapon and aimed it at the middle-aged man in the distance. The powerful weapon was a gun, and Sichuan decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! Ye Guan's expression went stiff, and the true god's image in his mind collapsed. "A gun?" Ye Guan didn't expect that the true god would whip out a gun. The middle-aged man didn't seem afraid. There was even a light of mockery in his eyes as he opened his palm, sending a wisp of Xiantianqi to block the oncoming bullet. Clang! The Xiantianqi blocked the bullet. Masters were capable of manipulating their Xiantianqi flexibly, which meant low-level hot weapons were no longer a threat to them. Sichuan blinked and turned to Ye Guan. It didn't work. Ye Guan pulled on her arm and ran away. The middle-aged man was about to give chase when multiple powerful auras descended upon him. Their fight had lasted a bit too long that it alerted Yanjing City's dragon group. The middle-aged man was silent for a few moments before he turned and disappeared into the night, revealing afterimages behind him. He was a master, but he didn't dare to go against Yanjing City's dragon group. Sichuan and Ye Guan ran for a long time before both of them hopped into a taxi. "Yunhai County, please," Sichuan said to the driver. The car started moving and drove off into the distance. In the car, Ye Guan wiped away the blood from his lips, and his expression was gloomy. He felt extremely annoyed. "He's going too far? Is father not afraid that I'll get beaten to death?" "Are you okay?" Sichuan asked. "I think I suffered some internal injuries," Ye Guan said with a wry smile. Then, he recalled something and turned to Sichuan, asking, "Do you really not have any of your cultivation at all?" Sichuan nodded without saying a word. Ye Guan frowned. "Then, how did you protect yourself here in the Milky Way?" "By being a law-abiding citizen," Sichuan replied. Ye Guan's lips twitched a little. "Law-abiding citizen, my ass?" Sichuan saw that Ye Guan didn't believe her at all, so she added, "I'm serious? No way." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "You're so pretty, and this world is a dark place, after all, so you must have stumbled upon quite a few hooligans." "Well, I did stumble upon a few hooligans, but it was fine." Sichuan smiled and explained, "I have a gun, after all." Ye Guan went silent. Indeed, a gun could solve many problems. Sichuan stared deeply at Ye Guan. Her eyes seemed to be examining him from top to bottom, and it was impossible to know what she was thinking. Soon, they arrived at Sichuan's residence in Yunhai County. The residence was pretty spacious, spanning a few hundred square meters. The room was also decorated in a cozy way. "Do you live here?" Ye Guan asked. "Yes." Sichuan nodded and took off her shoes. "You don't have to take off your shoes." Ye Guan still took off his shoes out of courtesy. He looked around the room, and his gaze fell on the desk with a mountain of documents. He got a bit curious, so he walked toward the desk to have a closer look. "Wait." Sichuan hurriedly shouted and rushed over to the desk. She put away the pieces of paper and explained with a smile, "You can't look at them, they're not done yet." "Okay, come here." Ye Guan hesitated a little before he walked up to Sichuan. Sichuan gestured at a nearby chair and said, "Take a seat." Ye Guan followed her instructions with a confused look. "Strip," said Sichuan. "Huh." Ye Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. Sichen shook her head with a smile and flicked his forehead with her fingers, saying, "What are you thinking? I'm just going to treat your injuries." Sichen then turned around to retrieve a first aid kit. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sichen had used the word strip too casually and ambiguously. Eventually, Ye Guan removed his clothes and saw some wounds on his arm and his chest. Sichen took out an ointment and applied it gently to Ye Guan's wounds. They got so close to each other that Ye Guan caught a whiff of her distinct aroma, making him feel embarrassed as he hesitantly said, "I'll do it." Sichen glanced at him and smiled. "Don't overthink it. I'm just applying medicine for you." "I'm not overthinking it," Ye Guan said, defending himself. Sichen nodded. "Stop moving, then." Ye Guan felt helpless. If he rejected her again, it would make it clear that he was overthinking her treatment. Ye Guan stared at her beautiful face beneath the soft light. Sichen's expression was serious, but her movements were gentle. It was hard to imagine that she was the same true god who had defeated the great Daoist brush master. Ye Guan was starting to suspect that he had mistaken her for someone else, as Sichen wasn't acting like the true god at all. Sichen bandaged his wounds and put away the first aid kit before hurrying into the kitchen. A few seconds later, she came out holding a whole tray of food and bottles of alcohol. "Lady Sichen, what's going on here?" Ye Guan asked. "I just want us to chat," Sichen replied. Ye Guan looked at her, slightly bewildered. "Don't you have many questions for me?" "Yes, I do have many questions, but..." "The same goes for me." Sichen opened a bottle of white wine and handed it over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked hesitantly, "Do I drink this neat?" Ye Guan had no issues drinking at his peak, but he had no access to his cultivation base, which meant Ye Guan could easily get drunk. Sichen opened a bottle for herself and lightly clinked her bottle against his bottle of liquid, saying, "It's our first meeting, take a sip at least." Sichen tilted her head back and took a big swig slash. Ye Guan hesitated for a while before doing the same. He had no idea what kind of liquor he had just drunk, but one thing was for sure, the alcohol content was pretty high, and it was pretty spicy as well, making him grimace. "You said you have many questions to ask me, right? Ask away. Once you're done, it'll be my turn to ask questions," Sichen said. Ye Guan nodded and asked, "Are you really the true god?" Ye Guan decided not to hold back, as Sichen seemed to be an easygoing individual. Sichen nodded. "They all call me the true god, but I don't really like that name." "Why not?" "Because I never really wanted to become a god. The human world is so beautiful, and I don't see the point of becoming a god." Ye Guan was silent. Sichen smiled lightly and exclaimed, "Drink up." She clinked her bottle against Ye Guan's bottle again before taking a few big gulps. Ye Guan did the same after a brief hesitation. The alcohol was extremely strong, making Ye Guan feel like he had drank lava rather than alcohol. "How's my reputation in the true universe?" Sichen asked. "Is it very bad?" "Your reputation in the true universe is great, but it's bad in other places." "How bad is it?" "Very bad." Sichen grinned before she raised her bottle and said, "Cheers." Ye Guan hesitated, but he still ended up clinking bottles with Sichen and taking a few big gulps of his liquor. The two of them emptied their bottles in just a few gulps. Sichen tried to open another bottle, but Ye Guan stopped her. "I'm okay. That was enough for me." Sichen smiled. "Don't worry, there are no bad people here." But Ye Guan started. However, Sichen opened the bottle and exclaimed, "Cheers." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The two ended up drinking for quite a while until Ye Guan realized that he was starting to get a little dizzy. Sichen noticed that and asked, "Was that it? Do you not have any other questions?" Ye Guan replied, "No, I still have questions to ask you." "Ask away, then." "How terrifying is the universe tribulation?" "Well, simply put, it's powerful enough to destroy the vast expanse that we know." Ye Guan's expression turned heavy. "Can you keep suppressing it?" Sichen merely smiled before saying, "Cheers." Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Eventually, he had no choice but to take a few sips, making him feel even dizzier. Just then, Ye Guan's eyes narrowed upon realizing something, and he couldn't help but ask, "How come you're still sober?" Sichen blinked, and then she tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. "Ah, I feel dizzy." Ye Guan was speechless. Moments later, he asked, "Can the universe tribulation only be suppressed and not destroyed?" "Yes. Why can't it be destroyed?" "The universe tribulation is born from all living beings of a universe, and destroying it is equivalent to destroying all living beings in that universe. However, it has gotten so big to the extent that it has now engulfed the entire vast expanse. In addition, it's both a human calamity and a Dao calamity, which means that it can only be suppressed, not destroyed. Is there really no other way to deal with it? Maybe if we're still in the era of the eternal civilization. If we were in that era, how would you go about it? The same thing that's happening on this blue planet can be done." "What do you mean?" "Limiting the lifespan of every living being and preventing them from cultivating will allow the universe to rest and recover. After about 1 billion years, the universe is reborn, and the universe tribulation will cease to exist. How about we do that now?" "It's too late. I've been suppressing it for a long time, and it has gotten strong enough to the extent that I can no longer estimate its true strength." Ye Guan immediately fell silent. "Bottoms up," Sichen exclaimed. Ye Guan was already drunk, but he still decided to finish the bottle of liquor. However, the two still ended up chatting and drinking throughout the night. Soon, Ye Guan became completely drunk, and the world around him would spin whenever he moved. He even felt like he was floating, but Sichhan kept on asking him to drink. About half an hour later, Ye Guan sprawled out on the floor. He looked up and saw Sichhan's blurry figure holding out a bottle of liquor to him. Ye Guan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I'm good, I really can't drink anymore." Sichhan blinked and asked, "You're already drunk?" "Yes, I'm a bit drunk now," Ye Guan replied while staring blankly at Sichhan. At that, Sichhan's lips curled up slightly as she pointed out, "You've been asking me many questions, but I haven't asked you anything yet, you know." Ye Guan felt like his head was filled with lead as he muttered, "Ask me tomorrow." "No way, I have to ask you tonight." "Ask away, then." Sichhan turned around and hurriedly grabbed a pen and a piece of paper. She then sat down next to Ye Guan and asked, "Are you ready?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes. My question is, how did it feel? Remember when you were being intimate with Sishu? What kind of feeling did you get while you were doing it with her? I want you to tell me everything, spare no details, including the positions." Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and his mind instantly cleared up. What the fuck did I just hear? What the fuck did she just ask me? It would be an understatement to say that Ye Guan was taken aback by what he had heard just now. Sichhan merely blinked in the face of Ye Guan's astonishment. She put her right hand on his chest and slowly pushed him back down onto the bed. "Don't be shy. This is just a simple interrogation. Pretend that I'm Sishu," Sichhan said gently. "Do you seriously want to do it like that?" Ye Guan's expression froze. Sichhan saw that Ye Guan looked a little wary, so she decided to change the question. "How did you come to know Sishu?" she asked. "Ba1. Ye Guan looked at Sichhan and sighed in relief at the harmless question. "Tell me," Sichhan urged. Ye Guan nodded slightly, and he started smiling as he reminisced about the days he had spent with Ba1. "We met in this strange village." He told her everything, including how got to know Ba1 and how they had done something specific in the true God world. Sichhan's eyes lit up upon hearing that, and Ye Guan started to hesitate about going into the details. Sichhan quickly asked, "Was it Sishu who initiated it?" Ye Guan nodded. Sichhan muttered, "So Little Shu is dirtier than I thought." Ye Guan was suddenly struck by a wave of fatigue, and his head swayed as he struggled to stay awake. Sichhan followed up with another question. "What happened afterward?" Ye Guan shook his head. "What happened afterward isn't child-friendly. I'm not a child, so tell me." "I can't describe it." Sichhan frowned. "You can't describe it?" "Yes, you have to experience it yourself to know it." Ye Guan was completely drunk, which was why he said something so ridiculous. He wanted to dissuade her from asking more questions, as he wanted nothing more than to sleep. Sichhan grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder to stop him from falling asleep and hurriedly asked, "You can't fall asleep yet? Hurry up and tell me the details about what happened between you and Sishu on that fateful day." Ye Guan felt a little helpless and exclaimed, "Do you really expect me to talk about something so intimate and private?" Sichhan said seriously, "I told you to pretend that I'm Sishu." Ye Guan rolled his eyes and looked away. Sichhan grabbed his head and made him stare at her. "I'll let you sleep once you've told me everything." Ye Guan got a little annoyed. He grabbed Sichhan's waist and flipped over, making her lie down beneath him. "You'll know it once you experience it for yourself." Before Sichhan could react, she felt Ye Guan's lips on her own. A forced kiss? Sichhan's hazel eyes widened, and she gripped the bed sheets tightly. Sichhan's soft and delicate lips made a fire rage in Ye Guan's heart, and a beastly desire threatened to consume him. The room fell silent as Ye Guan became bolder and bolder. He even started to pry open Sichhan's teeth with his tongue without realizing that Sichhan's shocked expression had turned icy. She clenched her right fist, and the room suddenly became illusory. "Ah!" Ye Guan exclaimed. His mind went blank upon seeing Sichhan beneath him, and he stared at her in disbelief. "Fuck. What did I just do?" Sichhan stared calmly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan quickly ran to the bathroom. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water all over his face, which sobered him up. "What did I just do?" Ye Guan couldn't believe what he had done. Clearly, alcohol was capable of making someone do awful things. Ye Guan stayed in the bathroom for quite a while. When he eventually returned to the room, Sichhan was still lying on the bed. At the sight, Ye Guan walked hesitantly to the bedside. "SS Sister Zhen," he stammered. "Sister Zhen?" Sichhan was silent. Ye Guan surreptitiously glanced at her and found that she was completely calm. She didn't seem furious, but for some reason, her calmness made Ye Guan even more nervous. Sichhan got up and shouted, "Lie down." Ye Guan hesitated, but he still decided to sprawl out on the ground. "I meant on the bed," Sichhan added. Ye Guan did not dare to move. Sichhan calmly pointed out, "Weren't you pretty daring just now?" At that, Ye Guan immediately got up and sprawled out on the bed. "Since you're not afraid, why should I be afraid?" Ye Guan decided to go for it. "Sleep." However, Sichhan's response made Ye Guan feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. "Sleep?" Ye Guan glanced sideways at her and saw that her eyes were closed. Unfortunately, Ye Guan was no longer sleepy. "Sister Zhen?" Ye Guan asked hesitantly. Sichhan was quiet. "Please don't be angry at me," Ye Guan said. "I'll tell you the details." Sichhan's eyes opened instantly, and her expression was that of excitement as she said, "Go on." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. "Hurry up and tell me," Sichhan urged. Ye Guan thought about it for a while before he started telling her every single detail of his fateful rendezvous with Sishu. Sichhan wrote down every single detail, and she would even ask questions. Some questions were so explicit that Ye Guan answered them while avoiding her gaze. Meanwhile, Sichen remained calm. It looked like she was genuinely carrying out artistic research without any ulterior motives or dirty thoughts. As they chatted, they got closer and closer to each other. Sichen eventually started leaning on Ye Guan's chest. Ye Guan wanted to move, but Sichen looked up at him and said, "Stop thinking about weird things, empty your mind of dirty thoughts." Ye Guan truly had no idea what to say. "How can I not have any dirty thoughts when you're so close to me?" Sichen saw Ye Guan's unnatural expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Zhen, I'm a normal, functional young man." "I know, so what? And you're really beautiful. And why don't I sleep on the floor? You really are a pervert. I remember hearing about a man of eminent virtue named Lu Ziawai. He lived here on this blue planet, and he was capable of remaining prim and proper even in the most tempting situations. Why can't you do the same? He must have been suffering from a physical issue." "Physical issue? You mean he couldn't get hard?" "Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Let's just continue. You and Sishu only did it once, but she ended up getting pregnant. Is that right? Why don't we change the topic? Let's talk about something less dirty." "No. Do you like Sishu?" "Yes." "What about Saijing?" "I like her, too." "How about Suro?" "I don't have that kind of relationship with Lady Suro." "Suro doesn't like you." "No, she doesn't like me at all." Sichen cast a deep gaze upon Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything in the end. "Sister Zhen, is it fine if I marry Saijing and Sishu at the same time? You're not going to object to it, are you?" "Why would? As long as they like you, it's fine. You're such a great person, Sister Zhen." Ye Guan replied, sounding moved. He knew how important Sichen was to Saijing and Ba1. Ye Guan was bound to have a massive headache if she were to object to his marriage with the two. Sichen merely smiled. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and asked, "Sister Zhen, do you know where Sishu and Suro are right now?" "They're at the Milky Way Academy." "Really? They're at the Milky Way Academy?" Sichen nodded silently. "Did you see them there?" "Yes, but they didn't see me. They also have no idea where I am, and can you not tell them where I am once you're reunited with them?" "Why not?" Sichen merely shook her head. Ye Guan stared intently at Sichen, and he had to admit to himself that she was extremely beautiful. Her features were perfect as if she was a living masterpiece. "What are you looking at?" Sichen asked. Ye Guan sighed and replied, "Sister Zhen, you really are pretty. Who's prettier? Me, Sishu, or Saijing?" "They're just as pretty as you. You have a smooth tongue, young man. Go to sleep." "I'll sleep on the floor. Can't you just get rid of all your dirty thoughts?" Ye Guan fell silent. "My mind is devoid of dirty thoughts, but my body is different. This mad demon bloodline of mine is extremely perverted, and it must be the reason behind my urges. Hurry up and go to sleep. As I said, don't overthink it." "Okay," Ye Guan replied, nodding. He closed his eyes promptly, and a wave of fatigue inundated him soon afterward. The room was silent once more. Daybreak eventually arrived, and a ray of sunlight shone on Ye Guan's face through the window. Ye Guan opened his eyes and realized that his head felt a little heavy. He also felt something resting in his arms. He looked down and froze. Sichen was sleeping in his arms, and she had snuggled up to him? How did she end up in my arms? The cogs in Ye Guan's mind spurred into action, but before he could even recall anything, Sichen stirred and opened her eyes. Ye Guan quickly closed his eyes and acted like he was sleeping. Sichen frowned upon realizing that she had unknowingly snuggled up to Ye Guan. She glanced at Ye Guan before slowly getting up and stretching lazily next to the bed. Afterward, she went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Ye Guan hurriedly put the blanket aside and was relieved to find that he was still wearing his pants. Sichen walked into the room just then, carrying 2 bowls of noodles. She walked to the nearby table and set the bowls down, saying, "Get up." Ye Guan knew that he could no longer pretend that he was sleeping. He promptly got up and walked up to the table. He sat across from Sichen and asked, "You cooked all these?" Sichen nodded with a smile. "Yes." Ye Guan didn't stand on occasion and started eating with relish. Sichen stared at Ye Guan and asked, "How was your sleep?" "It wasn't too bad, but my head still hurts. It must have been the alcohol last night." Sichen stood up and left. She soon returned with a carton of milk. "Drink this. It'll make you feel better." "Thank you, Sister Zhen," Ye Guan replied with a smile. Sichen smiled quietly in response. Ye Guan finished his bowl of noodles and said, "I have to leave now, Sister Zhen." "Sure. What about you?" "I have to get started on my draft. We just met for the first time ever, but I already feel like you're treating me as if I were your..." Ye Guan trailed off and was quiet for a few moments before continuing. "I feel like you're treating me as family. Sishu and Saijing like you, so you're family. Is that so? Other than my 3 sisters, you're the only one qualified to call me sister. May I visit you again?" "Yes, you may visit me anytime you like," Sichen said and gave him a few keys. Ye Guan put it away without asking any questions and said, "I'm leaving now, Sister Zhen." Ye Guan turned around to leave. "Remember not to tell them that I'm here," Sichen reminded. Ye Guan froze and hesitated briefly before nodding. "All right." Ye Guan continued walking away and eventually left the residence. Left all alone, Sichen tidied up the dining table and walked over to her desk. She sat down in front of her desk and wrote down 3 words on an empty document, the final draft. She paused for a few moments before she wrote down 2 words on a separate piece of paper, Ye Guan. Sichuan put down her pen and looked up at the sky beyond the window. Time is running out, she muttered. Ye Guan started smiling while walking down the street. Sister Zhen had truly brought him many surprises. Fortunately, she was an easygoing individual, even though she was quite perverted. Half an hour later, Ye Guan arrived at Xianyuan building. Suziai had already left for somewhere else. He knew that she had come to Yanjing to take care of business. She had many things to handle, and they were all related to the contracts they had signed with the Gu clan. Just then, Xianyuan Ling walked into the room. Ye Guan said, Miss Ling, I need your help with something. What is it? I want to go to the Milky Way Academy. As a student. It would be a waste of my talent if I became a student. Xianyuan Ling merely stared at him and blinked a few times. Ye Guan smiled. You're thinking that I'm just bragging, right? Xianyuan Ling shook her head. No, Mr. Ye, you're mistaken. I know how powerful you are, and you are definitely strong enough to be a teacher. Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation before muttering, I don't mind being a student if all else fails. He had no choice, as no one here had any idea of his identity. Give me a moment, Mr. Ye, Xianyuan Ling said. She turned around and walked into a corner before making a call. After a few moments, she approached Ye Guan and said, Let's go and meet someone at the Milky Way Academy. You can become a teacher with his approval. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Xianyuan Ling said, Let's go. The two went down the building and to the car park. Xianyuan Ling decided to drive personally rather than call the driver over to drive them to the academy. Mr. Ye, are you going to the Milky Way Academy to look for someone? Ye Guan nodded. Sichuan had told him that Sishu and Siro were both at the Milky Way Academy. Now that he was thinking about it, he couldn't help but wonder as to why they were at the Milky Way Academy. Did they go there to study? Ye Guan shook his head. There was a high chance that they had gone to the Milky Way to experience the mortal world rather than to study. Xianyuan Ling seemed to have recalled something, and she said in a low voice, Mr. Ye, we've received news that the people of the Future Clan are targeting you. They have been sending men everywhere to find out where you are. The Future Clan again? Ye Guan frowned and told Xianyuan Ling about the attack on him last night. Xianyuan Ling remarked, You must have encountered a master. Ye Guan nodded. He was now pretty familiar with Blue Planet's power levels. Ye Guan was too weak to beat a master, but it was all because of the mysterious force suppressing him. If it weren't for the mysterious force, even a billion masters wouldn't be his match, he could annihilate them with a flick of his sleeve. However, Ye Guan knew that he had to take them seriously. After all, he still had to eventually face the cold and harsh reality. He had become nothing but a weakling after getting his cultivation sealed, and he couldn't underestimate anyone here. Xianyuan Ling said, Mr. Ye, the Future Clan is difficult to handle, especially their ancestor Yingqing. Her origins aren't simple at all. I heard that she was once the Vice Pavilion Master of the Guanxian Universe's Immortal Treasures Pavilion, which means that she is extremely powerful. Ye Guan fell silent, and his expression turned gloomy. Xianyuan Ling continued, Mr. Ye, you must have heard of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, right? I mean, you're from the stars beyond, after all. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, I've heard of them. Xianyuan Ling said, I've heard that even the Guanxian Academy has to show face to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so as the Vice Pavilion Master, Yingqing must have a lot of authority and power. She retired not too long ago and has returned to the Milky Way, but she's still a force to be reckoned with. Ye Guan didn't reply. Xianyuan Ling glanced sideways at him. She was about to say something when Ye Guan asked, Can your Xianyuan clan directly contact Yingqing? Xianyuan Ling shook her head. No, our relationship with the Future Clan isn't that great. Ye Guan nodded in acknowledgement and went silent. Xianyuan Ling hesitated briefly before saying, Mr. Ye, why don't I have someone follow you all the time for your protection? That's tantamount to making an enemy out of the Future Clan? Are you not afraid of doing that? Ye Guan asked. No, why not? Mr. Ye, I'll be honest, and I hope you won't get angry at what I'm about to say. Go ahead. For some reason, I feel like you're extremely powerful, and there must have been a special reason behind why you've fallen to such dire straits. Hence, I would like to take this opportunity to help you just a little bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be of any help to you at all once you've recovered. Ye Guan was silent. Xianyuan Ling added, I guess that's my ulterior motive for helping you out. You're not mad at me, are you? Why would I get mad at you? Ye Guan asked, smiling. Of course, he wasn't angry at Xianyuan Ling. Ye Guan was well aware that there were no free lunches in this world and that everyone had their own vested interests. Xianyuan Ling smiled at Ye Guan's remark and said, I'm glad to hear that. I decided to tell you because I know that you're smart and a forthright person. There's no way you won't know of my little scheme, so I decided to just tell you directly. Miss Ling, you've helped me a ton ever since we met in Bayun City, and I will never forget what you've done for me, Ye Guan said. Xianyuan Ling shook her head and said, I've done nothing but small favors for you, but you gave me a priceless sword art and cultivation method in return. What I've done couldn't be compared at all to what you've done for me. Miss Ling, why do you think that I'm more powerful than the Future Clan? My intuition told me so. Intuition? Ye Guan burst out laughing at the reply. Xianyuan Ling said, I will get an elder from our clan to follow you around. No need, Ye Guan interrupted. Xianyuan Ling stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and reassured her, I'm going to be fine. Xianyuan Ling hesitated for a while before saying, all right, it's all up to you in the end, anyway. If you need anything, please let me know at any time. Sure, I'll let you know, Ye Guan said with a nod. The two soon arrived at the Milky Way Academy. The Milky Way Academy was the best academy in Huaxia, not just in Yanjing. The Milky Way clan had founded the academy, and the teachers in the Milky Way Academy were the best teachers the Milky Way could offer. The Milky Way clan would also pay for a student's tuition fees and expenses, so it was everyone's dream academy. The Milky Way Academy taught a variety of knowledge in many different fields, and one could also learn ancient martial techniques in the academy. However, the most important reason behind the Milky Way Academy's popularity was the fact that it was everyone's best shot at taking a peek at the worlds beyond the stars. Ye Guan was a bit astonished to see that the academy wasn't built with modern architecture. The architectural style was pretty similar to the architectural style of the buildings in the Guanxian universe. There were grand halls and towering towers. Ye Guan's visit happened to coincide with the academy's enrollment period, so there were many aspiring young men and women at the entrance. They had their own unique dreams, but they all had one thing in common: they wore excited smiles as they stood at the academy entrance. It wasn't strange that they were excited. After all, becoming a student of the Milky Way Academy was an extraordinary achievement that one could use to brag about for generations. Xianyuan Ling walked to a corner and made a phone call. A few minutes later, an old man wearing a long robe walked up to them. The old man had a head full of white hair, and he looked exhausted. Xianyuan Ling rushed to greet the old man and said, "Greetings, Elder Gu." Elder Gu nodded slightly and looked at Ye Guan, asking, "Is that him?" "Yes," Xianyuan Ling said with a nod. "He seems to be full of potential," Elder Gu remarked. "I'm knowledgeable in many different fields. I know how to use a sword, and I'm a good fighter as well." Elder Gu's eyes narrowed, and he asked, "You know how to use a sword?" Ye Guan nodded. "Follow me," Elder Gu said, and brought both of them into the academy. Soon, Ye Guan found himself staring at an arena. A young woman was sitting cross-legged in the arena. She was beautiful, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. A sword was resting on her thighs. Elder Gu looked at Ye Guan and said, Shuang is the best student in our Sword Deo department. Beat her, and I'll recommend you to become a teacher at our Sword Deo department." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." Shuang opened her eyes. She carried her sword with her as she walked up to Ye Guan. "Go ahead and choose your sword," Shuang said. Ye Guan shook his head. "No need. Are you sure?" Shuang asked with narrowed eyes. Ye Guan nodded. Swoosh! Shuang unsheathed her sword and slashed out, moving as fast as lightning. A formidable aura burst out of her at the same time, revealing her status as an 8th stage expert. She moved so quickly that a deafening noise echoed in the wake of her attack. Ye Guan remained calm in the face of Shuang's attack. He tilted slightly to avoid the attack. Shuang's attack missed, and she was about to swing her sword once more when Ye Guan lunged forward and placed a finger on her forehead. Ye Guan's knowledge of battle was deeper than Shuang no. Ye Guan believed that he was invincible here when it came to knowledge of close combat quarters. As if to prove that, Ye Guan used just one move to subdue his enemy. Elder Gu was stunned. Shuang stared wide-eyed at Ye Guan. Ye Guan retracted his finger and asked, "One more." Shuang thrust her sword toward Ye Guan's forehead. The attack was extremely fast, and it even carried a bit of killing intent. However, Ye Guan's 2 fingers clamped the oncoming sword when it was a few inches away from his forehead. Then, he gently squeezed with his fingertips. A tremor ran through the sword and inundated Shuang's hands, forcing her to let go of her sword. Ye Guan then lightly tapped the blade, and the sword flipped over before flying toward Shuang, where it stopped a few inches away from the latter's forehead. It was yet another defeat. Shuang was finally convinced of her defeat. She stared at Ye Guan and said, "I admit defeat." Ye Guan nodded, and the sword fell to the ground with a mere thought on his end. Ye Guan then turned to look at Elder Gu. Elder Gu asked, "May I know the stage of your cultivation?" "Stage?" Ye Guan turned to Xianyuan Ling. Xianyuan Ling hurriedly said, "He's a master." "A master?" Elder Gu was astonished, but he recovered quickly and said, "Then, he is definitely qualified to become a teacher. I'll recommend him right away." With that, Elder Gu turned around and left. Ye Guan stared at Xianyuan Ling and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Ling." Xianyuan Ling shook her head and said, "The credit belongs only to you. You're strong, and it's the reason you've qualified. Otherwise, my recommendation would have been useless." "Are you really a master?" Shuang chimed in. "I guess you can say that." Ye Guan replied with a smile. "They say Sword Deo masters have their own sword intent. Why did I not see you use yours?" Shuang asked. "I just didn't feel like using it," Ye Guan replied. Shuang frowned at his answer. Ye Guan ignored Shuang and turned to Xianyuan Ling. "Let's go shopping outside," he said. Xianyuan Ling readily agreed. Sure. The two left the arena, and Ye Guan finally had time to look around. He had to admit that the Milky Way Academy was built to be stunning. It was expansive, with lawn grass everywhere. One could find many students sitting on the grass while reading books or chatting with each other. Ye Guan started smiling. He believed that a school had to look exactly like this. The Guanxian Academy was a school as well, but the students there were focused on nothing but cultivation, which made it look pretty dull when compared to the Milky Way Academy. Of course, Ye Guan didn't find it strange. The Guanxian universe was filled with many dangers and bitter struggles, after all. People there were generally ruthless, and if one wanted to live longer, one needed enough strength. Ye Guan's wandering eyes landed on a young man and a young woman. To his right. He froze, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Before he realized it, he was already running toward them. Xian Yuanling was stunned when she saw Ye Guan losing his composure. In her mind, Ye Guan had always been the epitome of composure. She turned toward where he was running toward and found a young woman standing there. "She's so pretty," she muttered. Then, she frowned instantly and thought, "Is she Mr. Ye's significant other?" Xian Yuanling shook her head slightly. Mr. Ye was good with women, so he would always be surrounded by women. The young woman finally noticed that someone was running toward her. She turned and froze. The young woman was wearing a long white dress that accentuated her slender figure, and she was carrying a thick, ancient-looking book. The young woman was beautiful, but the real head-turners were the two tiny horns sticking out of her head. They made her look extremely adorable. The young woman was none other than Ao Qian. Ao Qianqian's eyes filled with disbelief. She truly didn't expect to see Ye Guan here, and her heart was instantly filled with chaotic emotions. Meanwhile, the young man standing next to Ao Qian stared alternatingly between Ao Qian and Ye Guan with a puzzled gaze. Ye Guan walked up to her. He failed to contain his excitement as he grinned and said, "I finally found you, Qian." Ao Qian hugged the book in her arms even tighter without saying anything. Ye Guan grabbed her hand and said softly, "I really didn't think that I'd stumble upon you here. This is so surreal, it's too good to be true." The young woman's eyes flashed with hostility upon seeing Ye Guan grab Ao Qianqian's hand. He glared at Ye Guan and roared, "How dare you touch Qian, you impudent!" Smack! Ao Qian turned around and slammed the book in her arms on the young man's face, sending him rolling away at least 10 meters away. The young man eventually managed to stand up again, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Ao Qian with a bloody face. Ao Qian glared coldly at the man and snarled, "What has it got to do with you?" The young man and everyone else were speechless. Ye Guan noticed that a crowd was starting to gather around them, so he said, "Come here, let's go somewhere else." Ye Guan grabbed Ao Qianqian's hand and pulled her away. The young man's expression turned ugly as Ye Guan dragged Ao Qian away while holding her hand. Ye Guan ended up bringing Ao Qian to a deserted lakeside. Ao Qian remained quiet and allowed him to pull her away. Ye Guan examined her before asking, "Qian, what happened to your cultivation? Is your cultivation base being suppressed as well?" Ao Qian nodded. "I tried to fight back, but the mysterious force was too strong. Fortunately, the mysterious force didn't hurt me for my attempt. Wait, how about you? The same goes for me. Who do you think is the culprit?" "I think it's my father." "The sword master?" Ao Qianqian's curiosity was piqued. "The sword master is here." "Yes," Ye Guan replied. Ao Qian went quiet and merely stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, "Are you a teacher here?" Ao Qian nodded. Ye Guan grinned and said, "I'm about to become a teacher here, too." Ao Qian lowered her head and didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Why does it seem like you're upset?" Ao Qian hugged her book tighter and asked softly, "Why were you looking for me?" Ye Guan hugged her gently and said, "Because I was missing you." Ao Qian trembled ever so slightly, and her eyes welled up with tears as she said, "Why did you come here just to bother me?" Ye Guan put his hands on her waist and said, "I'm going to bother you for the rest of my life." Ao Qian pried herself away from his embrace and looked at him with tears streaming down her face. "You're already married," she said. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Disappointment flashed in Ao Qianqian's eyes, and she was about to take a step backward when Ye Guan hugged her again. This time, he hugged her firmly before saying, "We can talk about that problem in the future. Anyway, your father told me that we should bring a baby dragon back home for him." "Bring a baby dragon back home?" Ao Qian flushed red. Feeling both shy and annoyed, she lifted her hand and punched his chest playfully. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted away. He rolled on the ground, cutting a sorry figure all throughout before he managed to find his balance once more. However, he coughed a mouthful of blood before he could stand up. Ye Guan stared at the blood that he had coughed up in shock. Ao Qian blanked out and belatedly remembered that Ye Guan's cultivation base was under suppression. Horrified, Ao Qian ran over to Ye Guan and helped him up. "Are you okay?" Ao Qian asked in a trembling voice. Ye Guan wanted to reply, but he coughed up more blood when he opened his mouth to speak. Ao Qianqian's face changed drastically, and she started looking around frantically. Ye Guan was baffled by the turn of events, and he couldn't help but ask, "Your cultivation base is under suppression, right? How come you're so strong?" Ao Qian smiled wryly before replying, "I managed to recover some of my fleshly body's strength." Fleshly body. Ye Guan sighed. Without a cultivation base, Ao Qian was definitely stronger than Ye Guan. She was from the ancient heavenly dragon clan, which meant that she was born with a powerful fleshly body. Furthermore, she was pretty talented, so it would have been weird if her fleshly body had remained weak despite being unable to tap into the power of her cultivation base. Of course, Ye Guan could have easily dodged her punch, but the punch had come from Ao Qian, after all. "I'll bring you somewhere to tend to your wounds," Ao Qian said. She didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply as she carried him away on her back. Needless to say, a woman carrying a man on her back attracted a ton of gazes. The gazes of so many strangers made Ao Kinkin's cheeks flush red, but she didn't have the luxury to care about what they thought of her right now. Her top priority was to tend to Ye Guan's wounds, and she eventually picked up the pace with Ye Guan on her back. The two soon arrived at a room. Ao Qian put him down on the bed and looked around in the room for quite a while until she found a roll of bandages. Take off your clothes, she said upon walking up to Ye Guan. Ye Guan took off his top, revealing his torn chest. Ye Guan was relieved that Kinkin's cultivation was being suppressed as well. Otherwise, her punch would have pierced his chest, and he would have been incapacitated for a long time. Ye Guan shook his head to empty his mind. The idea was just terrifying. Ao Kinkin's eyes reddened upon seeing the wound. Why did you not dodge? She asked. I would have done the same even if it were a sword thrust rather than a punch. Ao Kinkin's hand trembled. She stared at Ye Guan and asked, since when did you learn to say such sweet words to girls? Ye Guan smiled and grabbed her hand. Do you still remember when we went to the true universe together? Ao Qian nodded. Ye Guan's smile deepened as he said, I really thought you would die at the time. I eventually visited the ancient heavenly dragon clan, but uncle said that you had left for the Milky Way. I was really afraid when I heard it. I was afraid that you hated me. Actually, I was afraid that you would treat me like a stranger earlier. Ao Qian lowered her head, unable to say anything. Ye Guan looked her straight in the eye and said, Qian, we were once one, so I'm sure you know what my feelings are for you. Ao Qian was a bit nervous as she stammered, I know, I don't know. Ye Guan smiled wryly. In that case, let me tell you, then. I like you, Qian. Ao Qian froze, and tears soon welled up in her eyes. She hugged him tightly, and she started sobbing as she said, I never wanted you to marry me, nor did I want to fight with anyone else for you. All I wanted was to hear that from you, but you never said that to me. You've been avoiding it, and I hated you to death. Ye Guan pulled her into a gentle embrace and said, it's all my fault. Ao Qian shook her head as tears streamed down her eyes. If there's anyone at fault here, it's me. I can only blame myself for liking you. Ye Guan leaned forward and kissed her gently on the lips. If we get married and have a child, will it be a dragon or a human? He asked. Ao Qian instantly blushed, and she glared at him, saying, since when did you learn to speak like that? When did you acquire your smooth tongue? Call my tongue smooth or whatever, Ye Guan replied, I'm just afraid of losing you. Ao Qian looked up and stared into Ye Guan's eyes. Ye Guan smiled and said, I really am afraid to lose you. Hearing that, Ao Qian couldn't hold it back anymore and hugged him tightly. I want you to say more nice words for me to hear from now on, she exclaimed. I'll say nice things to you forever, Ye Guan replied. A charming smile blossomed on Ao Kinkin's lips, making her beautiful visage become even more beautiful. Father is here, Ye Guan said. Once I find him, I'll ask him to officiate our marriage. Ao Qian trembled ever so slightly. After a few moments, she shook her head and said, why you don't have to. We'll do as I say, Ye Guan interrupted firmly, leaving no room for objections. Hesitation fleeted across Ao Kinkin's face, and it remained there for quite a while until she finally relented. Okay, she muttered and looked up at him again with eyes full of love and tenderness. Ye Guan turned and looked out of the window. He had decided to find his father as soon as possible. He wanted to have the seal on his cultivation removed as soon as possible. He truly found it unpleasant to be under suppression. Ao Qian exclaimed, I have to go to class. Class? Yes, I'm a teacher here, and I give classes twice a day. Once in the morning and once in the afternoon. I'll go there together with you. Okay. Ye Guan held her hand as they walked out of the room together. On the way to class, they once again attracted the gazes of many people. Ao Qian had been teaching at the Milky Way Academy for quite some time now, and she was famous as the prettiest and youngest teacher of the academy. Her fellow teachers were even chasing after her. However, she had always maintained a professional attitude toward everyone. She had never really interacted with other men aside from the young men in her class. However, she was actually holding a man's hand. It would be an understatement to say that everyone was stupefied. Are they in a relationship? Everyone had the same thought. The female students cast curious gazes upon Ye Guan and Ao Qian, while the male students were strangely upset. Ao Qian was slightly embarrassed to feel so many gazes on her, but she tightened her grip on Ye Guan's hand. They had been through multiple life and death situations together. Furthermore, they had already established a contract with each other and had long become one through that contract. In other words, the two could easily deduce each other's thoughts and feelings. One could say that the depth of their relationship was beyond what outsiders could imagine or understand. The news of Ao Qian having a boyfriend spread through the academy like wildfire. The two of them were about to arrive at Ao Kinkin's classroom when a young man appeared before them. The young man was wearing a suit, and his steady and straight posture made him appear upright. He was also extremely handsome. That's Li Yuan from the Martial Department. What is he trying to do? I think he's going to confess. Isn't that Teacher Kinkin's boyfriend? Won't a confession be too? They're a boyfriend and a girlfriend, not a married couple. Teacher Kinkin's boyfriend is pretty handsome. So what if he's handsome? Do you know who Li Yuan is? His father is a part of the Academy's Elder Council, Elder Li Feng. I bet Teacher Kinkin's boyfriend is just a pretty boy. I reckon his dad is a live-in son-in-law. Li Yuan extended the bouquet of roses in his hand toward Ao Qianqian, and he cast a sincere gaze at Ao Qianqian as he said, Qianqian, I have a boyfriend. Ao Qianqian interrupted firmly, leaving no room for doubts. Li Yuan's face darkened. He wanted to say something more, but Ao Qianqian walked away, pulling Ye Guan along with her. Qianqian, don't you want to go to the Milky Way clan? Li Yuan asked. Ao Qianqian stopped and turned around to look at Li Yuan. Li Yuan calmly added, you know only 2 teachers can go to the Milky Way clan, right? Wouldn't you like to be one of those 2 teachers? Ao Qianqian nodded. Yes, I would like to. Great, Li Yuan said with a smile. My father decides who gets to go there. Upon saying that, Li Yuan decisively turned around and walked away. He didn't even glance at Ao Qianqian. He knew that there was no way she could reject such a tempting offer and would definitely stop him from leaving. 1, 2. He counted while walking away. Li Yuan frowned upon realizing that Ao Qianqian still hadn't chased after him, even though he had already counted to 2. However, he remained confident, believing that there was no way Ao Qianqian would turn down such a tempting offer. They were talking about the Milky Way clan here, after all. The Milky Way clan was located in the stars beyond, and people there were in a whole new league. One could learn everything from the Milky Way clan, from techniques to moving mountains and seas to becoming practically immortal. The Milky Way clan could do everything. In other words, it was a temptation that not many people could resist. 3. Li Yuan came to a halt and waited, but he heard no one approaching him. He frowned and turned around to look to find that Ao Qianqian and Ye Guan were nowhere to be found. Li Yuan was instantly gloomy. He didn't think that they would leave just like that. Li Yuan felt like he had become a complete clown. In fact, the crowd was staring at Li Yuan with strange expressions, which stoked the fires of fury in Li Yuan. He felt completely and utterly humiliated. Li Yuan turned to where Ao Qianqian had disappeared before turning around and leaving without saying anything. Meanwhile, everyone started gossiping about what had just happened. However, no one was talking about Li Yuan. Everyone was talking about Ye Guan, and they were curious about his origins as well as how he stole Ao Qianqian's heart. The classroom was jam-packed with students, and it wasn't a strange sight at all, as Ao Qianqian's classes had always been jam-packed. The students stared wide-eyed at Ye Guan and Ao Qianqian. Ao Qianqian started blushing, and her affectionate gaze landed on Ye Guan. The faces of a few male students in her class turned ashen. It's over? Ye Guan leaned forward and gave her a peck on the forehead. Go on. Ao Qianqian flushed furiously upon getting a forehead kiss right in front of her students. Afraid that he would do something even more intimate, Ao Qianqian hurriedly pushed him away and said, Go, go, go. Stay outside for a while. Ye Guan chuckled and left. The entire class erupted into an uproar. Ao Qianqian walked toward the podium amidst the din, and she slammed her hand on the podium. Bam! The podium was shattered, silencing everything. Where did we leave off in our previous class? She asked. The students had no idea what to say. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was walking out of the school building. It was still early morning, so the world outside still wasn't as hot as it would be once high noon arrived. Ye Guan closed his eyes to feel the warmth of the sunlight all over him. Ye Guan felt extremely comfortable and at ease. The matter regarding Qianqian had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Instead of facing the problem, he had been constantly avoiding it. Ye Guan believed that he truly hadn't acted like a man by avoiding the matter for such a long time. To make matters worse, Ye Guan was a swordsman, and a swordsman needed a stable mind. Fortunately, Ye Guan had finally gained the courage to face the women, who were related to him in more ways than one, and confront his deep-seated feelings toward them. At the same time, Ye Guan was reflecting on himself as well. Ye Guan knew that he had been pretty indecisive until now, and it was all because of his naivete. He believed that he had never intentionally flirted with any women. In fact, he actually had no idea that he had been flirting with them. Ye Guan had discovered that his relationships with women tended to evolve into something more ambiguous, which wasn't great at all. Ye Guan finally realized that he couldn't be indecisive when it came to matters of the heart, and he had decided to avoid getting involved for too long with people he had no feelings for at all. If the feelings were mutual, however, Ye Guan decided not to let it go to waste. Having made up his mind, Ye Guan suddenly realized that his mind had cleared up. Rumble! A powerful sword intent abruptly burst out of Ye Guan. His aura even started surging crazily, as this was the first time he had confronted his own feelings and reflected on himself. A person afraid to face their deep-seated feelings definitely had a flawed heart. What was the point of avoiding one's feelings if one believed that confronting them would do more good than harm? Ye Guan had just decided never to run away from his feelings from now on. His sword intent suddenly found itself unfettered and unbound. It burst out of him, ready to undergo a qualitative change that would bring Ye Guan's sword cultivation realm to the next level. Unfortunately, the mysterious force descended upon Ye Guan once more, suppressing his sword intent and aura. However, Ye Guan wasn't angry or annoyed. He simply smiled and walked up to Xianyuan Ling, waiting for him in the distance. Xianyuan Ling opened her palm, and a red booklet appeared in her hands. She handed it over to him and explained, "This is your letter of appointment. From now on, you're a teacher of the Milky Way Academy's Sword Deo department. You don't have many students, though, so you only have to teach 2 days a week." Ye Guan was slightly bewildered, and he asked, "There aren't many students in the Sword Deo department?" Xianyuan Ling nodded. "How come?" Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling smiled and said, the Sword Dao department was once the most popular department because everyone wanted to travel the world on a sword. However, everyone soon realized that it was easier said than done, and it wasn't something that one could learn at the Milky Way Academy. Furthermore, it's extremely tough to become a swordsman, one needs a lot of resources to progress. To make matters worse, the Sword Dao department has never really seen any good teachers, so it experienced a sharp decline in popularity until it only has a few students left. Ye Guan nodded and asked, how many students does the Sword Dao department have at the moment? Xian Yuanling blinked and asked, how about we go there and take a look? All right, let's go, Ye Guan replied, nodding. With that, the two made a beeline for the Sword Dao department, reaching it in a matter of a few minutes. The Sword Dao department's grounds were expansive, but everything looked old and outdated. Hundreds of old swords were placed all around the walls, and some of them looked like they would crumble in one touch. Ye Guan only saw two people in the Sword Dao department's grounds, a bespectacled young man and a young woman. The young woman was none other than Shuang, while the bespectacled young man looked like he was about 18 years of age. His demeanor and plump physique also made him look friendly. Ye Guan walked up to them. The bespectacled young man was a bit confused upon seeing the two. Hello, did you come here to learn swordsmanship? Asked the bespectacled young man. He's a teacher, Shuang answered for Ye Guan. A teacher? The bespectacled young man was stunned, and he asked in disbelief, you're a teacher. Ye Guan nodded and revealed his letter of appointment. The bespectacled young man immediately bowed and said, my name is Mu Yun. Greetings, teacher. Shuang remained silent as she stared at Ye Guan. There is no need for formalities, Ye Guan said, smiling. Then, he examined both of them and asked, you two are the only students here? Yes, Mu Yun replied, nodding. Ye Guan fell silent. The Sword Dao department's current state was depressing. There are 3 students. Xian Yuanling chimed in with a smile. Ye Guan looked at her and asked, you're the third one? Yes, Xian Yuanling replied. Xian Yuanling's specialization wasn't swordsmanship, but she decided to change specialization upon learning that Ye Guan would become the teacher of the Sword Dao department. So I have 3 students? Ye Guan smiled and said, I'll have 3 students, then. Xian Yuanling sat down and asked, what are we going to learn in our first class? Ye Guan swept his gaze across the 3 of them, and his gaze eventually landed on Mu Yun. What type of sword are you using? Ye Guan asked. Mu Yun looked slightly embarrassed, but he took out a thick broadsword from his interspatial ring and said, teacher, I really like to use heavy swords. Heavy swords? Ye Guan smiled and said, that's a great choice. You can subdue many foes with just a swing of your sword. Yes, that's why I like heavy swords, Mu Yun replied, smiling. Ye Guan examined Shuang from top to bottom before asking, what about you? Shuang shook her head. I don't know. Ye Guan thought for a while before saying, the spiritual energy here is very thin. I can teach you sword techniques, but you'll find it hard-pressed to execute them here, so I'll just impart some knowledge in battle and sword intent to the 3 of you. Shuang asked, sword intent? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Shuang shook her head. That's too hard. Comprehending sword intent means becoming a master. It really is too difficult, Mu Yun said with a shake of his head. We don't even have any idea what sword intent is like. Xian Yuanling was smiling, but she didn't say anything. After all, she had seen Ye Guan's sword intent, and it had left a deep impression on her. I'll let you see it, then, Ye Guan said, smiling. Mu Yun was shocked. Are you a master, teacher? Ye Guan nodded and sat down cross-legged before saying, what is sword intent? Intent refers to your subjective consciousness, such as your mental state and determination. However, sword intent specifically refers to a swordsman's understanding of his own sword. In other words, one's sword intent is also one's Dao, so if you want to comprehend sword intent, you have to first ask yourself, why do you want to learn the sword? The 3 fell silent. Evidently, they had never pondered over Ye Guan's question until now. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the 3 before asking, why do you want to learn the sword? Shuang replied in a low voice, because I want to learn sword travel. Ye Guan laughed. That's all. Shuang hesitated before nodding. Ye Guan went silent. He finally understood why there were so few swordsmen here. The Guanxian universe had more swordsmen than here, as swordsmanship was closely linked to one's survival. Of course, the Guanxian universe had a myriad of Sword Dao inheritances, but the majority of swordsmen became swordsmen to survive. However, the students here never really had to worry about their survival, which meant they could live without becoming swordsmen. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the planet was extremely scarce, and there were no Sword Dao inheritances here. In other words, it wasn't strange that the planet's level of martial arts and cultivation was extremely low. Ye Guan quickly made up his mind. He decided to show them what it meant to become a true swordsman. He wanted them to establish a goal for themselves. Would you guys like to see what a sword intent is like? Ye Guan asked. Mu Yun hurriedly nodded and exclaimed, yes. Shuang looked at Ye Guan and did not say anything, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, Xian Yuanling was staring at Ye Guan with the same gleaming eyes. I can't show you guys my sword intent for an extended period of time due to a special reason, so please pay attention, Ye Guan said. The 3 students nodded frantically as if they were chicken pecking rice. Ye Guan smiled and closed his eyes. Father, let me show off a little, please don't spoil this moment for me, okay? He received no reply. Just this once? Again, he received no reply. Ye Guan waited for a while before making up his mind. He would show off despite receiving no response from Ye Xian. Your agreement doesn't matter, as I've made up my mind. I'm going to show off today. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he spread his arms wide, exclaiming, sword, come. Hum? The swords around them let out resonant hums at the same time before flying toward Ye Guan, leaving behind a trail of cold light. Even the swords sticking out of the department grounds flew toward Ye Guan and started orbiting his head. The three students froze and were completely flabbergasted. Flying swords? Sword manipulation? The minds of the three students went blank. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacular display? Ye Guan was also a bit surprised. The mysterious force didn't come out to suppress him. Is father about to lift the seal on me? Ye Guan thought. However, the thought had yet to disperse from his mind when the missing mysterious force finally made its appearance and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, disperse. The swords orbiting him transformed into rays of sword light, returning to their original places. Ye Guan collapsed to the ground and sat frozen. Meanwhile, his students were still in a daze. Flying swords? So, a swordsman can really make a sword fly with just their thoughts. Xianyuan Ling went over to help Ye Guan up and fed him a vitality pill. After a while, the color returned to Ye Guan's pale face. Ye Guan smiled bitterly. He was allowed to show off, but only for a few seconds. Are you okay? Xianyuan Ling asked. Ye Guan shook his head. Is someone suppressing your cultivation? Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Is it the Heavenly Dao? It would be great if it were the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao of the Blue Planet couldn't possibly suppress him. Xianyuan Ling wanted to ask more questions, but she set her questions aside and gave Ye Guan another vitality pill instead upon seeing his pallid look. Soon, Ye Guan felt much better. The traces of spiritual energy in the vitality pill were helpful. After a while, Ye Guan sat up. It didn't seem appropriate to lie in Xianyuan Ling's arms, who had just become his student. Ye Guan took a deep breath and swept his gaze across them. Would you like to do what I just showed you guys? Ye Guan asked. All three of them nodded. So that's what a true swordsman is like. A swordsman could actually summon 100 swords with just a shout. The three still couldn't quite believe what they had witnessed, but one thing was for sure, it was awesome. The next step is forming your own sword intent. You've seen what sword intent is like, after all, and the next step depends on each of you. I cannot help you at all, Ye Guan said. One could only count on oneself when it came to sword intent, and outsiders wouldn't be able to lend a hand even if they tried. The three nodded, and they were all smiles, imagining all sorts of scenarios. Ye Guan had just shown them a whole new world that existed beyond what they had seen so far in television shows. Ye Guan smiled and left. His students had to depend on themselves for the next step. It was already noon when Ye Guan left the Sword Dao department. Ye Guan made a beeline for the classroom where Aoqian was teaching today. Time for lunch. Ye Guan looked around and found two young men staring at him in the alleyway on his right. One of the young men was Li Yuan, and he didn't avoid Ye Guan's gaze, choosing to stare directly into the latter's eyes. Ye Guan merely smiled before walking away. Did he just ignore you, brother Li Yuan? He didn't even greet you, said the young man next to Li Yuan. Li Yuan's gaze turned cold, but he did not say anything. The young man asked, shall I get someone to get rid of him? Li Yuan shook his head. I just received news that he's a teacher here. The Xianyuan clan recommended him. The Xianyuan clan? The other young man was taken aback. He has connections with the Xianyuan clan. Yes. No wonder he's so arrogant. The Xianyuan clan was one of Yanjing's great clans? Li Yuan was about to say something when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them. Li Yuan was stunned, and he greeted, Father. The middle-aged man was none other than Elder Li Feng of the Milky Way Academy's Elder Council. The young man bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Li. Li Feng looked at the young man and asked, You're a student from the martial department. Yes, the young man replied. Li Feng's gaze turned cold, and he said fiercely, You're expelled? The young man was beyond stupefied, and he stuttered, what? Li Yuan was in disbelief as well. Li Feng waved his hand and said, Get lost. The young man collapsed to the ground. Elder Li, what mistake did I commit? The young man asked, stuttering. Li Feng glared at him and explained, You just suggested harming a teacher of the Milky Way Academy. Think about it, is that a serious crime or not? The young man was stunned. Moments later, he turned to look at Li Yuan for help. Li Yuan wanted to say something, but Li Feng glared at Li Yuan and said, Follow me. Li Feng then turned around and left. Li Yuan hesitated, but he eventually chased after his father. Left all alone, the young man's face was ashen. Getting expelled from the Milky Way Academy was undoubtedly a heavy and devastating blow, and it meant that he would become the biggest laughingstock in his family. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was quiet as he walked slowly behind Li Feng. Just then, Li Feng calmly asked, You like Teacher Ao? Li Yuan hesitated before nodding. Li Feng stared at him and said, What kind of person do you think she is? I think she's a mysterious person. Is that it? You idiot. You really are an idiot, Li Feng remarked. Li Yuan was confused. Li Feng shook his head and explained, the dean immediately made her a teacher, and at the time, she acted like an alien, not knowing the customs of the Blue Planet. How could someone from our planet be unaware of our customs? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Li Yuan's face was full of disbelief as he asked, she's from the stars beyond. Li Feng nodded. I haven't said anything about your intentions to pursue her, as our Li clan would benefit the most if you were to succeed. I know the chances are tiny, but it's possible, so I decided to stay silent. But now, Li Feng glared furiously at his son before continuing. She already has a boyfriend, but you still decided to confess to her. Do you really think that what you've done was cool? Your behavior screamed childish and uncouth. If I were a woman, I would have turned you down. Li Yuan's face turned extremely gloomy at his father's remark. However, Li Feng wasn't done just yet as she said, I'm sure you know about Teacher Ao's pride. Do you really think that she'll fall for any ordinary man? With that in mind, do you really think that his boyfriend is an ordinary man? Li Yuan hesitated before muttering, I've investigated him. He only has a connection with the Xianyuan clan. You fool. Li Feng interrupted, asking, do you not have any idea just how powerful and influential the Xianyuan clan is? What's in your head? A pig's brain? Use that head once and think, will the Xianyuan clan place value on an ordinary man? Li Yuan's face became even more gloomy, but he didn't dare to say anything. I saw your challenging look at him earlier, but his gaze toward you remained calm and composed. It means that he's not taking you seriously at all. He was saying with his gaze that you are unworthy of his attention. You fool. Li Feng exclaimed. Li Yuan lowered his head slightly without saying anything. And you idiot even dared to think about getting your revenge. Are you trying to send me to my grave? Li Feng roared. Li Yuan finally looked up and defiantly replied, Father, I think you're just afraid of causing trouble. You are an elder of the Elder Council, while they're just teachers. If you decide to mess with them, what can they do to you? They're nothing but fuck. Li Feng yelled in frustration and swung his hand. Smack. Li Yuan's words had yet to finish echoing in the air when he received a crisp slap in the face. The slap was so powerful that Li Yuan flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. However, the shock was far greater than the pain. Li Yuan couldn't quite believe that his father had just slapped him in the face. Li Feng glared at Li Yuan and said, You're even dumber than I thought. I've been wise all my life. How did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? I'm starting to suspect that you might be someone else's son. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Li Feng pointed at his son and scolded, I've told you so many things, but you haven't listened to me at all. Forget it, I can't be bothered to waste any more words on you. Someone come here. Just then, two old men walked over to them. Li Feng looked coldly at Li Yuan and said, Take him back to the Li clan. Without my permission, he's not allowed to leave the Li manor. If he dares to leave on his own, break his legs and lock him up. Li Yuan was instantly pale, and he begged, Father, I still have to go to school. I have to. Bring him away. Li Feng interrupted, waving his hand. The two old men dragged Li Yuan away. Li Feng sighed to himself. He wasn't exactly a kind person himself. If Ao Qianqian were just an ordinary person, he would have agreed to help his son. However, Ao Qianqian couldn't be further from an ordinary person. Her boyfriend had also been personally recommended by someone from the Xianyuan clan, which meant that there was no way he was an ordinary person. Li Feng had learned an essential ability to reach his current heights, the ability to judge people he could provoke and people he couldn't afford to provoke. If there were people he could provoke, he could bully them a little, but those who couldn't be provoked were absolutely off limits. Li Feng knew that provoking someone he couldn't afford to provoke meant dying of natural causes. Li Feng was well aware of it, but his son was clearly unaware. To make matters worse, he was even unwilling to listen. Li Feng sighed to himself once again. He was starting to feel regretful that he had been spoiling his son. If he hadn't been vigilant and hadn't come over earlier to see what was happening, his foolish son would have gone after that man, which might have been the end of himself and his son. After a while, Li Feng turned around to leave. He had made up his mind he would sire another son. His efforts had been wasted on Li Feng, so he decided to just start all over again with a new son. Ye Guan continued walking toward Aokinkin's classroom. Of course, he didn't even consider Li Yuan as his rival. He was only interested in those who were more powerful than the average riffraff here. It would be great if Li Yuan decided not to bother him anymore, but Ye Guan could just get rid of him if Li Yuan was foolish enough to do otherwise. Ye Guan soon arrived at Aokinkin's classroom. Ao Qianqian was still in the middle of her class, and her focus was on the fundamentals of martial arts. It made sense, as teaching these students the profundities of martial arts was meaningless. The students in the classroom cast curious gazes upon Ye Guan. Ao Qianqian turned to Ye Guan and smiled. Then, she looked at her students and announced, Class dismissed. Ao Qianqian wasted no time and walked up to Ye Guan. Let's go eat lunch, Ye Guan suggested with a smile. Sure, let's go, Ao Qianqian said, nodding. The two then walked away while holding hands. Meanwhile, the students erupted into another clamorous din. How is he worthy of teacher Qianqian? A male student said, sounding frustrated. What do you mean? I think he's handsome, said a female student. The male student retorted, so what if he's handsome? Beauty fades, what matters most is one's personality. Zhang Yun, how long have you been single? 3 huh? Why are you asking me that? You've been single for 3 years now? Do you know why? Are you saying that I'm ugly? I didn't say anything, you said that yourself, the female student retorted. Zhang Yun was at a complete loss for words. Ye Guan and Ao Qian left the din behind them. Ao Qian said, I know where we can have lunch. I'll bring you there. Ye Guan smiled and nodded. Okay. Guided by Ao Qian, the two of them started walking toward the exit. As expected, they attracted a myriad of gazes. Despite Ao Qian's nonchalant attitude, her face still got hotter because so many people were looking at her. Soon, the two arrived at a restaurant near the Milky Way Academy. Once seated, Ao Qian, clearly familiar with the place, picked up the menu and started ordering. Ye Guan finally took a closer look at her. Today, she was wearing a simple and elegant long white dress, which made her look clean and graceful. Her long hair fell past her shoulders, and she wasn't wearing makeup, unabashedly revealing her natural features. The two dragon horns sticking out of her head added a touch of cuteness to her appearance. The dragon horns were tiny, so they looked like accessories, but Ye Guan knew that they were real dragon horns. Ao Qian rolled her eyes at Ye Guan and blushed slightly as she asked, Why are you staring at me so intently? Ye Guan smiled and explained, In the past, I often complained about being constantly involved in high-stakes situations after leaving the Ye clan. But now, I feel like I'm the luckiest man in the world. Why? Ao Qian asked. Ye Guan grabbed her hand and said softly, Because I wouldn't have met you if my parents hadn't decided to leave me behind. If I hadn't met you, would there be any meaning to becoming the king of the Guanxian universe or surpassing the Four Swords? Ao Qian stared at Ye Guan for a few moments before she burst out laughing, saying, You really know how to whisper sweet nothings now, and I'm not falling for it. Ye Guan chuckled and said, We've established a contract and were once merged. Our thoughts and feelings are connected, so I can deceive anyone but you. Ao Qian held Ye Guan's hand and lowered her head slightly. Yes, I know, she said. Do you like the blue planet? He asked. Yes, Ao Qian replied. There isn't much fighting here, and every day's an adventure. I'm seeing new things every day here. Ye Guan smiled and wanted to say something, but the dishes that they had ordered were finally served. Ao Qian smiled and said excitedly, The food here is delicious, you know? I often come here to eat. Anyway, try this. It's a chicken egg, an egg laid by a chicken. Ye Guan was shocked. You haven't eaten chicken eggs before. Chickens are considered lowly creatures in our clan, so we don't really eat them, Ao Qian replied, shaking her head. Then, she picked up something else with her chopsticks and put it on Ye Guan's plate, saying, That one tastes great, too. It's a duck egg, an egg laid by a duck. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. He could tell that she really liked the food on this planet. Ao Qian had ordered many dishes at once, and she had already memorized the names of the dishes that she had ordered. Ye Guan didn't eat that much, and he stared at her with eyes full of tenderness once he was done eating. He couldn't help but think that he owed Ao Qian way too much. Ao Qian looked up at Ye Guan and asked, Why are you staring at me? Ye Guan said with a serious tone, I've decided on something. What is it? I want to have a daughter with you. Ao Qian's eyes widened, and she blinked in shock, looking as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Ye Guan continued, I want you to give birth to a daughter as pretty as yourself. Cough, cough. Ao Qian coughed, almost choking on her food. Ye Guan walked up to her and started patting her back gently. Ao Qian stared at Ye Guan with a flushed face. Don't say stuff like that. Hearing them, makes my heart beat very fast. Ao Qian's indifference would sometimes make her seem versed in just about anything, but she was actually rather naive when it came to relationships. However, most girls from the Guanxian universe were like Ao Qian. Ye Guan sat down beside her and put a hand around her waist. You know we're going to get married, right? After we get married, we'll eventually have children, so I want to know whether you prefer a girl or a boy. I like both, Ao Qian unconsciously replied, but she caught herself in time. She glared shyly at Ye Guan and swung her fist, giving him a playful punch in the chest. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted 10 meters away, shocking the restaurant patrons and Ye Guan. The punch was so strong that it made Ye Guan feel that he would have died if it had been just a bit stronger. Ao Qian was stunned to see Ye Guan flying away. Moments later, she recovered and rushed over to Ye Guan. You shameless scoundrel. Just then, a man pointed at Ye Guan and roared, How dare you harass a respectable woman in broad daylight? Then, the man turned around and ran over to Ao Qian. He sounded serious as he said, Miss, don't worry. I'm here, so no one will dare to hurt you. Unbeknownst to Ao Qian, she attracted countless gazes the moment she entered the restaurant, including the man's gaze. However, every single man in the restaurant cursed silently to themselves upon seeing Ye Guan standing next to her. She's so pretty, what a pity that she's taken. Ao Qian ignored the man and walked up to Ye Guan, helping him up. Her heart ached a bit upon seeing blood trickling down his mouth. Are you okay? She asked. I'm okay. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. You almost killed me? She gently wiped the blood away, feeling extremely guilty. The man looked at both of them in disbelief. You too. He's my husband. Ao Qian replied, but she blushed instantly once the words left her mouth. They weren't married yet, but she had already called him husband. Ao Qian felt shy, happy, and excited at the same time. Husband? The man froze, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Once he recovered, he cleared his throat and asked, Why did you hit him, then? Don't you know that hitting is a sign of affection and scolding is a form of love? One. Ao Qian asked back. The man's expression froze, and he had no idea what to say. The restaurant patrons were speechless as well, and they all had the same thought. Makes sense, but did you really have to hit him so hard? You almost killed him? The men looked at Ye Guan and their looks of envy turned into pity. This pitiful man has to be careful all the time. Otherwise, her hands might slip, and he'd end up getting beaten to the death. Ao Qian retrieved a few bills from her wallet and put them on the table. Then, she picked Ye Guan up and turned around to leave. The restaurant patrons cast strange gazes at Ye Guan in Ao Qian's arms. I get it now. So he only has his looks going for him, exclaimed someone. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and Ao Qian still attracted gazes as they walked back to the academy. However, the gazes of the people around them felt off to Ye Guan, so he hurriedly said, "P put me down, I'll walk on my own." He had suffered severe injuries, but he still wanted to walk on his own. He felt a little embarrassed being carried around by Ao Qian as if he were a princess. However, Ao Qian chided him, "Stop moving." Ye Guan felt a bit helpless. In the end, Ye Guan decided to give up all resistance. He couldn't resist her, anyway, so he buried his head into her arms, making contact with something soft and squishy. Ao Qian blushed instantly, and her face became hot. She looked down at him and said in a trembling voice, "You, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll tell little Jia." Huh? Ye Guan was stunned. She's going to tell little Jia if I mess around? What does that mean? Ao Qian realized just then that her tongue had slipped, and she glared at Ye Guan with embarrassment and anger. "Why are you staring at me again?" she snapped. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. "Are you going to carry me like this into the academy?" Ye Guan knew that his reputation would plummet to the abyss if he were to let Ao Qian carry him into the academy as if he were a princess. Fortunately, Ao Qian seemed to have understood what he was trying to say, and she put him down gently upon seeing that they were already in front of the academy gates. Ao Qian's heart throbbed in pain, and she felt extremely guilty. "Why you shouldn't have said something so embarrassing? Don't do it again." "I said it because I like you," Ye Guan replied. Ao Qian's heart started to race madly against her chest. She was both delighted and shy, but of course, she was more delighted than shy. Ye Guan suddenly sighed at length and said, "Well, if you don't want to hear me say something along the lines of that again, then I can oblige." "No." Ao Qian grabbed Ye Guan's hand and hurriedly explained, "You can say it, but 10 times a day is the limit." Ye Guan's expression froze. 10 times a day? Who do you think I am? Master Sweet Talker? Ye Guan wanted to walk by himself, but his injuries were too severe for him to do so. In the end, Ao Qian had to support him as the two of them walked into the academy. Ye Guan suddenly said, "Qian, I met a certain someone." A certain someone. Ao Qian's curiosity was piqued. Who? The true god. The true god? Ao Qian's face changed drastically as she asked, "She's here." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Ao Qian started to feel a little nervous. "She didn't do anything to you, did she?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No, she's not hostile to me." "What is she doing here?" "She's writing books and is selling them." "Writing books and selling them. She's very, what should I say, very unique? Anyway, it's fine. Her cultivation base is also under suppression, after all. She's being suppressed? How come she's being suppressed when she's so strong?" I had the same question, but it made sense when she told me that the majority of her cultivation base has been dedicated to suppressing the universe tribulation. The universe tribulation? Ao Qian's expression turned heavy. She had heard of the universe tribulation as well when she was in the Guanqian universe. Of course, she had also heard of its horrors. The true god had been suppressing the universe tribulation for many years now, which was the reason for her absence. Ao Qian truly didn't expect that the true god had always been in the Milky Way all this while. "I'm going to visit her tonight," Ye Guan said. "Do you want to come along?" Ao Qian shook her head. "I can't. I always cultivate at night." Ye Guan hesitated for a bit upon hearing that, but he eventually said, "I'll be with you then." "And no," Ao Qian exclaimed. She was clearly thinking of something else as she blushed furiously and added, "I don't want to sleep with you." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. One idiom about tough love? Ye Guan had yet to snap back to reality, but Ao Qian had already turned around and ran away. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled while staring at her departing back. Ao Qian had misunderstood him. The women in the Guanqian universe were more conservative than the women in the Milky Way. Of course, women like Ye Guan and the true god were pretty rare as well. Ye Guan instantly grew curious about Ye Guan's whereabouts. The true god said that she was in the Milky Way Academy, but he hadn't been able to find her at all. It seemed that it was time to get Xianyuan Ling's help. After all, the Milky Way Academy was pretty huge. Ye Guan's injuries were severe, but he still managed to conduct a class after resting for a bit. Actually, Ye Guan had no official classes in the afternoon, but he wanted to visit his 3 students. He was a bit interested in his students' progress. When he arrived at the Sword Deo department, Xianyuan Ling and the others were all there. Xianyuan Ling was sitting cross-legged against a bed. Her hands were placed on her thighs as she breathed deeply. Ye Guan swept his gaze across the 3 of them, but he didn't interrupt them. He was about to leave when Xianyuan Ling's eyes shot wide open, and a sword intent burst out of her. Ye Guan was stunned. Sword intent? Xianyuan Ling shot up to her feet, and her expression changed to that of delight when she saw Ye Guan in the distance. Sword intent. "I've finally comprehended it." Congratulations, Ye Guan said, smiling. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that Xian Yuanling would comprehend sword intent so quickly. It seemed that she was more than talented enough to become a swordsman. Xian Yuanling walked briskly to Ye Guan's side and asked, "Can you keep on teaching me, even in the distant future?" Xian Yuanling knew that she wouldn't have comprehended her own sword intent if it hadn't been for Ye Guan showing her what sword intent was like and sharing with them his knowledge and wisdom of sword intent. Ye Guan smiled. "I'll be your teacher while I'm on this planet, and I will teach you to the best of my abilities. As for how much you'll learn, it all depends on your destiny." "Okay," Xian Yuanling exclaimed with a nod, overjoyed. Swoosh! The elegant Yungziu sword appeared in Ye Guan's palm. He handed it over to Xian Yuanling and said, "This is your sword, and I'm returning it to you." Xian Yuanling shook her head. "I already gave it to you, so it's yours. Please don't return it to me." Ye Guan pondered briefly over it before saying, "I'll keep it, then." "Great!" Xian Yuanling exclaimed with a grin. Afterward, she started hesitating, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't quite gather the courage to do so. In the end, Ye Guan had no choice but to ask, "What's wrong?" Xian Yuanling didn't dare to stare directly at Ye Guan as she said, "Father wants to meet you." "Your father wants to meet me?" Ye Guan asked, somewhat surprised. Xian Yuanling nodded. "Yes." Curious, Ye Guan asked, "Why does he want to meet me?" Xian Yuanling belatedly replied, "He just wants to get to know you." Ye Guan thought over it before saying, "I'll go with you tomorrow, then." Xian Yuanling had been of great help to him. She was the representative of the Xianyuan clan, and if they were willing to extend goodwill to him, Ye Guan wouldn't refuse it. Xian Yuanling was delighted to hear Ye Guan's words. "All right," she exclaimed joyfully and said, "Tomorrow evening, I'll bring you home." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay. Can you teach me sword manipulation?" Xian Yuanling asked, wasting no time. She stared at Ye Guan with eyes full of anticipation. "Sure," Ye Guan said with a smile before adding, "Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of this place is extremely thin. Even if you manage to learn it, the spiritual energy consumption." "I have access to spirit stones," Xian Yuanling interrupted with a smile. "Sounds great." Ye Guan smiled, nodding. Then, he took out a piece of paper and started writing something on it with a pen. Soon, an instruction manual about sword manipulation was born before Xian Yuanling. Ye Guan put the pen away and said, "Follow this instruction manual. With enough spiritual energy, you won't have to use that flying cage in the future if you ever feel like traveling somewhere." Xian Yuanling hurriedly put the instruction manual away and smiled. "Thank you." Ye Guan smiled. "Go ahead and continue practicing cultivation. I have things to do." Xian Yuanling nodded with a smile. "All right." Ye Guan turned around and left. Left all alone, Xian Yuanling looked down at the instruction manual in her hand with a charming smile. She was overjoyed, but it was mostly because of Ye Guan's attitude toward her rather than the instruction manual. Ye Guan had no romantic feelings toward her, but he had always given her whatever she needed of him. In other words, Ye Guan was the type of person to treat someone well if they were treating him well. Just then, a young woman walked into the Sword Deo department. She approached Xian Yuanling and whispered a few words into her ear. Xian Yuanling's brows furrowed, and her expression turned icy as she grumbled, "How audacious." She turned around and left in a hurry, following the young woman closely behind as they made a beeline for the entrance of the Milky Way Academy. A crowd had gathered around the entrance, and everyone could see a young man standing before a young woman. The young woman was none other than Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu was extremely beautiful, so she instantly had a myriad of admirers among her fellow students. Of course, the majority of them pursued her rationally without doing anything inappropriate, but there were always those willing to go overboard. A young man in his 20s was standing in front of Mu Wanyu. His looks were decent, and his posture was upright. However, the sports car parked behind him made him give off a pompous air rather than a righteous air. The young man looked at Mu Wanyu and grinned. "Miss Mu, are you going somewhere? Come here, and let me give you a ride." Mu Wanyu frowned slightly and asked, "Suzhe, can you stop bothering me?" She had been chasing a familiar figure earlier, but her chase was cut short by Suzhe, who blocked her just as she walked out of the academy gates. Unfortunately, the few seconds of interruption were enough for the familiar figure to disappear into a car, annoying Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu was so annoyed that she had spoken bluntly, but Suzhe didn't seem to mind it as he smiled and said, "Miss Mu, I like you. I started liking you the moment I saw you." Mu Wanyu clenched her fists, and she didn't even bother hiding the fury in her eyes as she said, "Suzhe, I already told you that I like someone else. Keep bothering me, and I'll report you to the disciplinary committee." Pfft. A young man standing next to Suzhe burst out laughing and said, "Miss Mu, the department head of the disciplinary committee is Solin, and do you know who Solin is? He's none other than the grandfather of brother Sohir." Mu Wanyu frowned. The students around them frowned as well, and quite a few of them even cast contemptuous gazes upon Suzhe. There wasn't anything strange for a young man to chase the young woman whom he liked, but being too forceful would make just about anyone appear desperate, which was frowned upon. However, the students dared not speak out their anger. After all, Suzhe had a strong background. Those capable of confronting him wouldn't want to make enemies with him over a woman, while those without influential backgrounds were afraid to step forward and uphold justice. It couldn't be helped, none of them wanted to get expelled, after all. Suje chuckled and said, Miss Mew, I really like you. I know you're struggling financially, and I know that you were busy on a job hunt yesterday. Accept me, and I'll cover all your expenses in the future. Ye Guan started, but a young woman rushed towards Suje and slapped him. Smack! Suje was blasted more than 10 meters away. The crowd was stunned, but their stunned looks quickly turned into stupefaction upon realizing that Xian Yuanling was the assailant. Xian Yuanling glared coldly at Suje. Suje was about to stand up, but the young woman in a suit next to Xian Yuanling lashed out with a kick, sending Suje flying while coughing up a mouthful of blood. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically, and they all stepped backward. Suje looked up with difficulty and was stupefied to find Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuan. Suje muttered. Xian Yuanling stared indifferently at Suje and said, I really didn't expect that trash like you can become a student of the Milky Way Academy. You're tarnishing the reputation of the academy. Then, Xian Yuanling turned to the young woman in a suit and said, I want you to take him to the disciplinary committee. Let his grandfather punish him. If the punishment is too light, the Xian Yuan clan doesn't mind giving him additional punishment. The young woman nodded lightly and dragged Suje away. Xian Yuanling shook her head and sighed softly. Countless people considered the Milky Way Academy a sacred academy, but Xian Yuanling was well aware of just how muddy were the waters in the Milky Way Academy. Of course, it wasn't exactly strange as even Huaxia itself was built on the vested interests of many influential people. Someone like Suzhen wouldn't have been able to become a student of the Milky Way Academy with his grades and attitude, but his grandfather was the department head of the disciplinary committee. If Suzhe's grandfather wanted to admit a certain student, would someone dare to oppose him? Unfortunately, Suzhe's grandfather wasn't alone. There were quite a few people like him in the academy. Xian Yuanling was suddenly reminded of Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't seem to have an esteemed family background, and he was a kind person as well, which had to be the reason why. Miss Ling. Mu Wanyu called out, interrupting Xian Yuanling's train of thought. Thank you. Mu Wanyu added. She had seen Xian Yuanling at Suziai's birthday banquet. However, they weren't close, so she got curious about why Xian Yuanling had decided to come out to help her. Xian Yuanling nodded and smiled. Miss Wanyu, if you don't mind, how about we consider each other as sisters from now on? Sisters? The crowd was astonished to hear Xian Yuanling's remark. The Xian Yuan clan was a super large clan in Yanjing. If Mu Wanyu became sisters with Xian Yuanling, no one in the Milky Way Academy would dare to bully her in the future. How could Mu Wanyu not see the implications of Xian Yuanling's offer? It was exactly because she saw the implications that she hesitated, but she still ended up asking, did he ask you to help me? Xian Yuanling nodded slightly, not bothering to hide it. Mu Wanyu asked in a low voice, where is he? Xian Yuanling replied, he went to handle something. Mu Wanyu nodded at the reply and looked down with a gloomy expression. Xian Yuanling saw that and quickly added, he's currently the teacher of our Milky Way Academy's Sword Deo department. A teacher? Mu Wanyu looked up at Xian Yuanling in surprise and asked, really? Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes. Mu Wanyu hesitated briefly before asking, Miss Ling, can I join the Sword Deo department? Xian Yuanling smiled. Of course you can. Mu Wanyu grinned and exclaimed, great. Xian Yuanling's gaze landed on the ring on Mu Wanyu's finger. That ring, was it a gift from him? Mu Wanyu nodded. Yes. Xian Yuanling smiled and asked, can I take a look? Mu Wanyu promptly took off the ring and handed it over to Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling examined the ring, and a few moments later, her expression turned serious as she said, Miss Wanyu, this ring isn't an ordinary ring. Mu Wanyu was puzzled. It's not an ordinary ring. Xian Yuanling nodded and explained, yes, it's what we call an interspatial ring, and it's not just an ordinary interspatial ring. Anyway, do you know what's inside of it? I don't know, Mu Wanyu said, shaking her head. I don't know. He said it's his most precious possession in the Milky Way. His most precious possession in the Milky Way? Xian Yuanling was startled. She pondered briefly over something before returning the ring to Mu Wanyu. Miss Wanyu, that ring is extremely precious. You must keep it safe, said Xian Yuanling. I will, Mu Wanyu said firmly with a nod. Then, she wore the ring and revealed a charming smile while staring at it on her finger. Xian Yuanling smiled at the sight and suggested, let's go, I'll take you to the Sword Deo department. I'll give you a quick tour of our department so you'll get used to it as soon as possible. Ye Guan made a beeline for the True God's residence upon leaving the Milky Way Academy. Ye Guan had a key, so he entered the residence without knocking, but the sight that unfolded before him made him freeze in shock. A naked woman was standing right in front of Ye Guan. It seemed like she had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet, and there were droplets of water on her skin. Her gorgeous figure was flawless, and she looked immaculate. Ye Guan's mind went blank at the impactful sight. The woman was none other than Sijhan. Sijhan froze but quickly regained her composure and said, give me a moment. Then, Sijhan turned around and left. Left all alone, Ye Guan dared not to move. Soon, Sijhan walked out of the room wearing a loose bathrobe. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and it looked slick with water. Sijhan stared at Ye Guan as if nothing had happened and asked, why are you here? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were taking a bath. Sijhan smiled. It's fine. Just sit down. Ye Guan couldn't help but sigh at Sijhan's nonchalance. She was truly extraordinary. Ye Guan decided not to dwell on the matter any further. Then, he sat down across Sichhan and asked, "Are you still going to sell books tonight?" Sichhan nodded. "Yes." Curious, Ye Guan asked, "It's not because of money, right?" Sichhan smiled. "Yes, it's just my hobby." Ye Guan nodded slightly. Just then, Sichhan beckoned, "Come here." Ye Guan hesitated before walking over to Sichhan. Sichhan then asked, "Apparently, my books have a ton of typos. Can you help me proofread my work?" Ye Guan nodded. "Sure, why not?" Sichhan gestured and said, "Sit." Ye Guan didn't think too much about it and sat next to Sichhan. Sichhan placed 2 drafts in front of him and handed him a pen. Ye Guan's scalp tingled upon examining the drafts. The scenes depicted within were pretty intense. Sichhan saw Ye Guan's strange expression and asked, "How is it?" Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Can I suggest something?" Sichhan nodded. "Go ahead." "I don't think it has to be this intense," Ye Guan said, sounding serious. Sichhan looked at Ye Guan, indicating for him to continue. Ye Guan continued, "Your storytelling is excellent. I believe your readers are there for the plot rather than for explicit scenes." Ye Guan then stared at Sichhan, but the latter merely smiled. Ye Guan asked, "What's wrong?" Sichhan shook her head, smiling. "The plot is indeed important, but well, I can't talk about certain topics to children like you. If I were to talk about this with you, you're just going to act all embarrassed again." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. He briefly before saying, "Why is it that you don't find it embarrassing at all?" "What's embarrassing?" Sichhan asked. "Are you talking about what happened earlier?" Ye Guan nodded. Sichhan chuckled. "Did you do it on purpose?" Ye Guan quickly shook his head. "How about me? Did I show it to you on purpose?" Sichhan asked. Ye Guan thought for a moment and shook his head. He didn't believe he was that charismatic. Sichhan laughed. "If that's the case, then who cares?" Ye Guan didn't reply. Sichhan's smile deepened as she asked, "Do you know why your father took 30 million years to achieve divine transcendence?" Ye Guan looked at Sichhan, puzzled. "It's because of an obsession," Sichhan answered her own question. Ye Guan furrowed his brows. "An obsession?" Sichhan nodded and explained, "There are many types of obsessions. Your father's obsessions were taking that certain step, avoiding the fate of becoming the king of relying on others, and making sure that people wouldn't look at him a certain way." Sichhan paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. "The Dao is like sand. The stronger one's grip on the Dao, the faster it slips away from one's grip." Ye Guan slowly curled his hands into fists as he pondered over Sichhan's words. "Of course, obsessions are normal," Sichhan added. "It is an inevitable part of growth, which is always painful. Once you get through it, you'll realize that the hurdle you've been trying to overcome wasn't really that much of a hurdle." Ye Guan looked at Sichhan and asked, "Do I have many obsessions?" Sichhan nodded without saying anything. "What are they?" Ye Guan asked. "Give me a moment," Sichhan replied, smiling. Then, she went to the kitchen and soon came out carrying over a dozen bottles of white wine. Ye Guan's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly said, "I don't want to drink." "Why?" Sichhan revealed a mischievous smile and teased. "Scared." Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and replied, "I just don't think that it's a good idea for me to get drunk." "Are you afraid that you might end up behaving inappropriately?" Sichhan asked. "I really just think that drunkenness isn't a good state," Ye Guan explained. "I agree, but it's only applicable to ordinary people," Sichhan replied with a smile. "You are a swordsman, and swordsmen are supposed to cultivate their hearts. Those without ill will would never act inappropriately, regardless of how drunk they become. I think you just have a guilty conscience, which is why you're afraid of getting drunk." Ye Guan went silent. He had no idea how to retort. Sichhan asked, "Don't you think that getting drunk is a form of cultivation as well?" "It's a form of cultivation?" Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. Sichhan glanced at Ye Guan and opened a bottle of wine for him. Ye Guan asked solemnly, "Sister Zhen, are obsessions really a problem?" Sichhan nodded. "Yes. But I don't think I have many obsessions," Ye Guan said. "The issue is the fact that you have no wholesome thoughts at all," Sichhan retorted. Ye Guan's expression froze. "Cheers," Sichhan exclaimed, smiling. Then, she took a big swig of the bottle of wine in her hand. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before taking a tiny swig. It still tasted spicy, but it no longer tasted as vile as the first time he drank it. After taking a moment to compose himself, Ye Guan asked, "Sister Zhen, can you explain what you meant when you said that I have no wholesome thoughts at all?" "Sure." Sichhan nodded and said, "Do you know your swordsmanship's biggest flaw? Is it my obsessions?" Ye Guan asked. Sichhan shook her head. "No." Ye Guan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Sichhan lifted the bottle and said, "I'll tell you once we're done drinking." Ye Guan hesitated before taking a massive swig of the bottle of wine in his hand. He drank everything in one go, and the burning sensation in his throat and stomach made him feel extremely uncomfortable and lightheaded. The wine was just too strong. Sichhan smiled at how Ye Guan had downed a bottle of wine in one go. She was about to speak when Ye Guan said, "You should drink as well. Finish that bottle first, and then we'll talk." Sichhan's smile deepened as she said, "Sure." Sichhan took a big swig of her drink and shook the empty bottle. "It's done," she said. Ye Guan was a bit puzzled. "Do you not feel lightheaded at all?" Sichhan blinked and replied, "No, I do feel lightheaded." Ye Guan frowned, seemingly doubtful. "Really?" Sichhan hurriedly nodded. "Really. I feel a little bit dizzy. Do you feel the same?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Sichen suddenly sat on the floor and patted the space next to her. Ye Guan hesitated before sitting cross-legged next to her. Then, the two of them looked out the window to see the bustling cityscape of Yanjing. Sister Zhen, are you saying that my biggest flaw isn't related to my obsessions? Not exactly. Your biggest flaw is that you can't see your obsessions. Ye Guan was confused. Sichen smiled and explained, your sword Dao has become even more powerful, so I'm sure you can see some of your obsessions. Really? Ye Guan asked but was stunned. Wait, how did you know that my sword Dao has become even more powerful? Ye Guan's sword Dao had improved when he had made up his mind about his indecisiveness when it came to relationships. It happened recently, which was why he didn't expect Sichen to know about it. Wasn't her cultivation under suppression? Sichen smiled. Yes, my cultivation base is under suppression, but I'm not blind. Ye Guan fell silent. Obsessions are not easily perceived by those who have them, but those who are innately good can suppress such evil thoughts born from their obsession. However, the majority of people cannot suppress them, and they'll ultimately become their inner demons, which will lead to their inevitable destruction, Sichen added. Ye Guan asked, do I have such evil thoughts? Sichen chuckled and asked, what do you think? Ye Guan thought for a moment before replying, I don't know because the evil thoughts you mentioned might be different from my thoughts. Sichen nodded and replied, indeed, the majority of people cannot distinguish whether their thoughts are evil or wholesome. What does that? Ye Guan started. However, Sichen interrupted him, saying, cheers. This time, Ye Guan didn't hesitate and took a few big swigs. Of course, Sichen did the same. The two soon finished another bottle, eliciting a smile from Sichen. Can you tell me how you made your recent breakthrough in your sword Dao? Ye Guan hesitated, but he still explained his recent insights. Sichen smiled and remarked, you did a great job facing your weaknesses and correcting them. Yes, but... Ye Guan trailed off before continuing, Sister Zhen, I already have Saijing and Bawan, but I still have a few more women. Are you saying that you can't ignore them because you feel indebted to them? Ye Guan nodded. Sichen smiled and said, that can be considered one of your obsessions. Of course, if you were a ruthless person, you would have cut and cleaved them off, but that is definitely not the case. Ye Guan sighed. The feeling of gratefulness is a shackle on your sword, Sichen added, I can feel that there is more than one layer of shackles on your sword. Ye Guan decided to take a good look at Sichen. She was wearing a bathrobe, and the way her long hair draped over her shoulders casually made her give off an air reminiscent of a lounging cat. The light smile on her lips emitted a warm, amicable air that made people want to stay close to her. Sichen was beautiful, and her exquisite features were without flaws. She was breathtaking, to say the least. Sichen suddenly stared at Ye Guan. Their eyes met in midair, and Sichen's gaze was clear with a hint of mirth. Ye Guan felt a bit overwhelmed. He shifted his gaze and looked out the window. For some reason, he became a bit nervous. He felt like a child who had just gotten caught in the middle of doing something wrong. Sichen chided, you have too many evil thoughts. Ye Guan was a bit unconvinced. I wasn't thinking of anything evil. Is that so? Sichen laughed. Why not be more straightforward with me, then? Ye Guan was stunned. Sichen was right. Since he had no evil thoughts, there was nothing preventing him from being more straightforward with her. With that thought in mind, Ye Guan smiled bitterly and muttered, I don't know. Sichen shook her head and smiled. The fact that you've come this far despite your young age is impressive enough. I don't think you should be too worried, as you're still too young. It would also be unfair of me to compare you to myself. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan opened a wine bottle and clinked Sichen's wine bottle with his, saying, cheers, Sister Zhen. Ye Guan then threw his head back and took a massive swig, downing the entire thing in one go. Sichen smiled and did the same. Ye Guan suddenly laughed. Sister Zhen, you're really beautiful. It was unknown whether it was because of Sichen's words or because of the alcohol, but Ye Guan was completely relaxed. Sichen smiled and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. You're also very kind. You're unlike what I initially thought of you. Does that mean you've been thinking of me as some kind of villain? Sichen asked while staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and replied, not really, I thought you were some kind of god whom mere mortals cannot possibly interact with. Sichen smiled softly and replied, it's boring to be a god, you know? I think it's more interesting to be a mortal. Indeed. Ye Guan nodded. The majority of the people on this blue planet were mortals, but they led a more interesting life than the majority of the cultivators of the Guanshan universe. All right, let's keep drinking. Sichen suggested. Ye Guan frowned and asked, Sister Zhen, are you going to ask those kind of questions again? Sichen blinked innocently. Yes. Ye Guan sprawled out on the ground and muttered, ask away, then. However, Sichen shook her head and said, no, you have to drink. You won't open your heart to me while sober. Ye Guan said, I'm already drunk. Sichen shook her head once more and stared with a serious gaze at Ye Guan. No, you need to be a bit more drunk. I'm going to need even the tiniest details. Ye Guan's expression froze. Just how detailed you want it to be? Sichen insisted and opened another bottle of wine for Ye Guan. Without his cultivation base, Ye Guan couldn't resist the effects of the alcohol. He felt lightheaded, and his face turned red. Sichen opened a few more bottles of wine, but when she saw that Ye Guan looked like he was going to pass out anytime soon, she decided to stop opening more bottles. Ye Guan was sprawled out on the ground, and he felt hot. Fortunately, he was still a bit sober, and his clothes were still on. Just then, Sichen took out paper and a pen. She sprawled out next to Ye Guan and smiled mischievously. I'm going to ask questions now. Ask away, Ye Guan muttered in a daze. Sichen asked, how long did you last the first time you slept with her? Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Regardless, he still opened his mouth and answered. Just like that, a question and answer portion happened between the two. However, Sichen's questions were so explicit that Ye Guan couldn't answer her smoothly. It wasn't that Ye Guan had any dirty thoughts. The questions were just too explicit, leaving him at a loss for words. On the other hand, Sichen looked nonchalant. Sex was just mating in her eyes, and she was pretty comfortable with Ye Guan, which meant she didn't think too much of it. If she had to nitpick something, it would be the fact that Ye Guan just couldn't relax around her for some reason. In the end, she had to make the little guy drink a bit more alcohol until he was completely drunk. Sichen's note-taking went swimmingly, as Ye Guan lost all of his reservations upon getting drunk. As the night deepened, Sichen eventually found herself surrounded by dozens of pieces of paper filled with words. Sichen wanted to ask more questions, but Ye Guan grabbed her hand with a grimace. My head hurts, Sister Zhen, Ye Guan muttered. Sichen put down the pen in her hand and patted Ye Guan's head. Rest well, then. Okay, Ye Guan muttered. Sichen flipped over and looked down at the pieces of paper before her. She couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Ye Guan had laid bare his true feelings before her, which meant that she would be able to write pretty realistic and relatable fiction. Sichen yawned. She had been writing the entire night, so it would have been strange if she didn't feel sleepy at all. Glancing at Ye Guan, Sichen saw that Ye Guan's cheeks were as red as a tomato, and his brows were furrowed deeply, looking as though he was in pain. Sichen felt slightly guilty at the fact that she had forced him to drink until he was drunk. Sister Zhen, Saru is too evil, Ye Guan said. Sichen blinked. Saru. Ye Guan nodded. She's a schemer. A schemer. Sichen instantly grew curious. How did she scheme against you? Ye Guan readily told her everything. However, Sichen had a different opinion upon hearing Ye Guan's exposition. Could it be that Saru is also? Why are you not talking? Ye Guan interrupted, saying, oh, right, you're on her side. Sichen shook her head and smiled. How about I give her a beating for you the next time I see her? Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he asked incredulously, really? Sichen nodded. Really? Ye Guan stared quietly at Sichen. They were so close to each other that their faces were only a few inches apart. The close distance allowed Ye Guan to catch a whiff of Sichen's scene, and she smelled incredibly fresh, as she had just taken a bath. Ye Guan placed his hand on Sichen's waist. He could feel the softness of her waist even through the bathrobe. Ye Guan's breathing suddenly became rough, and he started to feel hot under the influence of alcohol. Ye Guan gulped and looked up to find that Sichen's eyes were closed. In addition, her breathing was soft and even, which meant that she had already fallen asleep. Ye Guan retracted his hand on Sichen's slender waist. Then, he lifted Sichen gently off the floor and placed her on the bed before covering her with a blanket. He took one good look at her and left after seeing that she had truly fallen asleep. He couldn't stay here any longer? What happened to his resolve to conquer his inner desires? No way. He could indeed suppress his inner desires, but there was no way he could suppress his own body's physiological responses, especially when the mad demon bloodline was coursing through his veins. Now that Ye Guan was thinking about it, he became convinced that his occasional evil and impure thoughts were all because of his damned bloodline. It was all the mad demon bloodline's fault. Mad demon bloodline. Ye Guan had just closed the door behind him when the sleeping Sichen opened her eyes and stared at the door. After a while, she shook her head and smiled before muttering, that little guy really is. Ye Guan headed downstairs, and the cool night breeze helped him sober up a bit. However, his footsteps were still unstable, and his head was hurting as well. As usual, Sichen's choice of liquor was a bit too strong. Ye Guan looked around before finding a bench. Ye Guan sat down on the bench and started pondering over Sichen's words about obsessions. Obsessions weren't scary, the scary part was not knowing one's obsessions. In Ye Guan's case, there were times when he had chosen to avoid his obsessions rather than face them. Tonight, Ye Guan learned that one could have an obsession, but they couldn't pretend like they weren't being affected by their obsessions. It was like having feelings for other people. However, the revelation that surprised Ye Guan the most was the fact that Ye Xian had failed to take that crucial step for so many years because of his obsessions to get rid of his nickname, King of Relying on Others, and his obsession to achieve divine transcendence. Ye Guan was riddled with obsessions as well, and those obsessions had wrapped around his sword, holding him back. Should I sever them all? Ye Guan chuckled bitterly at the thought. There was no guarantee that one could sever their obsessions, even if they were aware that it was harmful to cling to such obsessions. Ye Guan chuckled. He finally understood his plain-skirt aunt's words at the time. It turned out that his greatest enemy on the path to invincibility was himself. Ye Guan leaned against the backrest as he looked up at the moon. After a while, he smiled. There's no rush. Cultivation was like studying. A student had to study to achieve good grades, and they had to take it slow lest they end up forgetting everything. Ye Guan had already identified his obsessions, but he couldn't sever them so easily. Of course, he couldn't pretend that they didn't exist. Ye Guan felt like his invincible sword Dao was telling him that he could set a goal for himself, but he couldn't get obsessed over hasty gains. He just had to do his best and remember that haste often made waste. It would be great if he ended up surpassing the 4 swords, but if he couldn't surpass them in the end, he would continue doing his best in his own way. He couldn't hesitate just because the result was ambiguous. He needed a mindset that would give him endless determination to achieve his goals, or his concerns about an ambiguous result would end up biting him back and becoming an obsession, which would harm both himself and those close to him. Ye Guan started smiling. He had learned a lot today. Just then, a wave of drowsiness struck Ye Guan, and his eyes closed slowly. Soon, he drifted into dreamland. Unbeknownst to him, he was starting to give off a faint sword intent. The faint sword intent seemed dull, and they merged seamlessly with the surroundings. The mysterious force didn't descend upon Ye Guan for some reason. Meanwhile, 2 young women were standing not too far away from Ye Guan. One of the 2 young women was none other than Sura, and she was staring at Ye Guan with a complicated expression. The other young woman was Sijhan, and she was standing next to Sura. Sijhan was still wearing a bathrobe, and it failed to hide her otherworldly beauty. Sura stared intently at Ye Guan before asking, "Big sis, I think he has been enlightened to something." Sijhan nodded and smiled. "His talent is exceptional, even better than Little Shu." Actually, Sijhan was surprised by Ye Guan's high level of comprehension. She hadn't expected Ye Guan to make a breakthrough in mindset so quickly, and Sijhan reckoned that he was an even better talent than Ye Guan. Sura smiled and asked, "What do you think of him, big sis?" "He's not bad," Sijhan replied. Sura grabbed Sijhan's hand and said, "That's it. Little Shu and Little Jing chose him, you know." Sijhan smiled slightly and added, "He's kind." Sura rolled her eyes at Sijhan. "That's all." Sijhan pinched Sura's cheek and revealed a teasing smile. "Tell me more about him, then." Sura glanced at Ye Guan and calmly replied, "I consider him sensible for not trying to take advantage of you, big sis." Sijhan smiled. "He will never take advantage of me." "Why do you say so?" Sura asked, sounding puzzled. He didn't even put up a resistance against Ye Guan's invitation at the time. Sijhan's gaze landed on the sleeping Ye Guan. He didn't resist because he liked Ye Guan as well, and Ye Guan liked him, too, so their feelings are mutual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done that thing with her. Sura fell silent. Sijhan continued, "He's a self-disciplined person. He would still have impure thoughts, but he's capable of suppressing them. Someone like him is a rare sight." Sura chuckled and pointed out, "It's even rarer of a sight to see you praising someone." Sijhan laughed and replied, "We weren't better than him when we were still as young as him. Little Ro, you really have a penchant for looking down on others based on their strength and cultivation base. You know that's bad, right?" Sura nodded slightly without saying anything. Sijhan asked, "Why don't you meet him?" Sura looked away and said, "What's the point? You heard his honest thoughts earlier, right? He even complained about me to you, and he doesn't really like me." Sijhan held Sura's hand and said, "Your temper hasn't changed at all." The most stubborn among the 4 sisters was not Sijing but Sura. Sura was as stubborn as an ox, and one would find it exceedingly difficult to change her mind once she had decided on something. Sura lowered her head without saying anything. Sijhan looked at Ye Guan and said, "He's really kind. He has complete trust in you, and he has always been looking at you as if you're his family member. However, you stabbed him in the back. Do you really expect him to like you after what you did to him? Think about it. Will you be happy if Sishu or Sijing betrays you?" Sura cast a complicated gaze upon the sleeping Ye Guan, but she remained silent. "When are you going to meet him?" Sijhan asked. Sura shook her head and said, "Why would I meet him when he doesn't want to see me? He's here to see Little Shu." Sijhan shook her head helplessly. "Big sis, I'll come and see you another day. Next time, I'll bring Little Shu with me." With that, Sura turned around and disappeared. Sijhan sighed softly. Eventually, she walked up to Ye Guan and stared at his sleeping visage with a smile. "It's really a surprise how even Little Jing ended up liking you." Sijhan leaned over and carried him in her arms before turning around to leave. Ye Guan felt something soft pressing up his hand, and he squeezed it unconsciously. It was extremely soft. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he realized that he was lying on a familiar bed. He was lying on Sijhan's bed. Ye Guan looked down and saw his hands on Sijhan's gorgeous figure. Ye Guan was flustered. "Didn't I leave last night? How come I'm here? Did I get too drunk last night that I didn't notice my mad demon bloodline taking over my body? If that's not the case, then how come I'm here?" Mad demon bloodline. The mad demon bloodline was starting to miss Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda would always take all the blame while he was still around, but now that he wasn't here, the mad demon bloodline was taking all the shots, even while lying down. Ye Guan was confused. After careful consideration, he recalled that before falling asleep, he had been seated on a bench outside. However, he suddenly found himself on a bed. There was only one explanation. Someone had brought him here, and it couldn't be anyone else other than Sijhan. Ye Guan looked at Sijhan in his arms. She was wearing a thin sleeping robe, allowing him to feel the softness of her gorgeous figure. In addition, he could see inside her robe, and he was astonished to find that she was wearing nothing but her sleeping robe. Ye Guan smiled wryly. Sijhan wasn't wary of him at all. Was his luck that good? However, Ye Guan soon revealed a bitter smile. Holding a warm and fragrant beauty in his arms should be a pleasant experience, but it was torment for him. He couldn't really do anything to her, and his mind started wondering about the possibilities. Ye Guan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the distracting thoughts. He lowered his head and looked at Sijhan in his arms. Sijhan was truly an extremely beautiful woman. Her breathtaking beauty was enough to move countless men. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. She was nestled in his embrace like an adorable cat. Yes, she was adorable, too. She's so cute. Ye Guan screamed inwardly. All of a sudden, Ye Guan leaned over and kissed her forehead. Just as he tried to pull away, Sichhan's eyes abruptly shot wide open, and their gazes met in midair. The world seemed to have come to a standstill. Sichhan stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Are you angry?" Sichhan didn't speak. Ye Guan grew slightly anxious, and the cogs in his brain started turning, thinking of an excuse. However, he felt like she would look down on him if he gave excuses, so he hugged her gently and changed the topic. "Sister Zhen, I definitely left yesterday, so how come I'm back here?" Ye Guan asked. "Why did you kiss me?" Sichhan asked back. Ye Guan's expression froze. "Damn it, I failed." Sichhan stared with a serious look at Ye Guan, waiting for his answer. Ye Guan hesitated before replying, "I couldn't resist." Sichhan didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan hurriedly said, "That was all. I truly had no other intentions. I swear." Sichhan stared at Ye Guan for a while before burrowing her head into his chest. "Let's sleep a bit more, then." Ye Guan sighed in relief and nodded. "Okay." With that, the two cuddled and slept. This time, Ye Guan didn't dare to try anything. Sister Zhen looked gentle, but she was scary once provoked. The bedroom grew warm and comfortable as the gentle sun rays of the afternoon pervaded the room. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly. He had a good sleep, so he felt completely refreshed. As if sensing something, Ye Guan glanced at Sichhan in his arms. Sichhan not only had her arms around him but also had her legs draped over him. Two of them looked quite close at the moment. Ye Guan didn't have any other thoughts. He wasn't naive enough to believe that the woman in front of him liked him. Her actions were beyond conventional understanding. Just then, Sichhan woke up and was taken aback upon realizing that she was clinging to Ye Guan. However, she quickly regained composure and sat up. She tidied her messy hair, and then she got up to walk toward the bathroom. She seemed completely nonchalant. Ye Guan sat up as well. He looked out of the window and saw that the weather was exceptionally great today. The sun's rays weren't scorching hot but were warm and comfortable. Ye Guan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed upon recalling Sichhan's questions last night. He actually asked questions that he wouldn't dare to answer if he weren't drunk. It was no wonder Sichhan wanted him to get drunk. It was simply outrageous. Just then, Sichhan walked out of the bathroom. She had changed into an alluring knee-length silky nightgown. Ye Guan felt his cheeks go hot just looking at her. Sichhan truly was treating him as if he were one of her own. Sichhan looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you want to take a shower?" Ye Guan nodded. Yes. He reeked of alcohol, so he had to take a shower. Sichhan smiled. "Go ahead." Ye Guan nodded and walked into the bathroom. He instantly averted his gaze upon entering the bathroom, as Sichhan's clothes were haphazardly strewn about. Eventually, Ye Guan closed his eyes and allowed the cold water to pour down his head. He felt extremely comfortable as he recalled his conversation with Sichhan last night. Obsession. Sichhan's words last night were extremely valuable to him, and he felt as if he had been enlightened to many things. Obsessions weren't scary. What was scary was the inability to recognize and face them. One's mindset was extremely important. A positive mindset could turn an obsession into determination, but a negative mindset could turn those obsessions into inner demons. It was similar to swords. Some viewed swords as killing weapons, but some saw it as a tool to protect oneself and one's family. In other words, a difference in mindset could truly affect one's path toward the summit of cultivation. Ye Guan's lips curled slightly as he pushed away his thoughts. He enjoyed the shower and eventually left the bathroom. Sichhan was sitting at the dining table, and there was a carton of milk and a bowl of noodles on the dining table. Sichhan glanced at Ye Guan and said, "Come here and eat." Ye Guan nodded and sat down from across Sichhan. After taking a few bites, he asked, "Sister Zhen, what if a person severs all of their obsessions?" Sichhan took a sip of the milk and said, "Severing all obsessions means severing one's humanity, which will lead to a cultivator getting closer to divinity rather than mortality. In theory, one will become even stronger." Ye Guan frowned. "Stronger?" Sichhan nodded. "Yes. One's humanity is a restraint in more ways than none." Ye Guan fell silent. Sichhan looked at him and smiled. "What's on your mind?" Ye Guan asked. "Wouldn't a cultivator with no humanity think of people and everything as insignificant?" "Yes, that's right," Sichhan said, nodding. "Do you even care about the life and death of a group of ants?" Ye Guan had no idea what to say, but he honestly didn't care about the lives of ants. Sichhan looked at Ye Guan and said, "A cultivator will eventually have to sacrifice something to achieve something, and those sacrifices are often painful." Ye Guan nodded. "I understand." Sichhan smiled and shook her head. "You don't understand at all." Ye Guan frowned in confusion. Sichhan explained with a smile, "You have to experience it for yourself. For example, I can tell you that a knife cut is painful, but you will not truly understand how painful it is unless you experience it yourself." Ye Guan's expression turned grim at Sichhan's revelation. Sichhan continued, "The unity of knowledge and action is a kind of realm. Theoretical knowledge is understood by many, but how many have actually practiced it? There is an invisible, immense gap between knowing and doing, you know." Sichhan stared deeply at Ye Guan before continuing, "I'm sure what I mentioned to you doesn't seem to be that big of a deal to you right now, and it's understandable, as you have yet to experience them. However, you'll eventually understand how painful those decisions can be. Ye Guan went silent. Sichen smiled. The path to the apex is complex, and you should take it slow. Listening to you is better than 100 years of arduous cultivation, Ye Guan said in amazement. He wasn't flattering her at all, he was completely sincere. Sichen smiled without saying anything. Ye Guan finished his meal and said, Sister Zhen, I'm leaving. Sichen nodded. Sure. Before Ye Guan could leave, he seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and picked up one of the documents containing the draft for Sichen's novel and said, I'll take this with me and go through it. If there are any typos, I'll mark them for you to resolve. Sichen smiled. All right. Ye Guan nodded and left. Sichen put down the carton in her hand and walked over to the desk. After a moment of contemplation, she sat down and began writing once again. Ye Guan went to the Milky Way Academy upon leaving Sichen's residence. He stumbled upon a familiar person upon arriving at the Sword Dao department grounds. He stumbled upon none other than Mu Wanyu, and she was standing next to Xian Yuanling. Ye Guan was astonished to see her. At first, Mu Wanyu was happy to see Ye Guan, but she quickly became worried. Mu Wanyu paused. Ye Guan smiled and said, You're here earlier than I thought. Mu Wanyu became nervous as she stammered. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. What's wrong? Do I look like a bad person? Mu Wanyu quickly shook her head. No. Ye Guan turned to look at Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling smiled and explained, Wanyu is now a part of our Sword Dao department. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze upon Mu Wanyu. You've decided to join us. Yes, Mu Wanyu replied. Her gaze on Ye Guan remained uncertain. Then, you're my student from now on, Ye Guan said, nodding. Mu Wanyu stared deeply at Ye Guan, and she started to relax upon realizing that Ye Guan wasn't acting like he was mad at her. Ye Guan walked in front of everyone and sat down. He looked at Mu Wanyu and asked, You want to learn how to use a sword? Mu Wanyu nodded. Yes. Ye Guan smiled. I can teach you. Mu Wanyu looked a bit touched at Ye Guan's remark. Ye Guan pondered over it briefly before writing down a cultivation method and handing it over to Mu Wanyu. The cultivation method was none other than the universe beholdment skill. The universe beholdment skill was the only cultivation method capable of squeezing out even the tiniest particles of spiritual energy in the air of this barren planet. Ye Guan decided to give Mu Wanyu such a cultivation method, as she wasn't like Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling was rich and had access to spiritual stones, after all. Mu Wanyu looked down at the piece of paper before asking, I just have to follow what's written here. Ye Guan nodded and asked, Have you memorized it? Mu Wanyu examined it again before saying, Yes, I've memorized it. Burn it, then, Ye Guan said with a smile. Mu Wanyu had to memorize and burn the cultivation method afterward, as the cultivation method couldn't fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, she would bring calamity upon herself. Mu Wanyu gave the piece of paper to Ye Guan, and Ye Guan burned it himself. Ye Guan then turned to Shuang and Mu Yun. I'll also give you two a cultivation method. Ye Guan then wrote two cultivation methods much to their delight. A cultivation method was extremely rare in the barren blue planet. Both Shuang and Mu Yun didn't hesitate to start cultivating while gripping the piece of paper in their hands as tightly as possible as if it were a priceless treasure. Mu Wanyu did the same, but she abruptly frowned and coughed a mouthful of blood. Ye Guan was greatly alarmed. He rushed to catch Mu Wanyu before she could fall to the ground and asked, Are you okay? Mu Wanyu grimaced, obviously in great pain. Then, she shook her head and replied, I don't know. I suddenly felt like my head was about to explode, and then I coughed up blood. Ye Guan frowned. He also had no idea what was going on. She was cultivating the universe beholdment skill, after all, and there couldn't be any issues with the cultivation method itself. In that case, what was going on? Did you follow the method to the T? Ye Guan asked in a deep voice. Mu Wanyu nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's frown deepened. Could it be that the issue lies with Mu Wanyu's physique? Ye Guan examined Mu Wanyu from top to bottom, but he couldn't find any issues at all. Mu Wanyu suddenly became a bit nervous. See, can I still cultivate? Don't overthink it, Ye Guan said, comforting her. The problem must be elsewhere. I can help you resolve it. Mu Wanyu smiled slightly and replied, Okay. Ye Guan noticed that Mu Wanyu had gone beyond pallid, so he said, I think you should rest for now. Mu Wanyu nodded and closed her eyes to rest. Ye Guan looked at Xian Yuanling and asked, Is there a place here where she can rest? Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes, I have a residence around here. Let's go there, then, said Ye Guan. Soon, the three arrived at Xian Yuanling's residence. Ye Guan placed Mu Wanyu on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Ye Guan stared quietly at Mu Wanyu's sleeping visage before turning to look at Xian Yuanling next to him. Then, he took out a card and gave it to her. Xian Yuanling was confused. What is this? She's not from a rich family, and she'll definitely need money to study here, so I want you to take this card and give her some money out of this card every month. Yes, I know that she's going to refuse if you just give her money without any explanation. She looks gentle on the outside, but she's pretty prideful inside, after all. But she needs all the help that she can get, so I want you to tell her that the money is a subsidy from the Sword Dao department. Ye Guan paused before continuing, Miss Xianyuan, I know that you have a steady source of spiritual stones. She has just embarked on her cultivation journey, and even though she has a good cultivation method, she still won't see any significant results without ample spiritual stones. So, can you give her some spiritual stones for me? Just think of it as me taking out a loan from you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xian Yuanling looked at Ye Guan and asked, why don't you give it to her yourself, Mr. Ye? Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. She's not going to accept it if it's from me. Xian Yuanling nodded. I understand. Ye Guan continued, she doesn't have anyone to rely on here, and she's bound to face issues here. Can you please take care of her for me whenever I'm not around and make sure that she won't get bullied? Sure, Xian Yuanling said, nodding. Ye Guan nodded with a smile and turned around to leave. After Ye Guan's departure, the sleeping Mu Wanyu opened her eyes as crystal-clear tears dripped down her cheeks. Ye Guan made a beeline for Ao Qianqian's classroom and found that she was in the middle of giving a lecture. Ao Qianqian was wearing a light blue long dress today, which showcased her graceful figure and exquisite beauty. Ye Guan stared quietly at Ao Qianqian while standing by the door. Ao Qianqian looked all serious while teaching, and she was so engrossed that she failed to notice Ye Guan standing by the door. However, she noticed the strange gazes of her students. She followed their line of sight and found Ye Guan standing by the door. Ao Qianqian smiled instantly and turned to the students, saying, class dismissed. Class dismissed? The students were speechless. We're just getting started, what do you mean, class dismissed? Ao Qianqian ignored the speechless students and walked over to Ye Guan. Don't you have class today? Ao Qianqian asked, smiling. Yeah, I have class today, Ye Guan nodded and explained, but I only have to teach twice a week. The Sword Dao Academy doesn't have that many students, after all. Must be great to teach only twice a week, Ao Qianqian lampooned. Ye Guan chuckled and held Ao Qianqian's hand. Ao Qianqian blushed slightly, but she didn't retract her hand from Ye Guan's grip. Ao Qianqian's students looked at each other in astonishment. The goddess has fallen. A cacophony of sighs pervaded the classroom. The male students realized just then that they had lost all chances to get lucky. Ye Guan walked slowly down the academy grounds while holding Ao Qianqian's hand. The Milky Way Academy was expansive, and the academy grounds had nearly 100 buildings. Ye Guan looked around and remarked, I heard this school is under the direct governance of the Milky Way clan. Ao Qianqian nodded. Yes, it was established under the orders of Clan Master Yang many years ago. The academy was founded to discover talents on Blue Planet and then cultivate them for the Milky Way clan. You really are quite popular here, Ye Guan said upon realizing that Ao Qianqian was attracting quite a few gazes. Ao Qianqian made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, I feel that the Guanqian universe can learn from the laws here. Ye Guan was curious. What laws? Ao Qianqian replied, it is illegal to have more than one wife here. Ye Guan's expression froze. He had also learned that it was illegal for a man to have more than one wife here. It was unheard of in the Guanqian universe, and anyone could marry as many wives as they wanted so long as they could afford to nurture them. Ao Qianqian glanced at him and asked, are you angry? Ye Guan shook his head. He finally understood what Sijhen meant by severing one's obsessions meant that he would love nothing else but the sword. He would undoubtedly become even stronger by focusing on nothing but the sword, but Ye Guan couldn't do it. He simply had too many obsessions for him to sever all of them. Just then, Ao Qianqian stopped walking and stared silently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan let go of Ao Qianqian's hand and said, Qianqian, what you want is not wrong. It's all my fault. I really want you to stay by my side, but if I can't bring you happiness, then... Ao Qianqian stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, then, you're going to let go of me? If I want to leave you, you'll respect my choice. Is that it? Ye Guan nodded. Ao Qianqian's line of thought wasn't strange. After all, which woman would want their husband to have multiple wives? If he had to blame anything, he would blame his lousy mad demon bloodline. Mad demon bloodline. Ao Qianqian suddenly asked, what if it's little Jia? What if she wants to leave you? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, and I dare not think about it. So you've thought about how I'm going to leave you? Ao Qianqian asked coldly. Ye Guan grabbed Ao Qianqian's hand. He wanted to make excuses at first, but he realized that he had already learned his lesson. With that in mind, was he going to remain indecisive? It had already been established that everything was his fault, so Ye Guan knew that there was only one thing he could do here: take responsibility for his mistake. Having made up his mind, Ye Guan hugged Ao Qianqian and kissed her. Ao Qianqian stiffened as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt, and her eyes widened into saucers. Ye Guan didn't dare to take any more liberties with Ao Qianqian and promptly let go of her. Having been freed from Ye Guan's tight embrace, Ao Qianqian clenched her fist and hammered his chest playfully. Ye Guan didn't dodge, he shut his eyes tightly and endured it. After a while, Ye Guan opened his eyes once more. The flurry of playful punches had stopped. Ye Guan looked down to find Ao Qianqian resting her head against his chest. Her cheeks were flushed ever so slightly in a mixture of anger and embarrassment. However, she seemed to have no idea that her flushed cheeks were making her look even more stunning. Ye Guan grinned and held her hand gently once more. Ao Qianqian rolled her eyes at him and asked, what's up with that smile? Ye Guan didn't speak as he pulled Ao Qianqian into the distance. Little Guan, I really like this place, said Ao Qianqian. Ye Guan nodded. Me, too. What do you think about staying here in the future? Ao Qianqian turned to look at him and asked, do you really want to stay here for the long term? Ye Guan nodded slightly. Ao Qianqian shook her head and smiled. No, I don't think it's a good idea. We'll eventually get sick of this place if we stay here for too long, so I think it's better if we only come and stay here occasionally. You're right, Ye Guan said, nodding. Ao Qianqian grinned while staring at Ye Guan. Her right hand gripped his hand tightly as she looked at him affectionately. Qianqian, actually, I was scared earlier, Ye Guan said. Ao Qianqian asked, scared? Yes, Ye Guan replied, I was scared that you'd actually leave me. Ao Qianqian looked at Ye Guan and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. He gripped her hand tightly and explained, actually, I think you knew that I was afraid. Ao Qianqian lowered her head. She had established a contract with Ye Guan, which meant that they had already become one. In other words, she was extremely familiar with Ye Guan and could feel his feelings. Indeed, Ye Guan could lie to others, but he could never lie to Ao Qianqian. I would die for you, so why would I even think of leaving you? Well, I guess I'll leave you if you no longer want me to stay next to you, Ao Qianqian replied, smiling wryly. Ye Guan let go of her hand and grabbed her slender waist. Let's be kind to each other, okay? Ye Guan asked while staring intently at her. Ao Qianqian nodded shyly. The two walked down the gravel path, and they had become infinitely more intimate than before. After all, they had already established that neither of them could afford to lose the other. When are you going back to the Guanxian universe? Asked Ao Qianqian. Ye Guan pondered briefly before replying, I need to see my father and my aunt first. I met the great deist brushmaster not too long ago, and from what he told me, it seems that they're soon going to leave the Milky Way. Ao Qianqian looked at Ye Guan and asked, really? They're leaving? Ye Guan nodded. This place is great, but there's no way they'll stay here forever. Indeed, Ao Qianqian replied with a nod. Then, she noticed something and asked, do you even know where they are? Ye Guan smiled bitterly and replied, no, but I know that the restriction on this planet was set in place by none other than my father. I guess he doesn't want the cultivators from the stars beyond to disturb the peace of this planet, Ao Qianqian said. No, I think it's all because of me, Ye Guan said in a deep voice. Pfft. Ao Qianqian laughed. No way. Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. Ah, I have to go now, Ao Qianqian suddenly said. I have a practical class this afternoon. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before wrapping his arm around Ao Qianqian's waist. Ao Qianqian hurriedly took a few steps backward and looked around. Don't mess around, there are too many people here. Ao Qianqian chided, blushing. Ye Guan could only say, okay. Ao Qianqian saw Ye Guan's helpless look and couldn't help but find him pitiful. She pondered briefly over something before walking up to Ye Guan and giving him a quick peck on the lips. Ye Guan had yet to feel the kiss, but Ao Qianqian had already run away. Ye Guan couldn't help but grin while staring at the fleeing Ao Qianqian. He suddenly felt like his daily life here wasn't so bad, and he couldn't help but feel hesitant at the idea of going back to the Guanxian universe. After all, returning to the Guanxian universe meant getting into dangerous fights once again. Ye Guan reckoned that he would lose time to enjoy life and that he would be extremely tired every day. Just then, a young woman appeared behind Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned around and smiled. Miss Ling. Xianyuan Ling blinked and asked, who is teacher Qianqian to you? Is she your wife? Ye Guan promptly replied. Wife? Xianyuan Ling blinked but didn't say anything. What's wrong? Ye Guan asked. Xianyuan Ling hurriedly shook her head. Nothing. Ye Guan smiled and asked, shall we go to your house now? Yes. Xianyuan Ling nodded. Let's go, then, Ye Guan replied. Xianyuan Ling nodded once more and led Ye Guan out of the academy. A car was already waiting for them outside. The car was massive, and the front seats were separated from the back seats. The legroom was massive as well, and Ye Guan reckoned that one could fit an entire bed inside of it. How is Wanyu? Is she doing okay? Ye Guan asked. She's doing fine, and don't worry about her. Xianyuan Ling smiled and explained, I arranged for people to protect her at school. She's not going to get bullied. Ye Guan nodded. Great. Mr. Ya, can I ask you a question? Xianyuan Ling asked. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Xianyuan Ling and said, go ahead. Xianyuan Ling asked seriously, how many wives do you actually have? Ye Guan's expression stiffened. He didn't expect Xianyuan Ling to ask such a question. Xianyuan Ling laughed and urged, come on, tell me. Xianyuan Ling was no longer standing on ceremony with Ye Guan after realizing that Ye Guan was more easygoing than she thought. Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, I have quite a few wives. Quite a few wives? Xianyuan Ling suddenly became interested. Are they all in the Milky Way? Ye Guan shook his head. Xianyuan Ling smiled and went silent. Ye Guan hesitated for quite a while before asking, do you think I'm too fickle? Xianyuan Ling laughed and asked back, do you know how many women my father has? Ye Guan stared at Xianyuan Ling without saying anything. Xianyuan Ling chuckled and calmly said, he has almost 100 wives as far as I know. The fuck? Ye Guan cursed unconsciously. Then, he hurriedly apologized, sorry, I didn't mean to swear. It's just, isn't it illegal to have many wives here? Xianyuan Ling shook her head and smiled. You're really cute. Ye Guan was confused. Xianyuan Ling explained, it seems that way on the surface but behind the scenes. Ah, I get it. Ye Guan nodded. Xianyuan Ling made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, can you really love each of your wives equally? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xianyuan Ling blinked. If you can only choose one of them, who would you choose among them? Miss Ling, have you ever been in love? Ye Guan asked back. Xianyuan Ling shook her head. No. Then, don't ask, Ye Guan replied, sounding serious. Xianyuan Ling froze, and her expression darkened, eliciting a chuckle from Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan had no idea that his words had a significant impact on Xianyuan Ling. Xianyuan Ling remained silent throughout the rest of their journey, seemingly pondering over something. Just then, the car went down a forest road. Rumble? Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open upon realizing that his blood was boiling. Bloodline power? Ye Guan was astonished. However, the unique bloodline fluctuations didn't belong to the Mad Demon bloodline but to another one of his bloodlines? What's going on? Ye Guan was bewildered. He never expected that his bloodline would suddenly start boiling. He knew that he had 3 different bloodlines coursing through his veins. The Mad Demon bloodline he had inherited from his father, the bloodline he had inherited from his mother, and another bloodline. The bloodline he had inherited from his mother was boiling for some reason. What was going on? Ye Guan's knitted brows abruptly loosened up. He turned to Xianyuan Ling and asked, Miss Ling, do you have a special bloodline? Xianyuan Ling's eyes narrowed, and she asked, how do you know? Ye Guan hurriedly added, can you tell me its name? Xianyuan Ling hesitated. Ye Guan saw that and asked, is it not a good idea to tell an outsider about it? Xianyuan Ling shook her head. No, it's fine. I'm just surprised. Mr. Ye, why are you asking? Ye Guan was transfixed on Xianyuan Ling, and he urged, can you answer me? Xianyuan Ling replied, the Phoenix Emperor bloodline is coursing through my veins. Ye Guan's brows furrowed. The Phoenix Emperor bloodline. Xianyuan Ling nodded and stared deeply at Ye Guan. But why the sudden interest in my bloodline, Mr. Ye? Ye Guan asked earnestly, can you let me explore your bloodline? Xianyuan Ling blushed instantly, and she shook her head vehemently. No. Ye Guan was taken aback. Mr. Ye, please refrain from such suggestive remarks, Xianyuan Ling muttered in a voice that sounded more like a mosquito's droning. Ye Guan blinked in confusion. Miss Ling, I think you've misunderstood me, Ye Guan muttered, smiling wryly. Xianyuan Ling remained silent with her head lowered and her cheeks flushed red. Ye Guan remained confused. Did I say something wrong? Explore your bloodline, suggestive? Is it another slang here? Just then, the car came to a halt. Xianyuan Ling flung the door open and alighted. Ye Guan's expression froze. A third party would definitely misunderstand Xianyuan Ling's desperation to alight from the car and think that Ye Guan had done something inappropriate to her. Xianyuan Ling ran away, but she came to a halt upon recalling something. She turned back and walked up to Ye Guan while blushing all throughout. Mr. Ye, come with me, please. Ye Guan nodded. Certainly. Ye Guan followed closely behind Xianyuan Ling. He looked around and found a luxurious mansion built on the summit of a mountain a kilometer away. The mansion was built in an architectural style that allowed it to exude grandeur and might. Ye Guan also sensed a few concealed auras inside the mansion. Xianyuan Ling was quiet as she walked ahead of Ye Guan. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, Miss Ling, I think you misunderstood me. Xianyuan Ling nodded. I know. Can you tell me why you reacted that way, then? Ye Guan asked. Xianyuan Ling shook her head. I can't. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The two soon reached the summit, and the mansion gates opened. Xianyuan Ling led Ye Guan into the mansion. Ye Guan looked around curiously and saw a dozen ancient halls on the mansion grounds. A black tower with 9 floors also stood in the distance. The entire mansion exuded an ancient aura, and Ye Guan felt like he had entered a whole new world, as the contrast was simply too big to the urban environment outside. Ye Guan became even more curious as they walked deeper into the mansion. The bloodline power inside of him became increasingly restless as the seconds went on, and Ye Guan reckoned that there had to be something related to his bloodline here, or perhaps he had a relative here. Xianyuan Ling led Ye Guan into a quaint courtyard, and a man emerged, blocking their path. The man resembled Xianyuan Ling. Second brother, exclaimed Xianyuan Ling. The man glanced quietly at Ye Guan before nodding. Xianyuan Ling saw that and turned to Ye Guan. Let's go. Ye Guan nodded, and the two ventured toward an inner hall. Ye Guan's gaze landed on a middle-aged man seated inside the inner hall. He was wearing an elegant robe in a style that would make any Huaxia citizen think that he was cosplaying. The middle-aged man's gaze was fierce, and he emitted a domineering air. An elegant woman in her 40s was sitting next to him. The elegant woman and the middle-aged man stared deeply at Ye Guan. The middle-aged man's gaze carried a hint of assertiveness, and he looked as if he was trying to see through Ye Guan. Meanwhile, the elegant woman seemed to be only curious about Ye Guan, nothing more, nothing less. A sense of unease abruptly swept past Xianyuan Ling. She felt that something wasn't quite right. Undeterred, Ye Guan cupped his fist toward the two. Hello, uncle, auntie. Ye Guan greeted, bowing slightly. He considered Xianyuan Ling as a friend, so he decided to give her parents the same respect he had been giving her. The middle-aged man stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, please, take a seat. Ye Guan nodded and sat down in a nearby chair. The elegant woman observing Ye Guan seemed a bit surprised. The young man displayed no sign of nervousness upon arriving. He exuded a cultured, composed air, a presence that certainly distinguished him from other young men. The middle-aged man scrutinized Ye Guan and remarked, Mr. Ye, judging by your poise and speech, you're definitely not an ordinary person. Are you from a distinguished family? Ye Guan nodded. Yes, I am. The middle-aged man was curious. May I ask about your family's name? Ye Guan replied, I belong to the Ye family. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. There was no Ye family among the 4 major families of Yanjing, and the middle-aged man also couldn't recall hearing of the Ye family, even among the families just below the 4 major families. However, the middle-aged man didn't look down on Ye Guan just because he wasn't a member of a prestigious family in Yanjing. In fact, he became even more curious. The young man had to be from an exceptional lineage, at the very least. Ye Guan shattered the ice by asking, Miss Ling has told me that uncle wishes to meet me. Is it true? The middle-aged man nodded and explained, I've heard that Linger had befriended someone remarkable, and it got me curious, so I've been wanting to meet you. I hope you can pardon the impromptu request. Xianyuan Ling was a bit surprised to see her father being so respectful towards someone else. Ye Guan graciously responded, Uncle, you're too kind. I am unfamiliar with Yanjing, so I owe Miss Ling and the Xianyuan clan for your assistance. I should have come here and paid my respects to you earlier, but I've been too busy to do so lately. The elegant woman smiled lightly as she stared at the courteous exchange. Mr. Ye, Linger told me that you're a swordsman, is that right? Asked the middle-aged man. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man glanced at Xianyuan Ling standing nearby, and he sighed upon sensing Xianyuan Ling's nervousness. This girl, she dares to deceive even her own father. The middle-aged man looked at Ye Guan and smiled warmly. Mr. Ye, I'm sure you understand the beauty of swords as a swordsman. It just so happens that the Xianyuan clan has a penchant for collecting swords. Let Linger guide you to our collection, and should you find a sword to your liking, feel free to take it away. The middle-aged man then turned to Xianyuan Ling and said, Take Mr. Ye to the sword pavilion. All right, Xianyuan Ling said, nodding. Then, she grabbed Ye Guan's hand and led the latter away. Ye Guan became perplexed. Why was Xianyuan Ling holding his hand? The middle-aged man sighed. She actually dared to deceive her parents. The elegant woman couldn't help but chuckle. They're not a couple, but it's clear that she likes Mr. Ye's company. No, I'd say she likes him rather than his company. The elegant woman revealed an amused smile upon recalling how Xianyuan Ling had taken the initiative to hold Ye Guan's hand. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious as he pointed out. That young man's remarkable charisma means that he's no ordinary individual. It would have been acceptable to let him try and awaken the ancestral sword if they were a real couple. However, they're not a real couple, so the clan elders will surely not agree to let him try and awaken the ancestral sword. The elegant woman nodded thoughtfully and said, Indeed. The middle-aged man cast a complicated gaze outside and muttered, It's all our fault. We're too weak to awaken the ancestral sword. Xianyuan Ling let go of Ye Guan's hand and stared at Ye Guan with flushed cheeks. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, Miss Ling, is everything okay? Yes, Xianyuan Ling said, nodding. Yes. Let's go to the sword pavilion. All right, let's go, Ye Guan replied with a nod. He was also curious about the Xianyuan clan's sword collection. Xianyuan Ling led Ye Guan to the sword pavilion, and the two soon arrived at the sword pavilion. Ye Guan entered and was astonished to see the breathtaking array of swords. Some swords adorned the walls, while others were arranged on racks. Ye Guan wasn't sure just how many swords were in the pavilion, but he reckoned that there had to be at least 10,000 swords here. A tremor seemed to run across the swords as soon as Ye Guan stepped into the sword pavilion. Xianyuan Ling's expression changed slightly. Ye Guan waved his hand, quelling the swords. Ye Guan looked around and nodded in acknowledgement. The swords here were of high quality, considering that they were on the barren blue planet. Unfortunately, these swords were nothing but ordinary swords to him. Ye Guan's standards when it came to swords were exceedingly high. He had started his journey with the path sword, after all. Xianyuan Ling suddenly said, Mr. Ye, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Ye Guan turned to Xianyuan Ling and smiled. Of course, go ahead. Xianyuan Ling hesitated before muttering, I actually lied to you, Mr. Ye. I told my parents that you're my boyfriend. Ye Guan interrupted with a smile. Xianyuan Ling's eyes widened, you. Ye Guan chuckled and explained, your parents' and brothers' gazes toward me felt a bit strange. Xianyuan Ling smiled bitterly and sighed. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued upon recalling something. So, why did you actually decide to bring me here? Xianyuan Ling explained, Mr. Ye, I genuinely have no ill intentions. Ye Guan nodded in understanding. I know. I'm just curious. Xianyuan Ling calmed down instantly upon hearing that, and she eventually started speaking. Our Xianyuan clan has an ancestral sword named Xianyuan. Our ancestor, Xianyuan Emperor, once wielded it in battle. It's a sword that has been passed down in our family for many generations, but it only had 2 masters so far. Only 2 owners. Ye Guan asked with knitted brows. The first owner was our ancestor, of course, but we don't know the identity of the second owner, Xianyuan Ling said. All we know is that the sword itself left the Milky Way and was acquired by a mysterious swordsman. The swordsman used it for a while and eventually returned the sword to the Xianyuan clan in the Milky Way. Mysterious swordsman? Ye Guan asked, looking intrigued. Xianyuan Ling nodded and explained, yes. We call him Mysterious Swordsman, as we have never uncovered his true identity. Our ancestor's account says that the swordsman liked wearing a long blue robe, and he was always accompanied by a white-furred beast. Ye Guan's face stiffened at Xianyuan Ling's revelation. A mysterious swordsman who likes wearing a blue robe and is always accompanied by a white-furred beast? Could it be grandfather? Fuck. Ye Guan inwardly cursed out of surprise. Xian Yuanling noticed the subtle change in Ye Guan's expression. Young master Ye, could that swordsman be you? She asked tentatively. Do you know if the mysterious swordsman has any other distinctive features? Ye Guan asked, sounding serious. Xian Yuanling shook her head. I'm not sure. It has been so many years, after all. Ye Guan fell silent. Xian Yuanling's description made Ye Guan feel that the mysterious swordsman was Yang Ye. He truly didn't expect that Yang Ye had a connection with the Xianyuan clan, and the revelation made Ye Guan feel even more curious about the so-called ancestral sword of the Xianyuan clan. A sword that Yang Ye once wielded couldn't be ordinary. As I said, it's a sword that's been passed down in the family, but over the years, none of our Xianyuan clan descendants have been able to draw it, so it has never seen the world again since it was returned, Xian Yuanling said. Ye Guan snapped back to reality and asked, do you want me to give it a shot? Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes. Ye Guan smiled. I can give it a try. Xian Yuanling went silent upon hearing that. Ye Guan asked, what's wrong? Xian Yuanling smiled wryly. Outsiders aren't allowed to try and draw it out. Ye Guan smiled bitterly and asked, why did you even ask me to come here, then? Wait, Ye Guan said, realizing something. Can a partner of a Xianyuan clan member try it? Xian Yuanling nodded and said, yes. Ye Guan stared deeply at Xian Yuanling and began to mull over it. Should I trade my body for a sword? Ye Guan hesitated. Honestly, Xian Yuanling was a great person. Xian Yuanling blushed upon seeing Ye Guan's strange expression. Don't jump to conclusions. Pretending to be a couple is enough. Ye Guan frowned. Pretend. Xian Yuanling nodded. Exactly. Ye Guan asked, how do we go about pretending? Xian Yuanling glanced at Ye Guan's face before saying, we just have to be a bit more intimate. Ye Guan pondered for a moment before asking, like holding hands, you mean? Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes. All right, Ye Guan said, nodding. His curiosity about the sword his grandfather once wielded overcame any reservations he had about the idea. Xian Yuanling continued, since we're basically performing, we have to give it our all. From now on, I want you to address me as Linger rather than Miss Ling, okay? Ye Guan nodded. Sure. Xian Yuanling nodded as well and added, also, during our time together, try to make our interactions seem more intimate. Remember, it's just acting, don't overthink it, okay? Ye Guan nodded once more. Got it. Xian Yuanling smiled. Has any sword here managed to catch your eye? Ye Guan shook his head. How about I show you around outside? Xian Yuanling suggested. Sure, Ye Guan replied with a grin. He turned on his heel and strolled toward the exit. Hey, Xian Yuanling called out. Ye Guan cast a confused gaze at Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling blinked playfully. Have you already forgotten it? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before grabbing Xian Yuanling's hand. Let's go. A furious blush painted Xian Yuanling's cheeks, and her heart started to pound madly against her chest. She tried her best to keep her composure, but her efforts seemed futile. Out of the blue, Ye Guan asked, Ling what will you gain from helping me get your family's ancestral sword? Xian Yuanling glanced at Ye Guan and replied, you'll find out in due time. Ye Guan nodded and went silent. The two exited the sword pavilion. Xian Yuanling then led Ye Guan toward the mountain behind the Xianyuan mansion. Along the way, the pair attracted the attention of quite a few Xianyuan clan members. Word spread quickly to every corner of the Xianyuan clan, and Xian Yuanling's face was as red as a beetroot. Fortunately, a veil obscured her furious blush. Ye Guan suddenly came to a halt. He let go of Xian Yuanling's hand and stared with a serious gaze at her, saying, Miss Ling, I think this isn't right. What do you mean? Xian Yuanling asked, sounding puzzled. Ye Guan explained, this isn't going to affect me that much, but this will tarnish your reputation. Won't this impact your marriage in the future if word gets out that you're so intimate with a man outside of marriage? Xian Yuanling met Ye Guan's gaze but remained silent. Ye Guan continued earnestly, it's my fault. I didn't think it through. We'll clarify things with your parents later. Hopefully, we can still salvage the situation. I thought you were interested in that sword. Xian Yuanling questioned. I'm interested in it, and I definitely want to see it, but this isn't right, Ye Guan said, shaking his head. This is going to have a huge negative impact on you. Xian Yuanling smiled and grabbed his hand. It's okay, she reassured. However, her reassurance made Ye Guan feel even more confused. It's normal for girls to have a few boyfriends here until they're married, Xian Yuanling explained. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. I'm not joking, Xian Yuanling chuckled and said, come here, follow me. Xian Yuanling then dragged Ye Guan away. Does it also apply to men? Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling nodded. Yes, but not at the same time. Xian Yuanling then frowned and looked at Ye Guan. Why do you ask? Ye Guan hastily shook his head. I was just curious. Xian Yuanling fixed her gaze on Ye Guan and warned, don't overthink it, okay? Ye Guan nodded. Yeah, I was just curious, really. Is that so? Xian Yuanling chuckled and said, let's go, then. I'll take you somewhere. The two continued on their journey, and they soon reached the summit of the mountain behind the Xianyuan residence. From the summit, they could see the entire Xianyuan residence and even Yanjing in the distance. Hey, Xian Yuanling called out. Ye Guan turned to her. Xian Yuanling smiled and said, I didn't bring you here to sightsee. Feel the air. Feel the air? Ye Guan was confused. He closed his eyes, and his eyes shot wide open almost immediately. Spiritual energy. Ye Guan exclaimed. A significant amount of energy was in the air on the summit of this mountain. Xianyuanling grinned and explained, it's tiny, but there's a spiritual vein here. I remember you saying you needed spiritual energy, so I brought you here. You can go ahead and absorb some spiritual energy here. Why? Ye Guan asked, sounding hesitant. The blue planet was barren, so spiritual energy had to be an extremely precious resource here. In addition, Ye Guan reckoned that the spiritual vein he was standing on at the moment could be the Xianyuan clan's one and only spiritual vein. What do you mean? Xianyuanling asked, looking puzzled. Ye Guan cast a serious gaze upon Xianyuanling and said, Miss Ling, the spiritual energy in the air here is extremely precious. I'm sure you know that. Xianyuanling shook her head slightly and looked away, seemingly a bit irritated. Ye Guan was confused. Have you ever thought about the value of the gifts you gave me? Xianyuanling asked. Aren't they even more precious than a bit of spiritual energy? I reckon that I wouldn't be able to find anything similar to what you gave me, even in the Milky Way clan. Ye Guan went silent. Xianyuanling turned to face him with a hint of annoyance. I just told you to absorb some spiritual energy. Why overthink it? Ye Guan sighed, it's not what I meant. The spiritual energy here is too valuable. You brought me here to absorb it without your parents' permission, so I'm afraid that they might scold you. Xianyuanling chuckled. They aren't that petty. Go ahead and start absorbing. Ye Guan still seemed hesitant despite Xianyuanling's reassurance. Still, he truly needed spiritual energy, so he could only nod and say, all right. Ye Guan sat cross-legged and circulated his cultivation method. The spiritual energy in the air soon converged above him, creating a vortex. Ye Guan decided to absorb the spiritual energy in the air rather than directly absorbing the spiritual energy inside the spiritual vein beneath him. Ye Guan was afraid that the spiritual vein would wither if he were to do such a thing. After a while, Ye Guan stood up. He had gathered a ton of spiritual energy, 10 times more spiritual energy than he had before he started absorbing. Yes, 10 times? This meant that Ye Guan would no longer have any issues fighting a master. Xianyuanling smiled. How does it feel? Ye Guan took a moment to sense the spiritual energy inside him and smiled. Ever thought about flying? Xianyuanling blinked and asked, on a sword. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xianyuanling said eagerly. A thought was all it took for Yungzio to take to the skies. The elegant sword carved beautiful arcs in the air. Ye Guan held Xianyuanling's hand and assisted her in hopping onto the sword. Then, the sword transformed into a streak of light that zipped through the sky. Ye Guan chose to employ the royal sword art to manipulate the sword rather than to use the meager spiritual energy that he had gathered painstakingly. Xianyuanling screamed and clung desperately to Ye Guan as the two of them flew across the skies. Ye Guan stiffened. He didn't expect that Xianyuanling would end up screaming and clinging to him for life. Ye Guan felt a bit awkward as Xianyuanling clung desperately to him. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Miss Ling, don't be scared. Open your eyes and take a look around. Xianyuanling cautiously opened her eyes, but she immediately closed her eyes upon seeing that the mountain beneath them had shrunk to the size of a basketball, and she went beyond pallid at the realization that they were so high up in the skies. Ye Guan frowned, sensing something amiss. What's wrong? I am afraid of heights. Xianyuanling exclaimed. Afraid of heights? Ye Guan was taken aback. Moments later, he shook his head and smiled. He then held Xianyuanling's waist and said, Don't be scared. I'm here to support you. However, Xianyuanling shook her head vigorously. Ye Guan chuckled and pointed out, I thought you wanted to become a swordsman and that you wanted to fly on a sword? What's the point of learning how to fly on a sword if you're afraid of heights? Xianyuanling trembled upon hearing Ye Guan's remark. Moments later, she opened her eyes slowly. She was still afraid, but she was no longer as afraid as she was earlier. Ye Guan also decided to slow down. After a while, Xianyuanling let out a lengthy exhale. Then, excitement filled her eyes as she exclaimed, I really am flying on a sword. Ye Guan smiled. Yes, you really are flying on a sword. As Xianyuanling was about to speak, a sudden realization painted her face red. They were very close to each other, and her hands were still wrapped around Ye Guan's waist. In addition, there was a pinkish air around them. Xianyuanling was about to retract her hands out of embarrassment, but she stopped, clearly conflicted. Ye Guan sensed Xianyuanling's hesitation and gradually steered the sword back to the mountain summit. The two soon descended, and Ye Guan helped Xianyuan light a light from the sword. Xianyuanling promptly let go of Ye Guan's hand upon alighting from the sword, but her eyes glimmered with a bit of disappointment. Ye Guan grinned. How was it? It was pretty great. Xianyuanling muttered. Then, she stared excitedly at Ye Guan and asked, One day, can I fly on a sword like you? Ye Guan nodded. Certainly. The spiritual energy on this summit and your talent are more than enough for you to learn how to fly on a sword? It's all a matter of time. Xianyuanling lowered her head and said softly, But, I'm scared. Ye Guan chuckled and said, No worries. I'll be your guide by then, and I'm sure you'll overcome the fear of heights after a few flights. You're going to guide me. Xianyuanling said, That's a promise, okay. Ye Guan nodded. Xianyuanling grinned and said, Okay, let's go down. The two then went down the mountain while holding hands. During their descent, Xianyuanling suddenly asked, Is your desire to see my family's ancestral sword related to that blue-robed swordsman? Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Xian Yuanling stared at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you know that swordsman?" Ye Guan responded, "Yes, I do." Xian Yuanling's eyes shone in curiosity, and she asked, "If you can use the entirety of your cultivation, who is stronger between you and him?" Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. "I'm just a grandson, one in front of him." Xian Yuanling had no idea what to say. One Ye Guan is technically Ying Ye's grandson, but he's also humbling himself before Ying Ye by saying that he is Ying Ye's grandson. Confusing, I know XD. Grandson. Xian Yuanling paused. She then shook her head and said, "I find it hard to believe that you're nothing but a grandson before him. You're pretty formidable. I think you're stronger than that blue-robed swordsman." Ye Guan merely smiled. One had to be cautious with words, especially now that he was under scrutiny from his father. Offending his grandfather would make his life even more challenging. His relationship with the old man had to be handled with care. Xian Yuanling suddenly asked, "Do you know that blue-robed swordsman personally?" Ye Guan snapped back to the present and nodded, "I do." Xian Yuanling's eyes widened. "Are you perhaps some ancient being?" Ye Guan chuckled and said, "No way, I'm young. I'm just 18. Time here in the Milky Way flows differently than in the stars beyond." Understanding dawned on Xian Yuanling, and she nodded. "I see." Ye Guan glanced at the sky and suggested, "Shall we keep heading down the mountain?" Xian Yuanling agreed with a nod. Once they descended, they were promptly invited to a grand hall. The atmosphere inside was vibrant, with about 20 prominent members of the Xian Yuan clan gathered around a lavishly set table. Seated at the head was Xian Yuanling's father, Xian Yuanqi, and beside him sat Xian Yuanling's mother. The table was adorned with a feast, showcasing the Xian Yuan clan's high regard for Ye Guan. As they entered hand in hand, the gazes of the Xian Yuan clan members turned peculiar. Blushing, Xian Yuanling tightly gripped Ye Guan's hand. Xian Yuanqi acknowledged their arrival. "Take a seat." Once settled, Xian Yuanqi raised his wine glass and turned to Ye Guan with a warm smile. "Welcome to the Xian Yuan clan, Mr. Ye." Ye Guan returned the gesture in kind. "Thank you for the warm welcome, uncle." They too then sipped from their glasses, marking the start of dinner. As everyone sat down to eat, the formidable members of the Xian Yuan clan showed no particular interest in Ye Guan. At most, they casually inquired about his background. The elites of the Xian Yuan clan were present as well. Initially, they were curious about Ye Guan. After all, this was the first time Xian Yuanling had brought a man home. Owing to the Xian Yuan clan's esteemed social standing, they felt they were superior to Ye Guan. It wasn't strange, as the Xian Yuan clan carried significant status throughout Huaxia. However, they kept their attitude in check, knowing that they had to respect Xian Yuanling. A clan also needed a united front when facing outsiders. If Xian Yuanling were to lose face, the entire Xian Yuan clan would lose face. As the conversation unfolded and they observed Ye Guan's refined manners and impressive demeanor, their initial reservations began to dissipate. They realized that Ye Guan was a wise person who had experienced a lot in life. Consequently, the elites of the Xian Yuan clan in the hall grew increasingly intrigued by Ye Guan. They started raising their glasses to him, and after a couple of rounds, Ye Guan found himself a bit lightheaded. Glancing at Ye Guan beside her, Xian Yuanling's lips blossomed with a smile. She knew that her parents and clan members had exceptionally high standards. The average person couldn't possibly get on their radar. This chapter made its debut appearance via N0V3LB1N. However, they were actually treating Ye Guan with utmost courtesy. Xian Yuanling was also curious about Ye Guan's true identity. The confidence that he was exuding was unprecedented for a young man. He navigated every single situation effortlessly and talked to everyone smoothly, regardless of their status, displaying neither fear nor worry. There was no way his confidence was fabricated. "Just who are you, really?" Xian Yuanling thought while staring at the red-faced Ye Guan. Xian Yuanyu was about to raise a toast to Ye Guan, but he stopped upon receiving a harsh glare from his sister. Xian Yuanyu pursed his lips and reluctantly put down his wine glass. After a while, the majority of the people at the table were full. Xian Yuanling suddenly spoke, "Father, Little Guan is a swordsman, so I hope he can have a go at the ancestral sword?" Silence immediately descended upon the dining hall. Xian Yuanqi put down his wine glass and looked at Xian Yuanling. "Are you sure?" he asked. Xian Yuanling nodded. After a thoughtful silence, Xian Yuanqi looked at the other members of the Xian Yuan clan. Just then, an elder said, "Little Ling, I'm sure you know that only the members of our Xian Yuan clan can attempt to awaken the ancestral sword. How far have Mr. Yan Yu progressed?" Xian Yuanling instantly blushed, and she lowered her head in silence. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left speechless. Clearly, their relationship had reached that point. The elder shook his head, dismissing the matter. The rest of the people remained silent. The Xian Yuan clan was rather conservative. If Xian Yuanling had reached that stage with this young man, it meant that they were just one step away from getting married. Xian Yuanqi glanced deeply at Xian Yuanling. He sighed softly and refrained from saying anything. Xian Yuanling looked at her father and asked, "Father, is it okay?" Xian Yuanqi calmly replied, "Let him visit the sword tower tomorrow." Xian Yuanling was overjoyed. The rest of the clan members didn't object, either. The ancestral sword was extremely valuable, but it hadn't chosen a new master among the descendants of the Xian Yuan clan for many years now. In addition, one of its only two masters was an outsider. The Xian Yuan clan didn't dare to be stubborn, and it would also be great if an in-law of the Xian Yuan clan ended up drawing the sword. With Xian Yuanqi's decision, the group no longer regarded Ye Guan as an outsider. Another round of toasts ensued, and the banquet eventually ended. Xian Yuanling assisted Ye Guan back to their room. She helped him lie down on the bed, but just as she was about to leave, Ye Guan grabbed her hand. Xian Yuanling's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face Ye Guan and found that he was staring intently at her. Xian Yuanling hesitated briefly before asking, "Are you not drunk?" Ye Guan shook his head. "A bit tipsy, but I'm not drunk." He then patted the bed next to him and said, "Take a seat." Xian Yuanling hesitated but complied. Ye Guan grinned and teased, "Are you afraid I'll take advantage of the situation?" Xian Yuanling shook her head. "You wouldn't do that." She then sat down on the edge of the bed. "Miss Ling, truth be told, I can live without seeing that sword," Ye Guan said in a serious tone of voice. Xian Yuanling lowered her gaze without uttering a word. "You mentioned that it's fine as long as we're a couple, but their gazes earlier were strange. I think they believe that we've already done that." Ye Guan trailed off and shook his head. "This will tarnish your reputation, Miss Ling. We really don't have." "Did I trouble you?" Xian Yuanling interrupted. Ye Guan smiled wryly. "Why does it seem like you're not listening to me at all? I'm really worried that what we're doing will tarnish your reputation." "I don't mind it," Xian Yuanling said, reassuring him. Ye Guan cast a deep gaze upon Xian Yuanling. "Why?" Xian Yuanling smiled. "Didn't you mention that your cultivation is being sealed by someone? The ancestral sword in my family is incredibly powerful, sharpest in Huaxia's history. If the sword somehow acknowledges you, you might just be able to break the seal on your cultivation base and kill the culprit who sealed you." Ye Guan's expression stiffened. He tightened his grip on Xian Yuanling's hand, and there was a hint of nervousness in his voice as he stammered, Please don't say that. I've never thought about harming others nor the culprit." Xian Yuanling blushed furiously at Ye Guan's tight grip. She wanted to retract her hand, but she found herself holding his hand as well. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was visibly shaken by the implications of Xian Yuanling's words. "Kill Ye Xian? No way." The Yang family members were so close to each other, and he was particularly fond of his father. There was no way he would do such a thing. Just then, Ye Guan realized that he was holding Xian Yuanling's hand. He hurriedly let go of her hand and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, that wasn't intentional." Xian Yuanling remained silent while looking down at her feet. Ye Guan felt a stir of emotion as he looked at her. He had not expected that she would still be weighed down by the words he had said. A sense of guilt crept in as he realized that she had essentially sacrificed her innocence for him. All of a sudden, they heard oncoming footsteps from outside. Xian Yuanling's expression changed abruptly. She swiftly climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked utterly perplexed, and he looked at her with curiosity, seeking an explanation. Xian Yuanling explained, "The elders are coming. They're probably thinking that I lied to them. The ancestral sword of the Xianyuan clan is important, and it's the symbol of the clan. The Xianyuan clan will never give it to an outsider even if they can't pull it out. Of course, it's a different story for in-laws, but they still have to be cautious just in case." Ye Guan sighed. "What should we do?" Xian Yuanling lowered her head slightly and said, "Tonight, I'll sleep here. What else can we do, then?" she added in a low voice. Ye Guan smiled wryly and asked, "Are you not afraid that I'll do something inappropriate?" Xian Yuanling murmured, "You won't do anything inappropriate." "Oh." Ye Guan teased, "Did I strike you as a gentleman?" Eventually, Ye Guan sighed and said, "Miss Ling, this really isn't right." Xian Yuanling calmly replied, "Haven't I told you? It's perfectly normal for girls to have a few boyfriends here. Your way of thinking is too old-fashioned. Does that mean you do the same with other men?" Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling's face and gaze instantly turned cold at Ye Guan's remark. She then turned her back on Ye Guan and declared indifferently, "Tomorrow, I'll help you have a go at pulling out the Xianyuan sword. Afterward, we will owe each other nothing." Ye Guan realized that he had said something wrong. He gently tugged at Xian Yuanling's sleeve and said softly, "I'm sorry, Miss Ling. I didn't mean to say it." Xian Yuanling remained silent. Ye Guan tried again. "Miss Ling." Xian Yuanling remained silent. Ye Guan sighed and wondered why he had uttered those words. Surely, it was the mad demon bloodline's fault? Ye Guan tried again and again, but Xian Yuanling remained silent. Eventually, Ye Guan reached out and placed his hand on Xian Yuanling's waist. "I'm going to take advantage of you if you remain silent." Xian Yuanling remained silent. Ye Guan suddenly pushed himself up and leaned over Xian Yuanling. However, he was stunned to see her crying. Her eyes were bloodshot from the tears that streamed down her cheeks without stopping. Ye Guan was immediately inundated with guilt. He was about to say something when Xian Yuanling turned away and said, "Let's sleep." Ye Guan sighed. People really do make mistakes while they're drunk. The night passed, and when Ye Guan opened his eyes, Xian Yuanling was nowhere to be seen. Ye Guan sighed upon recalling last night's incident. After a moment of silence, he got out of bed, freshened up, and pushed open the door. The sun was bright, and the weather was excellent. Just then, Xian Yuanling suddenly approached from the side. Today, she was adorned in a flowing green dress. Her face was still veiled, which meant only her eyes could be seen. However, her eyes no longer held the warmth and friendliness from yesterday, they had become cold and unfamiliar. Ye Guan opened his mouth to speak, but Xian Yuanling beat him to the chase. "Let's go to the sword tower," she said before turning around and walking away. Ye Guan shook his head and followed her. The two were quiet throughout their journey to the sword tower. Ye Guan tried his best to talk to Xian Yuanling, but she remained unresponsive. Just then, Ye Guan's brows furrowed. His blood was starting to stir. He looked up and stared at the sword tower, wondering could the sword inside of that somehow connected to my bloodline? The bloodline power within Ye Guan boiled even more intensely as they approached the sword tower. Ye Guan had 3 bloodlines, but only the Mad Demon bloodline was active. The other 2 bloodlines were dormant so far. Technically, even the Mad Demon bloodline had yet to be fully activated because Ye Guan had never really gone mad. Ye Guan had to descend into complete madness for him to tap into the full power of the bloodline. As for his remaining 2 bloodlines, Ye Guan had no idea how they worked. Still, the fact that they could coexist with the Mad Demon bloodline hinted at their extraordinary nature. Otherwise, the Mad Demon bloodline would have destroyed them long ago. Soon, they arrived at the sword tower. The tower was an ancient structure exuding an aura of antiquity. Mysterious runes adorned its exterior, resembling inverted swords, but it seemed as though the runes were suppressing something. Ye Guan turned to Xian Yuanling, but she ignored him and proceeded toward the entrance. After a few steps, she sensed something and turned around to find that Ye Guan was standing still. Xian Yuanling stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan approached her with a sincere expression and said, "Miss Ling, I apologize about last night." Xian Yuanling shook her head. "No need for apologies. Let's enter and have you try to pull out that sword." Xian Yuanling then turned around and entered the sword tower. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Guan followed suit. The tower stood tall with 9 floors, and the duo ascended gradually. Ye Guan noted the intricate murals on each floor, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Xian Yuanling suddenly said, "These are remnants of history from ancient times." Ye Guan looked at Xian Yuanling and asked, "Ancient history?" Xian Yuanling nodded. "The ancient history of an era long gone. I guess this blue planet had quite a few supreme elites back then, am I right?" "You're right," Xian Yuanling replied, nodding. Curiosity piqued, Ye Guan asked, "So, where are they now?" Xian Yuanling shook her head gently and replied, "I have no idea." Ye Guan fell into thoughtful silence. He reckoned that the great Daoist brush master would have some idea. After all, the great Daoist brush master knew that the Milky Way had 150 civilizations in the past. Ye Guan wanted to ask more questions, but they were already on the 9th floor. A stone platform was in the middle of the 9th floor, and a magnificent golden sword hovered above the stone platform. The sword's name was Xianyuan, and it measured 1 meter in length and 2.5 fingers in width. It was emitting a radiant light as if it was telling the world that it was still alive. Xian Yuanling promptly explained, "You're staring at Xian Yuan, and it is an embodiment of the Dao. The depictions of the sun, moon, and stars are carved on one side of its blade, while the other side showcases mountains, rivers, and flora. The hilt bears inscriptions on agriculture, husbandry, and the unification of the 4 seas. Of course, even the hilt itself contains boundless power." The Xianyuan sword? Ye Guan started walking toward Xianyuan, and it trembled ever so slightly as if it had sensed Ye Guan's approach. Xianyuan clenched her fists tightly in nervousness. Responding to a feeling within him, Ye Guan calmly opened his palm and beckoned, "Come." A resonant hum echoed from the sword tower as the radiant light from Xianyuan erupted, pervading the entire sword tower in the proverbial blink of an eye. At the same time, Xianyuan flew into Ye Guan's open hand. The unexpected event sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xianyuan clan. Many turned their gaze toward the distant sword tower. The clan elders had refrained from going with Xianyuan and Ye Guan to the sword tower, as they had never thought that Ye Guan would succeed. Xianyuan had remained asleep for countless years, defying generations of attempts to awaken it by the clan's descendants. How could it possibly accept an outsider when it wouldn't even accept the Xianyuan clan's descendants as its master? Consequently, none of them had given much thought to the matter. However, they were utterly bewildered by the radiant light that the sword tower was emitting at the moment. Had the holy sword truly submitted to a new master? On Mount Fanjing, a man in the middle of sweeping a stone step abruptly came to a halt. He turned to stare at the distant horizon, and his expression was complicated as he muttered, "Xianyuan." Xianyuan expression was complex as she stared at Ye Guan. Her intuition had been screaming at her all this while that Ye Guan was capable of making Xianyuan submit, and her intuition had just been proven to be correct. Ye Guan gripped Xianyuan tightly in his hand, and his expression turned serious as he sensed the boundless power hidden within the sword. Xianyuan was definitely not an ordinary sword, and among all the swords he had ever encountered so far, Xianyuan was the closest in power to the Qingxian sword and the Path sword. The revelation left Ye Guan astounded. He hadn't expected to find such a divine item on Blue Planet. Just then, Xianyuan trembled ever so slightly. Before Ye Guan could react, a radiant light burst out of it and engulfed Ye Guan in the blink of an eye. Xianyuan's heart jumped at the sudden turn of events, and she ran frantically toward Ye Guan. Boom! The radiant golden light engulfed the two, and they vanished into thin air. When they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in a vast, desolate land. The wasteland seemed endless, and the air was dry, scorching, and extremely hot. "Where are we?" Ye Guan furrowed his brow deeply. Xianyuan's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "We're in the Red Star battlefield." Ye Guan raised an eyebrow. "Red Star battlefield." Xianyuan nodded slightly with an incredulous look. She was just about to explain when something caught her attention. She pointed toward the distant void, and her voice trembled as she cried out, "Look!" Ye Guan followed her gaze and saw a large group of human beings clad in armor standing in the void just above the wasteland. A middle-aged man adorned in golden battle armor was standing at the helm of the ground. A majestic golden sword was in his hand, and he radiated a solemn presence. He was like a celestial being, radiating a profound sanctity. Xianyuan Ling trembled upon seeing the middle-aged man. "That's our ancestor," Xianyuan Ling exclaimed. Then, she tried to run toward the middle-aged man, but Ye Guan held her back and calmly said, "You're looking at nothing but a mirage." "A mirage?" Xianyuan Ling was stunned. Ye Guan's gaze landed on a two-clawed colossal dragon just beneath the middle-aged man. Ye Guan also noted the intricate patterns on the two-clawed colossal dragon's wings. This chapter made its debut appearance via N0V3LB1N. The dragon was crouching before the middle-aged man, and its towering figure instilled a primal fear in just about anyone staring at it. Its intense gaze was fixed on the distant void, and clearly, it was hostile toward what was in the distant void. Another middle-aged man was standing next to the middle-aged man wearing golden armor. The middle-aged man's hair and sideburns resembled sharp swords, and his eyes were incredibly fierce. A shield was strapped to his left hand, and a colossal axe was in his right hand. His fierce demeanor and menacing presence made him appear as though he was a war god. Xianyuan Ling's voice quivered as she muttered, "That's an ancestor of the Qi clan." 4 demonic beasts loomed over everyone in the rear. Every single one of the 4 demonic beasts was ferocious beyond description, and all of them exuded a terrifying killing intent. Ye Guan's expression turned grave upon seeing the 4 demonic beasts. The killing intent they were exuding was incredibly terrifying, second only to Arya. Ye Guan was curious about their identity, so he asked, "Miss Ling, what are those 4? Xianyuan Ling seemed transfixed on the 4 as she exclaimed, "They are the 4 ancient demonic beasts Daodi, Hundun, Kainki, and Dao. 4 ancient demonic beasts." Ye Guan's eyebrows knitted together. Shifting his attention behind the 4 ancient demonic beasts, he saw around 80 men, each exuding a fierce aura and overwhelming power. A group of individuals were standing in the void opposite the 4 ancient demonic beasts. A middle-aged man holding a bronze divine cauldron was standing at the helm of the group. Xianyuan Ling's gaze lingered on the man as she muttered, "The ancestor of the Yan clan." "Unfortunately, the Yan clan." Xianyuan Ling shook her head, leaving her words unfinished. A group of warriors were standing behind the middle-aged man holding a bronze divine cauldron. Every single warrior within the group emitted imposing auras, but one of them stood out in particular. It was a man with a shield strapped to his hand with an axe in his other hand. The man exuded a powerful martial intent that made Ye Guan's eyes narrowed into slits. Ye Guan could feel it even though the man was just a mirage. The man was more powerful than the Eternal Civilization's battle sovereign. Ye Guan was stupefied. These individuals were undoubtedly the supreme elites who had once graced the Blue Planet. They each possessed formidable strength and terrifying abilities. Ye Guan felt a complicated mixture of emotions. He had underestimated the Blue Planet. This planet was once home to a flourishing and powerful martial civilization, but the Blue Planet experienced a decline for some reason many years later. Ye Guan cast his gaze once more upon the gathering of powerful warriors. Ye Guan noticed that they seemed to be waiting for something. Just then, the spacetime in the distance began to ripple. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and the gathered elites grew solemn as well as the spacetime tremors began to become more and more violent. Just then, the fabric of spacetime was torn open, and a radiant spacetime tunnel manifested before the onlookers. The middle-aged man holding a golden sword exclaimed, "A passageway of time." Ye Guan knitted his brows, and a realization dawned upon him. His eyes constricted, and his heart started to pump wildly against his chest. Was he about to meet a legendary time reverser? The great Daoist Brushmaster had talked about this before, but Ye Guan hadn't quite understood it. Had a time reverser breached the defenses of the Blue Planet a long time ago? Just then, a woman emerged from the radiant spacetime tunnel, interrupting Ye Guan's line of thought. The woman was wearing a flowing white robe and a jade belt wrapped around her waist. Her long hair flowed down freely behind her, and she was wearing a golden mask that covered most of her face, exposing only her mouth. There were 2 figures behind the white-robed woman, and they were towering figures clad in black robes. Their faces were covered by a hood, and their auras seemed to have been obfuscated by something indescribable. There were more powerful auras behind the 2 figures in black robes, but none of them stepped forward. Ye Guan's expression was grim as he stared at the white-robed woman at the helm of the group. The white-robed woman before Ye Guan was just a mirage, but Ye Guan's heart still skipped a beat in fear the moment he clapped his eyes on her. Ye Guan clenched his fists tightly as he desperately tried to suppress the creeping fear within his heart. Unfortunately, he found it impossible for some reason. To make matters worse, he was only getting more afraid as time went on. Ye Guan frowned deeply, and his visage began to turn pale. He attempted to resist the fear, but the more he struggled against it, the stronger it gripped his heart. Just then, Xianyuan Ling saw Ye Guan's distress. "Are you okay? What's going on with you?" she asked softly after a brief hesitation. Ye Guan remained unwittingly transfixed on the white-robed woman, but he chose to remain silent. Xianyuan Ling turned toward the same white-robed woman with a puzzled gaze. All of a sudden, one of the black-robed figures spoke in a booming voice, "Since you've decided to resist, then what are you waiting for? Come, let me see if the great Daoist Brushmaster can help you protect this Blue Planet." The middle-aged man wielding a golden sword cackled maniacally and roared, "Everyone, let's go and defend our homeland, Huaxia." The middle-aged man wielding a golden sword charged forward, and the elites behind him rushed after him soon afterward. At the same time, their figures turned blurry until they faded away. Even the two figures in black eventually faded away, but the white-robed woman remained. The white-robed woman turned and stared directly at Ye Guan and Xianyuanling. Ye Guan's eyes abruptly narrowed, and he instinctively stood in front of Xianyuanling. Meanwhile, a man sweeping a stone step on Mount Fanjing suddenly looked up. His eyes shone in a dazzling mix of tension, excitement, and anticipation. Sichen was in the middle of her writing when her pen abruptly came to a halt. She looked up and uttered not a single word as she resumed writing, but her handwriting had become erratic and fierce. Meanwhile, the white-robed woman locked eyes with Ye Guan and uttered, "Destiny that transcends Deo destiny." Ye Guan frowned, utterly confused by her cryptic words. Without warning, the white-robed woman roared, "Die!" Boom! Ye Guan's figure unexpectedly erupted into flames. The white-robed woman's words had become a law, transforming her words into reality. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the void, and a sword let loose a shrill cry as it pierced the void and made a beeline for the white-robed woman. "Stop!" commanded the white-robed woman. The sword instantly froze in place, and the white-robed woman demanded, "Shatter!" Crack! The sword fractured and started breaking apart. Astonishingly, the sword was none other than the Qingxian sword. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. The Qingxian sword actually shattered? Just then, a piece of paper with words written haphazardly suddenly flew in from somewhere and landed on Ye Guan's head. The conflagration that had engulfed him instantly vanished. Covered in sweat, Ye Guan staggered backward with a pale face. Xianyuanling rushed over to support him, and her voice was trembling as she muttered, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan didn't say anything. He stared at the white-robed woman on the horizon. The white-robed woman ignored the Qingxian sword and turned to look in the direction of a certain county. Sichen smiled slightly while writing on her desk, but she didn't say a word. "Wait," the white-robed woman exclaimed. She glanced at Ye Guan before she turned around and left. At a certain lakeside, a white-robed man stood quietly with a frown while staring at the Qingxian sword floating in front of him. He looked up and thought about confronting the other party personally, but he ultimately decided against it, as the other party's true body wasn't around. Just then, a lady wearing a plain skirt walked over to him while carrying 2 slices of watermelon. The lady saw the shattered Qingxian sword, but she didn't say anything about it. She quietly extended the paper plate of watermelon slices in her hand toward the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled slightly. Then, he took a bite of the watermelon and remarked, "It's delicious." The plain-skirt lady also took a bite of the watermelon. The white-robed man's gaze landed on the Qingxian sword, and he flicked it with his fingers. Clang! A resonant noise echoed, and the Qingxian sword was restored in the blink of an eye. The white-robed man then looked at the sky again and said softly, "It seems that it's time for us to go." The plain-skirt lady looked up and stared at the distant void with a calm gaze. Ye Guan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper as he lay in Xianyuanling's arms. The mysterious piece of paper had saved him, but he still ended up sustaining heavy injuries. He also felt utterly exhausted. Xianyuanling felt helpless and could only ask nervously, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan shook his head slightly. He wasn't going to die, but he felt extremely weak. Xianyuanling was about to say something, but Xianyuanqi and the other members of the Xianyuan clan had already arrived at the 9th floor. Their expressions turned heavy upon seeing the sword in Ye Guan's hand. Xianyuanqi walked up to the two and wanted to speak, but Xianyuanling beat him to the chase and said, "Let's tend to his injuries first." Xianyuanqi hesitated briefly before nodding. "Okay." Then, Xianyuanqi turned around and left with the others. Xianyuanling took out 2 pills and fed them to Ye Guan. Ye Guan swallowed the pills and closed his eyes. Then, he circulated his cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Ye Guan had sustained injuries that were too heavy for mere pills to heal. He had to absorb some spiritual energy as well to speed up the healing process. Xianyuanling looked at him with a complicated look on her face. She also had many burning questions. The scene earlier made her realize that Ye Guan's identity was definitely extraordinary. "Who exactly are you?" Xianyuanling thought. She shook her head slightly, her heart full of confusion and frustration. Just like that, Xianyuanling held him in her arms until night fell. Ye Guan's pallid face had regained some color. Xianyuanling saw that Ye Guan's eyes had opened, so she said, "You're awake." Ye Guan nodded. "Are you feeling better?" Xianyuanling asked. "Yes. I still feel weak, but it's nothing serious," Ye Guan said, smiling sheepishly. He then stood up on his own. Xianyuanling tried to stand up, but she frowned as soon as she tried to move. She hadn't moved at all, and her legs had gone completely numb from not moving for an entire half a day. Ye Guan bent down, lifted her up, and exited the sword tower. Xianyuanling stared at him without saying a word. The two stumbled upon Xianyuanqi and the others waiting outside the sword tower. They were all staring at them with curious and bewildered looks. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, "Uncle, Miss Ling will tell you everything tomorrow." Xianyuanqi glanced at Xianyuanling before he nodded. "Okay." Xianyuanqi then turned around and left with everyone else. Ye Guan brought Xianyuanling back to his room and put her down gently on the bed before asking, "How are your legs? Are they feeling any better?" Xianyuanling nodded. "Are you still angry at me? I'm really sorry about last night," Ye Guan said softly. Xianyuanling didn't reply, but she started crying. Ye Guan wanted to wipe away her tears, but Xian Yuanling was wearing a veil. He was about to remove her veil, but he stopped and asked hesitantly, is there something special about this veil? Xian Yuanling had been wearing a veil since they met, and she had never removed it, which meant Ye Guan had never really seen her true appearance, making him feel curious about what she actually looked like. Xian Yuanling lowered her head and said, take it off if you want. I'm not going to stop you. Ye Guan was silent. There was something off about her tone of voice. Xian Yuanling looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Ye Guan smiled slightly and set aside his reservations before gently removing her veil. Ye Guan was instantly stunned, even though he had seen quite a few beautiful women before. Xian Yuanling was that beautiful, she possessed an unparalleled and perfect visage. Ye Guan smiled at the breathtaking sight and said, you're so beautiful. Xian Yuanling looked at him and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Xian Yuanling's lips curled up, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Ye Guan asked, how come you're wearing a veil when you're such a beauty? Xian Yuanling replied, to avoid trouble. True, you'll surely attract a ton of suitors. You're the first person to have seen my true appearance since I came of age. Ye Guan was stunned. One day, you'll have to leave, right? Xian Yuanling asked. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, and it's almost time for me to leave. Xian Yuanling went silent and looked down. Eventually, she looked up at Ye Guan and stared intently at him, saying, see, can you just stay here? Ye Guan shook his head. This place was nice, but he couldn't stay here forever. He was still the king of the Guanxian universe, after all, and it was his responsibility to take care of the Guanxian universe. Xian Yuanling clenched her fists and muttered, but, what about Suzy? Are you going to take her with you? Suzy? Ye Guan was silent. Do you really not know that she likes you? Xian Yuanling asked. I know that she likes me, Ye Guan replied. So, are you going to take her with you or not? Xian Yuanling asked. Ye Guan didn't reply. Xian Yuanling was a bit annoyed, and she exclaimed, are you really going to just abandon her after everything? She really likes you? Have you never thought about how she would feel if you abandoned her? Ye Guan smiled, but he didn't reply. He tucked her in and said, it's been a long day, so I'm sure you're tired. Rest well. Ye Guan then got up and turned around to leave. However, Xian Yuanling grabbed his hand. I want to know more about you. Ye Guan was quiet. Xian Yuanling asked, you can't tell me. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, I don't think you'll believe me. Try me. I've really eaten dragon meat before, and I've eaten lots of it. What else? Why do you want to know more about me? I just want to. I'll tell you more once I'm no longer as tired as I am right now. Is that okay? Fine, but you're not going to leave without saying goodbye, are you? No. All right, sounds great. Ye Guan took out Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan trembled ever so slightly, and his mysterious third bloodline began to boil. Ye Guan's expression turned heavy, and he hurriedly returned Xian Yuan to its sheath. Ye Guan turned to Xian Yuanling and said, Miss Ling, I'd like to ask you something, and it's a very important question. Xian Yuanling's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Bloodline, Ye Guan answered. Xian Yuanling's face flushed instantly. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly and explained, Miss Ling, I have a mysterious bloodline, and it started boiling the moment I came here. I feel like it's about to awaken, and that feeling has gotten stronger after I held Xian Yuan. Xian Yuanling frowned and asked, are you talking about bloodline power? Yes. In fact, I think there's a resonance between our bloodlines, Ye Guan replied. Xian Yuanling immediately sat up and asked, can you show it to me? Ye Guan nodded. He took out Xian Yuan, and his bloodline started to boil the moment he gripped the sword. He then grabbed Xian Yuanling's hand and allowed the power of his bloodline to sink into Xian Yuanling's hand. Xian Yuanling's eyes shot wide open, and she stammered, why you? What's wrong? Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling's face was full of disbelief as she exclaimed, Phoenix Emperor bloodline? You actually have the Phoenix Emperor bloodline. And it's so pure. How is this possible? Ye Guan frowned. The Phoenix Emperor bloodline. How is this possible? You're not even from Blue Planet, so how can you have the Phoenix Emperor bloodline? My mother is from here. Your mother? Ye Guan nodded. No wonder. Xian Yuanling muttered. She then grabbed Ye Guan's hand and said excitedly, you have an extremely pure Phoenix Emperor bloodline, and at least 90% of it has been awakened. You have the Phoenix Emperor bloodline, too? Ye Guan asked. Yes, I have it, too. So we're siblings. Xian Yuanling was taken aback. Then, she smacked his head gently and replied, what are you talking about? The citizens of Huaxia have the Phoenix Emperor bloodline running through their veins. What do you mean? Ye Guan asked. Xian Yuanling smiled and explained, the citizens of Huaxia are descendants of the Phoenix Emperor. However, bloodline awakenings are incredibly rare, and it has become even rarer since we entered the low martial era. Even my Xianyuan clan has only seen a few people awaken such a bloodline after so many years. To make matters worse, everyone's Phoenix Emperor bloodline has long mutated after so many years of reproduction. Our clan actually calls our bloodline the Xianyuan bloodline instead of the Phoenix Emperor bloodline. I see. Xian Yuanling smiled. So you're from this planet as well. No wonder Xian Yuan submitted to you. Ye Guan smiled, but he didn't say anything. Qin Guan was from Huaxia, so he could be considered a half-Huaxian. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and asked, can I take a look at your bloodline? Xian Yuanling blushed, and she glared at him in embarrassment. Ye Guan smiled bitterly. I just want to take a look at your bloodline. Why do you always glare at me whenever I ask you to take a look at it? Do you really want to take a look? Xian Yuanling asked in a low voice. Ye Guan nodded almost immediately. Xian Yuanling grabbed Ye Guan's hand and pushed him onto the bed before pressing him down beneath her. Xian Yuanling's actions seemed decisive and determined, but her face looked as red as a tomato. Ye Guan was starting to feel a little nervous as well. What the fuck? I just wanted to take a look at your bloodline, so why are you seducing me? Xian Yuanling closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes once again, her expression showed determination as if she had come to a decision. She clenched her fists, and the bloodline inside of her boiled swiftly, erupting into a conflagration that reduced all of her clothes to ashes. Ye Guan's mind immediately went blank. He finally understood why she had always glared at him whenever he asked her to show him her bloodline. Ye Guan pulled on the blanket near him and was going to cover her up, but Xian Yuanling suddenly pressed herself against him. Xian Yuanling's voice was trembling as she said, "Don't move. I want you to feel it." Ye Guan felt a faint energy seeping out of her. Bloodline power? Ye Guan closed his eyes to feel it, and he soon realized that Xian Yuanling hadn't lied to him at all. Her bloodline was markedly different from his but was similar as well at the same time. Can you feel it? Xian Yuanling asked in a quivering voice, and she was trembling along with her voice. Ye Guan decided against pushing her away and covering her with a blanket. He pulled the blanket over the two of them before placing his hands on her waist. Ye Guan's heart skipped a beat the moment her hands landed on her soft waist. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanling became even more nervous, and she buried her head into Ye Guan's neck. She dared not to look him in the eye. Ye Guan's hands slid down, and they slowly made their way over to. "No!" Xian Yuanling exclaimed as a tremor ran through her. Ye Guan snapped out of his trance and asked himself, "What am I doing?" After taking a moment to compose himself, he pushed her aside gently and tucked her in. Then, he got off the bed and walked straight to the bathroom. He sobered up by taking a cold shower. Ye Guan looked into the mirror and laughed mockingly at himself. He couldn't suppress his desires without his cultivation base, and the realization made Ye Guan feel like he was such a failure. It also became clear to Ye Guan that his mind wasn't exactly that firm, so he might have done the same even if he could still access his cultivation base. Ye Guan closed his eyes. He had to admit that he had discovered quite a few weaknesses he never knew he had since he came to the Milky Way. In addition to such weaknesses, he also realized that he had many obsessions and that his mind was a bit too weak to withstand temptations. Ye Guan took a deep breath before going back into the room. Xian Yuanling was still lying on the bed, seemingly frozen in shock after Ye Guan had stood up and rushed into the bathroom. "Miss Ling, I'm sorry about what happened just now," Ye Guan said. He placed Xian Yuan on the table and continued, "This is a treasure of the Xian Yuan clan, and I can't take it away with a clear conscience, so I'm returning it to you." With that, Ye Guan turned around to leave. Xian Yuanling stared at the Xian Yuan on the table, but her heart felt incomparably empty. Ye Guan left the Xian Yuan residence and told Xian Yuanling's chauffeur to send him to Yanjing. Ye Guan decided to take a stroll on the streets. It was already late in the night, but the streets were still bustling with people. Ye Guan reckoned that evenings were probably the most enjoyable time of the day for the majority of ordinary people. After all, they often enjoyed barbecues and drinks with their friends during the evenings. Just then, Ye Guan came to a halt upon recalling something. He took out his mobile phone and called Suzy Ai. The call was answered almost immediately, and Suzy Ai's voice echoed from the other end of the line. "I thought you already forgot about me," Suzy Ai exclaimed. Ye Guan smiled upon hearing her voice. "I really miss you." Suzy Ai replied belatedly, "I miss you, too." Ye Guan smiled. "Are you busy?" "Yes. I've been handling many things since the project started," replied Suzy Ai. Ye Guan said, "Go ahead and do what you need to, then." "Did something happen?" "No. Don't stay up too late, rest early." "Okay." Ye Guan ended the call, and he walked toward a quiet street alleyway. The alleyway was deserted and dark, so not many people would deliberately take a turn into this alleyway. However, a middle-aged man appeared behind Ye Guan. The middle-aged man was the same master who had attacked Ye Guan when he first met Sijhan. Ye Guan smiled lightly and said, "It seems that you haven't given up on me yet." The middle-aged man glared at him and said, "You lured me here." Ye Guan was about to say something, but the middle-aged man was already running away. Ye Guan was stunned, and he couldn't quite believe what he had seen. He ran away just like that? What the hell? Running away at the first sign of danger? Are the people of this blue planet a bunch of cowards? Ye Guan shook his head. He truly had no idea what to say. He wanted to use his sword energy to kill the middle-aged man, but he couldn't have expected the middle-aged man to run away without even attempting to fight Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked around for a few moments before exiting the alleyway and making a beeline for the pedestrian bridge where Sijhan peddled her books. Ye Xian and the plain-skirt lady had apparently visited the pedestrian bridge once, so he wanted to try his luck and see if he would stumble upon them here. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. However, Sijhan was on the pedestrian bridge. Today, she was wearing a light yellow long dress. Her long hair fell past her shoulders, and as usual, she was extremely beautiful. Her books were placed neatly in front of her as she sat quietly on a stool, waiting for a customer. Sijhan attracted quite a few heads, as she was simply too beautiful. She was a stunning sight on the dull pedestrian bridge. When Sijhan saw Ye Guan, she smiled at him as a greeting. Sister Zhen, Ye Guan greeted before sitting down on a stool next to her. Sichen looked at Ye Guan's face and said, "You look sad today. Sister Zhen, have you heard of the time reversers?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen nodded. "Yes. Have you fought with them before?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen nodded once again. Ye Guan asked, "What kind of people are they?" Sichen replied, "They exist outside the order but within the Dao at the same time." "Outside the order but within the Dao?" Ye Guan asked in confusion. Sichen nodded and said, "Those that can become a time reverser are the strongest of their own generation. They possess infinite strength, and they are capable of transcending the order, allowing them to break free from the constraints of the universe's rules and order. Of course, they still can't transcend the Dao." Ye Guan asked in a low voice, "Since they're so strong, why do they even bother attacking the blue planet? They're extremely powerful, but they still have enemies. Is one of them the Great Daoist Brushmaster?" "No, I'm talking about the Great Dao behind the Great Daoist Brushmaster. The Great Dao is a tangible existence. The support of the Great Dao is the reason behind the Great Daoist Brushmaster's rise. If it hadn't been for the Great Dao's support, he would have been unable to establish rules and order throughout the vast expanse. He understands the Great Dao the most, so you can say that he is a spokesperson of the Great Dao. So the arch-nemesis of the time reversers are the Great Daoist Brushmaster and the Great Dao." Sichen nodded and explained, "Yes, they're like fire and water. They've been fighting since ancient times because of some irreconcilable differences between them. How about the universe tribulation? Just what exactly is it?" "It's the Great Dao." Ye Guan was confused. Sichen smiled and explained, "The vast expanse is a part of the Great Dao. You can think of the universe tribulation as the dark side of the Great Dao. Of course, the universe tribulation isn't really evil in the eyes of the vast expanse itself. However, we see the universe tribulation as a bad thing. Of course, everyone has their own opinion when it comes to the universe tribulation." Ye Guan stared deeply at Sichen and asked, "Are you a time reverser, too?" Sichen shook her head and laughed. "I'm not." Ye Guan was confused. "But you're going against the universe tribulation, which means going against the Great Dao. All I can say is that there are many things in existence capable of making people feel a sense of helplessness," Sichen replied. "Sister Zhen, I have a few relatives who are extremely powerful. If they work together with you, will you guys be able to deal with the universe tribulation?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen shook her head. "They're really strong," Ye Guan emphasized. Sichen smiled. "It doesn't matter." "Why?" Ye Guan asked, sounding confused. Sichen blinked and explained, "Actually, I can destroy the universe tribulation." "What happens if you do that?" "The universe tribulation is a part of the Great Dao, so destroying it means destroying the Great Dao of this vast expanse. Once the Great Dao is destroyed, a myriad of living beings will die, aside from a few extremely powerful supreme elites and those who exist outside of the Dao. Those time reversers. They won't die. Those people have relied on the Dao origin of their respective world to become even stronger, but the Great Dao ended up becoming their constraint after they had taken that step and transcended their world. That is the reason they're striving to transcend the Great Dao. Unfortunately, the Great Dao will remain a threat to them even after they transcend it. They knew that the Great Dao would prevent them from achieving their goal of eternal life, so they decided to find a way to destroy the Great Dao itself. A myriad of living beings will be annihilated as a result, and they will achieve their goal of eternal life. Of course, things aren't that simple. You'll start to understand it once the time comes." Ye Guan pondered silently for a while. Eventually, he summarized what she said, saying, "So, the Great Dao wants to annihilate all living beings, while the side effect of the time reverser's goal is the annihilation of all living beings." Ye Guan shook his head and smiled wryly as he pointed out, "Either choice results in the death of all living beings." Sichen smiled and said, "There's a saying in the Milky Way that goes, during good times, the people suffer, during bad times, the people suffer as well. The rulers of ancient times thought of their subjects as tools for their power struggles. How many rulers have truly cared about the interests of their subjects?" Ye Guan sighed and asked, "Can I change the current course of events?" "Do you want to change the current course of events?" Sichen asked. "Yes. Are you sure?" "I can try." "Sister Zhen, what can I do to change the current course of events?" "I only have one word of advice, kill." Ye Guan was stunned. Sichen smiled and explained, "Kill the time reversers, kill until the Great Dao submits, kill to the point that no one in the future would dare to claim that they're a god or claim that they're invincible. Re-establish the rules and order of the vast expanse and suppress everything. Everyone will listen to you by then." Ye Guan clenched his fists at Sichen's remark. "Invincible? So that's what it means to be invincible. The ability to suppress everything? One has to become invincible to re-establish the order of the vast expanse." The thought of it alone brought Ye Guan immense stress, not to mention doing it. He knew that if he embarked on such a path, he would have to go back to that miserable life he once had, the fast-paced life filled with danger. Sichen saw Ye Guan's grimace and asked, "Feeling the pressure?" Ye Guan nodded. Sichen smiled and said, "It's normal to feel that way. I used to think the same as you, but I decided never to overthink again. Overthinking is just too tiring, and I can no longer do that as well. Why can't you? Half of me is divinity, while the other half is still human. If I were to suppress everything and re-establish the order and rules of the vast expanse, I would have to extinguish my humanity. By then, I'll become the vast expanse's public enemy. If that's the case, won't I suffer the same problem as you? Right now, your humanity is completely suppressing your divinity. It is quite hard to get to where you are whilst keeping your humanity completely intact. I can see that in your heart, your loved ones are more important than your great Dao, Sichen said. Ye Guan merely smiled at Sichen's words. Sichen looked at him and asked, so, are you willing to do what I told you to do? Ye Guan nodded. Yes, I have no other path to embark on, anyway. Sichen blinked and said, indeed. Once your son becomes the king of the true universe and the Guanxian universe will become your subjects. This planet is also part of your territory, so even if you don't go against them, they will still try and kill you. Ye Guan nodded. That's right. He had no choice but to embark on his path, he had no other path to choose from, after all. Ye Guan was destined to be more than just an ordinary person. Of course, he didn't want to be ordinary, nor did he want to live an ordinary life. How could he waste his life away and do nothing? If my grandfather, father, aunt, and uncle can walk down the path of invincibility, why can't I? I have to become invincible and suppress everything? Ye Guan closed his eyes and vowed that he wouldn't be inferior to his elders. Sichen stared quietly at Ye Guan with a smile. Just then, a young man suddenly walked up to Sichen and Ye Guan. The young man sported a flat-top hairstyle. He wasn't that handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. He was above average in terms of appearance. More importantly, he was holding a big bouquet of roses. Ye Guan wasn't surprised to see the young man. Sichen was just so beautiful that there was no way for her not to have any suitors. The young man handed the bouquet of roses to Sichen and stared at the latter with a sincere expression before saying, Miss Sichen, Sichen grabbed Ye Guan's hand. He's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? The young man and the stall vendors on the same pedestrian bridge as Sichen were stunned. Sichen actually has a boyfriend? Needless to say, even Ye Guan was shocked, and he looked at Sichen to find that she was smiling at him. The young man hurriedly said, Miss Sichen, don't be fooled by his appearance. I'm convinced that he's nothing but a pretty boy. Ye Guan frowned in dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? The young man glared fiercely at Ye Guan and said, did I say something wrong? Was I lying when I said that you have nothing but your good looks? Well, I'm living a good life, Ye Guan replied calmly. Fuck you. The young man cursed. Then, he pointed at Ye Guan and yelled, you're shameless. Sichen started putting away her books and smiled. Time to close up shop. Then, Sichen pulled Ye Guan's hand, dragging him away to leave. However, the young man hurriedly blocked their path and earnestly said, Miss Sichen, please don't let this guy deceive you. There's no way he can give you a future. Sichen blinked and said, I'm expecting? Huh? The young man was stunned. Expecting what? A child. Sichen replied. Ye Guan was rendered speechless. The young man's expression froze in disbelief. However, Sichen didn't bother to explain herself as she hurriedly left with Ye Guan. Ye Guan cast a questioning gaze at Sichen. Sichen smiled and explained, Sish's baby is my baby as well. Of course, Sish's man is my man as well, so you're mine. Ye Guan was dumbfounded, and he stammered, WW what? The four of us share everything. Do you have any objections? Sichen asked. Ye Guan fell silent. Since you've put it that way, of course, I have no objections. Ye Guan could only follow Sichen as they passed by a store selling meat skewers. Sichen bought a huge bag of skewers, and she took out quite a few bottles of white wine once they returned home. Ye Guan's head started to ache upon seeing Sichen take out so many bottles of white wine. Sister Zhen, we don't have to drink. You can ask me anything. I'll tell you, Ye Guan said in a hurry. Sichen shook her head. A drunk mind speaks a sober heart. Ye Guan had no idea how to retort to that. Sichen opened a bottle and passed it to him, saying, I might be leaving soon. You're leaving? My book is almost finished, and I'm leaving once it's done. Are you leaving to continue suppressing the universe tribulation yourself? Yes. Ye Guan went silent. Eventually, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, Sichen waved her hand and said, drink, drink, drink. Just go ahead and drink in the meantime. Ye Guan stared deeply at her before taking a few swigs of the white wine. It tasted as strong as he last tasted it, but he was getting used to its strength and taste. Sichen stared at Yanjing's night scenery outside and muttered, you've gotten pretty strong, but you'll still have no choice but to eat the knuckle sandwiches of those time reversers. Ye Guan sighed. I thought I just had to deal with Eternal Sovereign, and that's it, but to think that I still have to deal with those time reversers. Ye Guan shook his head and added, I'm starting to suspect that the great Daoist Brushmaster is targeting me. Pfft. Sichen burst out laughing and said, he's not targeting you. Your identity is the reason you have to deal with so many enemies. My identity? Ye Guan asked. Your identity has already decided your enemies in the future, Saru said. She paused to take a big swig of her white wine before continuing, I know that I'm about to leave, but I still can't let go of a few things. Ye Guan cast a deep gaze upon Sichen. Sichen smiled and explained, I'm talking about my three sisters, especially Saru. She's quite introverted and strong-headed. I'm afraid that she'll do some bad things after my departure. Ye Guan frowned upon noticing something off with Sichen's words. In the end, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, Sister Zhen, are you going to sacrifice yourself to suppress the universe tribulation? Sichen blinked and asked back, what do you think? I don't know, but I hope that you'll be okay, Ye Guan said after a moment of silence. Sichen smiled but did not say anything. She then raised her bottle and gently clinked it against Ye Guan's bottle before taking a few sips of the white wine. Sister Zhen, your cultivation base is still under suppression, right? Yes, you're right. How come you never get drunk? My alcohol tolerance is higher than yours, that's it. Have you ever gotten drunk during your time here? Sichen was quiet. You should try getting drunk. It feels pretty great to be drunk. Ye Guan suggested. Really? Sichen asked, sounding curious. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Sichen fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, she emerged from her thoughts and said, I'll try getting drunk, then. Sichen then quaffed the bottle of white wine in one gulp. Ye Guan smiled and did the same. The white wine was a bit strong, but strong alcohol was great for getting drunk as soon as possible, and it was a great catalyst for an honest conversation. The two sat by the window and chattered as they ate and drank. Ye Guan eventually started to feel a bit dizzy. Sichen was also starting to get drunk, as she had decided to get drunk today. As the two were getting drunk, they became more and more honest and unrestrained in their conversation. Sometimes, people truly needed to get drunk to get their frustrations off their chest. Sister Zhen, let me ask you a question. Ye Guan exclaimed. Okay, Sichen exclaimed, nodding. Have you ever liked anyone? You mean to ask if I have ever liked a man? Ye Guan nodded. Sichen shook her head. Nope. What is your type of man? I've never thought of that, actually. Why? Because I've always been busy. Can you think about it right now? Sure. Let me see. I think you're pretty good. Me. Yes. It's true that I'm pretty handsome and rich. My family background is decent as well, but I don't really have any other notable qualities aside from what I mentioned just now. Sichen reached out and pinched Ye Guan's cheek. Well, your skin is quite thick. Ye Guan chuckled and replied, Sister Zhen, I know you're teasing me. Someone of your level will never be interested in a weakling like me. If it weren't for Sishu and Saijing, I would have been no different than a passerby in your eyes. Sichen smiled faintly and said, No wonder Siro told me that you're dumb. Ye Guan was stunned. Sichen emptied another bottle of white wine and said, Try to look at it from another perspective. Let's take Miss Suzy as an example. You're stronger than her, and your status is more esteemed than hers as well. Does that mean you'd dislike her? Ye Guan shook his head. No, of course not. Sichen chuckled and said, Same goes for me. I've really never cared about status and strength. Considering the other person's status and strength will make it so boring, don't you think so? Furthermore, I'm already invincible, do I even need a strong man in my life? Sichen then looked out of the window and added, Of course, you're right. I only met you because of Sishu and Saijing. You're their man, so in my heart, you are also my mono, you are my kin. Moreover, it's quite fun to hang out with you this way. Sichen then looked at Ye Guan with a smile. You really overthink things sometimes. Ye Guan sighed. My cultivation base is far too inferior compared to yours. Sichen said, It's normal because you're still extremely young. When I was your age, I don't think I managed to accomplish what you've accomplished. Of course, if I were to be honest, I'm not a big fan of how your father brought you up. Sichen paused briefly before continuing. Too many parents are hoping for their children to be more outstanding than the children of other parents, so they'll end up having all sorts of expectations for them. They claim that it's for your own good, but they have never considered that what they had achieved at your age can't even be compared to what you've achieved. It's not really fair for them to tell you to achieve what they couldn't achieve at your age. Sichen stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I think you're excellent. I've never judged you based on my current strength as a standard. I've been judging you as an equal since we met and even right now. When I was 19, I was just a big sister of my little sisters in Stone Village. In terms of both mentality and strength, I was inferior to you at that age. Ye Guan lowered his head slightly without saying anything. Sichen turned to look at the starry night sky outside. Young man, once I'm no longer around, please take good care of them for me. Ye Guan's heart tightened at those words. Sister Zhen. Just kidding, Sichen said, grinning. Just kidding? For some reason, Ye Guan felt uneasy over what she said. He somehow felt like something was going to happen to her soon. Sichen clinked bottles with Ye Guan and said, Drink. Sichen quaffed her bottle of white wine. Ye Guan did the same. The cheeks of both Ye Guan and Sichen were as red as tomatoes. Sichen's cheeks were redder than Ye Guan's cheeks, and her flushed cheeks made her look even more beautiful. Sichen looked so beautiful that Ye Guan couldn't help but say, You're so beautiful. Sichen turned and revealed an amused and mysterious smile at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled as well. His expression remained unchanging, as his words just now were just an expression of awe, nothing more, nothing less. Sichen didn't say anything upon seeing Ye Guan's clear gaze. All of a sudden, Ye Guan collapsed and sprawled out on the floor. He closed his eyes and asked, Sister Zhen, can you give me some pointers while I'm still here? I mean, when it comes to my cultivation and martial arts. Ye Guan knew countless life and death battles were waiting for him once he left the Milky Way. The Eternal Sovereign, the Universe Tribulation, the Time Reversers, and even more unknown dangers. Ye Guan knew that he had to make some preparations in advance. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to eat knuckle sandwiches in resignation. Sichen nodded and said, I'm riding during the day, so you can visit me at night. I'll try and make you understand the things you don't understand. Sichen then sprawled out on the floor. Ye Guan turned to look at her, and Sichen turned to meet Ye Guan's gaze upon sensing his gaze on her. They stared at each other for a long time. Ye Guan suddenly leaned in and kissed Sichhen's soft lips. Sichhen blinked, clearly taken aback. After a moment, Ye Guan pulled away and stared at the dazed Sichhen. Then, he smiled and explained, that was just a special way of expressing gratitude here in the Milky Way. There's no other meaning behind it. Sichhen stared quietly at Ye Guan. Kissing to express gratitude? Does that really exist here? Sichhen's beautiful face was frozen in disbelief, and Ye Guan couldn't help but lean in to kiss her again. That's another thank you from me, Ye Guan exclaimed before turning his back on Sichhen and closing his eyes to sleep. Sichhen stared at Ye Guan's back for quite a while before closing her eyes and eventually falling asleep. The next day at daybreak, Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly. He looked down upon noticing a weight on his arm and saw Sichhen resting comfortably on his arm. She was curled up and was leaning against him. Ye Guan's blood boiled with desire at the softness of Sichhen's gorgeous figure, but he immediately suppressed it. Ye Guan smiled and closed his eyes again. He still felt a bit dizzy and hungover from last night's drinking. Time reversers. Ye Guan was reminded of the white-robed woman he had encountered yesterday. They had just met gazes, and the woman decisively attacked him without even attempting to talk to him. Ye Guan was the king of the Guanxian universe, but he still wasn't a stranger to people attacking him for no rhyme or reason. The existence of the time reversers meant that Ye Guan's time was running out. He had to become even stronger, and he had to do it as soon as possible. Ye Guan's sword Dao had improved a lot, and he reckoned that a great destiny sovereign wouldn't be his match once he recovered his cultivation base. However, Ye Guan knew that he still had to become even stronger. The Great Sovereign Realm. Ye Guan had to find a way to reach the Great Sovereign Realm as soon as possible. Unfortunately, even a cultivation base at the ordinary Great Sovereign Realm wasn't enough, as he would have to deal with the universe tribulation, the time reversers, and even more powerful enemies in the future. I'm running out of time. Ye Guan's expression became heavy. After all, he couldn't rely on Seniorin and the rest of his relatives forever. All of a sudden, Sichhen started moving in Ye Guan's arm. Ye Guan looked down at Sichhen, and the latter's eyes eventually opened. The two made eye contact, and they stared at each other for quite a while. Sichhen revealed a light smile before burying her head into his chest. So this is what it feels like to be in a man's arms. Ye Guan smiled and embraced her. Sichhen looked up at Ye Guan, but Ye Guan didn't avoid her gaze and stared straight into her eyes. The corners of Sichhen's lips curled up into a smile. Your thoughts have become more wholesome. I don't know why, but embracing you gives me a sense of security. A sense of security. Yes. So you're not going to have weird thoughts anymore. Maybe occasionally. Sichhen's smile widened. That's not too bad. Do you mind it? Ye Guan asked. Sichhen merely smiled. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Sichhen was markedly different from every other woman he had encountered so far. He couldn't tell what she was thinking, and he always felt like she had a tight leash on him. Get up, and let's eat breakfast. Then, you can go out and get to work, said Sichhen. Sichhen was about to stand up when Ye Guan asked, Sister Zhen, you're showing your human side, right? Sichhen smiled. Are you afraid that I'm two-faced? Ye Guan nodded. Don't overthink it. I'm just being me. You're looking at the most genuine side of me. I see, Ye Guan said, nodding. I'll go cook some noodles for us, Sichhen said. She then stood up and went to the kitchen. Ye Guan sprawled out on the floor for a few minutes before standing up and walking into the bathroom. He took a cold shower and felt much better afterward. He changed into new clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Sichhen was done cooking and had placed the bowls of noodles on the dining table. Ye Guan sat down at the dining table and started eating. Sichhen smiled while staring at Ye Guan, who was eating with relish. Is it good? She asked. Ye Guan nodded. It's great. What noodles are these? Instant noodles. Sichhen replied. It's pretty good, Ye Guan remarked. Sichhen smiled but did not say anything. Ye Guan finished his meal and put down the chopsticks. I'm going first, Sister Zhen, Ye Guan said. Sichhen nodded. Okay. Ye Guan got up to leave. Wait, Sichhen called out. Ye Guan came to a halt and turned around. Come back here tomorrow morning. I'll bring you somewhere, Sichhen said. Where are we going? Ye Guan asked out of curiosity. Secret. I can't be here tomorrow morning, but I'll be here tonight, Ye Guan replied and turned around to leave. Sichhen shook her head and smiled to herself. After she finished her own bowl of noodles, she waved her sleeve, and the bowls were cleaned by a mysterious power before flying back to the cabinets. Sichhen then got up and walked up to her desk. Before she sat down, she was reminded of something and walked over to her window. Then, she looked down and saw Ye Guan hailing a taxi on the streets. Moments later, Ye Guan entered the taxi, and the taxi disappeared after turning the next corner. Sichhen retracted her gaze and sat in front of her desk. She then picked up one of her pens to start working for the day. Ye Guan decided to go to the Milky Way Academy to fulfill his class obligation as a teacher. Mu Wanyu, Mu Yun, and Shuang were present, but Xian Yuanling was nowhere to be found. Mu Wanyu grinned and walked up to Ye Guan, saying, I've reached the third stage 1. Third stage? Ye Guan was shocked. Really? Mu Wanyu nodded. I'm also a martial artist now. Ye Guan replied, the cultivation method I gave you was for cultivators. Keep it up, and you'll become a cultivator in the future, too. A cultivator? Mu Wanyu's expression became solemn. She was no longer ignorant and had become aware of the world of cultivation, all thanks to Xian Yuanling and the rest of the Sword Dao department students. Mu Wanyu also learned from them that cultivation methods were priceless, which was why she was stupefied to find out that Ye Guan had actually given her a cultivation method. Mu Wanyu suddenly recalled something and looked down at the interspatial ring on her hand with a grin. Ye Guan turned to Shuang and Mu Yun. Shuang had already reached the 9th stage, and she would enter the Yeoguang realm, becoming a master after making just another breakthrough. Frankly, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to make a breakthrough using the cultivation method that Ye Guan had bestowed upon her. However, the spiritual energy in Blue Planet was just too thin. Otherwise, they would be able to go even further, especially Mu Wanyu, who was using the universe beholdment skill. Shuang and Mu Yun viewed Ye Guan with a ton of respect, and they would always greet Ye Guan whenever they stumbled upon Ye Guan outside. Ye Guan proceeded to teach the 3 basic sword moves before leaving the Sword Dao department, but Mu Wanyu quickly chased after him. What is it? Ye Guan asked, smiling. Mu Wanyu hesitated briefly before asking, can we talk? Sure, Ye Guan said with a nod. He then took a deep breath before saying, Wanyu, there's really no need for you to keep your distance from me. I was lucky that I met you when I first arrived here. Otherwise, I would have become a vagrant, scavenging for food to eat. Something unfortunate had ended up happening between us, but I never blamed you for it. I mean it. Mu Wanyu started crying. Large tears fell down her cheeks, and she walked up to Ye Guan to hug him lightly. Mu Wanyu's shoulders trembled ever so slightly as she sobbed. Ye Guan sighed. She was the first woman that he had ever met on this planet, so he had a soft spot for her. Furthermore, she was an extremely kind woman. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have given her his storage ring. Mu Wanyu's sobbing attracted many gazes, and their burning gazes made Mu Wanyu feel embarrassed. She took a step backward with her face flushed, but she looked a little dejected. Ye Guan smiled. What did you want to talk to me about? Mu Wanyu looked at the storage ring on her hand with a gaze full of reluctance. Still, she took it off and passed it to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was puzzled. Mu Wanyu stared intently at Ye Guan and said, you told me before that this is your most precious possession. This interspatial ring definitely contains many precious items, so I'm returning it to you. But I have a small request. Once you're done taking out everything from this ring, can you return the ring to me? Ye Guan stared quietly at Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu became a bit nervous. Is it okay? Ye Guan grabbed her hand and said softly, do you still remember when I was discharged from the hospital? Back then, I had neither money nor documents on me. You gave me $2, but when you realized that I had nowhere else to go, you gave me a place to sleep in and even gave me more money. I actually find it funny now. I spent all the money you gave me in just one day, and you were so angry with me back then. Mu Wanyu lowered her head slightly and said, I had no idea that you were so capable at the time. Ye Guan smiled. That's precisely why I will remember what you did for me forever. Mu Wanyu looked up at Ye Guan, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ye Guan gently placed the storage ring on her palm and said, for me, the items in this storage ring will never be as precious as the bowl of noodles you cooked for me back then. Mu Wanyu's tears finally fell, and she started sobbing once again. Why are you crying? Ye Guan asked. Mu Wanyu shook her head while gripping the storage ring in her palm tightly. Ye Guan gently wiped away the tears from her face and said, cultivate well. Once you've become strong enough to open that storage ring, you will become the richest person throughout the Milky Way. Mu Wanyu nodded. I'll try my best. Ye Guan smiled. I'll get going now. Mu Wanyu nodded and stared quietly at Ye Guan's departing figure. She balled her tiny hands into fists and muttered, once many years have passed, will you still remember the girl who once cooked noodles for you? Tears started falling down Mu Wanyu's eyes once again. There are 9 stages of cultivation, but they have no names, just stages. After parting ways with Mu Wanyu, Ye Guan made a beeline for Ao Qianqian's classroom. When Ao Qianqian saw him, she instantly declared, class dismissed. The bewildered students turned their gaze toward Ye Guan. Their eyes were filled with clear discontent. Ao Qianqian's classes were extremely popular because of her profound understanding of martial arts. She had surpassed many of the other teachers, so her classes were always full of students. However, Ao Qianqian would immediately conclude her class the moment Ye Guan arrived at her classroom. Disregarding the students' reactions, Ao Qianqian walked up to Ye Guan and suggested, let's go grab a meal. Sure. Ye Guan exclaimed with a grin. Then, she held her hand and led her away, but a male student blocked their way. The male student greeted Ao Qianqian before turning to Ye Guan. I heard that you're a teacher of the Sword Dao department. Ao Qianqian frowned and questioned, Chu Xian, what are you up to? Chu Xian was the most remarkable student in her class. He was a 9th stage martial artist and was one of the top 4 talents in the entire Milky Way Academy. Ye Guan stared at Chu Xian and smiled. Yes, I've long heard of your skills, and I admire you. Would you do me the honor of a friendly match? Chu Xian asked, smiling. A challenge? The classroom erupted into murmurs. While the outside world leaned toward peace and harmony, the Milky Way Academy was different, as it embraced a martial ethos. Moreover, many students resented Ye Guan. The students thought of Ao Qianqian as a goddess, and they thought of Ye Guan as a mere mortal who had somehow captivated her. In other words, it wasn't strange that they were dissatisfied with Ye Guan. Ao Qianqian frowned deeply at Chu Xian's proposal. Ye Guan caught the tension in the air and asked, is this because of Qian? Not everyone is worthy of teacher Ao, Chu Xian said with a smile that carried a hint of disdain. The rest of the students immediately cheered in support of Chu Xian. However, Ao Qian suddenly raised her hand and slapped Chu Xian. Smack! Chu Xian was blasted tens of meters away, dumbfounding the nearby students. Ao Qian then swept a cold gaze across the bewildered students. Do you have any business meddling with the man I've chosen? It seems all of you are in need of a lesson. The students were stunned. Ao Qian ignored them and walked away with Ye Guan. The pair soon arrived at a garden. There weren't any students around, but Ao Qian's expression remained cold as she walked down the garden without saying anything. Ye Guan saw that and asked, why are you angry? Ao Qian shook her head. I like you, and that's my business. Our relationship has nothing to do with others. I don't want anyone to interfere in our affairs. Ye Guan chuckled. You're bound to be disappointed with that kind of expectation. Ao Qian stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and explained, you're so beautiful, so I'm sure there are many people here who like you. Ao Qian shook her head and retorted, I don't want anyone else to like me aside from you. Ye Guan held Ao Qian's waist with both hands and kissed her forehead gently. I really like you a lot, Ye Guan confessed. Ao Qian instantly blushed. Then, she pressed her face against Ye Guan's chest and muttered, unfortunately, you seem to like many other girls. I can assure you that whenever I'm with you, you're my favorite. Ao Qian closed her eyes and replied, more flatter me a bit more. Ye Guan felt a warm feeling well up in his chest as he stared at the gorgeous woman before him. Qian, I want to marry you. Ao Qian's face became as red as a tomato as she chided, don't mess around, or I'll complain to little Jia when the time comes. Ye Guan's expression froze. Ao Qian realized her mistake and suddenly felt embarrassed. Ao Qian proceeded to give Ye Guan a playful smack, but Ye Guan flew several meters away upon getting hit. Ao Qian stiffened in disbelief. Moments later, Ao Qian came to her senses and rushed over to Ye Guan. Ao Qian helped Ye Guan up and asked, sounding nervous, are you okay? Ye Guan spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a wry smile. Ao Qian's eyes shone in a mixture of guilt and self-blame as she gently wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth using her sleeve. I'm sorry. Ao Qian muttered. Ye Guan shook his head, and a hint of sadness suffused his expression as he sighed and said, it was my fault. If you don't want to marry me, then I won't bring it up again. Ao Qian lowered her head and muttered, I didn't say that I don't want to. Ye Guan grabbed Ao Qian's hand and asked eagerly, really? Ao Qian nodded slightly. Ye Guan grinned and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Ao Qian shot him a dismissive glance as a warm feeling suffused her heart. She was about to carry Ye Guan in her arms, but the latter hurriedly said, no need to carry me. I can walk by myself. Let's go grab a bite. Ye Guan then rose to his feet and held Ao Qian's hand before leading her away. Ao Qian glanced at Ye Guan, and her lips unconsciously curled into a smile as they headed outside. Ao Qian told Ye Guan the directions to the canteen, and Ao Qian effortlessly ordered an array of dishes upon arriving at the canteen. As it turned out, Ao Qian had become quite the foodie upon arriving at Blue Planet. The dishes were eventually served, and Ao Qian picked up a lamb leg with her chopsticks, saying, this one is pretty delicious. Have a taste. Ye Guan smiled and took a bite without hesitation. His eyes narrowed in delight as he savored the exquisite flavors of the lamb leg. Ao Qian grinned upon seeing Ye Guan's reaction, and then she proceeded to eat her ordered dishes with relish. They too ignored dining etiquette as they ate. Ao Qian tore into her food, eliciting a smile of tenderness from Ye Guan. Ye Guan realized just then that Ao Qian's love for mood definitely came from her dragon heritage. Ao Qian looked up at Ye Guan and asked, do I look unattractive when I eat? Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. I enjoy watching you eat. Ao Qian smiled softly and continued eating. After a while, Ye Guan said, I think we might have to leave soon. Ao Qian hesitated briefly before replying, sure. If you prefer staying here. Ye Guan trailed off. Ao Qian shook her head. I will go wherever you go. All right, Ye Guan said, nodding. The leisurely meal soon ended, and Ao Qian looked up at Ye Guan. Will we have to face more life and death battles? Ye Guan nodded in confirmation, while Ao Qian nodded in understanding. While we're here, I'm going to try and track down my father, Ye Guan said. Ao Qian replied, nodding. She was also hoping to receive the blessings of Ye Guan's parents and then tie the knot with him under their watch. Ao Qian wiped the table clean before smiling at Ye Guan and saying, let's go. After settling the bill, the duo left the restaurant. Ao Qian led Ye Guan down the street at a leisurely pace while holding the latter's hand. Ao Qian was grinning as she recounted her adventurers here with Ye Guan. Occasionally, she would let out a peal of laughter that would drown out every single noise in the streets. The two eventually reached a tranquil lakeside. The midday sun was strong and intense, but the autumn breeze softened its rays, creating a pleasant air. There were other couples and individuals enjoying themselves by the lake. Ye Guan bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn from a vendor. Ye Guan handed one to Ao Qian, and the latter accepted it with a smile. Ye Guan was reminded of Arya and Little White as she stared at Ao Qian enjoying the candied hawthorn. For some reason, Ye Guan felt like those two had completely forgotten him. Were they not worried that he was in distress and needed help? Qian stared at the lake shimmering beneath the golden sunlight. How long has it been since we last merged? Ye Guan pondered for a moment before responding. It's been a long time. I have a little surprise for you the next time we merge, Qian said, smiling mysteriously at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was instantly intrigued. What do you mean surprise? Well, you won't be surprised if I tell you, so it's a secret, Qian replied, sounding playful, which made Ye Guan laugh. Qian wrapped her arm around Ye Guan's arm and rested her head on his shoulder before muttering, this feels really great. Ye Guan held Qian's waist and started smiling in satisfaction as the two of them walked down the streets of Yanjing, exploring every nook and cranny of Yanjing until nightfall in a rare moment of leisure. It was night, so the two had decided to part ways. They were standing right in front of Qian's dormitory building, and Ye Guan couldn't help but suggest, shall I send you upstairs? Qian declined. No need. Ye Guan said, I'll just pop in for a quick sip of water. Qian shot Ye Guan an embarrassed glare, but she chose not to respond. Ye Guan could only let out a sigh of resignation. Just then, Qian tiptoed and packed his lips. Then, Qian blushed and said softly, the dormitory's soundproofing is terrible. With that, she swiftly turned around and dashed up the stairs. Terrible soundproofing? Ye Guan stood blankly before bursting out into laughter moments later. After a while, Ye Guan finally decided to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the academy to call it a day, a group of people surrounded him. Chu Xian stood at the helm of the group of students. Ye Guan recognized them, as they were all Qian's students. Ye Guan remained calm as he faced them. Chu Xian locked eyes with Ye Guan, and his expression darkened as he said, I initially thought you were a man, but it turns out that all you do is hide behind a woman. You path. Swoosh. A cold silver trail was left in the air as a beam of sword pierced Chu Xian's forehead, interrupting his tirade. Everyone stared in shock as Ye Guan swept a cold gaze across them. Fortunately for them, Ye Guan merely glanced at them before he hopped onto his sword and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the night sky. Ye Guan flew in circles for a few moments before disappearing into the horizon, leaving behind a trail of light that made him appear like a shooting star. The students could only stare at the sky in a daze. It turned out that Ye Guan was a Sword Immortal all this while. They stared in disbelief at the lingering trail of sword light that Ye Guan left behind. Meanwhile, Ye Guan skillfully guided his sword down to land. As soon as he landed, his face immediately turned pale. Sword manipulation was clearly taking a toll on him, and he felt incredibly weak at the moment. Ye Guan shook his head with a wry smile. The cool display had left him utterly exhausted. Ye Guan stood still, taking a moment to recover some of his energy before making a beeline for Sichhen's residence. Ye Guan stood before her door and knocked politely on the door instead of barging in without knocking. The door was opened quickly, revealing Sichhen standing behind the door. Clad in an elegant eye-silk nightgown, Sichhen's striking beauty instantly captivated Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt his blood boil at the captivating scene. However, even Ye Guan himself was startled by his reaction, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, this damned mad demon bloodline is seriously perverted. Mad demon bloodline, what the heck? After entering the room, Sichhen ushered Ye Guan to the desk. She placed a stack of manuscripts before him and said with a smile, help me spot any typos. All right, Ye Guan said, nodding. He then focused on the manuscripts. Sichhen glanced at Ye Guan before sitting down to continue her writing. Just like that, time went by quickly. Sichhen wrote non-stop, while Ye Guan checked Sichhen's work meticulously. It took Ye Guan a few hours to finish reviewing the manuscripts. He stretched and turned to find Sichhen sleeping with her head on the desk. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled wryly before gently laying down the pieces of paper in his hands. He lifted Sichhen carefully and started moving toward the bed. He was just about to set her down, but he stopped upon seeing Sichhen staring at him. Ye Guan was briefly taken aback, but he smiled gently and placed her down on the bed. Then, he sat on a chair next to the bed and asked, Sister Zhen, where are we going tomorrow? Sichhen chuckled and replied, you'll find out tomorrow. Ye Guan nodded and replied, all right. You should rest early, Sichhen suggested. Ye Guan nodded. Are you going to sleep on the chair? Sichhen asked. Ye Guan stiffened and hesitated. Eventually, he got up and walked up to the bed. He couldn't shake away his nervousness. Ye Guan thought of himself as an upright person devoid of perverted thoughts, but his mad demon bloodline would sometimes act up, tainting him. Sichhen suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's hand. Then, she dragged him onto the bed and leaned on his shoulder. Sichhen wrapped an arm around Ye Guan's waist and tapped Ye Guan's chest with her other hand before saying, don't let your mind wander. You can do it. I have absolute faith in your character. Ye Guan's expression stiffened, and he tensed up. This is just outrageous. Sichhen's eyes were twinkling with mischief as she stared at Ye Guan. She clung to her as if she were a koala before closing her eyes to sleep. Ye Guan sighed inwardly. He couldn't afford to overthink whenever he was drunk, and he also thought that he could use his drunkenness as an excuse. However, he was perfectly sober tonight, so his current situation felt like torment. After a while, Sichhen shifted, and she ended up leaning entirely on Ye Guan. Sichhen showed no signs of embarrassment nor reservation as she hugged his waist with a smile gracing her face. Ye Guan's heart suddenly felt much calmer as he looked down at Sichhen. The desire within him subsided, and he tightened his grip on Sichhan's shoulder as he closed his eyes and drifted off to dreamland. Just like that, the two slept while in each other's embrace. At daybreak, Sichhan opened her eyes slowly and discovered that she had wrapped her forelimbs around Ye Guan. Sichhan blushed slightly but quickly regained her composure. She looked up at Ye Guan and revealed a charming smile. Ye Guan opened his eyes just then. What's so amusing? Ye Guan asked upon seeing the amused light in Sichhan's eyes. Sichhan shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. Ye Guan was astonished. You know, I've never been this close to anyone else aside from Little Ro and my other sisters. In fact, you're the first man I've ever been this close to throughout my entire life, Sichhan said. Do you have any feelings for me? Ye Guan asked. Sichhan looked up at Ye Guan and remained silent, seemingly taken aback by Ye Guan's question. Ye Guan chuckled and said, it seems that you don't really care about love, do you? Perhaps the idea of having a lover has never crossed your mind. I feel like you don't particularly dislike my presence. After all, you can enjoy the comfort and sense of security of having someone beside you while sleeping. But that's pretty much it, isn't it? Sichhan smiled without saying anything. Am I right? Ye Guan asked. Sichhan finally nodded. A myriad of emotions swirled within Ye Guan. He had never even thought of Sichhan liking him. They were pretty intimate with each other, but Ye Guan had always stayed grounded, knowing that she was a divine being. Ye Guan was sure that Sichhan definitely had a different perspective when it came to emotions and feelings. In fact, Sichhan was emitting the same air as the plain-skirt lady, who thought of everyone as mere ants aside from Ye Xian. Divinity was truly frightening, but it made sense at the same time. How could those who had taken millions of lives still consider life itself as precious? Ye Guan inwardly sighed. He envied his father, as he was capable of evoking the plain-skirt lady's humanity. Of course, the plain-skirt lady was also fortunate to have Ye Xian preserving her humanity. Just then, Sichhan asked, so, do you like me? Ye Guan nodded without hesitation. Sichhan asked, why? Ye Guan leaned down and kissed her hair gently. I don't know. Sichhan stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan grinned and asked, how do you interpret the fact that I like you? Sichhan pondered briefly before asking, if our feelings are mutual, we'll need a larger bed. Ye Guan was confused. Why's that? Sichhan looked at Ye Guan seriously. Where will Little Ro and the others sleep? Ye Guan froze. Sichhan's lips curled in a playful manner. Ever thought about sharing a bigger bed? Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled. Do I sound very NAVE to you? Sichhan smiled but didn't reply. Ye Guan said, let's drop this topic. Where are we headed today? Sichhan sat up and stretched lazily. I'll whip up some noodles for you first, Sichhan said before getting out of bed and heading toward the kitchen. Ye Guan followed her to the kitchen and stared at her as she cooked their breakfast. Sichhan's bowl of noodles wasn't that difficult to replicate, as she simply used instant noodles. Ye Guan noted that she had simply opened the packaging, poured water into a pot, and stood by, waiting for it to boil before cooking the noodles. Ye Guan finally understood why they were called instant noodles. Sichhan carried 2 bowls over to the dining table. Give my culinary skills a try, Sichhan said smugly. Ye Guan shook his head and chuckled before digging in. The noodles were surprisingly flavorful, even though they were instant noodles. Sichhan looked over Ye Guan's shoulder and saw a young woman. She was none other than Saru. Saru's cultivation wasn't under any suppression, so Ye Guan failed to sense her presence. Saru revealed a wacky face while glaring at Ye Guan from behind. Sichhan responded with a shake of her head and a smile. Ye Guan looked at Sichhan and asked, what's funny? Sichhan chuckled. Little Ro told me that you're a kind person, and I think she's right. Ye Guan shook his head. I don't hesitate to take lives. Sichhan smiled. I believe kindness with a bit of edge is what defines a kind person. Otherwise, they're not kind, just naive. Ye Guan nodded slightly. Little Ro's plan is for my son to rule the true universe and for me to face the universe tribulation, right? Sichhan nodded in confirmation. Ye Guan smiled wryly. She's quite the strategist. Once my son takes over the true universe, I will have no choice but to take on the universe tribulation. It really is a great scheme. Saru's hands clenched slowly into fists, but she remained silent while standing behind Ye Guan. Sichhan suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's hand and whispered, I know that you're angry. Angry? Ye Guan shook his head and said, I'm sure you have no idea how much respect I once had for her. I considered her my closest confidant, but, sigh, what's the use of bringing that up at this point? She had indeed schemed against me, but she had also helped me a few times before. I guess I can say that we're even. Sichhan let out a soft sigh. Saru stood silent behind Ye Guan for a long time before she turned around and left. Ye Guan finished his bowl of noodles and said, are we going now? Sichhan nodded. Yes, wait for me here. I'll change into something else. Sichhan headed toward the bedroom. When she returned, she had changed into an elegant pale white gown adorned with delicate orchid patterns. Her gorgeous figure was accentuated nicely by the dress, and it gave her a tinge of gracefulness. Sichhan smiled, looking like a flower in full bloom. How do I look? Ye Guan nodded in approval. You look stunning. Let's go, Sichhan said with a charming smile. Then, she walked up to Ye Guan and held his hand, leading him outside. The two soon found themselves at the airport, and Ye Guan followed Sichhan blankly until they settled down in their plane seats. Ye Guan could no longer hold back his curiosity. Sister Zhen, where are we going? Sichhan grinned. You'll find out soon. Ye Guan shook his head, smiling. Sichen gazed out the window and said, "You know, there are many interesting things here. I've always been wondering about the limits of this civilization. The great Daoist Brushmaster once told me that cultivators at your level can catch glimpses of the future. Was he right?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen nodded. "That's correct. Then why not take a peek into the future?" Sichen smiled faintly. "The future is uncertain, the present is where meaning lies." Ye Guan nodded. "True." Sichen held Ye Guan's hand and said, "Rest. We'll reach our destination in a few hours." Ye Guan smiled and gazed out of the window. The white clouds outside resembled a boundless sea of clouds, creating a mesmerizing scenery. This was Ye Guan's second time on an airplane. He had gotten involved in a terrifying incident during his first time, so he was hoping that there wouldn't be any incidents this time. Regardless, Ye Guan was still a bit afraid of encountering any issues while on a plane. Just then, Ye Guan recalled something and asked, "Sister Zhen, during my visit to the Xianyuan clan, I discovered that time reversers had once visited the blue planet. Do you have any idea why?" Sichen revealed a mysterious smile. "They were here for something." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "What is it?" "They were looking for a divine item," Sichen replied. "What exactly was it?" Ye Guan asked. "Our destination holds a divine item, which was the reason behind their visit. I'm sure you already know that they're powerful, but there's a special reason behind their failure to seize that divine item," Sichen said. "Yes, that white-robed woman was exceptionally strong," Ye Guan said, sounding serious. "The people of the blue planet should have been unable to stop her, so how come she ended up failing?" Sichen calmly replied, "This place has a guardian." "A guardian? Who are they?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is that they're on Red Star, and they've been guarding this place since its conception." Ye Guan froze and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 441, The First Civilization on Blue Planet. Sichen's revelation left Ye Guan in awe. A guardian had actually been protecting Blue Planet since its conception. Ye Guan couldn't even quite fathom just how many years had it been since Blue Planet was born, but a guardian had actually been protecting it until now? Ye Guan was left speechless in awe. Ye Guan exclaimed, "This planet really is a treasure trove of secrets." Sichen agreed with a smile. "Yes." Ye Guan fell silent. He suddenly felt how insignificant he was in the vast expanse. No, he wasn't alone. The majority of living beings were mere specks of dust before the vastness of the vast expanse. The realization made Ye Guan feel that he had to be more humble from now on. Ye Guan recalled something and asked, "Are we going to get that divine item that the time reversers wanted back then?" Sichen nodded. Ye Guan was curious. "Will that guardian on Red Star allow us to take it?" Sichen assured him, saying, "Yes." "Why would they?" Ye Guan asked. Sichen smiled and chose to remain silent, leaving Ye Guan at a loss for words. Leaning against Ye Guan's shoulder, Sichen said, "Stop talking and rest." Sichen then closed her eyes. Ye Guan glanced at Sichen and decided to take some rest as well. The plane landed 3 hours later, and Ye Guan was astonished to find that they had landed in Xianzhou. Ye Guan cast a confused look at Sichen, but she offered little explanation and simply said, "Let's go." Ye Guan couldn't help but ask, "Where are we heading?" Sichen responded, "We're going to a tribal village." Ye Guan furrowed his brow, seemingly confused. "A tribal village?" Sichen nodded without saying anything. The two then spent 2 hours traveling in a car before they reached a mountainous region. After driving past a mountain, a large village unfolded before them. The large village actually comprised more than 10 interconnected hamlets built along the mountainside. The entire village was surrounded by mountains, and their fields followed the mountains up, seemingly connected to the sky. There were rivers in the middle of the village, effectively splitting it into 2 regions. The buildings were unique, and they were all suspended wood buildings. Over 1,000 such buildings were built across the landscape, creating a mesmerizing sight. It was lunchtime, and the aroma of cooked food wafted from the houses in the village. Smoke ascended into the skies from each house, creating a solemn scene that would make anyone feel as though they were staring at something sacred. Ye Guan marveled, "This place is amazing." Sichen nodded and said, "The village is distinctively beautiful indeed." Ye Guan smiled and held Sichen's hand as they walked toward the village down below. Sichen cast a glance at him without uttering a word. In no time, they reached the entrance of the village. Looking up, Ye Guan saw that the majestic gates were constructed from ancient wood. The gate was old, but the villagers were maintaining it, so it didn't look dilapidated. A plaque was hung above the wooden gate, and 4 characters were written in bold on the plaque: 1000 Western Tribal Village. The village was teeming with people. The majority of the people were tourists, and their excitement created a bustling scene. There were tribal women adored in unique attire among them, and they were a stark contrast to the tourists. Sichen broke the ice with a smile. "Why don't we try the local cuisine here?" "Oh, that sounds great," Ye Guan responded, nodding. They chose a restaurant and settled in front of a table by the window. Sichen ordered a variety of dishes, making it clear that she was pretty fond of the Milky Way's culinary scene. Handing the menu back to the waiter, Sichen turned to Ye Guan with a smile and said, "The food here is fascinating. Take beans, for instance. They can be transformed into a myriad of dishes, from stinky tofu, tender tofu, dried tofu, and even tofu dregs." "Really?" Ye Guan was surprised. "I guess beans are versatile wherever they are. It's just like cultivation," Sichen remarked. "A singular Dao can manifest in many ways." Ye Guan pondered over Sichen's words. Sichen shifted her gaze outside and said, look at those people. Ye Guan followed her gaze, and Sichen explained, most of them have a lifespan of less than 100 years. They work hard throughout their lives, but it's mostly just for the sake of survival. Ye Guan frowned and questioned, survival? Sichen nodded. Indeed, for survival. Ye Guan fell silent. He had spent a considerable amount of time here, and he had gained a rough understanding of the place. People here couldn't cultivate, and they would work incredibly hard throughout their lives. Sichen was right, it was all for the sake of survival? Sichen turned to Ye Guan and said, what do you think about limiting the lifespan of beings and preventing them from cultivating? I'm sure you know what that means. It means the universe will be able to save a ton of spiritual energy. Sichen stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, what do you think? Is it a good or a bad idea? Ye Guan shook his head decisively. It's a bad idea. Sichen smiled. Why do you say so? I just think it'd be too hypocritical of us to prevent the future generations from cultivating and fighting for their own fate once we've become invincible ourselves. I guess we can dress it up, saying that it's for their well-being and for the greater good of the universe. Regardless, I think it'd still be a bit too hypocritical of us, Ye Guan replied. Sichen chuckled and asked, it'll save the universe, you know. Ye Guan fell silent and sighed to himself. Does it trouble you? Sichen probed. Ye Guan nodded. Sichen smiled faintly. Well, that's life for you. Things often don't go as planned. Ye Guan thought briefly before saying, actually, I don't think it's necessary to dwell on it. Sichen was intrigued. Explain. Cultivators are always fighting for their own place, may it be against others or even against fate itself. Cultivation itself is going against the natural order, so if the universe tribulation wipes us out, we can't blame anyone else for it. We've basically been asking for it, after all, Ye Guan explained. Sichen nodded. Well said. Ye Guan continued, if I were in charge of the entire universe, I'd impose some restrictions, but I wouldn't stop everyone from cultivating. When it comes to the universe tribulation, the entire universe should go all out to challenge it. We can fail, sure. It just means dying with the universe, after all. Sichen smiled and pointed out. You're pretty optimistic, but it's not that easy to let go of your beloved ones and what you've achieved to die along with the universe. Who knows? Your opinion might change by then. I get it. Ye Guan nodded slightly and explained, things are often easier said than done. Sichen gazed deeply at Ye Guan but remained silent. Just then, the dishes were served. Sichen chuckled upon seeing the hot pot and said, this is a famous local dish, and I think they call it sour fish soup. Give it a try, it tastes better while hot. Sichen picked up a piece of the boiling fish and placed it in Ye Guan's bowl. Thanks, Ye Guan said, smiling. He lifted the piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. The tender and tangy flavor of the fish was truly unique. How is it? Sichen asked. Delicious, Ye Guan replied, smiling. Sichen selected another dish for Ye Guan and asked, do you know what this is? Ye Guan shook his head. This is tofu meatballs, Sichen explained. This is just deep-fried tofu combined with meat. It sounds like a simple dish, right? It does, but it's really delicious once coated with chili powder. Sichen then sprinkled some chili powder over the tofu meatballs. Ye Guan picked up one of the tofu meatballs and took a bite. It's crispy on the outside and tender inside. It is really delicious. Sichen grinned and picked up one for herself. Ye Guan enjoyed tasting the local specialties of the village, as each and every dish he had tasted so far tasted far more delicious than even dragon meat. Ye Guan suddenly pointed at a bowl of food before him. This looks strange. Is this made entirely from tree roots? Sichen chuckled and explained, it's a herb called fish mint. It has a unique taste, so you should give it a try. Ye Guan nodded and picked up a piece. He gave it a taste, but he soon frowned. Sichen laughed at Ye Guan's grimace and asked, how is it? It's not my cup of tea, Ye Guan said, shaking his head. Sichen nodded in understanding and said, I thought the same as you the first time I tasted it. However, I decided to give it another try, and it became palatable to me afterward. Another try. Ye Guan looked at Sichen and asked, have you been here before? Yep, and it was then when I discovered the divine item, Sichen replied. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Can you tell me what exactly is the divine item? Sichen grinned. You'll find out later. Ye Guan could only sigh at Sichen's response. Just then, a group of tribal women entered the restaurant and started offering toasts to the guests. They began singing folk songs, creating a lively atmosphere in the restaurant. Ye Guan observed the scene with curiosity. Sichen chuckled. The shows here are pretty popular. I can see that, Ye Guan said. It's entertaining. Sichen smiled and asked, had your fill? Ye Guan nodded. Let's go, then, Sichen said. The two settled the bill and left the restaurant. Sichen led Ye Guan deep into the mountains. They walked past several mountains until Sichen pointed at a distant mountain and said, look over there. Following Sichen's finger, Ye Guan saw a small cave on a mountain a few kilometers away from them. The cave was so small that it would be impossible to find it if one weren't deliberately looking for it. Ye Guan held Sichen's hand and said, let's hop on my sword and fly over there. You sure? Sichen said, sounding doubtful as she asked, how much profound energy do you have left? Not much, Ye Guan replied. Let's just walk over there, then. It's not that far. And what if there's something dangerous there? You have to conserve your profound energy just in case of an emergency, Sichen said. Ye Guan nodded. Then, he held Sichhan's hand and started walking away. After a few steps, he seemed to have recalled and turned to Sichhan. I'll carry you, Ye Guan said and crouched down. Okay, then, Sichhan said with a smile before climbing Ye Guan's back. Ye Guan carried Sichhan as the two of them continued on their journey toward the distant cave. Sister Zhen, have you ever time traveled? Ye Guan asked. Sichhan shook her head and replied, no. Ye Guan was puzzled. Why not? Sichhan smiled. I'm not interested. Ye Guan sighed. Fair enough. You're on the invincible sword Dao? Sichhan asked. Ye Guan nodded. That's right. Sichhan acknowledged with a light nod. Ye Guan inquired, what's on your mind? The journey ahead of you will be pretty challenging. Yes, it will. Sichhan smiled and said, I'm looking forward to the day you become invincible. Ye Guan smiled, but he stayed silent and picked up the pace. Ye Guan soon reached the summit of the mountain where the cave was located, but to his dismay the cave had been obscured by the lush green rise. Ye Guan had to trust his instincts and hopped onto his sword to fly down. After a while, the two reached the cave entrance. The cave was pitch black, and Ye Guan couldn't help but glance at Sichhan. Sichhan proceeded to take out an object that resembled a tube. What is that? Ye Guan asked. Sichhan didn't reply and instead pressed a button. An audible click echoed, and a beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the cave. Sichhan held Ye Guan's hand and led him deep into the cave. The cave seemed endless, and they had been walking for quite a while now, but the end was still nowhere to be found. Ye Guan dared not to let his guard down as he looked around. The blue planet was a planet of extremely scarce spiritual energy, but he dared not underestimate it. Soon, the two arrived in front of a stone door. Sichhan approached it and pushed it open gently. Crack. The stone door swung open, revealing a gloomy hall with numerous stone pillars. A carving of a human being was on every stone pillar, creating a unique sight. Ye Guan looked around. The sinister air made him feel unsettled. Where are we? Ye Guan asked. We're at the ruins of the blue planet's very first civilization. Ye Guan looked at her, puzzled. The first civilization of this planet? Sichhan nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's curiosity deepened. What kind of civilization was it? I don't know, Sichhan said, chuckling. I'm not interested in them. Ye Guan shook his head, smiling. There's something valuable here that will benefit you greatly. Ye Guan asked, what is it? Sichhan grinned. It's right ahead. I'll take you to it. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Then, the two continued on their journey deeper into the cave until something caught Ye Guan's attention. He turned to the right and saw that a carving on a stone pillar had opened its eyes and was staring at both Ye Guan and Sichhan. Ye Guan jumped in shock and instantly assumed a stance. There would have been no reason for him to be afraid if he could access his cultivation base. Unfortunately, he was still under suppression and couldn't muster the full power of his sword intent. The man on the stone pillar merely stared at Ye Guan. Sichhan turned to the man. The man's eyes widened in shock when his gaze met with Sichhan's gaze. Sichhan's lips moved, but she didn't make a sound. Just then, the man seemed to have caught wind of something, and he nodded at Sichhan. Ye Guan turned towards Sichhan. Sichhan merely smiled at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was still curious, but he decided not to ask any further questions. Ye Guan turned to the man on the stone pillar and asked, May I know who you are? The man stared at Ye Guan. I'm just a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Ye Guan frowned. Yes, the man said, nodding. What does that mean? The man on the stone pillar explained, you're in the ancestral hall of the first martial civilization, and those who enter here will be sacrificed. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. First martial civilization. The man nodded. Yes, and it's the first civilization on this planet. If everyone who enters here will be sacrificed, how come we're still fine? Ye Guan asked. The man didn't answer. He shifted his gaze to Sichhan. Ye Guan turned to Sichhan, who merely smiled and said, the two of us don't have any cultivation base, so we won't become sacrifices here. Anyway, go ahead and take that divine item away. Ye Guan nodded, and the two walked deeper into the cave. Ye Guan realized just then that the ancestral hall of the first martial civilization was way bigger than he had imagined. The path seemed endless, and there were countless rows of stone pillars flanking their path. Every single stone pillar had a carving of a human being. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn, and he finally acknowledged the eeriness of the place. To make matters worse, he felt like someone was watching him, and he couldn't quite shake off the strange feeling. Sichhan tightened her grip on Ye Guan's hand and smiled. Don't overthink it. This place is safe. I wouldn't have brought you here otherwise. Relax. Sichhan led Ye Guan further into the cave. 30 minutes later, they came to a halt in front of a stone platform. There was a pitch-black box on top of the 30-meter-tall pillar on the platform. Ye Guan looked up and saw the starry night sky. Are we in an illusion? Ye Guan asked. Sichhan shook her head. No. Ye Guan was about to speak and ask more questions when an old man in a grey robe appeared before the stone pillar. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his grey eyes emitted a chilling light. The old man glanced at Ye Guan before turning to Sichhan. Lady Sichhan, what orders do you have for me? Sichhan pointed at the box and smiled. I want to take that away. The old man's face turned ashen. Sichhan stared deeply at him. Is that okay? The old man stiffened. He hesitated briefly before saying, Lady Sichhan, the box contains the first martial civilization's final ray of hope. Sichhan chuckled. I know, and forgive me for my frankness, but how much longer are you willing to wait? The old man's expression darkened, but he ended up sighing to himself. It's the reason behind your near annihilation, so can you really not bear to let go of it? Sichen asked. The old man shook his head, and he smiled bitterly, saying, you can take it away, Lady Sichen. It's not like we can do anything against you if you really want to take it away. You don't have to say that. Sichen smiled wryly and explained, what's inside will go to my younger brother. In exchange, I will arrange a world somewhere in the true universe for you and your kind to live in. I assure you that you and your kind will exist for as long as the true universe exists. The old man was beyond thrilled at Sichen's words. She had basically sworn to guarantee their existence. The old man bowed deeply and exclaimed, thank you so much, Lady Sichen. Sichen was right, the divine item had become a hot potato rather than a peerless treasure for them, and it was all because they were too weak to safeguard it. If they could exchange the trade item for Sichen's guarantee of protection, they would be more than willing to agree to the trade. However, the most important reason behind the old man's decision was that he basically had no choice. The fact that Sichen had decided not to snatch it away from them by brute force was already a good thing for them. Sichen smiled at the old man's words and said, give me the divine item. The old man bowed and opened his palms. The box on the pillar landed in his hands, and he presented it to Ye Guan while bowing with utmost respect. Ye Guan turned to Sichen. Sichen smiled and nodded. Open it and take a look at what's inside. Ye Guan nodded, and he opened the box carefully. A burst of what looked like a blue current of air rushed out of the box and swirled above them. Ye Guan could feel a formidable power coming from the blue current of air. Just then, the blue current of air swept past him, making him feel as though he was standing before an endless tidal wave with waves more powerful than the previous. Ye Guan instantly froze in disbelief. It was his first time encountering such a strange energy. Ye Guan turned to Sichen, clearly asking for explanations. Sichen smiled and replied, its name is Ancestral Origin. Ancestral Origin. Ye Guan frowned. Sichen nodded and explained, it's currently the most powerful origin in the entire universe, and it even surpasses Dao Origin. The current era no longer has any ancestral origin, and it only appeared once, which was around 5 billion years ago. In other words, the only way to obtain ancestral origin is to travel back in time around 5 billion years ago. Sichen stared at the ancestral origin in front of Ye Guan and said, the time reversers came here for this ancestral origin. Ye Guan's heart jumped at the revelation, and he stared with incredulity at the blue current of air before him. He truly didn't expect that the ancestral origin was 5 billion years old at the very least. Ye Guan suddenly recalled something, and he extended the ancestral origin over to Sichen, saying, I think you should take this. You need this, too, right? Sichen shook her head and smiled. I don't need it. Ye Guan fell silent. I really don't need it, Sichen persuaded. Hurry up and take it. I'll stand guard as your Dao protector. Ye Guan nodded and opened his mouth. The strand of ancestral origin turned into a beam of light and entered his mouth. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged crazily, and terrifying forces inside of him created a shockwave that made even the surrounding spacetime tremble. Sichen turned to look at the old man and opened her mouth, saying something inaudible to Ye Guan. The old man was initially bewildered, but he opened his right hand and pressed down gently. The trembling of the spacetime was instantly suppressed. Just then, a mysterious force suddenly appeared inside Ye Guan, and it danced wildly around him. The old man's expression turned serious as he recognized the power. It was the power of the ancestral origin. The old man's expression became complicated. They had spent so many years safeguarding a strand of ancestral origin, but it ultimately landed in the hands of an outsider. The old man sighed inwardly. However, it wasn't like they were aware of their attacker's strength. If they had known the time reverser's strength, they wouldn't have sacrificed themselves to protect a mere strand of ancestral origin. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time they realized it. The old man's what-ifs also explained why he had chosen to give up the ancestral origin to Sichen. They were simply too weak compared to Sichen. Moreover, Sichen was far stronger than those time reversers. Sichen asking for the ancestral origin rather than snatching it away outright meant that Sichen had decided to give them respect. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from Ye Guan. He had made a breakthrough and was now a great sovereign, an ordinary great sovereign. Ye Guan's surging aura ran rampant, and the old man couldn't quite keep up. Ye Guan cast a concerned look at Sichen. Sister Zhen, should I suppress it? Sichen smiled gently and replied, no need. Ye Guan nodded. All right. At Sichen's remark, Ye Guan didn't bother to hold back, and he allowed his aura to run rampant. Ye Guan's aura had become powerful enough for him to make a breakthrough and become a great time sovereign. However, he needed the power of time to advance to that realm. Sichen knew that as well, so she waved her right hand. Boom! The entire ancestral hall abruptly appeared above the time river. A myriad strands of time energy flew toward Ye Guan, merging with him. The old man's gaze was solemn as he stared at Sichen. Is he going to be okay? He's about to make his second breakthrough. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Sichen chuckled and said, others may be in trouble, but not him. Really? The old man muttered in disbelief. Yes, Sichen explained, he has been suppressing his own cultivation base, so his foundation has long become as solid as a boulder. His Dao is also very stable, so he won't experience any instability even if he makes another breakthrough. After all, his overall strength has long surpassed that of a great time sovereign. However, I will still need your help later during the troublesome parts of his breakthrough. Your wish is my command, Lady Sichuan, the old man said, bowing deeply. Sichuan smiled and said, I will need you to open the ancestral hall later and summon 12 martial spirits to spar with him. The old man nodded. All right. Sichuan looked at the old man and asked, how many times can you summon them? The old man responded in a deep voice, 3 times. Sichuan glanced at him and chuckled. You're pretty formidable. The old man stayed silent. They were talking about 12 martial spirits here, and every single martial spirit was a trump card of the first martial civilization. On that fateful day, the martial spirits had played an indispensable role in preventing the complete annihilation of the first martial civilization. The 12 martial spirits were made based on the 12 ancestors of the first martial civilization. Every single martial spirit possessed incredible strength and terrifying abilities related to time. The old man could only summon them 3 times. He would never summon them to train someone, but the old man felt that it would be worth it, so he decided to agree to Sichuan's request. The first martial civilization needed backers, after all, and both Ye Guan and Sichuan could definitely become the first martial civilization's backers. The 12 martial spirits were dead, but Ye Guan and Sichuan were alive. Regardless of which angle the old man looked at it, it remained a profitable trade. Rumble? A terrifying aura abruptly surged from the time river, and the aura made Sichuan's eyes narrow. Sichuan turned to look at the distant end of the time river. Who dares to plunder time energy? Do you have a death wish? A voice echoed, and a phantom appeared nearby. The old man frowned and said, the time spirit. The time spirit resided in the endless time river, and the time spirit was considered among the most powerful cosmic spirits. Of course, the strongest cosmic spirit was still the true god, as she was the very first divine spirit to transcend her spirit form. Sichuan merely smiled at the time spirit. The time spirit's expression changed drastically upon seeing Sichuan. TT the true god, the time spirit exclaimed. Sichuan smiled. Do you have any issues with me taking away some time energy? No, 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 go ahead and take away as much as you want, the time spirit exclaimed. He glanced surreptitiously at Ye Guan, and his expression darkened. Fuck. The king of relying on others is here. It had to be known that those with the surname Ye were practically untouchable. Beads of cold sweat formed all over the time spirit's forehead. One of them is the invincible true god, and the other is the invincible king of relying on others. How did they even end up together? Sichuan's smile deepened as she said, we'll leave once he becomes a great time sovereign. You're dismissed for now. The time spirit felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed slightly toward Sichuan before disappearing into thin air. Sichuan glanced sideways at Ye Guan and noticed that he had reached a critical juncture. He was about to make a breakthrough. The old man looked at Ye Guan with curiosity. Sichuan had told him that Ye Guan was just her younger brother, but it was clear that Ye Guan wasn't just an ordinary younger brother. Rumble? A terrifying power burst out of Ye Guan as he opened his eyes. His aura underwent a qualitative change. He had become a great time sovereign. Ye Guan clenched his fists, and he felt boundless power coursing through him. Sichuan asked, how do you feel? Ye Guan's lips curled up into a smile. I feel awesome. Sichuan smiled. Try using your sword. Ye Guan looked around and asked, we're not on Blue Planet. Sichuan nodded. We're on the Time River. Your cultivation is no longer sealed. My cultivation is no longer sealed? Ye Guan exclaimed inwardly and closed his eyes. Then, a sword rushed out of him and took to the sky. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the same sword appeared in his hand. Boom! A terrifying sword intent billowed out of Ye Guan. His sword intent was so terrifying that the Time River seemed to boil beneath it. The old man's expression changed at the terrifying might of Ye Guan's sword intent. It's been a while. Ye Guan closed his eyes once again. It had been a while since the feeling of invincibility had filled his heart. Ye Guan turned to look at Sichuan. Sichuan smiled and asked, do you want to fight me? No, replied Ye Guan, shaking his head. You must be joking. Yes, I admit that I'm arrogant, but I'm not arrogant enough to fight the true god. Confidence was great, but one couldn't be too confident. Sichuan chuckled. I've arranged some opponents for you to fight. Where? Ye Guan asked. Right now, Ye Guan wanted nothing more than a great fight. He wanted to vent out his frustrations that had piled up since his cultivation base was sealed. Sichuan looked at the old man. The old man nodded and opened his palm, revealing a tiny black palace. If Ye Guan were to look closely, he would notice that the tiny palace resembled the ancestral hall of the first martial civilization. The old man looked at Ye Guan and said, young Lord Ye, please go in here. Ye Guan nodded. He took a step forward and transformed into a ray of sword light that disappeared into the black palace. Ye Guan himself in a void. He looked around and was about to speak when 12 terrifying auras appeared before him. Immediately afterward, 12 mysterious warriors clad in black armor emerged from a spacetime rift. Ye Guan's expression turned serious. The 12 mysterious warriors emitted formidable auras formidable enough to threaten him. Sichuan suddenly appeared next to Ye Guan. She glanced at those 12 mysterious warriors and said, they are the 12 strongest warriors of the first martial civilization. They're not at their peak at the moment, but their strength is beyond great destiny sovereigns. Furthermore, they've been through countless battles, so even the time reversers would have a difficult time dealing with them. Ye Guan asked, you're asking me to fight them? Yes, Sichuan replied, nodding. 1 against 12. You can also fight them one by one. I'll give it a try, then. Ye Guan's cultivation base and the power of his fleshly body had been restored, but he still didn't dare to be too arrogant. Sichen smiled. Go ahead. Okay, Ye Guan exclaimed. Then, he transformed into a ray of sword light and made a beeline for the 12 martial spirits. The strongest martial spirit reacted first, thrusting his spear toward Ye Guan. Bang! A muffled sound noise echoed, and Ye Guan was blasted a few kilometers away. Ye Guan looked down at his right arm upon coming to a halt and saw that it had cracked. His inside screamed in pain as well, which told him that he had suffered an internal injury from that one exchange just now. How terrifying! Ye Guan's expression turned heavy. He was already a full-fledged Great Time Sovereign, and he had become strong enough to the point that even ordinary Great Destiny Sovereigns wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. However, one of the martial spirits had actually sent him flying with just one move. It was a good thing that he hadn't foolishly chosen to fight all 12 martial spirits at once. Just then, Sichen chuckled and said, time here flows differently compared to the outside world. I want you to cultivate her for a while, I'll teach you some tricks, too. All right, Ye Guan replied with a nod. Then, he transformed into a ray of sword light once again and rushed toward the strongest martial spirit. Heaven Rend 600 stacks. Both heaven and earth were torn open as Ye Guan unleashed Heaven Rend. A mysterious force restored everything that Ye Guan had ended up damaging, allowing the latter to run rampant as he made a beeline for the strongest martial spirit. The strongest martial spirit took a stance and rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't bother dodging, he would face the oncoming attack head-on. The oncoming spear thrust was without any embellishments, but the ordinary spear thrust sent Ye Guan flying for at least a few kilometers. To make matters worse, the strongest martial spirit decided to chase after Ye Guan. Before Ye Guan could recover, the strongest martial spirit was already in front of him. Swoosh! The strongest martial spirit thrust his spear forward, tearing the air apart. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He unleashed his sword domain to suppress the spear attack forcefully, but the strongest martial spirit turned his thrust into a sweep. Crackle! The loud noise reminiscent of breaking glass echoed, and a powerful force sent Ye Guan flying a few kilometers away. Ye Guan twisted in midair, he even spread his arms to increase drag, but the strongest martial spirit was even faster than him. Shwick! 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 The strongest martial spirit attacked Ye Guan non-stop, forcing the latter to retreat backward. Ye Guan couldn't even fight back, the strongest martial spirit was suppressing him completely. Sichen stared quietly at the ongoing battle. The reason behind her decision to make such powerful martial spirits spar with Ye Guan was to humble the latter. Sichen believed that Ye Guan would most likely become extremely arrogant after making a breakthrough, so she wanted to humble him. After all, those who were extremely arrogant were bound to fail in nurturing a calm and composed mindset, which would make it challenging for Ye Guan to make any further progress in his cultivation. Sichen's placid expression abruptly changed. She had just realized that Ye Guan was getting stronger and stronger as time went on. Moreover, Ye Guan's movement was getting more and more similar to the martial spirit that he was fighting. This could only mean one thing: Ye Guan was learning the martial spirit's techniques. Sichen's lips curled up into a smile. He really is a martial god. Ye Guan's condition was getting better and better. Of course, the strongest martial spirit was still suppressing him, but Sichen knew that things would soon change. After all, Ye Guan was slowly becoming familiar with his current strength and power, which meant that Ye Guan would soon be able to fight at his maximum potential. Just like that, many days passed, and Ye Guan had gotten strong enough to fight evenly against the strongest martial spirit. Moreover, Ye Guan's Heaven Rend stacks had increased to 700 stacks from 600 stacks. Ye Guan's Heaven Rend had become powerful enough to knock the strongest martial spirit away by at least a kilometer away. 5 days later, Ye Guan now had the upper hand against the strongest martial spirit. Meanwhile, Sichen had done nothing but watch the battle from the sidelines. She never once left and had been standing there for many days now. 3 days later, Ye Guan's Heaven Rend stacks reached 800 stacks. A single Heaven Rend from Ye Guan would send the strongest martial spirit flying at least 10 kilometers away. At this point, the strongest martial spirit could no longer fight him properly. Ye Guan sheathed his sword and bent his knees, preparing to perform Heaven Rend. Wait! Sichen called out. Ye Guan turned to look at Sichen. Your sword technique is quite unique. Did someone give it to you? Sichen asked with a smile. Ye Guan nodded. Yes, my grandfather gave it to me. It's called the Heaven Rend Quick Draw. Sichen nodded and walked up to Ye Guan, saying, have you ever thought that it might be able to undergo another qualitative change? No, wait, can it really? Yes. How do I make it undergo a qualitative change? Your current limit is 800 stacks, right? Yes. I have an idea, and listen carefully. How about you unleash another 800 stacks the moment you unleash the first 800 stacks? Isn't that the same as unleashing 2 consecutive Heaven Rends? There's nothing special about it. What if you can merge the sword energies from those 2 sets of 800 stacks? Sounds great, but how do I merge it? Watch carefully, Sichen said. Then, she grabbed Ye Guan's sword and swung it gently, sending a ray of sword light flying across the sky. Sichen swung the sword once more, sending another ray of sword light. At the same time, the first ray of sword light slowed down, allowing the second ray of sword light to catch up to it. The 2 rays of sword light merged, becoming one powerful ray of sword light. Ye Guan clenched his fists and exclaimed, space-time. Sister Zhen, you used the special qualities of space-time to slow down the first ray of sword energy. Technically, you're still stacking them, but your way of stacking the attacks is different from mine. I infuse the power of a certain number of stacks into one attack, but you send out 2 instances of the same attack, and then you merge them later with space-time, which effectively multiplies its power and adds the element of surprise. Well, you can say that. Sijhen said, nodding, there's nothing wrong with your method, and the two of us just have our own methods to stack attacks. However, my method allows the attack to become significantly stronger, albeit at the cost of efficiency. Your method is amazing, Ye Guan muttered. Sijhen smiled. There's also something else you can learn: space overlap. Space overlap. Enter thousands of spaces, cast the Heaven Rend Quick Draw once in each space, and let their powers converge. It will create a way more powerful effect than simply repeating the Heaven Rend Quick Draw attacks. Of course, it is also very difficult to execute it. You do it by briefly entering thousands of space instances and executing Heaven Rend in each instance of space. Then, you'll allow them to converge at one point. This can exponentially increase the power of your Heaven Rend, but it's incredibly difficult to do. Easier said than done. Sijhen's voice at the end of her explanation sounded quite stern, but Ye Guan seemed undeterred by the warning as he hugged her and then kissed her passionately before shouting, "You're such a genius, Sister Zhen." Upon saying that, Ye Guan wasted no time and turned around, rushing toward the strongest martial spirit in the distance. Ye Guan looked like he couldn't wait to try out Sijhen's suggestions. Sijhen touched her lisp gently as she stared at Ye Guan running away. The brief kiss made her feel strange for some reason, even though it wasn't the first time she couldn't put a finger on the feeling's identity, but it was a strange feeling. Moments later, Sijhen shook her head and smiled. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was now in front of the strongest martial spirit. His momentum had increased significantly, perhaps due to his excitement and the fact that the strongest martial spirit didn't dare to be careless against Ye Guan. The strongest martial spirit charged toward Ye Guan. Crackle! A deafening explosion reminiscent of booming thunder echoed. Then, both Ye Guan and the strongest martial spirit were blasted away. Ye Guan started experimenting with executing 2 Heaven Rends at once with the same number of stacks, which was basically the space overlap Sijhen had told him earlier. It wasn't that difficult for Ye Guan, as he had a good grasp of space-time. He just had to make sure that he was fast and strong enough. Regardless, Ye Guan didn't succeed right away. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed in the air, and the strongest martial spirit flew tens of kilometers away. The strongest martial spirit's figure became illusory. Ye Guan's attack just now had almost dispersed it outright. Meanwhile, Ye Guan looked down at his sword with excitement. Stacking 2 instances of Heaven Rend with the same stack resulted in an attack that was significantly more powerful than his previous method of executing Heaven Rend. It sounded absurd, but even the strongest martial spirit almost couldn't withstand it. If I can stack 2 attacks, then I should be able to stack 3. Ye Guan thought, lips curling up into a smile. He then turned his attention to the strongest martial spirit and exclaimed, "Come, let's do it again." Ye Guan wasted no time, transforming into a ray of sword light that made a beeline for the strongest martial spirit. The strongest martial spirit truly deserved to be called the strongest among the 12 martial spirits, as it remained undeterred and decided to face Ye Guan head-on. He's going for more? Sijhen's gaze revealed slight shock as she stared at Ye Guan. She had to admit that Ye Guan had truly impressed her in terms of talent and tenacity. Ye Guan's aptitude for cultivation was shocking, his comprehension was extremely high, and he was capable of flawlessly using the techniques that he had learned even though he had just learned them. Ye Guan became more and more excited as he fought. Ye Guan's profound energy recovery rate had increased dramatically after obtaining the True Tree, and the latter allowed him to become akin to a perpetual motion machine. He would never run out of profound energy, all thanks to the True Tree. The True Tree was the reason he could keep on practicing the stacking method that Sijhen had suggested to him. Ye Guan had another tree, the Divine Tree of Nature's Power, but he chose not to activate it, along with his bloodline power. Ye Guan wanted to see just how powerful he truly was without relying on his overpowered external tools. Ye Guan proceeded to spend the next 15 days fighting the strongest martial spirit. Clang! A noise similar to metal colliding against metal echoed, and the strongest martial spirit was blasted away. It flew for at least dozens of kilometers away, but the shocking part was that it was dissipating at a rate visible to the naked eye as it streaked across the sky. Ye Guan had just executed 3 Heaven Rends with 800 stacks each. He then merged them into one, creating an extremely powerful, fully concentrated sword slash. Ye Guan was about to slash out with his sword when a wave of sharp pain interrupted him. He looked down at himself and saw what seemed like countless bloody wounds in his torso. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly at the sight. He had succeeded in stacking 3 instances of Heaven Rend with 800 stacks each, but his fleshly body had ended up suffering greatly as a result. Ye Guan reckoned that he could kill many enemies with that one sword move, but it would be tantamount to mutual destruction. However, Ye Guan believed that it wouldn't be that big of a problem, as he had the Divine Tree of Nature, which would help him recover swiftly. Ye Guan stared at the strongest martial spirit and saw that it had become extremely blurry. Ye Guan had finally defeated the strongest martial spirit, but the fact that it had taken him many days to defeat a mere spirit truly astonished him. The strongest martial spirit was indeed the strongest among the 12 martial spirits, as it actually managed to give him a hard time. Ye Guan believed that if the strongest martial spirit were a real person with a fleshly body rather than just a spirit, he would have failed to defeat it, even if he somehow managed to unleash a barrage of stacked heaven rens at it. Just then, Sichen walked up to Ye Guan. A mysterious smile hung on Sichen's lips as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan blinked and asked, "What is it?" "You kissed me last month," Sichen said, sounding serious. Ye Guan's expression froze. "It's been a month, and you still remember it?" Sichen stared quietly at Ye Guan, seemingly waiting for his response. Ye Guan hesitated for a while before saying, "That was just a special way of saying thank you. Do you honestly think I'll believe that?" Sichen interrupted. Ye Guan fell silent. Sichen was no longer smiling as she stared coldly at Ye Guan. "Why don't I let you kiss me, too?" Ye Guan said. His words had yet to finish echoing in the air when he realized just how shameless he sounded, and the realization made his face grow hot. Meanwhile, Sichen merely stared at Ye Guan, and the sight made Ye Guan feel anxious. Ye Guan held her hand and tugged it gently, saying, "Are you angry at me?" Sichen's expression remained unchanging. Ye Guan was about to say something else when Sichen sighed and said, "What you've been doing is scummy." Ye Guan looked down at his feet and replied, "I'm sorry. I just got too excited, so I'm not talking about that," Sichen interrupted. Ye Guan stared at Sichen in confusion. "You've already kissed me, so why are you still hiding it?" Sichen asked. Ye Guan was taken aback. "You were daring enough to kiss me, so how come you don't have the courage to acknowledge it? Do you really think that a true man will kiss someone without acknowledging that it happened? I noticed that you're always indecisive when it comes to matters of the heart, and you tend to avoid facing your true feelings. I even noticed you acting like you're clueless, which is actually pretty bad. I mean, think about it. Will a true man take advantage of someone and then pretend that it never even happened just to avoid taking responsibility? Do you really think that a true man will do that?" Ye Guan lowered his head and chose to remain silent. "Look at me," Sichen shouted, sounding solemn as she continued. "Men are expected to have numerous wives, and it's also not a strange sight to see powerful women having multiple husbands. Once you're strong enough, you will never have any issues finding partners for yourself. I don't really care about what you're going to do in the future, but I feel like I have the obligation to tell you that what you've been doing is scummy." "Yes, scummy, you're seriously a scumbag." Ye Guan was at an utter loss for words. "You're handsome with an invincible family background. Your personality is great, and you're incredibly generous with women. In other words, women easily fall for you. And what have you been doing in response? You've done nothing but take advantage of women and playing dumb afterward to avoid taking responsibility, which would always leave the women hanging," Sichen explained. Then, Sichen shook her head and added, "In other words, you're the kind of man who takes neither initiative nor responsibility, but you never reject the advances of any woman." Ye Guan's head drooped from his shoulders as he stared at his feet. "You're like someone who engages in certain activities but still strives to maintain an image of virtuousness. To put it bluntly, I would say that you're a hypocrite. It's even worse because you're a swordsman. Do you really think that you've been behaving like a swordsman? I wanted you to come to this conclusion yourself, but I realized that you still haven't figured it out, even after such a long time. You're still pretending to be dumb." Ye Guan was quiet. Angry. Sichen asked. N0vel.b.j.n was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0v3l.b1n. Ye Guan shook his head. "No." Sichen smiled and explained, "I went on this tirade because I want you to understand that a true man must be decisive in whatever he does. If you can't stay devoted to one woman, then so be it, but you have to be at least straightforward with your intentions. If she likes you, and you like her too, then be decisive and don't string them along. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Ye Guan nodded. "I understand." "Do you really understand?" Ye Guan nodded once again. "Then, why did you kiss me?" Sichen asked. Ye Guan hurriedly explained, "I was just really happy back then, so I ended up kissing you unknowingly. I wasn't thinking too much about it." Sichen revealed a mysterious smile. Ye Guan felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing that. "I really wasn't thinking too much about it," Ye Guan explained, sounding solemn. "I didn't say anything," Sichen replied. Then, she turned to the martial spirits in the distance and said, "Go ahead and keep sparring with them. Those martial spirits have a ton of experience when it comes to combat, you'll learn a lot from them." "Okay," Ye Guan said, nodding. He then turned around and started walking toward the martial spirits. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he stopped in his tracks and turned to face Sichen. "Thank you, Sister Zhen," said Ye Guan. Sichen smiled. "For what?" "Thank you for helping me understand many things. No one has ever really guided me until I met you." "You're right. I've been acting dumb all this while. I've been avoiding my true feelings as well, and it's the reason I almost lost someone I loved. It's never going to happen again," Ye Guan said, shaking his head. "Everyone makes mistakes. I've made many mistakes myself. It's good enough that you've acknowledged your mistakes and that you're willing to address them," Sichen replied. "Okay," Ye Guan exclaimed with a grin. With that, Ye Guan turned around and rushed toward the martial spirits in the distance. Sichen smiled as she watched him go. Ye Guan spent the next few days fighting the martial spirits. The martial spirits were extremely strong, especially now that Ye Guan was fighting them at the same time. As a result, Ye Guan had to give his all, but he was having a great time. Meanwhile, Sichen quietly observed Ye Guan's battles against the martial spirits. She would occasionally give him some pointers, allowing Ye Guan to grow by leaps and bounds. Ye Guan grew so much that even Sichen was stupefied. It turned out that Ye Guan was more talented than she initially thought. In addition, he wasn't the type to shy away from hardships. There were many times when he had to quietly eat the knuckle sandwiches that the martial spirits had served to him, but Ye Guan simply gnashed his teeth and obediently ate the sandwiches without getting discouraged. Astonishingly, Ye Guan grew even stronger the more he fought them. And just like that, another month passed. The 11 martial spirits still had the upper hand against Ye Guan, but they could no longer beat him up. Ye Guan's fleshly body had gotten strong enough for him to fight back. Of course, Ye Guan was more than capable of defeating the 11 martial spirits, but he had to activate his bloodline power to do that. Another month passed, and under Sichen's guidance, Ye Guan became strong enough to fight on equal terms against the 11 martial spirits. However, the 11 martial spirits were really strong, and their teamwork didn't allow Ye Guan to kill even one of them. Just then, Sichen appeared next to Ye Guan when he was about to slash out with his sword. Sichen was smiling as she said, "That's enough." Ye Guan looked at her and nodded. "All right." Ye Guan readily agreed, as he also felt like he had finally reached his limits. To defeat them, he would have to activate his bloodline power. Sichen smiled and led him away. The two reappeared in the outside world, and the old man immediately rushed toward them. "How much time has passed over here?" Sichen smiled. "It's only been a few hours." Ye Guan was stunned by the revelation. "Only a few hours? Can Sister Zhen reverse the flow time? Look at the sky," Sichen exclaimed. Ye Guan looked up, and his heart was overwhelmed by shock. A giant map was reflected in the starry sky. It seemed to be a boundless map, and Ye Guan couldn't see the end of it even with his current strength. However, he saw a few familiar regions on the map, such as the True Universe, the Guanxian Universe and the All Worlds. Ye Guan was shocked, as the True Universe, the Guanxian Universe, and even the All Worlds didn't take up even 1% of the entire map. It was simply absurd. While Ye Guan was staring in disbelief at the map, he suddenly recalled something and turned around to look at Sichen. "Sister Zhen, what is that?" "It's the universe map," Sichen replied. "The universe map. This is an overall view of the current known universe, drawn by an extraordinary being capable of traveling freely across universe borders. She created this universe map while traveling to many different places." Ye Guan looked at it and smiled bitterly, saying, "I never thought that even the Guanxian and the True Universe combined would be so insignificant in this whole universe. Yes, even the two universes combined are insignificant in the grand scheme of things." In addition, Sichen trailed off, pausing for a moment before continuing. "This map isn't the final version." Sichen pointed at a blacked out area on the southern part of the map. "This place is known as the Forbidden Zone." The creator of the map labeled this part as a forbidden zone, as even she couldn't enter it. Ye Guan frowned and asked, "She couldn't enter it?" "Yes." "Is it a very dangerous place?" "An extremely ancient and mysterious kingdom is there." The kingdom had strengthened the seal on their boundary, restricting both exit and entry. However, the map creator was just too unlucky at the time, which was why she couldn't enter this region. It had been many years since then, and the mysterious kingdom produced an extraordinary figure that started a new lineage. Started a new lineage? Yes. The kingdom has an ancient lineage with a particularly remarkable ancestor, and the lineage produced a remarkable descendant on the same level as that ancestor. An internal strife in the royal family made the descendant leave to start his own lineage. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Starting one's own lineage was pretty impressive. Just then, Ye Guan was reminded of something, and he asked, "Why do they not let anyone enter their kingdom?" "It's all because they have a special ability, and they're trying to protect it." "Have you been there, Sister Zhen?" "Yes." "Are the people there strong enough to defeat you?" "What do you think?" "I don't think so. The ancient kingdom there is quite special. You should be mentally prepared, just in case they decide to walk out of their boundary and expand their territory." "Well, you're here, Sister Zhen, so I think it should be fine." Ye Guan stopped mid-sentence. Sichen smiled, acting like she didn't hear anything. Then, she pointed at another region on the map and said, "Here in the north lies an ancient temple where a group of ascetic monks reside. Their self-control is extremely rigorous, and every year, they make pilgrimages further north that last thousands of years." "A pilgrimage of thousands of years?" Ye Guan's expression drastically. "How strong do you think those monks are?" Sichen asked, smiling. Ye Guan shook his head. "I don't know. Those monks will surely overturn any of your initial thoughts about them once you've realized their true strength," Sichen said. Then, she pointed at another region and said, "Here in the east lies a graveyard where a few supreme elites are buried. Those supreme elites are quite mysterious, and no one really knows their identities. However, rumor has it that they would occasionally awaken from their slumber." Ye Guan cast a deep gaze at Sichen. "Sister Zhen, why are you telling me this?" Sichen smiled. "I just want you to understand the vastness of the vast expanse, and I want you to be mentally prepared as well." Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Sichen continued, "Aside from what I've pointed out to you, you should be wary of the time reversers as well. They're much stronger than you think." "Well, I guess I have a long path ahead of me." "You sure do," Sichen said, nodding. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly, saying, "I suddenly feel really pressured." "That isn't such a bad feeling," Sichen remarked. Then, she opened her palm and the universe map transformed into a streak of light that flew toward her hand. The universe map was now a scroll, and Sichhen handed over the scroll to Ye Guan. You're giving it to me? Ye Guan asked, sounding shocked. Sichhen nodded. Take it. It will be useful to you. Hearing that, Ye Guan nodded and put the universe map away. All right, it's time we go out, Sichhen said. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. The two then left the cave, and Ye Guan smiled wryly upon realizing that his cultivation was under suppression once more. The feeling of invincibility had vanished along with his cultivation base. Night had fallen outside, so it was pitch black. There wasn't any light around aside from the stars and the torches coming from the houses in the village. Sister Zhen, why don't we return to the village and stay there tonight? Let's just go back to Yanjing tomorrow. Sichhen nodded. Sure, sounds great. It didn't take them long to arrive at a small hilltop. The hill wasn't that tall compared to the mountains around it, but it allowed both Ye Guan and Sichhen to see the entire village. Every single house in the village had a torch, and the orange glow they gave made the entire village resemble a starry sky. The view was both magnificent and breathtaking. Ye Guan couldn't help but exclaim, wow, I didn't expect to see such a breathtaking sight here. Sichhen smiled as she swept her gaze across the scenery before her. Her eyes were filled with delight as she nodded. It truly is beautiful. You're beautiful, Sister Zhen. Sichhen turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. Sichhen's grin widened. She then grabbed Ye Guan's hand and held it without saying a word. The two proceeded to go down the hill, and they soon arrived at the tribal village. The night was bustling and lively, and it was all thanks to the tourists. Many people were walking on the streets, and the majority of them were couples. The couples would sometimes stop walking and take pictures of themselves with joyful expressions. Ye Guan and Sichhen walked down the street, and they instantly attracted many gazes. Their outstanding looks made everyone think of them as a match made in heaven. Sichhen looked around her and muttered, the mortal world truly is charming. Ye Guan nodded as he looked around as well. All of a sudden, Ye Guan suddenly felt weary of all the fighting he had gone through so far. The simple pleasures of life, eating, drinking, and enjoying the company of others seemed extremely appealing to him at the moment. Sichhen stared at Ye Guan and gestured, saying, look, so many women are staring at you. I can see that, Ye Guan said, smiling. The men here are looking quite envious, too. Envious? Why? Because I'm holding the hand of the most beautiful woman here. Ye Guan replied almost immediately. Sichhen shook her head and smiled, saying, you really have a glib tongue. Ye Guan smiled back at her, not saying anything as he tightened his grip on her hand. The two went window shopping until they got hungry, which was when they decided to look around for a restaurant. Eventually, the two decided to eat noodles for tonight, so they entered a nearby noodle restaurant. Sichhen glanced at the menu on the wall before saying, 2 bowls of bean curd noodles, please. Anything else? Asked the store owner. Sichhen took another glance at the menu. We want additional crispy bits and an egg each for our bowls, please. Coming right up, the store owner exclaimed. Sichhen and Ye Guan found a table and sat down in front of it. Ye Guan suddenly said, Sister Zhen, are strands of ancestral origin everywhere in the past? Sichhen smiled. Why do you ask? I want to have more. Fat chance. Does that mean that there aren't that many strands of ancestral origin even in the distant past? Sichhen nodded. Strands of ancestral origin are extremely rare, even 5 billion years ago. However, there's something even rarer, strands of great Dao origin. It's a shame, Ye Guan muttered. If he could get his hands on more strands of ancestral origin, he could cultivate a huge group of supreme elites. A strand of ancestral origin was just that extraordinary. While Ye Guan was deep in his thoughts, the store owner arrived and served the 2 bowls of noodles that they had ordered. Ye Guan turned to his bowl of noodles and saw a large piece of bean curd on top of the noodles. There was also a small plate of dipping sauce on the side. Ye Guan assumed that it was for the chunk of bean curd and the noodles. You eat both noodles and bean curd with the dipping sauce? Sichhen said. All right, Ye Guan nodded. Then, he proceeded to dip his noodles into the sauce before putting them into his mouth. Sichhen asked, what do you think? It's pretty good. The bean curd is pretty good, too. Try it. Is this noodle dish your favorite, Sister Zhen? I visited many different restaurants when I first came here, and they serve great food as well. If you have time, you should visit those restaurants. I guarantee that you will find the experience pretty interesting. Yeah, that sounds great, Ye Guan said, grinning. The two proceeded to finish their meal and paid the bill. Leaving the restaurant, they discovered that the number of tourists outside had decreased drastically. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Ye Guan and Sichhen entered a nearby inn. A woman glanced at the two of them and said, it's $399 overnight, and the security deposit is $500 a night. The two didn't seem to mind the price, as they paid the bill and were soon guided to their room. The room wasn't spacious, but it was clean and tidy. However, there was only one bed. Ye Guan found it a bit uncomfortable to share a bed with Sichhen, but it wasn't because he disliked it. The two of them had just had a major fight, so Ye Guan found it awkward to sleep on the same bed as Sichhen. Sister Zhen, I'm going to go take a shower, Ye Guan said before turning around and walking into the bathroom. Sichhen walked up to the window and opened it. The mountain breeze blew in instantly, making the room feel a bit cold. Sichhen smiled as she admired the night view from the room. Soon, Ye Guan walked out of the bathroom. After a few moments of hesitation, he walked up to Sichhen and hugged her from behind. Sister Zhen, he muttered into her ears. Sichhen turned to look at him. What? Are you trying to sleep with me? Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Sleep with you? Ye Guan was both stunned and speechless upon hearing Sichhen's remark. Of course, he understood what she was trying to say. Sichhen stared at Ye Guan with a mysterious smile tugging at her lips. Her words were suggestive, but Ye Guan saw that her eyes were devoid of any impure thoughts. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I just wanted to hug you, that's all. Sichhen didn't say anything. Instead, she looked away and stared at the scenery outside, saying, it was daytime the last time I was here, so I missed out on the night scenery of this village. Fortunately, I've made up for it tonight. Otherwise, it would have been a shame. Ye Guan looked out of the window as well, and he could see many well-designed houses on stilts that stretched across the plains and went halfway up the mountains. The lights coming from the houses created a kaleidoscope of lights, which was a breathtaking sight. Sichhen put a strand of hair behind her ear and said, I don't know if I can ever return once I leave this time. Ye Guan's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Sister Zhen, are you about to leave? Aren't you about to leave as well? Sichhen asked, smiling. Ye Guan was silent. Indeed, he would soon leave this planet. His plan was to take over the Milky Way clan, and then he would leave to return to the Guanxian universe. There were many matters he had to attend to in the Guanxian universe, so he had to go back as soon as possible. Sichhen smiled and said, let's go sleep. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and replied, okay. Sichhen walked up to the bed and lay down on the bed. Ye Guan stared at Sichhen as she lay down on the bed, and he was about to follow her, but he started hesitating. Sichhen was just too beautiful tonight. Sichhen was clad in a plain white dress that made her look both elegant and pure, and her big bright eyes resembled sacred snow lotuses that could only be found on the summit of the highest mountains. Ye Guan stood by the bedside, looking all awkward. Sichhen blinked and asked him, what's wrong? Ye Guan laughed sheepishly and said, I think I'll sleep on the ground. Sichhen rolled her eyes at him. Don't pretend like you don't want to sleep here. Then, Sichhen patted the empty side of the bed and said, come here. Ye Guan smiled wryly and hesitated briefly before ultimately jumping on the bed to lay down next to Sichhen. Sichhen rolled over to Ye Guan and used his left arm as a pillow. The way she did so in one fell swoop made it clear that she had done it many times before. Sichhen then buried her head into Ye Guan's chest, snuggling up to him. Don't you dare have any dirty thoughts. I'm Sishu and Saijing's big sister, Sichhen warned. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly at the remark. You shouldn't have brought it up. Now, I can't help but have dirty thoughts. Sichhen looked up at Ye Guan, and a cunning light fleeted across her eyes as she said, whatever. I believe in your character. Ye Guan's expression soured. Damn it, my troublesome character? Keep the universe map safe. It will be really helpful to you in the future. Ye Guan nodded. Okay, let's go to sleep, Sichhen said. I can't sleep. Why? Can you help me suppress my mad demon bloodline? It's making my mind wander. Mad demon bloodline? Sichhen's lips curled up into a smile. How many times are you planning on making your mad demon bloodline take the blame for you, young man? Ye Guan shook his head and smiled as he hugged her tightly. Ye Guan's heart was filled with delight, but he was in agony at the same time. The fact that he could hug such a beautiful lady brought him immense delight, but he was in agony, as he couldn't do anything to the gorgeous lady in his arms. It was truly experiencing both heaven and hell at the same time. Just then, Ye Guan was reminded of something. Sister Zhen, how long will you keep suppressing the universe tribulation? Sichhen smiled. Why do you ask? Just curious, Ye Guan replied. You must be exhausted. Sleep, Sichhen said. Ye Guan frowned, but he decided not to pry. Sichhen was right. He was truly exhausted, so he fell asleep instantly the moment he closed his eyes. Sichhen opened her eyes slowly and revealed a charming smile as she stared at Ye Guan's handsome face, which was only a few inches away from her own face. Just like that, they fell asleep in each other's arms. However, Ye Guan ended up having a variety of weird dreams. A ray of sunlight pierced the room as daybreak arrived. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly and looked down at Sichhen, who was curled up in his embrace like a cat. Ye Guan smiled and lowered his head to kiss her gently on the forehead. Sichhen stirred from her sleep and opened her eyes. You're awake, Sichhen said while staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded. It's about time we return to Yanjing. Indeed, Sichhen said, smiling. The two got out of bed, and they were soon back on the streets after freshening up. Sichhen's gaze landed on a peculiar shop that displayed ethnic tribal clothes. A strange light flashed in her eyes upon seeing the clothes on display. Ye Guan noticed that and asked, do you want to try them on? Yes, Sichhen said, nodding. The two walked into the shop, and the shop owner immediately greeted them. The shop owner was a woman dressed in ethnic tribal clothes. The shop owner looked like she was in her late 20s, and she greeted both Ye Guan and Sichhen with an amiable smile. The shop owner was a bit surprised to see Sichhen. She then looked at Ye Guan and said, your girlfriend is really pretty, sir. Girlfriend? Ha 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 ha, is that so? Ye Guan laughed heartily and held her hand. Sichhen turned to look at Ye Guan, and a hint of mirth filled her eyes. The shop owner examined Sichhen from top to bottom, asking, Miss, would you like to try wearing our clothes here? Sichhen hurriedly nodded. Unfortunately, the clothes here aren't beautiful enough to match your beauty, miss. Sichhen was stunned. Fortunately, the shop owner still had a few tricks up her sleeve. Give me a moment. The shop owner went to the back of the store. After a few moments, the shop owner returned, carrying a huge chest with her. The shop owner then opened the chest, revealing an ethnic tribal costume inside. The costume was more intricately designed than the clothes on display in the shop, and it came with many accessories as well. Sijhen's eyes were shining as she stared at the costume. The shop owner asked, "Miss, why don't you try this one?" A silver ethnic ceremonial dress. Sijhen trailed off and looked at the shop owner in surprise. "Was this your bridal outfit?" The shop owner nodded and grinned. "Yes." Sijhen smiled. "Why would you let someone else wear your wedding dress?" The shop owner replied, "What's the harm in that? And I'm curious about just how beautiful you would look in a gorgeous ethnic one wedding dress. Here, let's go to the fitting room." The shop owner picked up the costume and pulled Sijhen to the back of the shop. Ye Guan smiled as he watched them go, and his heart became filled with anticipation. A few minutes later, Sijhen walked out, blowing Ye Guan away. Sijhen was wearing a delicate silver crown crafted from silver. The silver ornaments hanging from the crown resembled tassels, and they gently rested on her forehead as well as behind her ears. The silver ornaments would collide with each other at Sijhen's every move, creating a clear and melodious sound. Sijhen was now wearing a bright red ethnic costume embroidered in blue. The costume seemed to have been meticulously hand-knitted with exquisite patterns that were both vivid and beautiful, and a silver necklace radiating a dazzling silver glow was around her neck as well. The costume had 3/4 sleeves, and it fell to her calves, exposing her fair wrists and lower leg. Sijhen's skin was very fair, so she seemed to glow beneath the radiant luster of the silver accessories and ornaments. Overall, Sijhen looked incredibly beautiful. Ye Guan couldn't help but be mesmerized by her beauty. Ye Guan's first impression of Sijhen was that she was an elegant, timeless beauty. However, the ethnic costume transformed her overall demeanor, turning her into a valiant beauty. Sijhen revealed a breathtaking smile upon seeing Ye Guan's dumbfounded look. "How do I look?" Ye Guan walked up to her and muttered in awe, "You look wonderful." Sijhen's smile widened at his words. The shop owner could not help but compliment Sijhen as well, exclaiming, "Miss, you're really beautiful. The men in this tribe would definitely go crazy at the sight of you if you were to go outside while wearing this costume." Sijhen admired herself in the mirror with a smile, clearly delighted by what she was seeing. "Mister, would you like to try on an ethnic costume as well? I'll take some pictures of you two in matching costumes," said the shop owner. Ye Guan looked at her and pointed at himself. "Me? Yes," the shop owner replied. Ye Guan looked at Sijhen. Sijhen smiled at Ye Guan and said, "I won't force you, but don't even think about sleeping with Sishu again if you refuse." Ye Guan's lips twitched. "Sister Zhen, that's a terrifying threat." Sijhen rolled her eyes upon seeing Ye Guan's expression. Then, her eyes seemed to gleam in a bit of embarrassment as she urged, "Just hurry up and get changed." Ye Guan laughed and turned to the shop owner. "I'll take you up on the offer, then, miss, thank you so much." "All right, follow me," the shop owner said. A few minutes later, Ye Guan emerged wearing a male ethnic costume. However, the male counterpart of Sijhen's ethnic costume seemed to have been crafted with a minimalist theme in mind. Fortunately, Ye Guan was incredibly handsome, so even the plain silver suit and black pants suited him. It seemed that attractive people would truly look good regardless of their clothes. Sijhen's lips curled up into a smile. "You look great." Ye Guan chuckled and held her hand. Just then, the shop owner returned from the back of the store with a camera in hand. "Stand close to each other, please. I'll take a picture of the both of you." The shop owner pointed at the camera and exclaimed, "Smile at the camera." Sijhen and Ye Guan obliged, and the shop owner snapped a photo of them right away, capturing their grinning figures, which would be immortalized by the photo. Ye Guan and Sijhen then changed into their previous clothes after admiring themselves for a few minutes in the mirror. The shop owner escorted them to the door. "Miss, can you give me a pen and a piece of paper?" Ye Guan suddenly said. "Sure," the shop owner replied and obliged. Ye Guan took the pen and started writing something on the piece of paper as the shop owner stared curiously at him. After a while, Ye Guan stopped writing and handed the piece of paper to the shop owner. "Miss, whenever you're free, you should follow the instructions on that piece of paper and cultivate," Ye Guan suggested. The shop owner blinked. "Cultivate?" "Yes," Ye Guan replied. Then, he returned the pen to the shop owner before turning around to leave with Sijhen. The shop owner skimmed through the content of the piece of paper with curious eyes. Once the shop owner could no longer see Ye Guan and Sijhen, she put away the piece of paper and went back into her shop. Then, she printed out the picture she had taken of the two and hung it on the most conspicuous spot in her shop. The photo of Ye Guan and Sijhen wasn't the only photo on the wall. The shop owner had a hobby of taking pictures of customers wearing ethnic costumes, so an entire wall in her shop was riddled with many photos. However, Ye Guan and Sijhen's photo stood out the most. The shop owner admired Ye Guan and Sijhen's photo for a while before walking to the back of her shop with a smile. Meanwhile, neither Ye Guan nor Sijhen knew that their photo today would end up changing their fates. Of course, it was a story set in the distant future. One they call it ethnic, but I think it's just a wedding dress. Sijhen and Ye Guan returned to Yanjing. Sijhen returned to her writing, while Ye Guan decided to visit the Boundless Club. Ye Xian and the Boundless Master were very close to each other, so Ye Guan believed that the Boundless Master would know where Ye Xian was at the moment. Ye Guan was aware that his father and his plain-skirt aunt would soon leave the Milky Way. He wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with his father before then. Ye Xian could leave, but he had to leave something behind for Ye Guan. Ye Guan was going to the Boundless Club, so he had to bring a certain someone with him. Ye Guan soon arrived at the Su Corporation. Suzy hurriedly walked out upon receiving Ye Guan's message. Suzy was dressed in business attire, and she looked gorgeous in her white shirt and black short skirt. Suzy ran up to Ye Guan and hugged him. Her voice was trembling as she said, "I thought you had forgotten about me." Ye Guan smiled. "Aren't you busy?" Suzy looked up at Ye Guan and pouted. "I'm busy, but can't you still come and see me?" "My bad," Ye Guan apologized. Suzy smiled sweetly. "I forgive you." Ye Guan's heart was suddenly filled with complicated feelings as he stared at the young woman before him. Sich Hen was right, Ye Guan was truly unreliable. It's all the Mad Demon bloodline's fault? Ye Guan lampooned inwardly. Mad Demon bloodline, can I kill my own master? Ye Guan took the initiative and held Suzy hand. "I'm taking you somewhere." Suzy was curious. "Where?" Ye Guan replied, "The Boundless Club." Suzy merely blinked in response. Ye Guan pinched Suzy's cheek gently and chuckled. "What are you thinking? I'm going to meet someone there." Suzy smiled. "Okay." The two then got into the car that Suzy's secretary had prepared. Suzy hugged Ye Guan's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. "I've been feeling uneasy these days for some reason." Ye Guan looked at Suzy, seemingly asking for an explanation. Suzy continued, "I'm scared that one day I won't be able to contact you anymore." Ye Guan said, "That won't happen." Suzy stared intently at Ye Guan. "It won't," Ye Guan said. Suzy smiled lightly and replied, "All right." Ye Guan smiled and then turned to look out the window, lost in thought. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the largest club in Yanjing, Yanjing's Boundless Club. The Boundless Club here was even more lavish than the Boundless Club in Bayun City, as it was no longer just an entire floor but an entire building. Dozens of beautiful women were even waiting for the patrons at the entrance of the club. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled wryly at the sight. The owner of the Boundless Club really knew how to have fun. Ye Guan and Suzy started walking toward the building, and a glamorous woman approached them with a smile. "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" asked the glamorous woman. Ye Guan frowned. "A reservation?" The glamorous woman nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan shook his head. The glamorous woman hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, you need to have a reservation to obtain a seat." Ye Guan asked, "Is there any other way?" The glamorous woman shook her head. Ye Guan felt a bit helpless. "We want to get a membership," Suzy chimed in. The glamorous woman smiled faintly and replied, "An advanced reservation is still necessary, even if you become a member." Suzy furrowed her brows. Ye Guan suddenly asked, "Is your boss here?" The glamorous woman stared at Ye Guan but remained silent. Ye Guan smiled. "Miss, can you help me tell the boss something?" "Tell the boss that the son of an old friend has come to visit." The glamorous woman shook her head. "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm not in a high enough position to talk to the boss." The glamorous woman wasn't looking down on Ye Guan and Suzy. The two were well dressed with extraordinary demeanors, so they couldn't possibly be ordinary people. Ye Guan sighed, feeling troubled at the glamorous woman's remark. Suzy suddenly grabbed Ye Guan's hand and asked, "How about we come back next time? I'll find a way for you to get in." Ye Guan thought about it briefly before saying, "Sure." The two turned around to leave when a luxurious car in the distance caught their attention. The faces of all the women in the vicinity changed drastically, and they hurriedly stood in formation, showing a respectful expression toward the luxurious car. The glamorous woman in front of Ye Guan left and rushed toward the approaching car. Ye Guan and Suzy stared at the luxurious car with curious gazes. Clearly, an important guest was inside the car. The luxurious car eventually came to a halt, and someone alighted from the car. Ye Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. The person who had just alighted from the luxurious car was none other than Arya, and a white-furred beast was on her shoulder. Arya and Little White? Ye Guan was shocked. How come Arya and Little White were here? Arya instantly noticed Ye Guan. Arya blinked briefly before shouting, "Grandson." Ye Guan's face darkened, while everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Arya walked briskly to Ye Guan and Suzy. Arya stared at Ye Guan and smiled. "What are you doing here?" Ye Guan said in a deep voice, "Arya, what are you doing here?" Arya blinked. "I'm here to have fun." Ye Guan frowned. "You're here to have fun?" Arya nodded. "Yes." Ye Guan's expression turned strange. Arya hurriedly said, "Don't tell brother Yang and sister An about this." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Arya's gaze suddenly landed on Suzy. She briefly examined Suzy and grinned. "Is she?" "Yes," Ye Guan said, holding Suzy's hand with a smile. Arya put her thumb up and said, "Impressive." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. "All right, let's go and have fun. It's my treat today," Arya exclaimed before grabbing Ye Guan's hand and dragging him into the club. Little White hopped onto Ye Guan's shoulder and patted Ye Guan's head with her tiny claw, seemingly thinking of Ye Guan as her grandson as well. Suzy stared at Arya and Ye Guan with a curious gaze. Seeing how close Arya was to Ye Guan, the glamorous woman was inwardly relieved by the fact that he hadn't looked down on Ye Guan earlier. Otherwise, she would have lost her job. It turned out that Arya had a high status in the Boundless Club, allowing her to bring both Ye Guan and Suzy with her inside the club. Ye Guan looked around and noticed that the interior was reminiscent of a palace's interior, exceptionally luxurious and decadent. The women inside were more beautiful than those outside. Even if Ye Guan were to pick a woman with his eyes closed, he would still end up picking a goddess-level beauty. Every single beautiful woman in the corridor showed immense respect to Arya by bowing deeply toward her. Suzy swept her gaze across the women and was shocked. She had heard the rumors about the Boundless Club, but she had never really gotten this far into the club. Suzy couldn't help but sigh upon realizing that every single woman here was extremely beautiful, and some of them were even comparable in beauty to certain popular celebrities. Suzy tightened her grip on Ye Guan's hand upon noticing that a few women were eyeing Ye Guan. Arya led the two to a very luxurious private room. An elegant and beautiful woman walked in. She was slightly surprised to see Ye Guan and Suzy. However, she quickly regained her composure and walked up to Arya and Little White, smiling. "Miss Arya, what would you like to have today?" Arya said. "Let's start with food. I want you to bring us the best dishes." The elegant and beautiful woman smiled. "Certainly, and the ladies? The most beautiful one, of course." Arya responded. "All right, coming right up," the elegant and beautiful woman said with a smile. Then, she turned around and left the room. Arya turned to Ye Guan and said, "Consider this place your home and go have as much fun as you wish. It's my treat. You know I got hit by a car accident on my first day here, and I almost starved to death because I had no money." Ye Guan trailed off. "Actually, we've been looking for you, but we haven't been able to find you at all," Arya muttered, sounding guilty. Little White blinked her tiny eyes, expressing that she felt a bit guilty as well. Ye Guan stared alternatingly between the two but remained silent. Arya grinned. "It's true. We've really been looking for you everywhere." Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Do you know where my father is right now?" Arya shook her head. "I don't know." Ye Guan asked, "Can you find him?" Arya shook her head. Ye Guan frowned. Just then, the door was opened gently, and a group of women walked into the private room. The women were both gorgeous and beautiful. They swept their gazes across the private room and grinned upon seeing Arya. Their smiles weren't strange at all, as Arya was famous for being extremely generous. Arya turned to Ye Guan and was about to speak, but she caught herself in time. Arya glanced at Suzy and blinked, but she didn't say anything. Suzy noticed Arya's gaze and smiled. "What is it, Miss Arya? Are the two of you just friends, or are you a boyfriend and girlfriend?" Suzy's face instantly flushed red. Instead of replying, she turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and asserted, "We are a boyfriend and girlfriend." Suzy's face turned even redder until her cheeks became as red as a tomato. However, her gaze was full of tenderness as she stared at Ye Guan. At Ye Guan's declaration, Arya waved her hand and said, "You guys can leave." "Ah, it's a shame, but we can't play ball today," Arya thought. There was no way she would allow the beautiful women to stay in this room, as her grandson was here with his girlfriend. After all, she still had to respect her granddaughter-in-law. The beautiful women were a bit disappointed, but they still bowed respectfully and left. Just then, the ordered dishes were served. Arya took out a candied hawthorn and gave it a lick before asking, "Why are you looking for little Xian?" Ye Guan said, "I think they're leaving." Arya frowned. "They're leaving?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, and I'm about to leave as well." Suzy trembled ever so slightly at Ye Guan's remark, but she didn't say anything. "Doesn't that mean that Little White and I will have to leave soon?" Arya asked. Ye Guan nodded. Of course, he would bring Arya with him. Arya was strong, after all. Arya sighed under her breath. Ye Guan asked, "Do you have any way to contact my father?" Arya shook her head. "No, but there's someone who might know where he is." Ye Guan asked, "Who?" "The Boundless Master," Arya replied. Ye Guan frowned slightly. "Boundless Master." Arya nodded. "Yes, so let's go. I'll bring you to meet him." Arya then stood up and walked out of the private room. Ye Guan held Suzy's hand and pulled her away to chase after Arya. They took the elevator to the highest floor, and Arya brought the two of them to a penthouse. No one stopped them while they were walking down the corridor to the penthouse. Arya didn't even bother knocking as she pushed the doors open and shouted, "Boundless idiot, someone's here for you." Ye Guan was rendered speechless at Arya's boldness. Ye Guan held Suzy's hand as they walked into the room. A middle-aged man was standing by the window in the room, and he was wearing a loose robe. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders. A glass of red wine was in his right hand, and a smile that seemed both wicked and evil tugged at his lips. The middle-aged man was none other than the Boundless Master. Arya sat on the sofa not too far away from the Boundless Master. She picked up the wine bottle on the table, took a sip, and revealed a contemptuous expression upon swallowing it. The Boundless Master was dissatisfied by the sight. "Arya, what's with that look? You just drank a good bottle of wine priced at a few $100,000. Arya pursed her lips. "It tastes awful. You've just wasted a treasure," the Boundless Master said, shaking his head. Then, he sat down and looked at Ye Guan. "Have a seat." Ye Guan nodded slightly and sat down with Suzy. The Boundless Master looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you here to ask about your old man's whereabouts?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The Boundless Master smiled but remained silent. Ye Guan asked, "Senior, do you know where he is?" The Boundless Master chuckled. "If I were you, I wouldn't go looking for him." "Why?" "It's because he'll definitely come to see you on his own once he's decided to leave. Why bother seeking him out actively? Besides, if I were you, I would take this opportunity to become even stronger. Once they're gone, your days ahead will become very difficult." Ye Guan was puzzled. "Why is that?" The Boundless Master stared at Ye Guan as if he was pitiful and said, "He's an extraordinary cultivator, so he has made quite a few enemies. Those enemies of his might decide to attack you once he's gone. Prepare well, or you'll be in for a world of hurt. Ye Guan was silent. The Boundless Master smiled. It seems that you're already mentally prepared. Ye Guan nodded. What are you going to do? Ye Guan smiled wryly. What else can I do but fight? The Boundless Master said. You can choose to lie down and relax. Ye Guan remained silent. The Boundless Master chuckled. You really are like your old man. It seems that you have no plans on relaxing as well. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The Boundless Master leaned back on the sofa, staring at Ye Guan. Why make things difficult for yourself? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Guan replied, I want to become invincible, too. The Boundless Master chuckled and pointed out. You're too young. Ye Guan smiled. It doesn't matter, I still have to try. The Boundless Master nodded. Sure. It's your choice, anyway, but I have to remind you that it's not going to be easy. The path you've chosen is even more challenging than the path that your old man has chosen back then. Ye Guan nodded. I'm mentally prepared. The Boundless Master laughed and retorted, No, you're not. Ye Guan stared in astonishment at the Boundless Master. The Boundless Master smiled and said, You still don't know what you're about to face. Ye Guan spoke in a deep voice, Senior, do you know something? The Boundless Master shook his head slightly, unwilling to divulge anything. Arya seemed a bit annoyed at the sight. Boundless, why beat around the bush? The Boundless Master looked up at Ye Guan and asked, Do you know why your old man managed to take that step and transcend divinity? Ye Guan replied, He has exceptional talent. Nonsense, the Boundless Master exclaimed, shaking his head. He managed to transcend divinity, as he had no other choice but to do so. Ye Guan frowned. What do you mean? The Boundless Master stared deeply at Ye Guan before explaining, It's all because your aunt has been single-handedly carrying the burden of his bad karma on her shoulders. You won't understand it yet, but let's use your grandfather as an example. Do you know how many people around him had perished when he took that step himself? Arya clenched her fists. She had yet to forget that battle, as even she and Little White had almost perished during that battle. The Boundless Master continued, In other words, your old man has your aunt to support him, which means he never really has to worry about taking that step. If he hadn't decided to take that step, she would have still followed him until the end. In other words, your old man was truly invincible? In addition, your aunt has decided to carry all his bad karma for him. Ye Guan spoke in a deep voice, Isn't there a catch in that kind of setup? The Boundless Master nodded. Yep, there's a catch. Ye Guan looked at the Boundless Master. The Boundless Master muttered, The catch is that he will never surpass your aunt. Ye Guan fell silent. The Boundless Master stared deeply at Ye Guan, asking, Do you know the biggest difference between you and your old man? Ye Guan shook his head. No, I don't. The Boundless Master smiled. Unlike what you did, your old man didn't choose to walk on the path to invincibility. Ye Guan remained expressionless and silent. The Boundless Master stood up and walked up to the window. Then, he looked out the window to stare at the scenery outside before saying, Cultivate well. Ye Guan's expression was complicated as he stared at the Boundless Master. Ye Guan could feel that the Boundless Master had something to say to him, but he had ultimately decided to refrain from saying it directly for some reason. Ye Guan didn't ask any more questions, and he had no regrets when it came to the path he had chosen. There was no turning back, after all, so regrets would be meaningless. Of course, Ye Guan had no idea if he would ultimately succeed. All he knew was that he had to do his best. Ye Guan stood up and bowed slightly. Regardless of the outcome, I appreciate the reminder. I'm taking my leave, then. Ye Guan then held Suziai's hand and turned around to leave. Meanwhile, Arya stared at the Boundless Master standing by the window. Are you sure you want to stay in the Milky Way? Arya asked. The Boundless Master nodded. Arya was puzzled. Why? The Boundless Master smiled. My era is over, after all. I don't have as much luck as you guys. The schemes of my enemies out there might lead to me dying like a side character out there, and I'd get a few teardrops at most upon my death. If I were to stay here, perhaps someday, I would get to reappear once more before the world. Arya was silent. The Boundless Master wasn't lying, as someone had once told her that the Boundless Master had managed to touch the Deo, allowing him to sense certain things. I'll go and look for you again to have fun if I ever come back here, Arya said. Sure, the Boundless Master said, smiling. You're always welcome. Arya turned around and left the penthouse. The Boundless Master looked out the window, took a sip of the red wine in his cup, and whispered, I'm afraid everyone will eventually forget the name Boundless Master. The Boundless Master shook his head and chuckled. A good ending is already a blessing for someone like me, so I should be satisfied with it. The Boundless Master took a deep breath to push aside the gloominess in his heart before turning around to leave. Ye Guan left the Boundless Club while holding Suziai's hand. He didn't ask the Boundless Master to follow him back to the Guanxian universe because the Boundless Master had already risked his life for the Guanxian universe. In other words, the Boundless Master had already done enough for the Guanxian universe, and allowing him to stay here was a good ending for someone like him. Arya and Little White caught up to Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked at Arya and Little White. We're staying in the Yang residence. If you're free, you should come and visit us. Ye Guan asked, Are you referring to Great Aunt Yang Lianshuang's house? Arya nodded. That's right. Ye Guan recalled something just then and asked, Do you know where the Qin residence is? Qin Guan's surname was Qin. Ye Guan was already here, so he decided to take a look at the Qin residence. Arya chuckled. We've been there before, so we know. We'll bring you along next time. Ye Guan nodded. Sounds great. Arya asked, when will you visit the Ying residence? Ye Guan thought briefly before replying, maybe in a couple of days. Arya nodded. Then, she wrote a phone number on a piece of paper. Handing it over to Ye Guan, Arya explained, call this number once you've decided to visit the Ying residence, and I'll have someone pick you up. Ye Guan agreed. All right. Arya blinked. Okay, then you guys can leave. We're going to keep on playing. Ye Guan laughed. Sure. Ye Guan turned around and was about to leave with Suziai when he remembered something and came to a halt. Ye Guan turned around and stared at Little White, asking, Little White, can you give me some spiritual cores? Little White blinked and nodded. She then waved her tiny paw, and a storage ring appeared. The storage ring contained billions of spiritual cores. Ye Guan accepted the ring and tried to open it to no avail. Little White blinked in confusion at the sight. A few moments later, she took the ring back and tapped it with her tiny paws before handing it back to Ye Guan. Ye Guan attempted to open it and was pleased to find that the storage ring could be opened without any spiritual energy. Ye Guan smiled. Thank you. Little White grinned in response. Anyway, I lied to you too earlier. Ye Guan lifted his hand holding Suziai's hand and showed it to Arya. She's actually my wife, so, don't you guys have any gifts to give your in-law? You two are still my elders, after all, so I think you need to give her a gift. I'm his wife? Suziai was stunned. Arya and Little White exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, the elders of the young man had to give gifts to the young man's spouse upon her first meeting with the young man's elders. Arya looked at Ye Guan, feeling a bit troubled. She had no qualms about giving Ye Guan's wife a gift, but the issue was that the brat might bring with him a new wife to show them every day. Ye Guan stared at Arya and Little White with a firm gaze. Clearly, he wouldn't leave unless the two gave Suziai a gift. Give us a moment, Arya said, pulling Little White aside to talk to her. The two kept glancing at Suziai, obviously discussing what gift would be suitable for the latter. A few minutes later, the two returned, and Little White immediately took out a gold bracelet. Ye Guan's eyes lit up when he saw the gold bracelet. As far as he could remember, the gold bracelet was an unranked divine item that Little White had plundered during their visit to the divine ruins. Ye Guan grinned. Little White was ultra generous. Little White handed the golden bracelet to Suziai. Suziai hesitated and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hurriedly said, quick, accept it. Suziai nodded and promptly accepted the golden bracelet. Thank you, Suziai said while staring at Little White with eyes full of affection. Little White grinned and waved her tiny paw. Arya explained, she said that you don't have to be so polite, as you're her little grandson's wife. Suziai froze and went silent. Arya turned to Ye Guan, and she sounded serious as she said, unranked divine items are extremely precious, and we only have a few of them, so. Arya stopped mid-sentence to grab Little White's tail. Arya noticed that Little White was blinking in confusion and was about to wave her tiny paw to correct her, so she stopped mid-sentence and tugged at Little White's tail. Little White went silent. Yes, I understand, Ye Guan said, nodding. Thank you, Arya. Thank you, too, Little White. We'll visit you too tomorrow. Ye Guan then pulled Suziai away and left. Little White blinked and waved her tiny paw at Arya. Arya hugged Little White and turned around to return to the Boundless Club. If we had told him that we have tens of thousands of unranked divine items, he'd bring and show us a new daughter-in-law every day. Are you really willing to face that kind of nonsense? Besides, he'll think that unranked divine items aren't that precious once he finds out that we have tens of thousands of them, so we have to act poor and just give him one occasionally. This way, he'll always be happy and satisfied with our gifts. Do you understand what I'm saying? Little White blinked, seemingly in understanding. Arya grinned. Let's go and play ball, then. Hee. Then, Arya skipped toward the Boundless Club with Little White in her bosom. Suziai stared curiously at the gold bracelet in her hand. What is this? It's not just a bracelet, right? Right, Ye Guan replied, smiling. It's a powerful divine item. Suziai was curious. How powerful? Ye Guan replied, extremely powerful. I'll teach you how to use it next time. Suziai nodded and smiled sweetly. All right. Are you heading back to the office, or? Ye Guan trailed off. Suziai looked at Ye Guan and said, I don't want to head back so early. Ye Guan looked around and muttered, but it is already so late. Suziai was silent for a moment before she muttered, let's go back to my hotel. Ye Guan nodded. Let me send you back to your hotel, then. Okay, Suziai replied. It didn't take that long for the two to arrive at the luxurious hotel where Suziai had been staying during her stay in Yanjing. The hotel's interior was extravagant, but it felt desolate for some reason. Ye Guan suddenly asked, can I sleep here? Suziai was stunned. Smiling, Ye Guan asked, is it okay? Suziai blinked. Are you not afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Ye Guan chuckled. I'll sleep on the sofa, then. Suziai smiled. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower. Suziai turned and headed toward the bathroom. Ye Guan looked around before sprawling out on the nearby sofa. The sofa was as large and as comfortable as an expensive mattress. Ye Guan closed his eyes and mulled over the Boundless Master's words. Earlier, Ye Guan felt like the Boundless Master wanted to say something to him, but the latter didn't want to do so directly. Just what does he want to say to me? Ye Guan thought as he frowned in confusion. A few minutes later, Suziai came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Suziai's hair had yet to dry completely, so Ye Guan was reminded of a beautiful water lily the moment he saw her emerge from the bathroom. Suziai lay down on the bed and looked at Ye Guan with a smile. Come here. Ye Guan hesitated briefly, but he eventually stood up and lay down beside Suziai. Suziai wrapped Ye Guan's arm with both hands and leaned on his shoulder before asking softly, do you know that I like you? A deafening silence descended upon the two. Moments later, Ye Guan shattered it with a nod. I know. Suziai looked up to stare at Ye Guan, and her tears silently streamed down her face. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Suziai sat up and untied her bathrobe. Suziai was wearing nothing beneath her bathrobe, and Ye Guan was so astonished by the breathtaking scene that he had no idea what to say. Suziai leaned over and hugged Ye Guan. Her voice trembled ever so slightly as she muttered, I want it. I'm ready. Ye Guan was about to speak when Suziai tightened her grip around Ye Guan's waist and continued, You've always been unwilling to face my feelings. Is it because you're worried that I'll cling to you and ask you to take responsibility? No, I won't do that. I like you, and I want to give you my most precious possession. I really won't cling to you. Hearing Suziai's words, Ye Guan felt a twinge of heartache. He didn't say anything, but he leaned down and kissed Suziai on the lips. Suziai trembled. Ye Guan kissed her for several minutes, and when he stopped, Suziai's face was flushed as red as a tomato, her eyes gleamed seductively, and she had warmed up to a considerable degree. Ye Guan embraced Suziai and whispered, I know you have feelings for me. I've known it for a long time, I've just been avoiding it. I'm sorry. Suziai lowered her head slightly and asked, How about you? Do you like me, too? Ye Guan kissed Suziai's forehead and replied, Yes, I do. Tears fell down Suziai's eyes as she smiled and hugged Ye Guan. The grievances in her heart seemed to vanish just then. An evil flame erupted in Ye Guan's heart the moment Suziai's soft figure collided with him, but he suppressed it forcefully. Ye Guan whispered, Suziai, I want to tell you more about myself. Suziai shook her head. No need. Ye Guan continued, Actually, I'm the king of the Guanxian universe, and my family. Take me. Suziai said in a trembling voice, interrupting Ye Guan's words. Boom! An explosion seemed to echo in Ye Guan's head, and his mind went blank. The next day, Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly as sunlight pervaded the room. The moment his blurry vision cleared up, he saw a beautiful face before him. Suziai was next to him and was clothed. Suziai's mouth curled up into a smile. You're awake. Ye Guan nodded before leaning in casually to hug Suziai. Suziai's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, I made breakfast. It's yours, so stand up and eat. Ye Guan shook his head. I still want. Suziai shook her head rapidly, interrupting Ye Guan, Ye Guan was confused upon seeing Suziai trailing off mid-sentence. Suziai rolled her eyes at Ye Guan before leaning toward him and whispering in a trembling voice, I'm in pain. Ye Guan froze before looking down at the bedsheets, and he instantly understood what she was talking about upon seeing the bloodstain. Suziai's face flushed red upon seeing Ye Guan's gaze. Ye Guan sat up and kissed her forehead. Let's eat. Then, Ye Guan got down the bed and pulled Suziai to the dining table. Indeed, Suziai had prepared breakfast for him to eat, and Ye Guan ate with relish. Suziai stared at Ye Guan with an affectionate gaze, but her expression sank upon recalling something. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was hungry, so he made quick work of the meal. Suziai got up and said, I'm leaving, then. Ye Guan asked, Are you heading to the office? Suziai nodded. Ye Guan said, Let me go with you. Suziai shook her head and pointed out, You have classes today. Ye Guan froze. Suziai was right, he truly had classes to teach today. You can pretend that last night didn't happen, Suziai muttered. Ye Guan was shocked. Suziai stared at Ye Guan with her hands clenched behind her as she smiled faintly and said, You don't need to think about taking responsibility. It's normal for men and women to sleep with each other whenever they want here. I'm not going to bother you with taking responsibility. But let me know once you've decided to leave Blue Planet so that I can send you off as friends. Anyway, I need to go to work now. Suziai turned around to leave, and her tears flooded out of her eyelids as soon as she faced the door. Regardless, Suziai remained steadfast and started walking toward the door. Stop, Ye Guan said. Suziai came to a halt and asked, What is it? Ye Guan walked up to Suziai, and she hurriedly lowered her head to avoid Ye Guan's gaze. Ye Guan said, Look at me. Suziai shook her head. Ye Guan sighed softly and asked, Do you want to know more about me? Suziai nodded unconsciously, but she quickly shook her head. Ye Guan smiled. Do you want to know or not? Suziai remained silent with her head lowered. Ye Guan lifted Suziai's face by her chin and saw that her face was covered with tears. Ye Guan wiped away her tears gently and said, I know you're smart, and you've probably guessed something. Anyway, I want to tell you that you're mine now, and I won't let you change your mind. Suziai looked at Ye Guan without saying a word. Ye Guan hugged her and pressed her against the door. Suziai trailed off, blushing furiously. Ye Guan leaned down and kissed her forehead gently. Can we talk about it another day? Suziai nodded slightly as even her ears became red out of embarrassment. Don't think about anything else. I'll handle everything from now on, okay? Suziai nodded. MMHM. Ye Guan took out a storage ring and handed it to Suziai, saying, Remember the cultivation method I gave you before? There are some spiritual cores inside of this ring. Go ahead and use them for your cultivation. The cultivation method I gave you is one of the best cultivation methods out there. Cultivate diligently, and you will become extremely powerful in the future. Suzy nodded. Okay. Ye Guan smiled lightly and said, I'm going to work now, then. Suzy hesitated briefly before tiptoeing and kissing Ye Guan on the lips. Suzy then hurriedly pulled away and said, I am leaving. The way Suzy turned around immediately and ran away made her appear as though she was trying to escape from Ye Guan. Ye Guan shook his head at the sight and smiled. This girl. Ye Guan tidied up the place before going to the Milky Way Academy. His job as a teacher was just a part-time job, but he took it seriously for some reason. Ye Guan found Mu Wanyu and the others meditating inside the Sword Dao Department's hall. Ye Guan noticed that Mu Yun had reached the 9th stage, while Shuang's aura was showing signs of a breakthrough. The 3 students stood up at Ye Guan's arrival. Shuang and Mu Yun bowed respectfully toward Ye Guan and said, Greetings, teacher. Mu Wanyu merely smiled sweetly without bowing. Ye Guan walked up to the 3 of them. He looked at Mu Yun and Shuang and smiled. How's your progress? Shuang said in a low voice, I've been trying to comprehend sword intent. I'm getting closer to it, but I can't seem to take that step. Ye Guan assessed her before saying, Go out and roam around. Shuang looked at Ye Guan in confusion. Ye Guan smiled and explained, It's not a good idea to stay indoors all the time. You should go outside to get some fresh air and clear your mind, perhaps you'll profit from such an endeavor. Shuang nodded belatedly and said, Okay. Ye Guan then looked at Mu Yun and smiled. What about you? Mu Yun hesitated before saying, I'm struggling. It's more difficult than I thought. Indeed, it's quite difficult. No worries, and just take your time. Like Shuang, don't confine yourself here. I'll give you some time off, and I want you to go out and explore the world outside, Ye Guan replied. Mu Yun nodded. All right. You two are dismissed, Ye Guan said, smiling. Mu Yun and Shuang bowed respectfully before leaving. Ye Guan turned to Mu Wanyu. Due to some unknown reason, Mu Wanyu couldn't cultivate the universe beholdment skill, so she had been learning more about martial arts with Mu Yun and Shuang's help over these past few days. Ye Guan examined Mu Wanyu before saying, Follow me. I'll take you somewhere. Despite asking her to follow him, Ye Guan did not wait for Mu Wanyu's reply before pulling her away. Mu Wanyu's cheeks blushed, and she had no complaints, allowing Ye Guan to pull her away. Ye Guan brought Mu Wanyu to Sichuan's residence in Yunhai County. Sichuan was in the middle of writing when they opened the door and entered. Sichuan merely smiled at Ye Guan while Mu Wanyu cast a curious gaze upon Sichuan. Ye Guan brought Mu Wanyu over to Sichuan and said, Sister Zhen, Wanyu can't cultivate my universe beholdment skill for some reason. I've been examining her, but I really have no idea what's wrong. Can you take a look? Sichuan glanced at Mu Wanyu before replying, she has a special physique. Ye Guan was a bit surprised. A special physique? Sichuan nodded. It's the heaven-extinguishing physique. Ye Guan was puzzled. What is that? Sichuan smiled and explained, as its name says, the heavens want to extinguish her and have decided to make sure that she will never be able to cultivate. Ye Guan was stunned. Really? To put it simply, it means her vital acupoints are blocked, so spiritual energy can't enter here at all. It can be done forcefully, but she'll suffer unbearable pain. In other words, she can't cultivate. Mu Wanyu's expression became gloomy. Sichuan saw that and smiled. Don't be sad. It's just a minor issue. Mu Wanyu looked up at Sichuan. She hesitated briefly before asking, is there a solution? Sichuan nodded. Of course. Mu Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to become a cultivator, and it was a desire that had sprouted inside of her upon learning about the world of cultivators. I guess we have to wait until I can access my cultivation base again. I can help her reform her physique by then, Ye Guan said. We don't need to wait that long, Sichuan said and turned to Mu Wanyu with a smile. Come here. Mu Wanyu walked up to Sichuan. Sichuan pointed at Mu Wanyu's abdomen, and Mu Wanyu shivered violently. A few moments later, grotesque cracking noises echoed from her, followed by gushing sounds reminiscent of a dam being opened. Sichuan retracted her finger, and Mu Wanyu immediately went limp. Ye Guan reached out to support her. Mu Wanyu felt utterly exhausted. You should let her rest for a while, Sichuan said. Ye Guan nodded before carrying Mu Wanyu over to the bed and laying her down. Go sleep. You can start cultivating later, Ye Guan said. Mu Wanyu stared at Ye Guan and nodded. Ye Guan covered Mu Wanyu with a blanket before walking over to Sichuan. Mu Wanyu stared alternatingly between Ye Guan and Sichuan before sulking. Ye Guan glanced at the paper on Sichuan's desk. It was the draft she was working on, and Sichuan hurriedly put everything away. You can't read it yet. Are you about to finish it? Ye Guan asked. Sichuan nodded. Ye Guan was about to speak, but his phone rang, interrupting him. He took it out of his pocket and froze upon seeing the caller ID. The caller was Xianyuan Ling. Ye Guan answered the call and heard a frantic voice. Yes, something bad happened. Ye Guan immediately frowned. Something bad happened? Ye Guan didn't dare to waste any time, as he ended the call and turned to Sichuan, saying, Sister Zhen, I have to leave. There's something I need to attend to. Sichuan nodded. Sure, go ahead. Ye Guan turned around and left. Sichuan watched him go before smiling to herself and going back to her writing. Ye Guan arrived at the Xianyuan residence by car. As soon as he got out of the car, he immediately saw Xianyuan Ling. Today, Xian Yuanling wore a simple white dress. She was still wearing a veil, and the veil made her look like a pristine fairy untainted by the mortal world. Xian Yuanling walked up to Ye Guan, and Ye Guan could see that she was nervous. "Miss Ling, what happened?" Ye Guan asked. "Follow me," Xian Yuanling exclaimed and grabbed Ye Guan's hand before dragging him inside the Xian Yuan residence. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Sword Tower. The elites of the Xian Yuan clan had gathered before the Sword Tower. Ye Guan had met them before, so the Xian Yuan clan elites nodded lightly at Ye Guan in greeting upon seeing him. They assumed that Xian Yuanling and Ye Guan were in a romantic relationship. Xian Yuanling was about to speak when Ye Guan suddenly looked up at the Sword Tower with a frown, seemingly sensing something. Xian Yuanling whispered, "Can you sense it?" Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. "What's being sealed under this tower?" Xian Yuanling shook her head. "I don't know." Ye Guan turned to Xian Yuanling. Xian Yuanling lowered her head and added, "We're not sure what's being sealed there, and all we know is that our ancestor did it himself, and we thought whatever was being sealed had perished long ago, as the tower never really gave off such a reaction. A few days ago, the tower shook violently and started emitting a powerful aura." Xian Yuanling shook her head in apprehension, saying, "Thankfully, Xian Yuan is helping us suppress it. Otherwise, our Xian Yuan clan would have vanished on the day the tower trembled violently." "Are you saying that this is all because I drew out Xian Yuan?" Ye Guan asked, sounding solemn. Xian Yuanling nodded. "We think so, too. We think the seal must have weakened when you drew out Xian Yuan, but we're not sure." Ye Guan was about to speak when two people appeared. One of them was an old man, while the other was a young woman in a blue dress. The old man was wearing a long purple robe and had a white mustache. Despite his age, he looked exuberant and was emitting a rather formidable aura. Meanwhile, the young woman in blue looked to be about 20 years of age. She gave off a quiet, sophisticated elegance with her tall, gorgeous figure. Clan leader Xian Yuanqi approached the two and greeted, "Elder Qin." Elder Qin nodded. "Brother Qi, what's being sealed beneath that tower?" Xian Yuanqi sighed and said, "We still have no idea. The Sword Tower is now filled with an evil aura, and we dare not enter it. We also don't know how long Xian Yuan can keep suppressing it." Elder Qin frowned. "Elder Qin, let's talk about this inside," Xian Yuanqi added and walked up to Elder Qin. The young woman in blue was staring at the Sword Tower, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity as she stared at the tower intently. Ye Guan turned to Xian Yuanling and asked, "Who are they, Miss Ling?" Xian Yuanling replied, "Elder Qin is the clan leader of the Qin clan, Qin Yuan." "The Qin clan?" Ye Guan was stunned. "The Qin clan? Isn't that one of the four major clans?" Xian Yuanling nodded. "Yes, you got it right." Ye Guan was astonished. He truly didn't expect to encounter the Qin clan here. In other words, Qin Yuan was a relative of his mother, Qin Guan. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before walking over to the young woman in blue. Ye Guan still considered the Qin clan as full of his relatives, even though it had been many years since Qin Guan was born. Xian Yuanling was clearly puzzled by Ye Guan's move. Ye Guan smiled at the young woman in blue and asked, "May I know how I should address you?" The sudden greeting surprised the young woman in blue, and she looked at Ye Guan with a confused look. Xian Yuanling rushed over and glanced at Ye Guan before saying, "Her name is Qin Zizi." "Qin Zizi?" Ye Guan smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Qin, my name is Ye Guan, and..." Ye Guan paused to take out his phone. "Let's exchange numbers so we can stay in touch in the future." Xian Yuanling's expression froze, and Qin Zizi looked at Ye Guan without saying a word. Inwardly, she was astonished by Ye Guan's frankness, and this was her first time encountering someone so direct. In the face of Qin Zizi's silence, Ye Guan wanted to say something, but Xian Yuanling quickly pulled him aside. Xian Yuanling then looked at Ye Guan with a firm gaze, asking, "Why?" Ye Guan was a bit puzzled. "Why what? Why did you ask for her number?" Xian Yuanling asked, "Do you want to get to know her?" Ye Guan nodded instantly. Xian Yuanling's expression turned odd. Ye Guan noticed that and shook his head. "You've misunderstood me. I just really want to get to know her. I want her to be my friend or something." Ye Guan glanced at Qin Zizi and saw that she was staring at him with an odd gaze. Ye Guan realized it just then. It seemed that he had been a bit too direct in his approach. An explanation was necessary, so Ye Guan started walking toward Qin Zizi, and that was when the Sword Tower abruptly shook violently. A terrifying aura burst out of the tower. Boom! A tremor ran through the entire mountain range around the Xian Yuan residence, and everyone's expression changed drastically at the incredible sight. Ye Guan could also feel the terrifying aura inside the Sword Tower, but he couldn't use his divine sense, so he had no idea just what kind of existence was being suppressed in the Sword Tower. Just then, Xian Yuan suddenly erupted into a golden light. The golden light poured down and enveloped the entire tower, sealing the powerful aura. Xian Yuanling breathed a sigh of relief, but her face soon darkened. She could sense that Xian Yuan wouldn't be able to suppress the powerful, baleful aura for much longer. After a while, the powerful, baleful aura receded and vanished. Serenity returned to the Sword Tower once more. "I'll go in and take a look," Ye Guan said, and he started walking toward the tower. Xian Yuanling's face changed drastically, and she reached out to grab him. "No, it's dangerous in there." Ye Guan smiled. "It's going to be fine." Xian Yuanling wanted to say something, but Ye Guan had already entered the tower. Xian Yuanling hesitated briefly before chasing after him. Qin Zizi pondered over it as well before ultimately running after the two. Ye Guan looked around and saw that a myriad of golden runes were all over the tower's interior. Each rune was emitting an inscrutable, formidable aura. Ye Guan looked around once more, and he soon found a golden array not too far away from them. Ye Guan closed his eyes and was about to try and use his divine sense when a furious roar echoed beneath their feet. You ants? Once this king is out, I'll definitely devour your flesh and drink your blood. Ye Guan frowned, sensing something amiss. Then, he turned and grabbed the two young women before rushing out of the tower. Boom! The three had barely made it out of the tower when a tremor ran through it again. The sword tower was trembling once again as if it were boiling kettle. Xianyuan erupted into a golden light, and it enveloped the entire tower with its own light. However, a terrifying burst of baleful aura abruptly erupted from the depths of the earth, transforming into multiple arrows that struck Xuanyuan's golden light. Cracks soon appeared in Xuanyuan's dome of golden light, and it became clear to everyone that Xianyuan could truly no longer suppress the mysterious being beneath the sword tower. The faces of the Xianyuan clan's elites became extremely unsightly. They had no idea what was being suppressed, but they knew one thing for sure, the Xianyuan clan would face a disaster if that being were allowed to go out. Ye Guan stared at the fractured golden light and said in a deep voice, the sword can't suppress it anymore. Xianyuan Ling went beyond pallid. Tell the Xianyuan clan elites to leave, Ye Guan added. Xianyuan Ling didn't hesitate and went over to Xianyuan Qi. However, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the sword tower, and a terrifying, baleful aura took to the sky, shattering the dome of golden light and reducing the entire sword tower into ashes. Moments later, a black pillar of light took to the sky, piercing the clouds. Rumble! The faces of the Xianyuan clan's elites became filled with trepidation as they stood frozen and watched as a black-robed man walked out of the pillar of light. The black-robed man's hair was disheveled, but his crimson eyes emitted a baleful aura that distorted even space-time, creating a frightening scene. The black-robed man closed his eyes and spread his arms before greedily breathing in the fresh air around him. Ye Guan stared quietly at the black-robed man and deduced that he had to be a supreme elite from the divine Dao civilization. Swoosh! The black-robed man vanished and appeared in front of Ye Guan and the others. When his gaze landed on Xianyuan Ling and Qin Zizi, he grinned and licked the corners of his mouth, saying, "It's been thousands of years since I tasted women." Ye Guan frowned. Am I dealing with a pervert here? Meanwhile, Xianyuan Ling and Qin Zizi's faces changed drastically in the face of the black-robed man's remark. The black-robed man took a step forward, and a powerful aura descended upon Xianyuan Ling and Qin Zizi. Xianyuan Ling's face turned ashen in utter despair. Even masters were mere ants before such a powerful cultivator? Ye Guan looked up, and his gaze turned inexplicably cold as he said, Father, if you remain headstrong and insist on sealing my cultivation base even during a crisis of this level, then our relationship as father and son will come to an end. I'm not joking here.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.